Hee little beauty, don't run here, I come to catch you. Lin Yu murmured with a smile in his sleep. Suddenly space warped, and Lin Yu, who had been lying on the bed, instantly appeared on the floor of a strange room. Lin Yu was jolted awake by a sudden chill. He slowly opened his eyes only to find a dead face staring right at him, one whose eyes had not closed in death. Lin Yu was so terrified that he instantly retreated 3 meters away. Damn, what the hell? Wasn't I playing with my beloved consort? Lin Yu was so startled that he could no longer distinguish dream from reality. Fortunately, he was still a fairly bold person at heart. A timid person waking from sleep to witness such a scene would likely faint on the spot. After a long while, Lin Yu finally recovered from the shock, instinctively ignoring the dream's contents, and observed his surroundings to discover this was not his own room. Looking at the unfamiliar environment and the corpse on the floor, Lin Yu's first instinct was to run and call the police, but reason ultimately stopped him. Question: if you mysteriously appeared in someone else's home and the original owner was dead, how would you prove your innocence? Lin Yu figured he couldn't prove his innocence either. Having calmed down, Lin Yu began slowly approaching the corpse on the floor. Only upon getting closer did he notice the body was abnormally pale, as if drained of all blood. Carefully observing the deceased's face, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and the corpse emitted a strange pull on him. This attraction grew stronger and stronger until Lin Yu involuntarily reached out his hand to touch the body. The instant his hand touched the corpse, the body transformed into a ball of white light that merged into Lin Yu's body. So that's how it is. As the white light merged into his body, Lin Yu finally learned the true identity of the corpse. It turned out to be his alternate self in this world. As for why his alternate self had such a strong pull on him, Lin Yu felt the power contained within his body. After absorbing the white light, his physical capabilities were twice as strong as before, and the enhancement was all-encompassing. Absorbing an alternate self actually has such benefits. At this moment, Lin Yu caught sight of the mirror in the room. Whoa, who was this handsome guy? It turned out to be himself. His current appearance in the mirror had elevated by more than one level compared to before. Although one could still tell it was his own face, his features had undergone subtle changes. Overall, he had simply become more handsome. If previously he was merely called handsome by others, now he could be called a male god. After admiring his current appearance for a while, he also discovered that all the experiences and memories of this world's Lin Yu were now in his mind, available for him to browse through at any time. This allowed him to integrate into this world more easily. Lin Yu found some clothes in the bedroom, put them on, then lay on the bed, and began browsing through his alternate self's memories. Lin Yu was now very excited about the other world. First were the various life experiences of the original host. From the memories, he learned that this world's version of him was also an orphan, though quite different from himself. This world's Lin Yu was extremely introverted. Having been bullied in high school, he became even more timid and didn't have a single friend. Even now at 24, he was still single. Although he himself was also single at this age, that was because he didn't want to spend money on dating. All his money was spent on the great charitable cause. For instance, sponsoring those pitiful young ladies whose fathers were gamblers, mothers were sick, younger brothers were in school, and families had fallen apart for various reasons. Reviewing the original host's life experiences, Lin Yu wasn't worried about being seen through by others because the original host had barely left any impression in others' eyes. Now the most important thing was the cause of the original host's death. From the memories, Lin Yu learned that this world was called Blue Star. Unlike Earth, for certain reasons, Blue Star no longer had divisions of nations. It could be said there was only one country called the Dawn Federation. Blue Star's surface area was slightly larger than the Earth of his previous life, approximately 600 million square kilometers. However, this world only had 2 continents. East Continent and West Continent. These 2 continents alone accounted for 40% of the global area, approximately 240 million square kilometers. East Continent resembled the Eastern civilization from his previous life, while West Continent resembled the Western civilization. It was now dawn calendar year 103 October. The city of the original body was located in the central position of East Continent, named Linqing, barely qualifying as a second-tier city. After 100 years of peace, Blue Star surpassed his previous life in all aspects, and the common people's living standards were quite good. Housing prices in this world were much lower than in his previous life. Even an orphan like the original host could afford to rent a 2-bedroom apartment with 1 living room and 1 bathroom. From the memories, Lin Yu discovered that before March of this year, this world was still very normal with technology, perhaps only slightly more advanced than his previous life. However, after March, people began appearing online, posting videos claiming to have gained superpowers, spitting fire, spitting water, and the like, but these only spread briefly before being taken down. The original host in the memory only thought these were special effect videos filmed by others and didn't pay much attention until one day before, when the original host had just woken up. He suddenly felt a sharp pain, then felt his blood being drained by something. Before dying, the original host only saw a shadowy figure leaping out of the window. Damn, no wonder the corpse looked like that. It was drained of all blood. Lin Yu felt a chill of fear at this point. Fortunately, the original host had died a day ago, so the murderer should have long left. Otherwise, his transmigration would have been a face-to-face kill. From the memories, this world most likely experienced a spiritual energy revival. Then the one who killed the original host may have been a supernatural being who awakened a blood-draining talent. Thinking of this, Lin Yu wanted to call the police again, but then gave up. After all, even if he called the police, the authorities couldn't possibly send a supernatural being to protect him personally. If the killer learned that the original host wasn't dead, they would surely come looking for him out of curiosity. Whether his doubled physical fitness could win such a fight was anyone's guess. And even if he passed this hurdle in this great era of spiritual energy revival as an ordinary person, he would eventually be swallowed by the waves. Right? How did I even get here? System, my lord. Buddha, free pure ones. Jade Emperor. Damn, whoever sent me here, please send me back. I don't want to stay in this crappy place for even a second. Lin Yu no longer had any excitement about the other world. Upon transmigration, not only was he facing life-threatening danger. Future life, based on the plots of various spiritual energy revival novels he had read, would absolutely be filled with all kinds of dangers and disasters. Just as Lin Yu was busy complaining, a mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Host has arrived in the other world and fused with alternate self. Simulator activated. Detected host's wish to return to original world. Would you like to abandon this simulator and return? Lin Yu listened to the voice in his ears. Before his eyes, a screen appeared displaying the text from his mind with an option below. Yes or no? No, definitely no. I'm such an adventurous person. What I long for is a thrilling and exciting life. Saying this, Lin Yu unhesitatingly clicked no. After all, this was a simulator type at that. Absolutely top tier among golden fingered cheats. As the saying goes, without a golden finger I'm timid and submissive, but with one I strike hard. After Lin Yu chose no, a stream of information about the simulator appeared in his mind. The simulator's true name was the Otherworld Simulator. Its function was to project a sliver of Lin Yu's true spirit into another world, forming an alternate self there that possessed all his memories from before transmigration. After that, it could simulate this alternate self's growth process in the other world. In the same world, his alternate self could simulate an unlimited number of times. Each simulation would generate a score based on the alternate self's achievements and impact on the world. These scores could be exchanged for items within the simulator. Don't worry, no matter the score, it's absolutely enough to exchange for the strength in the simulation. After all, becoming powerful is also an achievement. When his alternate self achieved unparalleled accomplishments and significantly impacted the world, it counted as clearing that world. After that, Lin Yu could inherit all the power of this alternate self. In addition to strength and memories, it also included the keywords carried by this alternate self during the simulation. And it's free. In addition, he could obtain one main world simulation opportunity. However, the main world simulation only yielded memories. Of course, although simulations were free, each simulation required a different cooldown time. Depending on the world's tier, the interval between simulations varied. From the information transmitted by the simulator, Lin Yu learned that worlds were divided into small world, medium world, large world, small 1,000 worlds, medium 1,000 worlds, and great 1,000 worlds. As for whether there were higher tier worlds above, the information didn't mention. Small worlds could be simulated once per day, medium worlds once every 3 days, large worlds once every 10 days. Currently, Lin Yu could only simulate small worlds. Only after completing 10 simulations or clearing one could he simulate higher tier worlds. Before each simulation began, the simulator would randomly provide 3 keywords based on the different world. Lin Yu could choose one to bestow upon his alternate self. Keywords ranged from low to high in 7 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. And regardless of how vast the time span within the simulator was, only 1 hour would pass in reality. After Lin Yu understood the general information, he began his first simulation. The simulation system searches a parallel world, channeling the host's soul to generate trade options. 3 white rank choices appear on the holographic panel: ordinary, blending into any crowd with minimal presence. Sharp senses: white, from childhood your 5 senses are heightened beyond ordinary people, seeing farther, hearing clearer, perceiving the world with extraordinary acuity. Heavenly strength: white, since childhood your physique has far exceeded ordinary people. By 8 you match your mother's height, by 12 your father's. Your body is an engine of raw power. Note, in small worlds only white and green rank traits appear. As the world level improves, trait rarity escalates accordingly. Lin Yu carefully examined the 3 traits on the panel. After deep thought, he selected heavenly strength. The system confirmed host selection complete. Simulation beginning. Age 18. You discover you have transmigrated to a fictional ancient world. From the inherited memories you learn, this is a wuxiao world where martial artists wield supernatural abilities. Your current location is a village under the rule of the Diyuan dynasty situated in the eastern region of the empire. You also recall that this world possesses powers beyond ordinary mortals. Feeling the surging strength in your transmigrated body, you decide to practice martial arts. However, the county town's martial arts school requires substantial silver to enroll. Then an alternative path occurs to you: join a martial arts sect. The county town sects also teach martial arts. Once admitted, you can learn basic techniques. With meritorious service, higher level arts become accessible. Believing his extraordinary physical gifts would make it achievable, through courage and persistence you resolve to join one of the county's 3 major sects. But you know why your predecessor didn't act. His dying wish to his parents was simply to live an honest, unassuming life. That wish, combined with the original owner's lack of strength, kept him confined to the village until death claimed him in illness. But you carry memories from your past life. You know that in a world of supernatural power without exceptional martial strength, one is merely prey waiting to be slaughtered. So you packed your meager belongings and entered the county town, successfully joining one of the three major sects, the Fierce Tiger sect. At 19, your extraordinary physique earned you repeated merit in dangerous missions. You rose to lead dozens of men and were granted a first-rate martial art from the sect. You chose the Blackstone Fist, a technique that could only reach second-rate perfection. That year you learned the martial hierarchy: below standard, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and above that, peerless masters. Below standard meant peasant brawling. Third-rate, techniques refined to perfection with internal energy forged capable of fighting 10 men alone. Before cultivation, your raw physique already equaled a third-rate fighter's inner energy. Second-rate means internal energy courses through the entire body and condenses in the dantian, capable of fighting 100 men until that energy exhausts. After condensing internal energy, you must use it to open the 12 regular meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels. Each open meridian accelerates your internal energy circulation. Opening all 12 regular meridians makes one a first-rate warrior. At this level, internal energy is so vast that even a 1,000-man army cannot trap you. Opening the 8 extraordinary vessels, especially the Ren and Du meridians, grants endless internal energy, making one a peerless master. Peerless masters' techniques reach the pinnacle of perfection. Their control over internal energy becomes godlike. They can form a protective aura around their bodies. Even siege crossbow bolts cannot pierce it. With such power, a peerless master can seize an enemy general's head amidst 10,000 troops. Such figures command even the imperial court's respect. Eager to cultivate, you immediately began practicing the Blackstone Fist with relentless dedication. At 20, as expected, your physical gifts proved exceptional. Within a single year, you brought the Blackstone Fist to its peak and successfully forged internal energy, becoming a second-rate warrior. With internal energy and heavenly strength combined, even those who had opened 3 or 4 meridians stood no match against you. Your strength ranked among the top of the Fierce Tiger sect. After 2 years of outstanding performance, you were promoted to Hall Master, commanding over 100 men. You invited several close subordinates to the Spring Breeze Pavilion for a feast. You emerged only at dawn. That night you fully indulged your gifts, earning the infamous 10-kill streak that became legend in the city. Had he not been a virgin, which accelerated internal energy cultivation, he would have shown others his extraordinary prowess even sooner. Degenerate. Far too degenerate. Lin Yu despised his parallel self's behavior. It was absolutely not envy of that legendary 10-kill feat. At 21, you brought the Blackstone Fist to its absolute peak. Further cultivation yielded diminishing returns on internal energy. You knew the cause: a lack of internal cultivation methods. You requested the sect leader teach you an inner art, but were rejected on the grounds of being a recent recruit. The rejection made you realize the sect leader feared your growing power would threaten his position. You resolved to find another way. Fortunately, luck was on your side. You found a secret internal cultivation manual called Breath Gathering Art at the black market. Though this technique only produced non-attribute internal energy and recorded methods for just 4 meridians, it was better than nothing. Non-attribute energy had its advantages too. When better techniques came along, you could seamlessly transition. At 22, besides internal cultivation, you also practiced lightness skill and iron body technique to compensate for your weaknesses. During a fierce battle with the rival Bluestone sect, the deputy sect leader was mortally wounded and died. In that conflict, you displayed strength rivaling the deputy leader. Combined with your generosity towards subordinates, the sect members unanimously elected you as deputy sect leader. As deputy leader, you sensed the sect leader's jealousy grow even more intense. At 23, you had opened 3 meridians, and your breath-gathering art was nearing its peak. One day, the sect leader invited you to dine together, but it was a trap. Before he could strike, you threw lime powder into his eyes and killed him on the spot. You told everyone the sect leader died of internal injuries and passed the leadership to you before his death. After eliminating several opposing faction leaders, you successfully seized the position of sect leader. As sect leader, you searched the former leader's secret chamber and discovered the ocean-covering art, an internal cultivation method capable of opening all 12 meridians to reach first-rate mastery. You realized the previous leader hadn't cultivated it to completion. He had only opened 7 meridians. That was why the lime powder caught him off guard. At 24, you switched to the ocean-covering art and opened 5 meridians. During this time, you reformed the Fierce Tiger sect, purging corrupt members and improving the profitability of sect businesses. At 25, you opened 7 meridians. That year, you heard of a rare drought in the south. Hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing northward. You knew the current emperor was obsessed with longevity elixirs, neglecting governance. Officials formed factions, taxes crushed the people. You knew this was the end times of the dynasty. Without someone to turn the tide, the Duyuan dynasty would fall soon. At 27, you opened 10 meridians. Deeming the time ripe, you launched a swift strike against the 2 remaining county sects. With your overwhelming power, only the Fierce Tiger sect remained. At 28, you successfully opened all 12 regular meridians, officially becoming a first-rate warrior. Throughout these years, natural disasters and human turmoil had sparked multiple rebellions across the land. You even heard rumors of rebellion banners being raised in the south. You knew the era of chaos had arrived. The mandate of heaven was about to change hands. By the age of 29, you had consolidated every power within the county seat and under your stewardship the lives of its common folk improved. Afterward, taking advantage of the turbulent times, you ventured outward in search of more advanced martial arts. At 30, you found no higher-grade cultivation techniques. Nevertheless, you honed your lightness skill, hard qigong, and several other external arts to perfection, deepening your strength. At 31, you finally located an internal art that could open the 8 extraordinary meridians, but it could only open 4. No method existed for the Chong Dai Rin and Du meridians. Even so, this internal art was exceedingly precious. At 32, you found that opening the 8 meridians was far harder than threading the 12 main channels. Each meridian cost you 2 full years to open, and the task grew harder as you went. At 33, the imperial court failed to suppress the Southern Mutiny. The court's authority crumbled completely, and thousands of rebel factions of every size erupted across the realm. Your county town also suffered several invasions, but you repelled them all. At 34, you opened 1 meridian and realized that the county's resources could no longer sustain your cultivation. You began venturing outward from time to search for resources. At 36, you opened the 2nd meridian. In those 2 years, you traveled through the surrounding towns, large and small, and saw that the situation had completely festered. In many places, grain prices had doubled and redoubled, and the people were on the brink of starvation. Mountain bandits were also multiplying. Only your county town under your governance remained a patch of pure land. At 40, the capital of the Yuan dynasty was broken, the emperor vanished without a trace, and the world entered an age of contending warlord regimes. That same year, you opened all 4 meridians, and the internal art you cultivated reached its limit. To open the remaining 4, you would need a higher level technique. But by then, your passion for martial arts had cooled. You no longer pursued superior techniques, and instead resolved to remain in the county town for the rest of your life. Though your strength did not rank among the world's peak, it was enough to shield a small county town that no one would fight over. At 43, you fused all the external arts you had learned into one and created the body-hardening technique Iron Body Art. Thanks to Iron Body Art and your own talent, even with only 4 meridians open, your strength reached the top of the first-rate master class. In the following years, more factions of every size tried to bring the county under their dominion, yet you beat back each attempt. Some even tried to recruit you with even higher martial arts, but you refused them as well. At 44, you simplified Iron Body Art and passed it on to your subordinates in the gang. With the aid of that technique, your gang's strength surged. At 45, you were still hale and robust, and every 3 days without fail you visited the Spring Breeze Pavilion for an evening of indulgence. At 50, your body was still in its prime, and the Spring Breeze Pavilion likewise endured. At 60, after long years of chaos, only 2 powers remained in the realm. One ruled the south, the other the north. Both had founded states and ascended thrones, the one called Rome, the other Chu. Your county town lay within Chu's borders. At 61, Chu sent a magistrate to assume office. The magistrate came to pay his respects to you the moment he arrived, and at your request the town continued to function exactly as before. Some of your men also entered the county yamen as constables, keeping the peace within the town. At 70, your physical condition deteriorated sharply. You knew it was because years of martial practice had burned through your life force. Imperceptible at ordinary times, but near the end the body decayed swiftly. At 75, you passed away peacefully in old age. Though you had no wife or children, the townspeople would forever remember your kindness. After your death, they built a temple to honor you of their own accord and called you Lord Lin Hui. Though you never did anything that shook the world, you shielded a region with your own strength and were even enshrined by the people after death. You received a life score of 130. You may use the score to purchase the following items. 1. Peak level strength from the simulation. 122. Martial arts knowledge from the simulation. 53. 100 taels of gold. 10. 6. Bedchamber arts. 10. I never imagined the simulator's traits could be so valuable. Lin Yu never expected that a white trait from the simulator could elevate his martial cultivation in another world to such a height. If a green trait came next time, wouldn't he just clear the game outright? After his mind wandered for a while, Lin Yu studied the options and found that after purchasing the strength, he could barely afford one more item. He was torn over whether to take the gold or the bedchamber arts. If he chose the gold, selling it would be a hassle. But then a message arrived, and he decisively chose the gold. The simulator told him that choosing a foreign world's currency would convert it directly into the main world's currency at equivalent value. At the current gold price in this world, 100 taels of gold amounted to approximately 4 million Don coins. The purchasing power of Don coins was roughly equal to the renminbi from his previous life. After Lin Yu made his selection, a beam of light enveloped him, and he felt a hot current surging through his body. In a moment, the white light vanished. Sensing the transformations in his body, Lin Yu found that although his physique was several times stronger than after merging with his counterpart, the transcendent energy of internal qi was absent. What's going on? Lin Yu immediately asked the simulator in his mind. Because most cultivation systems cannot be universally applied across 10,000 worlds. In the simulated world, the 8 extraordinary meridians are a special supernatural organ that must be opened through practice. As for the host and the humans of the main world, although you have meridians in your bodies, they are naturally open from birth and are not supernatural organs. The simulator accordingly selectively reinforces the host's strength based on the conditions in the simulated world. Listening to the explanation, Lin Yu stopped worrying about the lack of internal chi. He then carefully tested his physical strength and discovered that his skin was already impervious to blades and swords. His power, speed, and neural reflexes all vastly surpassed those of ordinary men. His lethality might be inferior to that other self who possessed internal chi, but due to the overall enhancement, his sustained combat power was greater. Then he picked up his phone and saw that sure enough a text message had arrived. Your account ending in 3232 completed a transaction at 703 on October 23rd with a credit of 40000 Dawn coins. Balance 4023058. 30. It really arrived. But won't this money be flagged as suspicious? No. Lin Yu felt reassured. But he also knew that to use this money to improve his life, he first had to eliminate the killer of the body's original owner. By the way, if I simulate this world again, next time will the me in the next simulation possess the memories from this simulation? Yes, but martial knowledge and the like will be blurred. I see. So the optimal way to play the simulator is to focus on conquering one world first. That makes it much easier to meet the requirements to clear it. Then Lin Yu spent the rest of the time in his room familiarizing himself with his power. Fortunately, the enhancement was all around, allowing him to control his strength with ease. As time slipped by, the second day soon came. Start the simulation. Would the host like to continue simulating the previous world or simulate a new world? Continue with the previous world. Drawing traits. Host, please select one of the following 3 traits. Business prodigy green, you possess a singular ability to profit enormously at minimal cost. Startling wisdom white, your intelligence may not be overwhelming, but it is certainly startling. Heaven blessed genius green, you are a peerless genius born once in a century, capable of reaching heights in any field that ordinary people can never touch. Looking at the 3 traits, Lin Yu first dismissed startling wisdom. Not because he looked down on white traits, but because the word startling in its description gave him a faint sense of foreboding. He then decisively chose heaven-blessed genius since according to the description, it also encompassed part of business prodigy's abilities, and a martial arts world would not allow a business prodigy to shine. Selection complete. The simulation begins. At 18, you realized you had transmigrated, and a flood of memories surfaced in your mind. You learned that within a few years the nation would be plunged into chaos. You began preparing for what lay ahead. At 19, just as in your memories, you joined the Fierce Tiger Gang and obtained the Blackstone Fist. At 20, you discovered that although your physical constitution was not as formidable as in your memories, your cultivation talent far surpassed that of the self you remembered. Moreover, your meridians were naturally unobstructed. Compared to pinnacle experts, you lacked only the accumulation of internal energy and the mastery of techniques. After merely a year of practicing the Blackstone Fist, your strength reached the first-rate tier. At 21, with your formidable strength, you had already subdued every force in the county town. You studied all the internal arts within the town, fused them together, and created the Lin family internal art 1.0. This internal art had no elemental attributes, it simply allowed one to cultivate faster, making one's internal energy vaster and more domineering, while also nourishing the body. You felt that with this technique you would need only a year for your total internal energy to reach the peak level from your memories. However, the medicinal resources in the county town that could accelerate cultivation were running low, so you decided to learn medicine and attempt to refine pills that could enhance internal energy. You discovered that you also made astonishing progress in learning medicine. Within a few months, your medical skills surpassed every physician in the county town, and your grasp of medicinal properties far exceeded the ordinary. Later, you even created a chi condensing powder to accelerate internal energy cultivation. At 22, empowered by the powder, your internal cultivation far surpassed that of your past life self from your memories. You further integrated numerous martial arts to create the primordial chaos palm, but you felt there was still room for improvement, so you decided to leave the county town. Your destination was the various sects of Daiyuan. Along the way, you encountered many bandits who had seized mountains and robbed travelers, and in the end you dispatched every last one of them. After dispatching them, you carefully looted the bandits' belongings only to find that there were no remnants of powerful martial arts or peerless internal arts. I really am not the protagonist after all. Though my parents are both dead, my natural talent is exceptional, not the body of a waste. And yet I still can't stumble upon a peerless martial art. Afterwards, you visited numerous sects and acquired many martial arts and internal arts. At first, none of them were willing to give them up. Under your forceful reasoning, however, they felt deeply ashamed of their rudeness and handed over their sect's techniques to you without asking for a single coin. After thoroughly comprehending these techniques, you upgraded your Lin family internal art to version 2. You also created a lightness skill, the Misty Drifting Step. This footwork combined close-range evasion, short-range agility, and long-distance sprinting into one. With your internal power, one step could carry you 7 or 8 zhong away. At 23, the number of sects you visited grew, and you witnessed the evil of human nature. Many sects engaged in despicable deeds such as abducting and selling women. When encountering such sects, you simply went on a killing spree. As more and more forces were exterminated by your hand, your reputation spread across the world. Because you always wore a mask when carrying out your deeds, people called you the Masked Demon. This wretched reputation was partly due to the sects you had visited, who were busy stirring up trouble behind the scenes. One day, while you were making your way through a withered forest, several dozen people blocked your path. Their attire varied, but every one of them held a blade or sword in hand. The leader among the crowd pointed at you and bellowed, "Demon, you robbed sects and slaughtered entire families. Today we shall carry out heaven's justice and cut you down right here." "Oh, with just you people you want to carry out heaven's justice? Aren't you underestimating me?" "Demon, we know your strength. But today we've invited Master Ku Chan of Wuxiang Temple. The master is a pinnacle expert. Why don't you just surrender?" Speaking of Wuxiang Temple, from what you knew, it was like an otherworldly version of the Shaolin Temple. Right after the leader finished speaking, an old monk in robes walked out from the crowd. "Amitba, benefactor, you have created so much karma of killing. This truly should not be. Please, my foot. If you want to fight, then fight. Why all this nonsense?" Seeing that they had even invited a pinnacle expert, you realized the crowd hadn't expected you to strike first. By normal logic, shouldn't they first condemn your crimes? You rebut their accusations, then with their words fall. You really weren't playing by the script. The instant their palms met, surging internal energy erupted outward, forming a visible pressure field within a radius of 10 zhang. The withered leaves on the ground were instantly ground to dust under the force, and even the surrounding air trembled. Of the martial artists who had encircled you, not one could approach the epicenter of the surging internal energy. Within a few short breaths, you had exchanged dozens of moves. "Amitba," he said gravely, "benefactor, you have committed so much slaughter. Why not come back to the temple with me? Sit and..." During the exchange, Ku Chan realized that your strength was no less than his, and he couldn't help but take a liking to your talent. At this you smiled contemptuously, because through this contest, in that brief span, you had completely seen through Ku Chan's techniques. Bang! Struck by such a heavy blow, the venerable monk flew backward like a kite, with its string cut, crashed heavily to the ground more than 10 zhang away, and could no longer get up. Seeing at that, you executed the misty, drifting step, your form darting through the crowd like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, you had struck down more than half of them. The rest had already fled without a trace, and you couldn't be bothered to chase after them. You walked slowly to the dying Ku Chan, crouched down, and said, Master, you're a monk. You should have stayed in your temple chanting sutras and meditating. Instead, you had to wade into this muddy water." You shook your head. "And now you've fallen, haven't you?" Seeing Ku Chan struggling to say something, you did not hesitate. You released your palm force and brought the eminent monk's life to an end. After this battle, your renown grew even greater. Though you wore a mask, others could tell from your voice and manner that you were still quite young. Now the martial world was abuzz with talk that you were absolutely the youngest pinnacle expert in history. What everyone lamented was that such a pinnacle expert had fallen into the demonic path. You cared little about your reputation. However, afterwards, many people claiming to be from the holy cult came looking for you, hoping you would join them. Of course, holy cult was merely what they called themselves. The martial world called them the demonic cult. Although you didn't care what others thought of you, that didn't mean you would join the demonic cult. Moreover, the conduct of these demonic cult members disgusted you even more, so you slaughtered a large number of so-called demonic cultists. Your actions caused the demonic cult to abandon its recruitment efforts. Of course, the demonic cult wasn't the only one seeking to recruit you. Even within the imperial court, someone offered heavy rewards in hopes of having you serve him. You refused this as well. Not to mention that you had no desire to be anyone's subordinate. The current court wouldn't hold up for more than a few years anyway. Of course, there were also those who wished to kill you. Unable to defeat you in open combat, they resorted to underhanded tricks such as poisoning you. However, over such a long stretch of time, your medical skills had improved dramatically. Those poisons were nothing but child's play in your eyes. As for those who had tried to harm you, they were naturally all sent to the underworld to repent. At the age of 24, because your strength had been witnessed by the entire world, the factions you subsequently visited obediently handed over their martial arts manuals. Soon you had visited most factions of any renown, all that remained were the top-tier powers with supreme experts. Of course, in the process, you had annihilated several more sects, and there was also the old feud from when you killed Ku Chan. Wuxiang Temple decided to convene a demon-slaying assembly, rallying the martial world to slay the great demon that was you. Naturally, you caught wind of the news, but paid it no heed. After all, your next targets had already been those top-tier forces with supreme experts. Since Wuxiang Temple was being so cocky, you decided to make it your first target. Soon the day of the demon-slaying assembly arrived, and many martial artists had gathered outside the temple. Among them were over 100 first-rate masters, and even several supreme experts. As for second-rate and third-rate fighters, they were too numerous to count. The monks of Wuxiang Temple stood opposite the crowd. The abbot Ku Xian was just about to address the assembly when you suddenly appeared in the middle of the scene and cut him off. The crowd, seeing your sudden appearance, wondered what you intended to do. Indeed, this time you had not worn that mask, but showed your true face, so at that moment no one knew who you were. Ku Xian, who had been about to speak before being interrupted by your abrupt arrival, said to you with some irritation, "What business does this benefactor have? Please do not interrupt this old monk's address and delay matters of great importance." "Great importance? What great importance? Are you discussing how to deal with me?" At these words, everyone present was stunned. Though they had known the demon was not old, none had expected him to be so young. Owing to the art you practiced, you appeared to them as a handsome young man of 17 or 18. They simply could not connect you with someone who had wiped out more than a dozen sects. "So, benefactor, you are the demon who murdered my junior brother." Though Ku Xian could not believe the demon was so young, since you had admitted it yourself, he had no choice but to believe. "Stop calling me demon all the time. I have a name, Linyu." Of course you may also call me Young Master Lin or Hero Lin. The purpose of my visit today is Wuxiang Temple's martial arts cultivation method. If you hand it over, all our grudges will be settled in one stroke. How about that? You are getting the better end of this deal. Demon, you are too arrogant. With so many righteous martial artists present today, why don't you just surrender? The shout had come from somewhere in the crowd. Am I arrogant? Indeed I am. Even Lin Yu felt that the version of himself in the simulation was a little arrogant. Was he really the sort of person who became arrogant after gaining power? It's not that I look down on you all, but everyone present is garbage in my eyes. Bald monks, if you want to fight, then fight. Oh, I'll give you time to prepare. If not, bring me the goods. You admitted to yourself that you had been talking too much today, but you could not restrain your urge to show off. Amitba, benefactor, the demonic nature has taken deep root in you. Today this old monk will rid the martial world of you, a demon, and form the great demon-suppressing formation of heavenly and earthly fiends. The moment Ku Xian's words fell, 36 first-rate warrior monks and 72 second-rate warrior monks emerged from Wuxiang Temple. Finally, following specific directional positions, they set up the temple's supreme art, the great demon-suppressing formation, encircling you completely. They then launched their attack. Although the great demon-suppressing formation was said to be able to suppress 2 supreme experts with certainty, it meant nothing to you. Seeing that even the great demon-suppressing formation could not prevail against you, Ku Xian attacked alongside the temple's other 2 supreme experts. Come on. You are now several notches stronger than when you had killed Ku Chan, and you were curious to see whether these supreme experts could force you to reveal your full strength. As for danger, you were confident that with your ethereal step no one in this world could stop you if you chose to leave. With the 3 supreme experts and the great demon-suppressing formation joining forces, you faced a storm of attacks. Perhaps in this world, any supreme expert other than you would have been torn to pieces in such a situation. Yet you handled the assault with ease. As time passed, you found the formation's flaw, slipped past Ku Xian and the other 2 and charged straight into the formation. Before long, over half of the monks were dead or wounded. Seeing this, Ku Xian had no choice but to order the monks to disperse the formation and withdraw from battle. With the formation gone, the 3 found it even harder to fend off your attacks. The 3 also realized that dragging things out would only get them killed by attrition, so each unleashed their ultimate technique. One used the Wei-Tuo staff technique, another used the Dual Ui palm, and Ku Xian channeled the temple signature art, the great Wuxiang skill, and struck with the Wuxiang calamity finger. The 3 attacked you from 3 different directions. Seeing this, you immediately activated your protective aura. The 3 ultimate arts then slammed into your protective aura. As the inner force of the 4 of you collided, the ground within dozens of meters cracked wide open. Those nearby who had gathered to watch were sent flying by the shockwave, badly injured. Just as everyone thought the struggle had reached a stalemate, you suddenly accelerated the circulation of your inner force, and then erupted outward with it. Ku Xian and the other 2 were knocked back over a dozen steps by your inner force, each footprint heavier than the last. After they staggered to a halt, they vomited blood and collapsed to their knees. Their internal injuries were severe. The scene struck everyone as unbelievable. They had never imagined that 3 supreme experts could not even break your protective aura and were instead injured by the backlash. Looking at the 3 fallen men, you crooked a finger at them. Come again, I haven't had my fill yet. You can also call all the other masters here to join you, I don't mind. Clearly, however, Ku Xian and the other 2 knew that even with the other masters joining in, they would still be no match for you. From then on, they no longer called you a demon, but addressed you as Hero Lin. Ku Xian even went so far as to publicly enumerate the evil deeds committed by the factions you had exterminated. He also explained to the crowd that you were no demon at all, but a person of great kindness. Watching this, you were utterly astounded by Ku Xian. No wonder he had become the abbot. His audacity was truly beyond measure. In the end, he even opened the temple's scripture library to you under the pretext of advising you on martial arts. Seeing Ku Xian's behavior, you decided not to punish them. Of course, you let them off not because of their capitulation, but because you still had great use for supreme experts later. You needed to preserve them as far as possible. As for why you killed Ku Chan, well, he was simply out of luck. Afterwards, you spent over 10 days in Wuxiang Temple's scripture library. As befitting the foremost of the righteous sects, those days proved highly rewarding for you. Meanwhile, the events of the demon-slaying assembly had, after more than 10 days of spreading, become known throughout the world. Everyone under heaven was amazed that someone of your age could possess such peerless martial arts. They all speculated about why you were so powerful. Some guessed it was a matter of the inner energy art you cultivated, while others guessed that you were a peerless genius found once in 10,000 years. In any case, regardless of their guesses, everyone regarded you as the #1 master in the martial world today because of your achievements. And while others were still discussing you as the world's best, you had already set out from Wuxiang Temple. After touring the Buddhist Wuxiang Temple, your next destination was the force equal in fame to Wuxiang Temple, Jinwu Mountain. Jinwu Mountain, one of the pillars of the orthodox martial arts world, had 3 supreme masters at its peak. They welcomed your arrival, but if you wanted to obtain Jinwu Mountain's internal cultivation method, you would have to prove your strength. In the end, you easily defeated the 3 talents formation set up by the 3 supreme masters. Seeing this, Jinwu Mountain generously opened its sutra library to you. Seeing that neither Jinwu Mountain nor Wuxiang Temple could do anything to you, the other top-tier powers gave up resisting and let you read through their internal cultivation methods. At age 25 you arrived in the south. Just like last time, a rare drought had struck the region. You stayed there for 2 months, and in those 2 months you witnessed what human tragedy truly was. From what you had seen along the way, you calculated that this drought had affected more than 10 million people, nearly 1/10 of the dynasty's entire population. Even in the whole of history, it would be counted as a major calamity. You felt that the swift downfall of the Yuan dynasty in your past life was at least partly caused by disasters like this. As for the real reason you came south, it was naturally to deal with the demonic cult entrenched in the 10,000 Great Mountains. The demonic cult was actually formed from several factions, all hidden deep in the 10,000 Great Mountains. It was dark and damp there with poisonous insects everywhere, a perfect hiding place. You had nothing to say to these cult members, and simply started killing them. Although there were also scoundrels among the Orthodox side, they made up only a small fraction. Nevertheless, the overwhelming majority of these demonic cultists were guilty of monstrous crimes. After wiping out the cult, you discovered their secret. They had actually been plotting rebellion. Thinking back, you remembered that in your previous life, rebellion had also first erupted in the south. You had never imagined that the demonic cult was behind it. Now that you had annihilated the cult in this life, you wondered whether anyone would still rise in revolt. You thought that someone probably would. After all, the dynasty was already in its final years. There was no way to turn things around. It could only be rebuilt from scratch. As for who would be the first to rise, that was anyone's guess. After destroying the demonic sect, you did not go anywhere else. Instead, you returned to the county town where you had first started. Your former subordinates in the county town were extremely excited by your return. After all, as your fame had spread, so had your portraits. They never imagined you would actually become the #1 master under heaven. After returning, you changed the gang's name to the Tianxia Society. Its creed was all under heaven is shared by all. With your fame as the #1 master under heaven lending support, the Tianxia Society quickly expanded. At age 26, you upgraded your internal art to the Lin Clan Internal Art version 3.0. You decided that this internal art deserved a resounding name, so you renamed it the Huntian Great Art. If the internal power of a supreme master was taken to represent 100 years of cultivation, then the Huntian Great Art could accumulate 1 year's worth of power in a single day. In 100 days, an ordinary person could gain the power of a supreme master, provided of course that one was born with unobstructed meridians. At that time, your body only held a little over 300 years of power. Now, by practicing the Huntian Great Art for a single year, your power would double. After that, you entered seclusion. During this time, the Tianxia Society developed with terrifying speed. Within a short period, it established branches in more than a dozen surrounding counties. With the unique medicine formulas you provided along with such highly profitable products as soap, perfume, and glass, the Tianxia Society raked in money on a grand scale. Although you had only a rough idea about side matters like soap and perfume, for someone of your current ability, knowing their general function was enough to recreate them with ease from scratch. At age 27, you created the Vajra Indestructible Body Divine Art based on your memory. You had realized that once your power exceeded 600 years, it began to put pressure on your body, and this art was meant to strengthen the physical form. You had no idea what the original version of the art looked like, but the technique you created could allow the physical body to reach a state where it would not drown in water or be consumed by fire. When cultivated to the peak, it could even manifest a Zhangtal golden body around you, though that naturally required extremely profound power. During this period, you also upgraded your lightness skill. At full explosive speed, you could now approach 300 meters per second. Combined with the principles of dynamics from your previous life, you could glide more than 10 kilometers through the air under the force of your internal power. Though it was still not true flight, it was utterly astonishing in the eyes of others. At age 28, just as in your previous life, the court did nothing while disasters struck one place after another, leaving the people of the realm without any means to survive. By this time, you possessed 1,000 years of power. You discovered that after reaching 1,000 years, it could no longer be increased. Even cultivating the Vajra Indestructible Body Divine Art to perfection could not break that limit. For you now, though, 1,000 years of power was more than sufficient. Afterward, you ended your seclusion and examined the current state of the Tianxia Society. You found that the Tianxia Society had already seized control of 2 commanderies. It had grown far too quickly. After all, the entire Yuan dynasty only had 16 provinces and 72 commanderies. Had the emperor not been obsessed with immortality and the court torn by endless factional disputes, the Tianxia Society could never have grown this strong. Not only that, the Tianxia Society now had over 10,000 registered members. This was also due to the rules you had established. By now, the Tianxia Society enjoyed a very good reputation in the surrounding prefectures and cities. One day, you convened all of the society's senior leaders for a secret meeting. No one knew what was discussed. But early the next morning, you did something that shocked everyone in the world. That's right, you had rebelled. Rebel. No, you merely wanted to try the feeling of being emperor. The thought had occurred to you, so you did it. Along the way, you could also experience the ideal of, when one reaches power, one should uplift the world. With your current strength, you alone could crush the entire world, so you could do whatever you pleased. You issued a manifesto of war, angrily denouncing the current emperor as muddled and unjust, addicted to seeking immortality, allowing factional strife to run rampant at court, and turning his back on the people of the realm. Such conduct you declared had provoked heaven's wrath and brought disaster after disaster upon the land, leaving the people destitute. Finally, you raised the slogan, all under heaven is not the realm of one person, it is the realm of the myriad people. A few days later, word of your actions spread across the world. This move truly shocked the world. Though disasters had indeed continued across the land over the years, and there had been no shortage of rebel forces, no one had ever imagined that you, a martial artist bearing the title of the #1 master in the world, would also raise the banner of rebellion. After all, in everyone's mind, martial arts forces never interfered with dynastic changes. Everyone feared that if they chose the wrong side, their organization would be purged, and 100 years of legacy would be destroyed in an instant. You did not care what others thought. After sounding the clarion call of rebellion, you simply ordered your people to recruit refugees from across the land and form an army. Upon hearing the news of your rebellion, the court flew into a rage. The Tianxia society was no small power. If they did not destroy you within a short time, people everywhere would follow your example, and the dynasty really would fall. So the emperor issued an edict declaring that you, a rebel bandit, defied all law and had committed heinous crimes. In the end, he dispatched an army of 300,000 to annihilate the Tianxia society. Unlike the angry court, you remained completely relaxed on your side. Still relying on your power to rally people, you managed to assemble tens of thousands of undisciplined soldiers. Afterward, you trained them following the soldier training methods from your previous life. You focused first on discipline so that whether or not they could fight, at the very least when they stood there, people would know they were an army. You even created a cultivation art for them, called the dragon elephant art. This art could only reach the second-rate level of producing internal power, but its strengths lay in its simplicity and fast progress. All it required was sufficient food. After assembling your army, you relocated your headquarters to the area within your territory closest to the capital, awaiting the arrival of the imperial forces. The court did not keep you waiting long. A month after your relocation, the imperial army arrived in full force. As the saying goes, when an army exceeds 100,000, its banners stretch across the earth and connect with the heavens. Standing there, this 30,000-strong force seemed to have no visible boundaries. Once you saw that the imperial troops had arrived, regardless of how many people were watching this battle or how terrified your subordinates had become, you charged directly toward the army in the stunned gazes of onlookers. Yes, you placed no reliance whatsoever on the tens of thousands of soldiers you had assembled. Your only strength lay entirely within yourself from beginning to end. You were truly capable of destroying the entire world. Upon charging into the army, you activated the Vajra indestructible body technique, forming a golden aura, a zhang thick around your body, then unleashed devastating slaughter without restraint. During this onslaught, you were completely unstoppable. With a single roar, thousands surrounding you were shattered, blood spurting from every orifice. With one strike of the primordial harmony palm, dozens perished on the spot. The arrows fired at you were shattered outright by your golden body. Even the imperial siege weapons designed specifically to combat top-tier experts couldn't reach you. The 3 supreme experts from the imperial court who accompanied the army attempted to intercept you, but you dispatched all 3 in a single strike. You surged through the ranks, cutting down enemies for half an hour. Somewhere between 30 and 40,000 souls fell beneath your hand. The surviving soldiers dared not advance. Then, before anyone could react, you leaped into the air and struck with a single palm at the imperial banner and the commanding officers nearby. With your millennium of cultivated power amplifying your voice, it echoed across dozens of li. Drop your weapons, you commanded the remaining forces. Those who surrender shall live. The final tally: tens of thousands slain, tens of thousands routed, and over 100,000 taken prisoner. News of the battle spread throughout the realm. No one had anticipated your martial prowess had reached such heights, to slaughter through an army of hundreds of thousands single-handedly. As any expert knows, even though a supreme master's internal energy flows endlessly, prolonged combat takes its toll on the physical body. If enemy experts can hold you in check on the battlefield, even a well-trained force of 10,000 soldiers combined with siege weapons would ensure that even the strongest supreme expert meets a brutal in their body left in shards. At 29, you incorporated the tens of thousands of prisoners into your ranks, merging them with those you had previously recruited across various regions to form an army of 200,000. After months of training, you led this army straight for the capital. At 30, you seized the capital and proclaimed that the Deyuan dynasty was no more. The princes of the fallen Deyuan dynasty naturally refused to accept this fate. They united and raised an army of 1.5 million marching toward the capital. Of course, despite this massive force, the outcome remained the same. You slaughtered them all. From that point forward, the Deyuan dynasty was completely annihilated. You then traveled to every sect that housed supreme experts, wielding your self-created life and death seal as leverage, while threatening to erase their ancestral lineages, forcing these masters to serve you. Including Jinwu Mountain and Wuxiang Temple, you brought 17 supreme experts under your command. Meanwhile, some of your soldiers had attained second-rate mastery through the dragon elephant art. You assigned each supreme expert to lead 10,000 troops to quell uprisings and pacify the populace. With these masters at the forefront, unrest across the land was swiftly suppressed. At 31, you ascended the throne in a grand ceremony, proclaiming yourself emperor of the new Xia dynasty and bestowing upon yourself the title Tianwu Di. Following your coronation, you announced a 3-year tax exemption to all To prevent officials from paying lip service while secretly undermining the decree, you ordered your controlled martial sects to oversee implementation. You then moved against corrupt officials in the capital, confiscating their wealth and exterminating their families. To root out corruption with precision, you devised the divine soul-shifting technique based on demonic sect methods of mental manipulation, capable of controlling another's mind and compelling truth from their lips. With the grain and silver seized from confiscated estates, you opened granaries across the realm to provide relief during the famine. However, your widespread confiscations had decimated the government's ranks. You issued a proclamation to the entire realm: any individual demonstrating talent and administrative capability could immediately assume office. Though the Diyuan dynasty maintained a similar examination system, seats had been monopolized by aristocratic families, leaving little opportunity for commoners and those from humble backgrounds. This news offered hope to many talented individuals who had nowhere to channel their abilities. At 32, as talented individuals poured in from across the land, the state machinery began functioning properly, and you turned your blade against the great families. By 33, you had slaughtered every aristocratic clan that had oppressed and exploited the common people. With your peerless strength, nothing could stand in your way. At 34, you established academies throughout the land to educate the people, disseminating foundational knowledge in mathematics, physics, and biology from your previous life. You enacted a series of policies benefiting the common folk and vigorously encouraged population growth. At 35, your policies had steadily improved the people's livelihoods. After repeated petitions from your ministers, you initially refused, but eventually relented and agreed to conduct nationwide selections to expand your harem. At 36, you established the Daxia Academy of Sciences, entrusting it with advanced scientific knowledge from your previous life. Under your guidance, the academy produced Daxia's first steam engine. At 37, you accelerated Daxia's industrialization and initiated an era of massive infrastructure development. Following your cement formulas, construction crews began paving roads across the nation. To hasten the road network completion, you offered superior martial arts techniques as compensation, compelling martial artists to participate in the construction efforts. At 38, you had subdued all factions across your continent, and Daxia's first internal combustion engine was completed. By 39, the emergence of firearms had caused crime rates among martial artists worldwide to decline significantly. At 40, you developed the basic body tempering art, spreading it throughout the realm to enhance the physical conditioning of the populace. This technique could not generate internal energy, but served to strengthen and fortify the body. At 41, with the establishment of your naval fleet, you set out on the path to global dominion, driven by mounting evidence that the world was round. By 50, Daxia's weaponry had reached the level of your previous world's World War era. By 55, armed with these superior weapons, you swiftly unified the entire globe. At 60, you infect your children across the world and dispatched trusted advisors to assist them in governance. At 70, your martial cultivation kept you appearing youthful. Through years of dedicated exploration into the martial path, you discovered the method of transforming qi into liquid form and condensing that liquid into a core. This process involved continuously compressing your internal energy until it liquefied, then condensed it into a core. Unfortunately, this was merely energy compression rather than true golden core transformation. It could only enhance your attacking power, defense, and speed. It could not bring about any fundamental transformation of life itself. Even though you had grown strong enough to withstand gunfire and artillery moving faster than sound, your lifespan remained unchanged. You would not live beyond 120 years. You had come to terms with this reality. After all, as an orphan with nothing in your previous life, being able to transmigrate into a martial world and achieve feats unprecedented in history was an immense gain. At this point, you harbored no particular obsession with immortality. At 80, you abdicated the throne in favor of your most capable child and withdrew from public life. At 100, as your empress and concubines passed away one by one, you began traveling the world. You climbed snow-capped mountains and faced avalanches, dove into the ocean to play with whales, halted mudslides, and dispersed sandstorms. Through human vulnerability, you battled against natural disasters, finding boundless joy in contending with the heavens themselves. By 110, you returned to the palace. Daxia's technology had now advanced to match the level of your previous world's 21st century. It was from this point onward that your condition steadily declined, so you devoted yourself to recording everything you knew. At 120, sensing the end approaching, you sat in meditation atop the highest point of the palace, reflecting on your life and that final passion for battling the heavens. Your spirit underwent a profound transformation. Regrettably, you were already running on fumes. You threw back your head and laughed at the sky, burning through every ounce of your remaining essence, and with your transformed spiritual will delivered the most powerful strike of your life. That single palm strike tore through the clouds above the palace. Sunlight poured down upon you as you gently closed your eyes and passed away. Simulation and evaluation, you are peerless martial arts master, an unrivaled ruler who unified the world. The knowledge you brought has profoundly shaped this world. Your achievements are unmatched in history. Congratulations, host. You have cleared this world. You have earned one reality simulation opportunity. You received a life score 500 points. You may use your score to purchase the following items: 1 peak power from your simulation, 300 points, 2 all memories from this simulation, 400 points. 5100 tails of gold 100 points. 6. A heavily armed naval vessel 200 points. System has detected that you have cleared this world. Would you like to inherit all strength memories and the trait, Heavenly Prodigy, from your simulated self? Inherit. As Lin Yu finished speaking, a sphere of white light enveloped him. As the white light swathed his body, Lin Yu felt his physique rapidly strengthening, while memories from his simulated self began surfacing in his mind. However, he noticed that only the knowledge-related memories were exceptionally clear, while daily life memories remained rather vague. 1 minute later, the white light dissipated. Lin Yu suddenly found the world clearer than ever before, his mind razor-sharp. If he were to take the college entrance exam right now in his previous life, a perfect score would be effortless. He knew this was the effect of the Heavenly Prodigy trait. He was now, like his simulated self, an unparalleled genius. Lin Yu then examined the knowledge he had inherited and found that apart from martial arts, his accumulated knowledge would be unmatched in his previous world. Although his simulated self had not produced any highly advanced technology, that was because Daxia's foundational technology was insufficient. Had he possessed the proper conditions, he could have constructed a spacecraft with his knowledge alone. After absorbing the knowledge in his mind, Lin Yu turned his attention to his physical changes. Though he still lacked the internal energy from the simulation world, his body was now more than 10 times stronger than before the simulation. Furthermore, it seemed that during the simulation his mental will had broken through its limits before his death. He now possessed something akin to the martial spirit found in high martial worlds. He guessed this force could intimidate opponents' minds during combat. Based on the simulation, it should also be able to enhance internal energy and amplify the power of his techniques. Unfortunately, he had no internal energy. Moreover, he could now clearly sense golden glowing energy particles floating in the surrounding air. This must be spiritual energy, some kind of transcendent power. I wonder if I can perceive it because of my enhanced abilities and martial spirit, or because of the Heavenly Prodigy trait. Lin Yu reached out to touch these golden particles. He suspected it was both. After assessing his changes, Lin Yu shifted his focus to the purchase interface in the simulator. He found only various Daxia technological creations listed, useless to him. He had originally wanted to try purchasing more power, but the simulator gave him no opportunity to exploit any loopholes. In the end, he only exchanged 4,000 points for gold coins, some medicinal herbs, and corpse-dissolving powder. He placed the herbs and powder into the simulator's built-in storage space. Seeing the phone notification showing a deposit of 160 million yuan, Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Wasn't his bank card limited to a single transfer of only 10 million yuan? How had they managed a direct transfer of over 100 million? Nevertheless, Lin Yu chose to trust the simulator. After all, such an incredible golden finger should certainly handle this trivial matter. Having spent all his points, Lin Yu decided to use his reality simulation opportunity. His sole expectation for this simulation was absolute boldness. After all, he could only retain memories. He would use this simulation to probe how deep the waters of the real world ran. He wanted to see what hidden monsters lurked in reality and incidentally test his exact combat capabilities. Simulator initiate reality world simulation. Detected that host has one reality simulation opportunity remaining. Reality world simulation officially begins. Day 1, at dawn you stride boldly out the door. What you don't know is that someone in your building saw you leave and was visibly shaken. Damn, could this person be the murderer who killed the original host? He lives in the same building as the original body. Fortunately, I didn't go out when I first transmigrated, or it would have been game over. Lin Yu never expected to be so close to that murderer. He then gave himself a mental thumbs up for his caution. After you step outside, you head straight for the police station. Upon arriving at the station, you directly tell the officers that you have awakened superhuman strength. I can't believe my thoughts can actually influence my simulated self's choices. Lin Yu realized his own thoughts had shaped the simulator's decisions. At first, the officers refused to believe you. It wasn't until you split their metal desk in half with a single palm strike that they accepted you weren't talking nonsense. The officers lacked experience handling such matters and chose to report directly to the chief. When the chief arrived, you demonstrated again in his presence. Afterward, he made a phone call and told you to wait 2 hours for specialized personnel to arrive. So the Federation indeed has a department for handling supernatural incidents. I wonder what this organization is called. Surely it isn't the Dragon Group. Time passed swiftly during your complaints. Though they said 2 hours, it was less than an hour before 2 figures in black trench coats appeared before you, one around 30-something, the other roughly your age. They then escorted you to a private room inside the police station. The older of the two spoke first. Your name Lin Yu, correct? Don't be nervous. I'm Wang, sure you can call me Brother Wang. The one your age is Li Ming, call him A Ming. We're the ones who handle cases like yours. When did you first discover this power? About 2 days ago. I suddenly realized my strength had surged and thought I might have mutated, so I was scared and hid at home for 2 days. After 2 days, I found that aside from looking handsomer, nothing else had changed. I'm mainly a law-abiding citizen, and after seeing those videos online, I realized I'm not the only one. I figured the Federation must understand this better than I do, so I came here. Hearing your words, Wang Shi was quite moved. People willing to voluntarily expose themselves were too rare nowadays. Most believed conspiracy theories, thinking their awakened power was unique and that reporting it would result in being dissected. Wang Shi also understood that most people simply disliked being restricted. After years of servitude, having finally obtained power, who would willingly be controlled? Nevertheless, this also showed just how rare individuals like you were. You later learned that Wang Shi and Li Ming's organization was named the Global Supernatural Affairs Coordination and Administration Bureau, abbreviated as the Supernatural Administration Bureau. After discussion, you decided to join the Supernatural Administration Bureau, which excited Wang Shi greatly. He then drove you to the leeching branch of the Bureau where you would undergo a power assessment. On the way, Wang Shi told you that the Federation had already discovered someone who awakened supernatural power back in January of last year. Through research, the Federation discovered that a mysterious energy factor had appeared in the air. Since the first awakened individuals were from the Eastern Continent, the Federation named this energy spiritual qi, following the Eastern Continent's naming convention, and called those who awakened supernatural abilities supernaturals. Sai, it really is spiritual qi. I wonder if this is a spiritual qi resurgence or merely its initial appearance. Initially, very few people awakened supernatural powers. But in March this year, the spiritual qi content in the air suddenly surged, and the number of awakened individuals gradually increased. He then told you about the benefits of joining the Bureau of Superhuman Affairs. As long as you were a superhuman, you would receive a house allocated by the Federation the moment you joined. Without lifting a finger, you would earn a monthly salary of 300 with additional bonuses for going on missions. As the two of you chatted, the lynching bureau quickly came into view. After getting out of the car, a large building appeared before you. After a moment of observation, you realized it was lynching's central tower. Is this entire building the bureau's? Yes, the entire building is used by our bureau. The people who work above ground are ordinary employees, but the real core of the bureau is underground in this building. As he spoke, Wang Shi led you into the building and took the elevator down below. After reaching the basement, Li Ming left because he had something to do, while Wang Shi continued to show you around the bureau. The first place you visited was a training ground-like area where some people were training their superhuman powers. Some controlled fire, some controlled water, and others were pumping iron. That is the training ground meant to help newly awakened superhumans get familiar with their powers. There is also a place for testing strength. After you finished the tour, you noticed that there were not many superhumans in the bureau, so you raised this question to Wang Shi. You soon got your answer from Wang Shi. Although superhumans had increased in number after March, they were still rare across the whole world. Currently, the number of superhumans discovered worldwide did not exceed 100,000. 100,000 seemed like a lot, but the entire Dawn Federation had a population of over 20 billion. By that calculation, even counting those who had yet to be discovered, the number would not exceed 150,000. In other words, there was only one awakened person for every 100,000+ people. What was more, a large portion of these people were civilian superhumans, which left the Bureau severely short-staffed. Lincheng was actually one of the better cases. With you included, it now had 15 superhumans. According to Wang Shi, the Bureau had even fewer superhumans in the past because it had no intention of recruiting civilian superhumans back then. This was because superhumans were extremely scarce at the beginning and newly awakened superhumans were not strong. They could be easily suppressed with current technology, so most of the Bureau's early members were merely well-trained soldiers. But who could have known that as spiritual energy concentration increased, superhumans would suddenly multiply, and the very first batch of superhumans would also gain enhanced power? Foreseeing that there would be more and more superhumans in the future, the Bureau began recruiting civilians in order to better control the situation. Unfortunately, many civilian superhumans did not want to join the Bureau, and the Federation did not force them to. Although the number of awakened people was slowly growing, superhumans remained scarce. Most ordinary people were still unaware of all this, and the Federation still had the situation firmly under control. After the tour, Wang Shi brought you to the testing grounds. First, he had you download an app telling you it was a superhuman platform built by the Federation and contained some knowledge about superhumans. He then told you to wait there while he went to find the director to arrange your strength assessment. After Wang Shi left, you logged into the app. Its name was Superhuman Home. After logging in, you began browsing information about superhumans. First was the classification of superhuman abilities. According to their different manifestations, the Federation roughly divided them into 4 major categories. They were energy manipulation, physical enhancement, psychic interference, and abstract concept. The energy manipulation category covered exquisite control over various elements, including natural forces such as metal, wood, water, fire, wind, and lightning, as well as auxiliary abilities like using special energy to heal or empower others. Such superhumans could achieve combat effects that combined offense and defense through precise energy management or provide crucial support to their companions, displaying extraordinary mastery over energy. Physical enhancement superhumans, on the other hand, gained physical qualities far surpassing ordinary people upon awakening. When using their abilities, they could obtain varying degrees of physical amplification, turning themselves into figures with bronze skin and iron bones, or transforming into giants. As long as the ability's effect was to strengthen one's own body, it belonged to this category. The psychic interference category needed little explanation. Mind reading, mental manipulation, and telekinesis were all classified under it. Last was the abstract concept category, an all-encompassing system. Any superhuman ability that could not be classified into the first 3 categories or that combined features of multiple systems would be included here. Such abilities often followed unique rules. Those awakened with them were few in number, yet had limitless potential, and each one was an unrepeatable special existence. Among the 4 categories, physical enhancement had the most awakened people, while abstract concept had the fewest. Afterward, you watched some official videos of superhumans displaying their powers. In the footage, a fire-type superhuman's hands fluttered like butterflies in a dance while scorching flames gathered into a vortex around him. With a violent swing of his arm, a roaring fire dragon shot out and instantly melted a thick steel plate into searing molten iron. The blistering heat haze was so intense that even the lens warped. Right after, a powerful lightning wielder appeared. Raising his right arm, he gathered countless bolts of electric light in his palm, which instantly condensed into a spear blazing with piercing blue light. With a mighty heave of his arm, the lightning spear tore through the sky and exploded 1,000 meters away with an earth-shattering roar, its shockwave flattening everything within 100 meters. The camera cut to a superhuman standing proudly, his entire body shrouded in a golden halo. Countless bullets and artillery shells poured down like a torrential rain, yet the moment they touched the golden barrier they bounced off without leaving even a single scratch. He was like an immovable war god strolling leisurely through a hail of bullets. The most astonishing, however, was a space-manipulating superhuman. A second earlier, he had been standing still. The next second, he was already 100 meters up in the air, completing several instant teleports as his figure flickered, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. You watched the superhuman powers displayed by these men in the videos and compared their strength with your own. You found it hard to make a comparison. Leaving aside whether those bizarre abilities could even affect you, you were not sure you could block attacks from the fire-controlling and lightning-controlling superhumans in the videos. But if element-controlling superhumans like them had weak bodies, you could also send them to the afterlife with a single punch. After thinking it over for a while, you simply stopped worrying. You would be taking the strength test soon anyway, and then you would know exactly what level you were at. Just as you had more or less gotten familiar with superhuman Home, Wong Sure walked over with a burly 2-meter-tall man. Through conversation, you learned that the burly man's name was Shan, a physical enhancement-type superhuman. At this moment, you sensed something was off. Earlier, Wang Sure and the other person had felt just like ordinary people in your perception, and you had thought they really were ordinary people. Now, looking at Shan, you found that he felt exactly the same as Wang Sure and the other person in your perception. Nothing about him stood out beyond ordinary human limits. From this, it seems superhumans were extremely difficult to detect unless they revealed themselves. After learning that you were also a physical-type superhuman, Shan brought you to a device that looked like a force-testing machine. Earlier, you had also noticed that the venue was filled with many devices that looked highly sci-fi. Sure enough, these devices were meant for testing power. Shan told you that these devices had been developed by the Federation using special superhuman abilities specifically to test superhuman strength. He also said the Federation was currently researching equipment that could accurately find superhumans among crowds. Thanks to powerful raw materials and special superhuman powers, these devices were extremely hard. So far, no superhuman had been able to break them from a direct hit. The machine before you was specifically built to test superhuman strength. Striking it with your fist would reveal your precise force. Without hesitating, you threw a straight punch at the device. The instant your fist landed on the force tester, a shockwave burst outward. Not good. Shan had never dreamed that someone who had just awakened could possess such terrifying power. His body quickly petrified and turned into a 3-meter-tall stone giant blocking in front of Wang Sure. A powerful shockwave slammed into him, but fortunately, he held his ground. As for the other equipment in the venue, he was not worried. The Federation had considered that some newly awakened energy-type superhumans could not yet control their abilities and might affect the surroundings, so the venue had been specially arranged to dispel residual shockwaves. With those arrangements plus the toughness of the devices themselves, they could withstand such shockwaves. You two had not expected your strength to be so great that it would cause such an outcome. Then you saw the number displayed by the machine after your punch, 553020 kg. Of course, your true strength could not possibly be that high. You had simply used some natural power generation techniques when punching, and you felt this was not even the limit of your output. After seeing that Shan and the others had not been accidentally injured, you continued to attack the force tester. 1045000 kg. 1345000 kg. Under the combined effect of a mind that surpassed human limits by an unknown number of times, and the trait entries, your control over your own power became more and more skillful. The attacks you delivered grew stronger and stronger, yet the shockwaves caused by your fist grew smaller and smaller until at last your attacks only produced a slight tremor in the surrounding air. Finally, you stopped, and the number on the force tester settled at 2500 kg. Afterwards, under the astonished gazes of the two men, you tested your speed and defense as well. The precise test showed that your speed was 432 milliseconds. This was only your normal speed. If you used certain techniques, you could be even faster. As for defense, you could withstand sniper rifle shots without a single scratch. Seeing that you possessed such horrifying power, Shan immediately reported detailed information about you to the Federation. He clearly understood that your current strength definitely placed you in the top tier among all superhumans, and this was still only the power you had just after awakening. Moreover, your performance was too comprehensive. Most physical enhancement superhumans were either strong in defense, strong in attack, or fast. Some developed in a balanced way, but they fell far short of you. Finally, Shan told you that the General Headquarters would send a few people tomorrow to ask about your situation and might later take you to the Eastern Continent General Headquarters of the Bureau. You had no objection to that. You simply told Shan that you wanted to go home and pack your things, then stay directly in the Bureau afterward. Shan, of course, said there was no problem. He did not stop you with excuses such as your terrifying power, making you a potential threat to social stability. He was not stupid. For one thing, your conduct showed that you were friendly to the Federation. Even if you started causing destruction right, then he had no power to stop you. Besides, any smart person would not dare to directly defy the Dawn Federation, which ruled the entire world right after gaining power. In truth, the videos on the Superhuman Home app were deliberately released by the Federation to intimidate superhumans, lest these superhumans entertain improper thoughts. You took the Bureau ID card, which allowed free access to the entire building, and prepared to go back. Afterwards, you declined Wang Shi's kind offer to drive you home, hailed a taxi, and returned home. After getting into the car, you soon arrived at your residential complex. You walked toward your dwelling, but as you approached, you sensed a stranger in your room. You remained composed and entered the room without hesitation. The moment you stepped into the bedroom, a figure lunged at you. Just as the figure was about to reach you, you turned around instantly and struck out with the spiritual power you had comprehended before your death in the simulation. Your attack seemed formless and invisible, but in the eyes of that figure, as soon as they approached you, you transformed into a supreme being who governed the life and death of all living things, unleashing an earth-shattering palm strike. Seeing that figure directly bleeding from all 7 orifices under the impact of your spiritual power, you realized you had underestimated the spiritual power you had comprehended before your death in the simulation. With this spiritual power, you could now attack others' minds. Indeed, you hadn't even used your full strength, yet you had nearly beaten a supernatural being to death. As for how you knew this person was a supernatural being, the speed he displayed when attacking you made it clear he was no ordinary human. Then you woke him up, and after applying some hypnotic techniques from the spirit shift technique, finally learned who he was and why he had attacked you. Yes, this man was the murderer of the original body. He had awakened a blood-controlling ability that could also absorb others' blood to enhance his own attributes. Initially, he intended to absorb the blood of animals and poultry, but he soon discovered that such blood provided negligible improvement. So he turned his attention to human blood. At first, he merely bought blood bags from hospitals, but later found that the energy in those bags was even less than that of animal blood. Then he discovered that fresh human blood offered the greatest enhancement, so he embarked on a dark path. In this world, you were his first target. As for the reason, it was naturally because Lin Yu of this world had no one who cared about him, was currently unemployed, and always stayed in his rented room. Wasn't he the perfect target? And today his purpose for appearing in your room was clear. He was curious about your resurrection from death. This time he had come to capture you and learn the secret of coming back to life. He never considered whether someone who had returned from death could be handled by him. Perhaps he was blinded by greed at that time. After all, it was resurrection. After finishing the interrogation, you sent him straight down. Then you used corpse-dissolving powder to corrode his body into liquid and flushed it down the drain. Admittedly, you felt that corpse-dissolving powder was definitely a black technology of the martial world. Even now, you still haven't figured out the principle behind it. The next day, you terminated your lease with the landlord and went straight to the Supernatural Management Bureau. At 3 p.m., personnel from the Eastern Continent Supernatural Management Bureau headquarters arrived. They were extremely amiable, and you followed them to the headquarters. On the third day, you arrived at the outskirts of Tianguang City, the capital of the Federation on the Eastern Continent. Yes, the Federation had a dual capital policy. The capital on the Western Continent was called Xinguang City. The specially modified transport plane pierced through the clouds, and through the porthole, you saw the massive building complex gradually appearing below. The entire complex occupied an area comparable to a small city. The perimeter was guarded by 3 layers of electromagnetic defense walls, and the silver main building at the center glowed with a cold metallic sheen under the morning sun. Even more notable was the cluster of hemispherical buildings in the northeast corner, which seemed to be scientific research departments. This place housed not only the Eastern Continent Supernatural Management Bureau headquarters, but also various research institutes. The people here gave you a warm welcome, especially the human body experts who looked at you as if you were a priceless treasure, their eyes gleaming. You felt a little creeped out by such gazes. It was only when the director of the Supernatural Management Bureau stepped in that their eyes became somewhat restrained. The director's name was Lan Tian, appearing to be in his early 30s. When you saw him, you recognized him as the supernatural being who controlled the lightning element in the videos from the supernatural family. Not only that, but he was also the first awakened supernatural being discovered by the Federation. You could sense that he posed a great threat to you, and unlike Shirshan, you could feel the powerful energy contained within his body. From this, it seems that energy-manipulating supernatural beings are easier to detect, while others who appear ordinary when not using their abilities are very hard to find. Afterward, considering your fatigue from the journey under Lan Tian's arrangement, the headquarters staff led you to a luxuriously decorated single suite where you could rest for the night. The next day, some people would conduct more in-depth tests on you. You naturally complied with the request, as this was one of your objectives. On the 4th day, you were led to a vast experimental site, which contained even more equipment than what you had seen at the Linqing Supernatural Management Bureau. Not only that, but all the experts who had welcomed you yesterday were also present. Then they conducted various tests on you. However, your powerful physique caused some minor troubles during the tests. For instance, when drawing blood, ordinary needles couldn't pierce your skin. It took a needle made of special alloy to extract a little blood from you. Besides that, there were also tests like electroencephalography and nerve reflex assessment. On the 5th day, my God, is this still human? As the tests concluded, the report came out. These technical experts looked at your test report with incredulous doubt. If not for the genetic results showing that you were still human, they would have thought you were some unknown species wearing a human skin. Because according to the tests, every aspect of your body exceeded the human limit by dozens of times. In addition to strength, speed, and defense, your self-healing ability, immunity, and other aspects were far beyond the scope of ordinary people. This meant you could be immune to all toxins, viruses, bacteria, and other harmful substances currently existing in the world. A wound that would take an ordinary person a day to heal would heal in less than a minute for you. Based on your cells, it was estimated that with your current condition, your lifespan could reach 500 years. But that wasn't what amazed them most. What truly astonished them was your brain. Because your neural connections also far exceeded the limits of humanity. Your neural reaction, speed, memory processing ability, information reception, and analytical capacity were all many times greater than those of ordinary people. This meant that if you devoted yourself to scientific research, you would become the world's top scientist and a top-tier all-rounder at that. Your achievements would easily surpass those of these experts. Once the Federation learned of your test report, they changed their original plan. After learning that you possessed such strength right after awakening, the Federation believed you would only grow stronger. Their initial plan was to offer you the best treatment, gradually win your loyalty, and eventually have you share the burden with Lantian and Governor Region. However, they now felt that making you a mere martial powerhouse would waste your abilities. After unanimous discussion, they decided to let you join the Federation Research Institute. After all, the Federation does not currently need powerful warriors. What it needs most is scientific research talent capable of studying spiritual energy. The Federation knows that with the emergence of spiritual energy, humanity has reached a critical turning point. Their observations show that besides humans, creatures such as animals and insects have also undergone individual mutations or evolutions, and such creatures are called evolved beasts. However, these beings pose no real threat under the overwhelming power of humanity's advanced technological weapons. Yet from this sign, it seems that with the arrival of spiritual energy, the entire world is evolving. If humanity fails to keep pace with the world, it will eventually be eliminated. Therefore, they must develop rapidly, while humanity's accumulated strength can still suppress everything. On the 6th day, you successfully joined the Federal Research Institute. The institute was that cluster of hemispherical buildings you had seen before. Your test report came from within. The experts there gave you a warm welcome upon your arrival. After all, superhuman researchers were extremely rare. These people did not immediately drag you into their research. Instead, they first had you familiarize yourself with the Institute's ongoing studies on spiritual energy and superhumans. First, about superhumans. According to research, even physical-type superhumans, if they do not actively use their abilities right after awakening, are not much beyond the human body's limits. From this, you can see how precious you are. Since spiritual energy appeared, there has only been one case like yours. Fortunately, the Federation also has even more incredible abstract concept-type superhumans, and they merely regard you as having a special superhuman ability. According to research, all superhumans consume spiritual energy when activating their abilities, yet superhumans cannot store spiritual energy within their bodies. In other words, superhumans directly draw upon the spiritual energy in the air when they use their abilities. This spiritual energy is transformed through their supernatural powers, especially for elemental-type superhumans, whose abilities can unleash enormous energy. As for how superhumans grow stronger, the answer is simply one word: use. They continuously use their abilities, enhancing their mastery over them. As their proficiency increases, they can absorb spiritual energy from a wider range and unleash even greater power. During this process, spiritual energy constantly washes over the body, strengthening it and indirectly extending lifespan. Moreover, all superhumans use spiritual energy to activate their abilities purely by instinct. They can use it whenever they want, but they do not know why it works, only that it does. Thus, the researchers at the Institute speculate that superhuman abilities are more like an external organ that converts spiritual energy into a special form of energy, thereby achieving all sorts of incredible feats. Next comes spiritual energy itself. According to research, it is like a versatile high-grade energy. Humans who absorb spiritual energy can awaken various superhuman abilities, while animals can mutate and evolve. Even some herbs nourished by spiritual energy have become more potent and gained special properties. Some metals, after being saturated with spiritual energy, have acquired new characteristics. The machinery you used to test your strength at Linsheng was crafted from those mutated metals combined with special superhuman abilities. From all this, it seems that even with the emergence of spiritual energy, humanity remains the planet's dominant force. Other creatures are far from surpassing humans at present. On the 8th day, after you finished reviewing most of the Institute's files, everyone invited you to join their ongoing research. The Federation's main research direction now is how to use spiritual energy to make ordinary people stronger and superhumans even more powerful, because enhancing the body with spiritual energy can extend lifespan. Who wouldn't want to live longer? In this overall field, the Eastern continent and the Western continent, due to cultural differences predating the Federation's formation, adopted different approaches to achieve the same goal. The Eastern continent, drawing on ancient speculations about qi cultivation, body strengthening knowledge, and medical research on the human body, created the spiritual energy breathing method. Later experiments showed that only superhumans could practice the breathing method, ordinary people could not. Furthermore, the improvements gained from practicing the technique were far less than those from repeatedly using superhuman abilities and letting spiritual energy wash over the body. The Western continent's method, akin to the enhancement agents in movies, involved studying the human body and using various drugs to extract essences, ultimately producing a spiritual energy enhancement agent. However, although they now had a finished product, it could only bring a person to the peak of human limits. It could not break through them, and the cost was prohibitively high. After testing, the Federation determined that the human body limit is 1,200 kilograms of force and 20 meters per second of speed. Of course, depending on the individual, some may fall short, while others may exceed these values. Right now, however, the Western continent is full of hope about this research direction. They obtain some of your blood, and based on their studies, they believe you represent the evolutionary path they pursue. The Eastern continent, meanwhile, still holds that techniques applicable to the entire population are better suited to raising humanity's overall level. With your involvement, the Research Institute is highly confident about creating a breathing method that ordinary people can also practice. After joining the technique research, you first reviewed some previous research materials and then dove straight into the work alongside the team. On the 12th day, after only 3.5 days with your participation, the Research Institute achieved a breakthrough. Though they did not develop a breathing method, they created a body training technique that can strengthen the human body. After extensive calculations and deductions, the conclusion was that this technique could bring ordinary people to the limits of the human body. In truth, this technique was the basic body forging method you had created for the people of Daxiao in your simulation. With a sample on hand, you merely adjusted it over these days to better suit the physiques of ordinary people in the main world. This body training method lays a solid foundation for ordinary people, allowing them to practice the spiritual energy breathing method more effectively later. This achievement injected vitality into the research team like a powerful stimulant. In their eyes, they had taken a step closer to their goal. By the second month, the Institute was still deeply engaged in research on the breathing method when a delightful piece of news arrived from the Western continent. Thanks to their study of your blood samples, the Western continent's spiritual energy enhancement agent was now able to help ordinary people break through the limits of the human body. Later, through inquiry, you learned that a superhuman capable of analysis-type abilities had awakened. By analyzing your blood samples, they had uncovered many secrets about human evolution. As for why your blood contained such knowledge, you figured that your body was ultimately enhanced by the simulator. Given the simulator's divine power, perhaps the evolutionary direction you had taken was that of a high-dimensional life form. Is it so strange that your blood contains some evolutionary mysteries? In the first month of the dawning era 104, your sole preoccupation was how to enable ordinary people to absorb spiritual energy. Based on prior understanding of spiritual energy, you discovered that mental power could to a certain degree interfere with and manipulate the surrounding chi. The reason ordinary people could not previously cultivate spiritual breathing techniques was that their mental strength fell short of the threshold required to absorb spiritual energy. To reach that threshold, one would at minimum need to break through the limits of humanity so that the spirit could attain the required state driven by the physical body. Body refining techniques alone could only push humans to the apex of physical potential. Thus, you devised an alternative approach: visualization. The method involved imagining a vortex and visualizing it drawing surrounding energy into the body, thereby temporarily amplifying mental power. You ultimately found this approach viable once body refinement reached its pinnacle. Coupled with the visualization technique, one could meet the requirements to absorb spiritual energy. Through your concerted efforts alongside the researchers at the Academy, you finally created a cultivation method that allowed ordinary people to train and step into the realm of the transcendent. This method combined spiritual breathing, body refinement, and visualization. Its function was straightforward: to absorb spiritual energy and purify the physique. Hence you named it Advanced Body Refining Method 1.0. In the second month of the dawning era 104, after over 2 months of cultivation bolstered by abundant resources, someone finally brought body refinement to its pinnacle, reaching the absolute limit of human physical potential. Events proved that body refinement had indeed achieved precisely what had been theorized. That individual then began cultivating the advanced method, and to no one's disappointment succeeded. According to their account, they could already feel a warm current circulating within their body, and their physique, now at its human limit, was steadily growing stronger. With the support of numerous resources, just 3 days later this person broke through their constraints and formally transcended the human limit. Testing revealed their strength had reached 2,500 kilograms, and their speed hit 30 meters per second. It appeared that breaking through the human limit caused strength to double, with speed and defense also seeing notable improvements. Having grasped this insight, you began your own cultivation. To your surprise, your body immediately manifested an enormous hunger for spiritual energy, and the surrounding chi could not satisfy it. Fortunately, as a treasured figure of the Federation, you were never short of resources. Eventually nurtured by an abundance of spiritual medicines, your base strength indeed doubled, rising from 500 kilograms to 100 kilograms. Furthermore, your speed reached 663 meters per second, nearly twice the speed of sound. In the fourth month of the dawning era 104, more and more people successively broke through the human limit. You continued refining the advanced body refining method, making its spiritual energy absorption even faster. In the 5th month of the dawning era 104, the research team discovered that by optimizing visualization patterns and breath control rhythms, spiritual energy absorption efficiency could be significantly enhanced. You created version 2.0 of the advanced body refining method. Testing revealed its spiritual energy absorption rate was 3 times that of version 1.0. This speed already surpassed the passive spiritual refinement experienced by most transcendent beings. Therefore, transcendent cultivators also joined the ranks of practitioners. In the 7th month of the dawning era 104, drawing upon your research into transcendent energy and the internal energy system cultivated during your simulations, you created the blood essence refining method and the blood essence body forging method. The blood essence refining method cultivates a transcendent energy known as sweki, a powerful force born from the fusion of bodily vitality and spiritual energy forged through a tremendously strong physique. Initially, you had hoped to attempt traditional chi cultivation and immortality refinement, but discovered you possessed no knowledge of such methods, nor did the Federation. You ultimately settled for creating something akin to internal energy in nature, blood essence. The blood essence body forging method serves to temper the physique, making it ever stronger, thereby producing more blood essence, which in turn further refines the body, creating a perpetual cycle until the body becomes extraordinarily powerful and indestructible. After extensive simulation and testing confirmed these methods posed no harm to the human body, you commenced experiments recruiting individuals who had already broken through the human limit to cultivate these 2 methods. The results were profoundly gratifying. All cultivators successfully refined blood essence. Under the tempering of this energy, their physical bodies grew progressively stronger. Inside the laboratory, the first batch of cultivators radiated a crimson glow. Their punches generated devastating wind currents that caused the testing instruments to vibrate violently. "Isn't this precisely the internal energy from martial arts novels?" a researcher exclaimed eagerly. You smiled and shook your head. "No, this far exceeds internal energy." Seeing that your created methods could indeed be cultivated combined with the advanced body refining method you had previously promoted, you decided to name this path of evolution and strengthening the blood essence martial Tao. Those who cultivated it would naturally be called martial artists. Those who had broken through the human limit and just begun manifesting blood essence had reached the first realm of the blood essence martial Tao, blood essence awakening, where martial artists are just beginning to refine their blood essence. In the 8th month of the dawning era 104, both methods had been disseminated throughout the Federation military and all transcendent beings. Transcendents, truly the favored children of their era, naturally mastered the blood essence martial Tao faster than ordinary people. At this time, you had not yet begun your own cultivation. In the 9th month of the dawning era 104, the benefits of blood essence had become increasingly prominent. Testing revealed that at 5,000 kilograms of strength, the body undergoes significant changes, growing considerably harder. Upon reaching 1,200 kilograms, blood essence spreads throughout the entire body, and the physique can already withstand attacks from small firearms. You designated the stage beyond 1,200 kilograms of strength as the second realm of the blood essence martial Tao, indestructible Vajra body. At this realm, the martial artist body has undergone a profound transformation, becoming nearly impervious. In the 11th month of the dawning era 104, physique-oriented transcendent beings caught up and surpassed others by cultivating the blood essence martial Tao, elevating their strength to 5,000 kilograms. At this level, blood essence becomes denser and can manifest beyond the body, coating the surface. Testing confirmed that this blood essence coating could resist sniper rifle fire at close range. In terms of offense, strikes delivered by arms covered in blood essence possess formidable erosive and destructive power. In the 2nd month of the dawning era 105, this transcendent being's strength had reached 1,200 kilograms. They could now enshroud their entire body in blood essence, achieving even greater defense, capable of withstanding rocket launcher impacts unscathed and demonstrating exceptional resistance to elemental attacks and energy damage from other transcendent beings. Their full-speed running velocity reached 200 meters per second. Regrettably, even at this pinnacle of physical cultivation, they merely possessed neural reaction speed and memory several times superior to ordinary humans. Their minds had not evolved in proportional measure. It was then that you realized you had greatly underestimated the system-enhanced physique. That was a comprehensive enhancement across all dimensions. Your evolved mind combined with the peerless genius trait likely rivaled the potency of an Azure-grade attribute. At this stage, the rate at which blood essence refines the body begins to diminish. However, there was welcome news. Martial artists reaching this realm had their lifespans extended to 200 years. This discovery sent waves of excitement through certain Federation high command circles. After deliberation, you designated the stage of breaking through 1,200 kilograms of strength, where blood essence permeates the entire body, as the third realm of the blood essence martial Tao, water and fire immortal robe, signifying that the martial artist has simultaneously attained both physical and energy-based defensive capabilities. Shuguang 105, April, more transcendence broke through to the third realm, the water fire immortal robe. Shuguang 105, May, the first ordinary person became a third realm martial artist. Meanwhile, you also began cultivating the blood chi martial Tao. Although your current physique far surpasses that of third-realm martial artists, your intuition tells you that practicing this martial path can still enhance your physical strength. You feel that you are now like the various sacred physiques in fantasy novels. Your basic stats are superior to ordinary people, and the power you gain from cultivation is also higher. You eagerly anticipate how much of a boost reaching the third realm of martial Dao will bring you. Shuguang 105, Oi Jun, you successfully reached the third realm of martial Dao, and your body was greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, it did not reach the peak you had anticipated. In your view, based on the fact that your power doubled from 5.0 kilograms to 1.0 kilograms after absorbing spiritual energy, you should have been at a state similar to the human limit at that time. According to proportional conversion, whether ordinary people or transcendents in the Shuguang Federation, when they have not yet entered the transcendent realm, the human limit is around 1.0 kilograms of strength. And breaking through to the third realm grants at least 1.0 kilograms of strength, which is 100 times the power at the human limit. Calculated this way, when you reach the Waterfire Immortal Robe level, you should have possessed 5.0 kilograms multiplied by 100 i.e. 5.000 kilograms of strength. Unfortunately, this was a delusion. After reaching the third realm of martial Dao, your strength began to increase rapidly, soon reaching a terrifying level of 5.0 kilograms, and your speed reached 5 times the speed of sound. But it was still a full 10 times less than the highest level you had hoped for. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not occur. To be honest, according to the basic principles of cultivation, although you could easily condense blood chi and cover your entire body with it, your base strength should not have increased. The blood chi martial Dao you created is not like the cultivation systems in novels, where one is an ant before a breakthrough and a great power after. With a strength of 1.0 kilograms after a breakthrough, it soars tenfold to 1.0 kilograms, and with 1.0 kilograms after a breakthrough, it can also soar to 1.0 kilograms. You are not that amazing. You don't even know the principle behind power doubling upon breaking through to the transcendent realm. In the end, you can only attribute it to the world's rules. The strength of martial artists practicing the blood chi martial Dao increases little by little, and only upon reaching a certain level can they manifest unique abilities. You guess that the reason there was still improvement is that the blood chi expanded the limits of your body. However, blood chi is not a very high-level energy, so even at your current blood chi level, it can only enhance your physical body to this extent. And the level of blood chi in ordinary people is not as high as yours because your blood chi is different. It is red gold. But their life essence is far lower than yours. Even if their current blood chi level only allows their strength to reach 1.0 kilograms, that is still a 1.000-fold increase. And the essence of transcendence is not much stronger than that of ordinary people. As mentioned before, their transcendent ability is merely an external transcendent organ at best, allowing better absorption of spiritual energy and faster cultivation speed. Fortunately, with cultivation, the level of blood chi will increase. It's just unknown whether there is a limit. Shuguang 105, a July, in a desert of the eastern continent, a building resembling a launch base stood. 3, 2, 1, launch. At the sound of the command, a missile shot out from the base at a speed of up to 20 times the speed of sound, carrying a nuclear warhead with a yield of 3.0 tons of TNT. With a loud boom, the missile landed 100 kilometers away from the base, and the moment it hit, an earth-shattering explosion occurred with a mushroom cloud rising over the land. At this moment, everyone in the base stared nervously at the screen showing the explosion site. In the picture, as the smoke and clouds dissipated, a figure slowly walked out with not a single trace of damage on his clothes. Oh my God, this is incredible. I never thought I would live to see someone walk out of a nuclear explosion. At this moment, a scientist cried tears of joy because he had seen a god among men witness the power of humanity. The figure in the nuclear explosion was you. This time you wanted to use the nuclear bomb to test your own defense. As for the danger, you believed that if this nuclear bomb could cause you significant injury, you would have keenly sensed it before it even fell. At that time, with your speed, it would be easy to leave the epicenter of the explosion. As expected, the test results did not disappoint you. With your current strength and fully activating your blood chi, you could easily withstand a close-range small nuclear bomb explosion. After that, you even had a group of elemental transcendents who were the first to reach the third realm attack you with all their might, and you emerged unscathed. At this point, your personal martial strength had reached the top of the Federation. Even some rule-based transcendent abilities could not affect you. Although these rule-based transcendent abilities are all incredible, if they are applied to a person whose strength far exceeds the user's, the effect will gradually diminish according to the gap in strength. After this experiment, and as the blood chi martial Dao spread among the upper echelons of the Federation, your reputation reached its peak. Many families extended olive branches to you, even arranging the most outstanding women of their families to be by your side, hoping to borrow some excellent seeds from you. Of course, you accepted all comers. As for the seeds, giving or not giving was entirely up to you. By now, you could control your blood chi to perform a sperm-killing action. Of course, there were also many people with ulterior motives, but you always stayed near the research institute. In this heavily guarded place, no matter how long their hands were, they couldn't reach in. Shuguang 105, September, the first batch of martial artists to reach the third realm of martial Dao could already condense blood chi into weapons and release blood chi for attacks. You felt that martial artists practicing the blood chi martial Dao had high defensive power, but their offensive power was somewhat lacking, far inferior to those elemental transcendents. According to how transcendents release their abilities, they can mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy. You thought that martial artists should be able to do the same. Although they don't have transcendent abilities, don't they still have spiritual power? In your view, the first benefit of strengthening spiritual power is better control of one's own blood chi, reducing consumption. What is blood chi? It is the human blood vitality, a transcendent energy born from the combination of essence and spiritual energy. For those who have entered the blood chi, martial Tao blood chi is both a blue bar and a health bar. In other words, before it is consumed to a certain degree, it is a blue bar. After that, it becomes a health bar. Although blood chi can be replenished as long as it is not completely drained, if it is consumed to the health bar level, it becomes a bit difficult to replenish. Therefore, reducing blood chi consumption can extend battle duration to a certain extent, greatly enhancing combat power. The second benefit is your purpose this time. When spiritual power is raised to the level of being able to mobilize surrounding spiritual energy, the attacks you unleash will become more powerful under the blessing of spiritual energy. As for how to improve spiritual power, you think that relying solely on visualization is definitely a bit slow, mainly because you don't have good objects for visualization. You can't just imagine the deep space in your mind and call it a successful visualization. That's impossible. Suddenly, you thought of the martial will you had comprehended before dying in the simulator. That's right, you now formally renamed that spiritual power as martial will. After all, in the simulator, you cultivated the inner force martial Tao, and now you cultivate the blood chi martial Tao. Shouldn't that ability be called martial will? According to scientific calculations by the Research Institute, the average spiritual intensity of an ordinary adult in the Federation is considered 1. For those who have reached the human limit, the spiritual intensity is 1. 2. Martial artists who have reached the third realm of martial Tao have an average spiritual intensity of only 14 points. This shows that although the enhancement of the physical body can drive the enhancement of the spirit, the increase is not so obvious. According to calculations, one must have a spiritual intensity of at least 20 points to be able to mobilize the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy through the medium of blood chi, and the requirements for blood chi are also not low. And to control spiritual energy with just the spirit alone, the spiritual intensity needs to reach over 50 points. And your spiritual intensity, according to detection, reached an astonishing 130 points. You think part of this is due to the martial will. The method you devised could indeed be considered a form of visualization. The reason your previous attempts were inefficient was the lack of a superior object to meditate upon. You intend to infuse your martial will into your paintings so that others may perceive the essence of that will simply by viewing them. This should also be regarded as a mode of visualization. Paintings imbued with your martial will would surely be a far greater focus for others, would they not? In October of Dawnshine calendar year 105, after numerous experiments conducted by the Research Institute, a material capable of perfectly bearing your martial will was finally discovered. Through specialized techniques, this material was crafted into unique paper. In November of Dawnshine calendar year 105, you at last completed a visualization painting. Within the painting there is but a solitary mountain, a solitary figure, and the endless sky. The mountain is a lone peak, sheer as a sword, piercing through the sea of clouds and reaching straight into the heavens. The mountain's body is dark greenish-black like iron, bearing no vegetation and untouched by dust, as if it had stood alone since time immemorial, refusing all who would cling to it. A man stands atop the summit, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the sky. His posture is tall and straight, his robes as dark as ink. Amidst the howling mountain wind, he remains utterly motionless, as though fused with the solitary peak. The heavens stretch vast and high, clouds churning beneath his feet in submission. You named this painting the Solitary Peak Visualization. Within it you infused half of your martial will. As for why only half, it must be explained what your martial will truly is. You have named it Solitary Supremacy, Peerless and Unrivaled. This martial will was condensed from the experiences, insights, and accumulated wisdom of a lifetime in the simulated world. The half infused into this painting embodies that lifetime's invincible solitude and the bold spirit that defied heaven and earth. The remaining half, of course, consists of the regal aloofness and will of absolute sovereignty from your unification of the realm. Had that half also been infused and others gleaned its secrets, it might have brought you unnecessary trouble. Once the visualization painting was complete, the next step was simple. Several martial artists of the third realm were summoned to verify its effects. The instant they laid eyes upon your painting, they were overwhelmed by the will contained within it, frozen in place, and only broke free from that state a full minute later. By then they were drenched in sweat. Fortunately, these individuals possessed strong mental fortitude. After 6 hours they managed to etch the image into their minds and could enter visualization at will. Subsequent tests brought joyous news. Their spiritual strength had indeed increased. Moreover, even without directly viewing the painting, merely visualizing the image imprinted in their minds allowed for a slow, steady growth of their spiritual power. However, the longer they engaged in visualization, the more their spirits began to wilt. Soon more and more third realm martial artists came to view the painting, and only then did they truly comprehend the extent of your power. Like the first few, they were instantly shaken to their core the moment they beheld the painting, overwhelmed by the invincible solitude and awe-inspiring majesty radiating from the artwork. They sighed, remarking that you were truly the Federation's foremost transcendent being. for they could scarcely even withstand the spiritual pressure emanating from your work. As one martial artist after another imprinted the visualization upon their minds, the martial will within the painting gradually diminished, though you were always there to replenish it. At last, every martial artist of the third realm had obtained the visualization. Following that, they threw themselves into fervent cultivation. With the support of various spiritual medicines that accelerated mental recovery, the pace of their progress was nothing short of meteoric. Speaking of spiritual medicines, these past months of researching and producing the visualization painting had taken a tremendous toll on your spirit. Had it not been for these herbs, your creation of the visualization would have taken considerably longer. Through this continuous cycle of depletion and recovery, your spiritual strength eventually reached 140 points. In truth, since the emergence of spiritual energy, there had been spiritual medicines capable of enhancing the spirit, but they were extremely rare, and their effects on those with spiritual strength above 10 points were negligible, let alone for someone like you. The Federation had previously considered formulating these herbs into various potions at specific ratios to amplify their potency. However, due to myriad other research priorities, they had never devoted the necessary effort to this area. In January of Dawnshine calendar year 106, someone other than you finally elevated their spiritual strength beyond 20 points. Unsurprisingly, it was a psychokinetic transcendent. However, to command the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a spiritual strength of 20 points alone was insufficient. One also needed sufficient lifeblood as a medium. According to projections, one would have to attain a physical strength of 3.0 kilograms. That was the simpler part. Once spiritual strength reached the required level, physical enhancement could simply be pushed through by piling on resources. In February of Dawnshine calendar year 106, aided by abundant resources, that psychokinetic transcendent swiftly raised his physical strength to 3.0 kilograms. Upon reaching this level, his lifeblood could surge 100 meters into the air, and combined with his formidable spirit, it exuded an overwhelming pressure upon all around him. In truth, you were capable of all this as well. Unfortunately, you could only be regarded as a singular anomaly. What you could achieve was not something others could replicate, and thus your case could not serve as a reference. Once both requirements were fulfilled, the results matched predictions exactly. He could now manipulate the surrounding spiritual energy. This energy not only augmented the defensive properties of lifeblood, but also amplified its destructive power. Based on testing at full output, he could command the spiritual energy within a radius of a kilometer. However, perhaps because this was a newly acquired ability, the enhancement it provided across various aspects was not particularly strong. Or perhaps what was lacking were things like martial techniques. Much like the various techniques and ultimate arts in the simulated world that were used to unleash inner energy. Such matters, however, would have to be researched at a later time. For now, the most important question was, what should this new stage be called? After much deliberation, it was decided that since one's lifeblood surging 100 meters resembled a true dragon ascending, and the ability to command heaven and earth's spiritual energy was akin to a dragon wielding the forces of nature, this realm was named the fourth realm of lifeblood martial Tao, lifeblood like a dragon. In March of Dawnshine calendar year 106, many more individuals reached the fourth realm of lifeblood like a dragon. As expected, the majority were psychokinetic transcendents. After all, when psychokinetic transcendents advanced to become third realm martial artists, their spiritual strength typically stood at around 17 or 18 points. If physical type transcendents held the advantage in the early stages of the lifeblood martial Tao, then upon breaking through from the third realm to the fourth, psychokinetic transcendents gained an unparalleled edge. This was because cultivation at the fourth realm demanded simultaneous advancement of both body and spirit, and enhancing spirit was far more difficult than honing the body. Upon reaching the fourth realm, however, energy-type transcendence also began to shine, not in cultivation, but in the creation of martial techniques. In April of Dawn year 106, on a clear and sunny day, in a testing ground of the Administration Bureau, Lan Tian stood facing you and said, "Lin Yu, be careful. This technique was just created, and I cannot yet fully control it. To lay a single scratch on me, you still have 200 years to go. Cut the chatter and come at me." You were utterly indifferent to Lan Tian's words, not out of arrogance, but because how could a newly invented martial art possibly harm you? Lan Tian was not surprised by your demeanor. He had merely offered a courteous reminder. He knew full well that his current strength fell far short of harming you. He then said no more. With a sweeping fist motion, purple lightning erupted across his body, thunder forged from his own chi and blood. All the lightning surging through Lan Tian's frame converged upon his fist. He swung it forward, and a fist-shaped imprint materialized in the air, hurtling toward you. Thunder Rush Fist. The moment the fist imprint emerged, spiritual energy from 1,000 meters around converged upon it. Worse still, Lan Tian infused his transcendent ability into it, causing the imprint to grow ever larger and faster as it bore down upon you. The distance of thousands of meters between you two was nothing to the thunderous fist imprint. It expanded in the blink of an eye. By the time it reached your position, the imprint had already swollen to a monstrous 10 meters in size. Yet you remained utterly unruffled. The instant the fist imprint was about to strike, golden light flashed within your eyes, followed by a piercing roar like a lion's bellow. The sound wave fused with your martial will took tangible form. The devastating fist imprint shattered like ice, meeting the scorching sun, collapsing with a thunderous boom 3 feet from your body and dispersing into a sky full of sparkling embers. As expected, the gap is simply too vast, Lan Tian said with a bitter smile, watching his full-power assault be effortlessly neutralized. Though he had foreseen this outcome, witnessing it still stirred a pang of sorrow in his heart. Thus the Federation's first martial art, the Thunder Rush Fist, came into being. His technique was born from combining his transcendent ability to command lightning with profound boxing knowledge. Lan Tian was inherently a transcendent who controlled the lightning element, and he had long cultivated deep expertise in wielding it. Over the past 2 years, his understanding of his own transcendent ability had only grown deeper. Coupled with his current fourth mirror cultivation realm, he could now manipulate surrounding spiritual energy and transform it into lightning even without relying on his transcendent power. Though the name Thunder Rush Fist sounded unremarkable, its power was formidable. Once cultivated, even ordinary people lacking transcendent abilities could harness the power of thunder. And after the birth of the first martial art, subsequent techniques multiplied like bamboo shoots after rain. A transcendent who controlled fire created the fire cloud palm according to his own nature. There was the river convergence created by a water-controlling transcendent, the wind god leg created by a wind-controlling transcendent, and the healing art created by a healing-type transcendent. Transcendents who commanded various energies all forged corresponding martial arts tailored to their unique abilities. Some transcendents whose abilities were not inherently offensive, such as those in the mental domain, created mental martial arts, though their destructive power was limited by insufficient mental strength. In June of Dawn Year 106, while everyone was immersed in the creative fervor of developing martial arts, you were devoted to your own cultivation. Though your cultivation speed had naturally slowed by this point, your progress remained staggering to those around you. Since reaching the third realm, you had never slackened in your training. Your strength had now surged to 8 million kilograms, and your speed approached 6 times the speed of sound. As for martial arts, with so many techniques at your disposal for reference, you resolved to carefully ponder and create a peerlessly powerful art of your own. One day, as you browsed through the countless martial arts created by others, the content of one particular technique suddenly caught your interest. Its creator possessed the transcendent ability to control magnetic fields within a certain range. To your surprise, this technique was actually a speed-oriented martial art. Its principle was to use chi and blood to simulate a magnetic field, allowing the practitioner to harness the planet's magnetic field for self-propulsion and acceleration. What intrigued you most was the revelation that chi and blood could simulate a magnetic field. If that were true, the functional potential of chi and blood would be greatly expanded, an aspect you had never previously contemplated. Afterward, you sought out many transcendents whose abilities granted them the power of flight. These transcendents all possessed innate abilities that naturally enabled them to soar through the air. Unlike telekinesis, a variation of spiritual power where flight is achieved by mentally lifting oneself, these abilities operated on entirely different principles. Previously, in your quest to achieve flight yourself, you had researched how to transform your spiritual power into something akin to telekinesis, only to find that you could not grasp its underlying principles whatsoever. At that time, you had considered telekinetic flight to be the simplest principle of all. Since you could not comprehend even that, you temporarily abandoned your research on flight, speculating that once the physical body reached a certain realm, one would naturally be able to fly. However, you now realized you had been mistaken. The principles behind other flight-capable transcendent abilities were actually far simpler. They utilized spiritual energy to form a special energy capable of counteracting gravity, thereby achieving flight. The principles embedded within telekinetic spiritual power variations, on the other hand, were far more profound and intricate. From then on, your research became straightforward. You began studying various abilities that allowed transcendents to fly, investigating the nature of that gravity counteracting energy and how spiritual energy could be transformed into it. In July of Dawn Year 106, you finally deciphered a method that could enable martial artists to take to the skies. The principle was actually quite simple. Utilize spiritual energy to generate a special energy that neutralizes gravity, then employ chi and blood to activate your own magnetic field, sensing the planet's magnetic field and allowing it to propel you forward. After experimentation, and perhaps owing to your exceptionally robust physique, your flight speed reached 10 times the speed of sound. You subsequently disseminated this method widely. Every martial artist who reached the fourth realm could now use it to achieve flight. Tests confirmed that even those who had just attained the fourth realm could reach flight speeds of twice the speed of sound. By October of Dawn Year 106, your strength had grown to 10 million kilograms, and your flight speed had climbed to 11 times the speed of sound. In January of Dawn Year 107, as you had just concluded your cultivation session, an urgent summons arrived from the Federation's highest echelons, calling you to Tiangguang City for a conference that would determine the fate of all humanity. Judging by the demeanor of the messenger, you could tell this meeting was of paramount importance. You were well aware that the Federation possessed transcendents capable of glimpsing the future. The fact that they had convened this emergency session and specifically demanded your presence suggested that something momentous was destined to unfold upon Blue Star. Since your research institute was located on the outskirts of Tiangguang City, you boarded the vehicle arranged by the Federation and soon arrived at the federal government within Tiangguang City. Entering the conference room, you found it elegantly simple, yet brimming with technological sophistication. At its center lay a circular conference table that exuded an aura of high-tech refinement. You knew this conference room utilized the Federation's projection technology, enabling simultaneous participation from both the Eastern and Western continents. One side of the table was already filled with people including Lan Tian and the Dean of the Research Institute. Others waved to greet you as you arrived. Seeing only one seat left on that side, you realized you were the last to arrive from the Eastern continent. As the meeting commenced, the other side of the table instantly projected holographic images of participants from the Western continent, while your side was simultaneously projected to them. As the meeting progressed, you finally learned what had prompted the Federation to convene this session. It turned out that a transcendent with precognitive abilities within the Federation had been inspired to foresee that in 5 years launching would undergo a true spiritual energy tide. According to the prophecy, launching surface area would expand to 100 times its current size, and calculations indicated that its volume would increase 1,000-fold. With such an immense volume increase, even if the planet's density remained unchanged, gravity would be 10 times stronger, making it impossible for ordinary people to survive in that environment. Moreover, since the emergence of spiritual energy, the Federation had used transcendent abilities to assist supercomputers in measuring the spiritual energy per cubic meter across different locations. They then averaged these values, which represented the global mean spiritual energy concentration, facilitating the calculation of regional energy levels. If the global average spiritual energy concentration was 1 at the beginning, it had risen to 5 after 3 years. Under normal projections, it would have reached 10 in 5 years. However, according to the prophecy, the spiritual energy tide in 5 years would abruptly elevate the global concentration to over 120 times the current level. Spiritual energy could cause flora and fauna to evolve, and research showed that plants would undergo hypergrowth under abundant spiritual energy. That is, they would become far larger. Already most trees worldwide were experiencing continuous growth. For now, under humanity's technology and military might, these evolved plants, animals, and insects caused no major chaos. But if the planet's surface area expanded 100-fold, the distances between towns would increase, and every city could become an isolated island. The drastic surge in spiritual energy would accelerate the evolution of flora and fauna, potentially leading to catastrophic human casualties under harsh conditions. The primary purpose of this meeting was to discuss how to minimize and mitigate human losses in 5 years. The foremost priority was to enhance the survivability of ordinary people. At your suggestion, the Federation decided to release the basic body tempering method and the advanced body tempering method version 3.0 to the global populace. Indeed, after all this time, the advanced body tempering method had been upgraded again. Not only that, but the Western continent also provided the standard version of the amplification potion derived from the enhancement agent. Although this potion could not directly push one to the human limit, it could accelerate cultivation speed, enable the elderly to practice the body tempering method, and enhance the physique of children. Furthermore, the potion's production cost was low, and with the Federation's resources, it could be distributed worldwide. As for those suffering from severe illnesses, most such conditions would vanish upon reaching the human limit. For the rare intractable diseases, the Federation had corresponding remedies to cure them. Additionally, the basic body tempering method had been adjusted accordingly. With the assistance of those who had condensed blood, even disabled individuals could reach the human limit. Regardless, the Federation would not abandon anyone, and such issues were trivial in the face of the entire Federation. Under the influence of the amplification potion and various resources, 5 years would suffice for everyone over the age of 5 worldwide to achieve the human limit. And this could be accomplished without disrupting societal operations. Thus, even if gravity tripled, people could live normally and possess the strength to resist evolved animals. As for those under 5, due to their lighter mass and the amplification potion's ability to strengthen the body to a certain degree, they would not face life-threatening risks under increased gravity. Next came the issues of communication and energy. Naturally, there were solutions. One must admit that the transcendent beings specializing in abstract concepts were remarkably useful. These transcendents provided the Federation with numerous advanced technologies. First, the Federation developed super satellites. Just 4 of them could achieve global surveillance with millimeter-level resolution. They could also assess an individual's power level based on the energy they contained. Moreover, the laser weapons mounted on them could deliver global strikes with concentrated power, though the affected area was somewhat limited. However, only 6 such satellites have been built so far, and none have been launched. According to calculations, if the planet's surface area expanded 100-fold, 40 such satellites would be needed for simultaneous global monitoring. Fortunately, satellite manufacturing technology had matured significantly, and the remaining satellites could be produced in less than 3 years. With satellites monitoring the globe, people would never lose contact as long as they had phones, and these satellites could effectively suppress the evolved beasts. After a full day of discussion, the meeting concluded. Numerous plans were finalized, and the next step was to implement them one by one. The first action was to disseminate the body tempering method across the globe via the internet and announce to the world the various news about the world's transformation due to the emergence of spiritual energy. Though people found it hard to believe that the world had undergone such earth-shattering changes unnoticed, they trusted the Federation and began practicing the body tempering method. Upon cultivation, they indeed discovered that their physical fitness improved. Only then did they realize they were standing at the cusp of an era and their task was to follow the Federation's lead. In February of Shuguang year 107, with the distribution of the amplification potion, everyone's cultivation speed gradually accelerated and the entire populace plunged into a fervor of training. Fortunately, the Federation's food resources were abundant enough to meet the increased appetites resulting from practicing the body tempering method. Of course, even with everyone training, the normal functioning of society could not be compromised. The Federation mandated that all enterprises without affecting their normal profits grant employees at least 2 to 3 days of leave per week and limit daily working hours to no more than 8. The Federation would dispatch inspectors to verify compliance. If a company incurred losses, compensation would be provided, but if it feigned compliance, the enterprise would be dissolved. However, subsequent policies were less favorable for students. Several new subjects were added to the curriculum, and there were 3 physical education classes per day. Later, to nip potential chaos in the bud, the Federation, with your consent, released a video of you enduring a nuclear bomb and a siege by numerous transcendents. The video caused a sensation as no one had imagined the Federation possessed such a formidable individual. This bolstered the confidence of ordinary people who believed that under the Federation's guidance humanity's future was bright. Meanwhile, those with dark intentions began to lie low. Thus you succeeded in making everyone recognize you as the undisputed foremost transcendent of the world. In March of Shuguang year 107, life returned to normal, with the most common greeting becoming, "Have you practiced today?" In May of Shuguang year 107, most of the Federation's military personnel had reached the human limit and many had condensed blood chi to become first-realm martial artists. Seeing this, you personally simplified the martial arts created by numerous transcendents, making them accessible to those who had just condensed blood chi. According to research, everyone had an affinity for a specific spiritual energy attribute. Even ordinary people could convert their blood chi into corresponding energy based on their attribute inclination. Your fundamental reason for simplifying the martial arts was to enhance the strength of low-realm martial artists, preparing them for the future spiritual energy tide. In July of Shuguang year 107, the number of awakened transcendents increased. Statistics showed that 1 in 10,000 people worldwide had awakened transcendent abilities. The Federation speculated that after the spiritual energy tide, 1 in 1,000 would awaken such abilities. Unfortunately, the Federation still did not know the conditions for becoming a transcendent. It was definitely not tied to strength, as many 3rd and 4th realm martial artists had yet to awaken any abilities. Still, not becoming a transcendent did not hinder the improvement of one's strength. Overall, the cultivation speed of some ordinary people was not far behind that of transcendents. In September of Shuguang year 107, your strength reached 11 million kilograms and your speed reached Mach 13. Your body, tempered by blood chi, had attained a state where bones were like crystal and blood like molten gold. You could manifest your blood chi externally, creating a spectacle of blazing aura. Your crimson gold blood chi could illuminate a radius of 100 li, and due to your martial will, the closer others approached you in this state, the more overwhelming the pressure they felt. In October of Shuguang year 107, Lan Tian, relying on the solitary contemplation diagram and combining it with his transcendent ability, comprehended the martial will, Furious Thunder. After comprehending the martial will, not only did his martial techniques become more powerful, but his lightning also gained the ability to harm both the body and the spirit. In November of Shuguang year 107, 4th realm martial artists began to comprehend their own martial wills one by one. In January of Dawn year 108, with the selfless assistance of those transcendent beings and martial artists, their martial wills were all comprehended by you. With your own martial will as the core, you integrated the myriad other martial wills you had comprehended. Coupled with your insight into the imagery of soaring flame, you attained the state of unity between humanity and heaven and created the peerless martial art, the formula of universal harmony between heaven and earth. You understood that human effort has its limits while heaven and earth are infinite. As for elevating physical strength to a level capable of rivaling heaven and earth, you did not deny it was possible, but it was by no means within the reach of people at that time. This was also why the martial art you guided the masses to create primarily focused on manipulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When performing the formula of universal harmony between heaven and earth, your aura of vital energy and blood would permeate the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Furthermore, through the state of heaven and earth are born together with me, and all things are one with me, achieved in unity with heaven, your martial will commanded the power of heaven and earth within the range of your vital energy and blood. At that moment, the area enveloped by your aura functioned as your domain. Within this domain, others not only lost the ability to control spiritual energy, but also suffered a dual oppression from your mental will and the power of heaven and earth. You, however, could manipulate spiritual energy and the power of heaven and earth within this domain, unleashing any elemental abilities you understood and fusing them to produce even greater destructive force. Unfortunately, there was likely no one on Blue Star who could force you to employ this technique. In March of Dawn year 108, after obtaining martial, everyone's cultivation speed accelerated. The fastest cultivator's strength now reached 600 kilograms. By April of Dawn year 108, 1,000th of the global population had reached the human body's limit, and some individuals had already condensed vital energy and blood. It was worth noting that besides the military personnel whom the Federation cultivated intensively, all others received equal resources. The Federation strictly monitored private transactions of enhancement potions. Upon discovery, both buyers and sellers were immediately detained. Thus, these individuals were considered highly talented with greater efficiency in absorbing energy, especially those who had condensed vital energy and blood. The Federation recruited some individuals with clean backgrounds from this earliest batch of blood condensers into superhuman management bureaus across various regions, increasing resource investment. These people became the main force handling the chaotic situation after Blue Star's expansion. In Dawn Year 109, your strength reached 1500 metric tons, flight speed achieved 16 times the speed of sound, and the range of your vital energy aura expanded further. In Dawn Year 110, 1/10 of the world's population had reached the human limit, with projections that by the end of next year, all persons above 5 years old would achieve the same. In March of Dawn Year 111, a martial artist at the Fourth Realm, including Lan Tian, had cultivated their physical strength to 1.2 million caddies, yet found that further improvement was impossible. You understood this must be the limit that vital energy and blood could elevate, meaning once cultivated to this stage, blood and vital energy could no longer enhance the physical body unless a profound sublimation occurred within the current realm. Alas, with the Federation's current knowledge reserves, creating a cultivation method that could sublimate vital energy and blood into a higher transcendent energy was not something that could be accomplished in 1 or 2 years. Even the advanced body refining technique required continuous refinement over these years to accelerate martial artists' progress so rapidly. Though you knew the quality of your vital energy and blood far surpassed others, this change stemmed from the essence of life itself, and its mysteries were beyond your current comprehension. Most importantly, whether you, a guest from another world, or all Federation citizens, even transcendent beings, after stripping away supernatural abilities, none of you possessed any other transcendent organs. Acupoints were merely acupoints incapable of opening spatial rifts. Meridians were simply meridians. Even the brain was just a brain, without any spirit palace or similar structures. The vital energy and blood cultivated by martial artists were stored throughout the cells of the entire body. However, this had its advantages. Martial artists were exceptionally resilient, and injuries healed remarkably fast under the influence of vital energy and blood. Moreover, the concept of a martial artist being rendered completely useless did not exist. Only death or imprisonment, with severed legs and feet, could deprive them of mobility. Yet upon reaching the Fourth Realm, one could not only fly, but even without arms and legs, sheer martial will could still unleash formidable combat power. This was the unyielding nature of a martial artist. Given this situation, your thought was whether the impending spiritual energy tide should take precedence, or first maximizing combat power in the current stage, while sublimating vital energy and blood required gradual research. After all, while physical strength could no longer increase, mental energy still could. Enhancing mental energy would not only allow martial will to exert greater effect, but also enable calling upon more of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. June of Dawn Year 111. During these days, you still pondered how to sublimate vital energy and blood during cultivation, first considering integrating mental energy into it. To your surprise, you easily merged mental energy into vital energy and blood, but no earth-shattering change occurred. Rather, your control over blood and vital energy reached a microscopic level. Yet you were not disappointed, knowing that sublimating vital energy and blood was not that simple. You then redirected your focus toward enhancing the current combat effectiveness of Fourth Realm martial artists whose physical bodies had reached their limit. Watching your vital energy and blood constantly shift under your control, you fell into deep thought. Finally, through research and comprehension of certain changes in your own brain, nerves combined with the ultimate microscopic control over vital energy and blood, you created the method of condensing martial Dharma idol. To condense a martial Dharma idol, one must first integrate mental energy into vital energy and blood, achieving extremely microscopic control over them. Finally, based on the simplified neural meridian diagram and Dharma idol construction map, you provided one could use vital energy and blood to construct a larger version of oneself. Extensive calculations by the Research Academy discovered that as long as a person had condensed martial will, their mental strength was sufficient to construct a Dharma idol using vital energy and blood according to the neural meridian diagram and Dharma idol construction map you provided. One function of this Dharma idol was to provide computational power. Moreover, the computational capacity possessed by the Dharma idol condensed through mental energy and vital energy and blood would synchronize and connect to the user. Although this Dharma idol held only 1/10 of your computational power, it was still sufficient to significantly enhance the user's combat effectiveness. After all, this Dharma idol served as an external supercomputer for the user. With enhanced computational power, matters such as executing maximum attack with minimal force could be accomplished with ease. This not only improved the user's combat endurance, but also enhanced their battlefield analysis capabilities. Even when facing powerful enemies, escape routes could be calculated more effectively. Of course, it was not merely computational power. The Dharma idol condensed according to your method also served as an excellent combat mecha and an amplifier, enabling the user to manipulate a wider range of heaven and earth spiritual energy. In September of Dawn Year 111, many people used the Dharma idol condensation method to construct their own Dharma idols. The Dharma idol construction map you provided allowed others to build Dharma idols of different attributes based on the energy they controlled. Unfortunately, these Dharma idols were still not large enough. A height of over 10 meters was the limit for everyone except you. Even the Dharma idol you yourself constructed could not exceed 100 meters if seeking maximum amplification, though the amplification to you was also not significant. As more people constructed Dharma idols, martial artists also entered the era of piloting giant mechas. In November of dawn year 111, all individuals above 5 years old worldwide had reached the human limit. Children aged 4 or 5 could also withstand the increased gravity. As for infants, no new births had occurred since the day the Federation announced the news. According to summaries, the Federation currently had 1356 4th realm martial artists and 1320 3rd realm martial artists, though most of the latter only exceeded 100 kilograms of strength. After the statistics were completed, the Federation dispersed these individuals to every county town to suppress unrest and prevent casualties. In the first month of the 112th year of Shuguang, under the unified coordination of the Federation, all citizens gathered on the outskirts of the cities on this day. They also moved valuable items outside their homes, a precaution against the collapse of houses due to increased gravity and ground expansion. As time passed and night fell, a sudden aurora of purple and gold tore across the sky. The spiritual energy tide had arrived. When the night sky of launching was rent by a purple-gold aurora stretching across the horizon, every living being on the planet felt an ineffable tremor. Under the observation of the Federation's astronomical stations and satellites, launching began to expand rapidly. This was not traditional plate tectonics, but an expansion at the spatial level. Mountains rose, plains split apart, and the depth of the ocean increased visibly. The surface area of launching, which originally had only 2 continents, slowly and gradually grew larger. Over time, the 2 original continents began to stretch and expand, eventually merging into a single supercontinent, Pangaea supercontinent. Where the 2 continents met, a towering, unbroken mountain range rose up, piercing the clouds. Strangely, the atmosphere did not thin out. Instead, it grew synchronously under some unknown force, maintaining stable pressure and oxygen levels on the surface. As launching's volume increased, gravity rose, and the Federation's various satellites began to fall toward the ground under the pull of gravity, though the Federation had long prepared countermeasures. Under the Federation's control, these satellites and unmanned space stations eventually crashed into the now vaster and deeper oceans. Subsequently, 80 super satellites of the Federation were launched one after another, the increased gravity unable to impede their ascent. Spiritual energy began to grow continuously as the planet expanded. With the surge of spiritual energy, more creatures began to evolve. Plants grew wildly. Some trees that had already evolved shot up to 1,000 meters in a single night, their canopies blocking out the sky, forming colossal trees whose roots could even penetrate rock layers to draw on the Earth's spiritual energy. More and more animals awakened their intelligence. Beasts surged in size, and many individuals gained the ability to control elemental forces. Giant wolves spitting flames, birds commanding storms. Most terrifying of all, certain creatures that had only rarely evolved before, such as insects and fungi, began to undergo large-scale evolution under the stimulation of the spiritual energy tide. Many such beings became lethal threats. For instance, fist-sized venomous wasps and fluorescent mushrooms capable of emitting mental interference. Not only that, but all matter on this planet was strengthened by the spiritual energy tide. In 3 days, the spiritual energy tide ended and the expansion of launching ceased. As prophesied, the planet's surface area had increased 100-fold. Miraculously, however, houses that should have been torn apart by the ground expansion did not collapse, and gravity did not increase tenfold, but only a little over 3 times the original. Satellite observations showed that human settlements, villages, towns, and cities had not expanded, only the distances between them had grown. You speculated that launching might very well be conscious, but it was too early to worry about that. Even if it were, you could not communicate with it. During these 3 days, most people took advantage of the surging spiritual energy to successfully condense their blood and chi, becoming martial artists. The Federation then ushered in an era of grand infrastructure. First, roads had to be built to reconnect the various counties. And since the planet's expansion had severed all electrical circuits, the Federation now needed to construct a spirit energy tower in every county. This spirit energy tower could convert spiritual energy into electricity with high efficiency, easily supplying the power needs of a large city. Afterward, cities would be continuously expanded outward to occupy more territory. In the second month of the 112th year of Shuguang, with everyone being a minor superhuman, the roads were quickly cleared and all obstacles along the way were crushed by this force. Meanwhile, you awoke from seclusion. With the arrival of the spiritual energy tide, in a month of cultivation, your strength had reached 300 tons and your flight speed Mach 20. After concluding your seclusion at the Federation's request, you used the Heaven and Earth Unity Strike to carve a tunnel 10,000 meters wide and 1,000 li long through the great mountain range that divided the eastern and western continents, taking 3 hours. In the third month of the 112th year of Shuguang, statistics showed that 1 in 1,000 people worldwide had become superhumans. More superhumans meant more people with special abilities, increasing the Federation's talent pool. After recruiting many research talents, the Federation accelerated the development of technology that used spiritual energy as a power source. During this period, besides expanding outward and building houses, everyone also embarked on treasure hunting journeys. Because of the spiritual energy tide, many spiritual herbs grew in forests and deep mountains. A single herb could significantly boost one's cultivation, so everyone began treasure hunting. This was also encouraged by the Federation, as the expanded launching was far too vast for the government to scour everything on its own. The Federation stated that if anyone obtained rare spiritual herbs or minerals, they could turn them in to the local Supernatural Management Bureau, and the Federation would reward them generously according to their contribution. In the 4th month of the 112th year of Shuguang, with the addition of numerous research talents, the Federation built a flying boat powered by spiritual energy, inspired by the flying boats and floating cities in cultivation novels. This flying boat could carry 100 people and travel at 300 kilometers per hour. In the 5th month of the 112th year of Shuguang, the Federation created an energy shield reminiscent of those in movies. This energy shield centered on the spirit energy tower, and each city could withstand the uninterrupted assault of a newly advanced 4th realm martial artist for a quarter of an hour at maximum power. In the 6th month of the 112th year of Shuguang, the Federation strongly encouraged childbirth and began deep exploration of the oceans. As exploration deepened, it became clear that the ocean was the planet's most mysterious realm. In the depths, many evolved creatures had already reached the level of 4th realm martial artists. Fortunately, these evolved creatures were not numerous. Under the overwhelming numerical advantage of the Federation's experts, they were reduced to mere dishes on the table. It must be said, high-grade seafood prepared through special culinary processes left even you utterly dumbfounded by its deliciousness. In the year 113 of Dawn, the Federation discovered that after 1 year of living under the high concentration, you believe the essence of blue star humans has been elevated. The human limit has increased from the original 120 kilograms to 1500 kilograms, and even lifespan has proportionally increased. Previously, 3rd stage martial artists could live up to 200 years, but now they can live over 230 years. Moreover, 4th stage martial artists can live over 400 years, and those at the peak of the 4th stage with a strength of 1.5 million kilograms can live up to 500 years. Indeed, the elevation of life essence has raised the limits of 4th stage martial artists as well. Not only that, but the Federation also discovered that newborns conceived and born by the time they reach adulthood, they can attain the current human limit of blue star, which is a strength of 1500 kilograms. In other words, aside from the truly random supernatural awakenings, the average talent of this new generation of children will surpass that of the current population. In the year 114 of Dawn, the Federation's footprint had already covered the entire blue star. By summarizing the evolved creatures, the Federation classified them into 2 categories. One type that did. The Federation termed this type of evolved beast as spiritual beasts. The other type grew extremely large with greatly increased strength and defense, not overly violent, but with low intelligence. The Federation called this type of evolved beast giant beasts. Creatures like insects and plants that were beneficial to humans and not very aggressive were all termed spiritual insects and spiritual plants. As for animals and insects that harbored malice toward humans, they naturally became death beasts and death insects. After all, with the current strength of humanity, they could suppress all opposition and sweep everything aside. The Federation even resurrected the pre-spiritual energy protection laws to prevent the rare spiritual beasts from going extinct, establishing the Spiritual Beast Protection Act. In the year 115 of Dawn, the Federation discovered through research that the supernatural abilities of spiritual beasts could be inherited by their offspring, a capability humans did not possess. Although the inherited supernatural abilities were very weak, it was enough for spiritual beasts to form distinct supernatural races. Fortunately, humans had the martial arts cultivation system. Otherwise, with the intelligence of spiritual beasts and such abilities, it would be uncertain whether humans would remain the rulers of Blue Star. In the year 116 of Dawn, the Federation artificially bred several fast-reproducing spiritual beasts. You, along with some researchers from the Federation, created a spirit contract method. This method allows humans to form contracts with spiritual beasts. However, currently the contract is not very binding. It merely enables telepathic communication and mutual understanding of each other's speech. Thus, a relationship similar to the human pet bond before the spiritual energy era could be established, even more intimate. With the continuous optimization of the spirit contract method, the contract's binding force will grow stronger. In this way, the strength of a spiritual beast is essentially human strength. By now, some members of the military and the Supernatural Bureau had already cultivated the spirit contract method and formed contracts with the Federation-bred spiritual beasts. What is the easiest spiritual beast to breed? Rats, of course. Most of the spiritual beasts bred by the Federation were rats. In the year 117 of Dawn, your strength reached 1.0 tons, and your speed reached Mach 30. At this time, the number of 4th stage martial artists had already reached over 100,000, and 3rd stage martial artists numbered in the millions. In the year 118 of Dawn, the Federation developed the first spiritual supercomputer, achieving a tremendous breakthrough in overall computational power. In the year 119 of Dawn, with the assistance of the Research Institute and the massive computational power, you found a method for martial artists who had reached the physical limit of the 4th stage to break through again. This method involves first imprinting one's martial will onto every cell in the body, and then attaining a deep level of comprehension of a certain element. Then using the energy of that element, one tempers every cell through the martial will achieving peak affinity for that element. At that point, all cells of the person become supernatural cells, and the individual becomes a true supernatural being capable of semi-energy transformation. You named this method the martial body condensation method. Of course, this was only theoretical. It needed to be tested by a real practitioner, and naturally the chosen one was our hard-working Lan Tian. In the first month, Lan Tian successfully imprinted his martial will onto every cell with the help of the spiritual supercomputer. In the second month, since Lan Tian already had a deep understanding of the lightning element, he smoothly tempered all his cells into supernatural cells. At the moment of completion, Lan Tian's entire body shimmered with purple electric arcs, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him. It took 3 days for the activity to gradually subside. Seeing this, everyone was extremely excited. Oh, without a doubt, the martial body condensation. First, a strength test. After the breakthrough, his original strength of 1.5 million kilograms had reached 3 million kilograms, doubling. In tests, although spiritual energy was not as destructive or corrosive as blood energy, using the same amount of spiritual energy to perform martial arts produced much greater power than blood energy. Under the boost of spiritual energy, the semi-energy transformation flight speed of the supernatural body reached Mach 13, significantly increasing flight speed. What puzzled them was that the energy level of spiritual energy was not much higher than that of blood energy, yet Lan Tian's physical body could still improve, and at a considerable pace. You speculated that it might be because his body had become a supernatural body, greatly expanding the physical limits. After all, if an ordinary person without cultivation possessed such a body, their human limit would certainly not be merely 1500 kilograms. Regardless, Lan Tian's breakthrough was a fact, and his strength had increased. This stage allows one to forge a supernatural body with a lifespan of up to 1,000 years and the ability to manipulate the spiritual energy within a 100-li radius. In the year 120 of Dawn, those martial artists who had reached the limit of the 4th stage began to break through to the 5th stage one by one. In the year 121 of Dawn, people suddenly discovered a kilometer-long crack on an uninhabited island in the ocean. Detection revealed that the crack exuded a dense spatial energy. You recalled various novels about spiritual energy resurgence and otherworldly invasions, suspecting that behind the crack might be another world. Indeed, further tests indicated that the other side of the crack was likely an alternate space. Following your suggestion, the Federation deployed 10 super satellites to keep a close watch on the area. They did not surround the crack because they were unaware of the enemy's strength. Moreover, if the space crack opened and the enemy hurled a devastating weapon, they would suffer unnecessary losses. Now they held the advantage. All strategic weapons of the Federation were aimed at the space crack. In March of the year 122 of Dawn, the space crack began to fluctuate violently, and the monitoring personnel immediately sounded the alarm. All Federation high-ranking officials, including you, focused their attention on the uninhabited island through the satellites. Under your watchful gaze, the spatial rift over the uninhabited island slowly widened. As it split open, it eventually formed a colossal spatial passage over a kilometer long and 100 meters wide. Inside the passage, deep silver light flickered. Then the spatial passage began to churn violently, as if something inside was about to burst forth. Before you could examine the newly formed spatial passage closely, a huge dark silhouette slowly emerged at the mouth of the passage. It was a creature a full 300 meters long, shaped between a whale and a manta ray. Its entire body was covered in deep blue scales that gleamed with a metallic sheen, and several crystalline structures rose from its back, radiating a soft blue glow. Standing on the back of this colossal creature were dozens of humanoid figures. They stood about 2.5 meters tall, with pale blue skin and long, slender limbs. Webbing stretched between their fingers. On the sides of their heads grew fin-like organs. Their eyes were large and deep with no pupils, only a vast, tranquil blue. These beings wore garments woven from some kind of luminous seaweed, and carried weapons that appeared to be a fusion of coral and metal. Judging by their clothing and weapons, it was clear that these creatures emerging from the spatial passage had formed a civilization of their own. Since it was not yet known whether this civilization was friendly or hostile, the Federation did not immediately order its weapons to open fire. Instead, it first used the drones deployed near the spatial passage to ask them your questions. These drones were equipped with a universal translator built by the Federation. By emitting specific psychic frequencies, it could effortlessly convey the meaning you wish to express into the minds of intelligent beings. It could also capture the psychic frequencies released by others when they spoke and translate them into a language you knew. First, you asked them questions such as, "Who are you? How did you get here? What do you intend to do?" and other questions of that sort. The replies, once translated, were, "Kill all the creatures on the other side. Occupy this land." These were the words of invaders. Since you already knew they had come to invade, what more was there to say? Then there was only one thing left to do: fight. With the Federation's current weapons, a single salvo blasted 70% of the alien creatures on the other side into dust. If the Federation had not wanted to extract information from these beings, one round of fire would have ensured that not even their ashes remained. The rest were captured alive, including the colossal fish-like creature. In April of Dawn year 122, through special means you extracted a rough picture of the other side from the minds of these captured alien beings. These beings called themselves the Sea Folk, and they too lived on a planet. That planet was roughly twice the size of the original blue star. However, 95% of that planet was covered by seawater, leaving only scattered islands. For this reason, the Sea Folk called it the Deep Sea Star. The Sea Folk were a race that lived in the deep sea with a population of roughly 3 billion. They were also a species with a rigid hierarchy, just like the ancient times of Blue Star ruled by a so-called royal clan. The royal clan was innately smarter and stronger than ordinary Sea Folk. None of the Sea Folk you captured belonged to the royal clan. The average height of the royal clan was around 5 meters. On the Deep Sea Star, there was also the energy known as spiritual energy, and it had existed for 300 years. However, their planet had not undergone the kind of expansion that Blue Star had experienced. Moreover, according to what the Sea Folk knew, there were not many powerhouses on the Deep Sea Star. Even the Sea Emperor, the ruler of the Sea Folk, in their memories, displayed strength inferior to a fifth-realm martial artist who had forged a transcendent body. This counted as good news, yet you would not be careless because of it. After all, who knew how deep the foundations of a race that had possessed spiritual energy for 300 years truly were. The other piece of information, however, was not good news. From the Sea Folk, you learned the general details about the spatial passages. 50 years earlier, on the Deep Sea Star, spatial passages had suddenly appeared on their planet. At that time, the Sea Folk, just like humanity, now had suffered an inexplicable invasion from another world. In the end, the Sea Folk repelled the alien creatures and successfully counter-invaded the other side. The resources and knowledge plundered from the other world gave the Sea Folk a taste of profit. Later, another spatial passage appeared, and the strength on the other side was even weaker than theirs. Thus, the Sea Folk used the stolen resources to rapidly increase their power. However, after crossing through a spatial passage into another world, one encountered a mysterious suppressive force. This pressure affected the full exertion of one's power, and the stronger one was the stronger the suppression. Even so, this present spatial passage was to the Sea Folk the third windfall delivered to their doorstep. Having won twice, the Sea Folk had already grown somewhat arrogant. Of course, the Sea Folk were also an intelligent civilization. They would never simply plunge into an unknown world. These captured Sea Folk were only cannon fodder sent to scout the way, their strength not even comparable to a second-realm martial artist. The colossal fish-shaped creature possessed a special ability. It could synchronously transmit everything it saw and sensed into the minds of the Sea Folk linked to it by psychic connection. Even the spatial passage could not prevent this transmission of information. If that was the case, the Sea Folk on the other side must have gained some understanding of Blue Star as well. Yet if the Sea Folk's true strength matched what these cannon fodder's memories suggested, then no matter how much they learned, they would still be crushed by you. What worried you was whether one day Blue Star would also face a spatial passage leading to an enemy no one could defeat, just as the Sea Folk had. Though it was uncertain whether such a situation would ever arise, the Federation still entered a state of combat readiness and began developing weapons of mass destruction, so that in the worst case, even if they could not win, they could at least ensure mutual annihilation. It had been more than 10 days since the batch of Sea Folk cannon fodder had emerged from the spatial passage, and the other side still remained quiet. You couldn't shake the feeling that the Sea Folk were brewing something big. During this time, you also tried attacking the spatial passage with various weapons. As the Sea Folk had said, attacking the spatial passage was useless. You couldn't hit the other side at all. The spatial passage seemed to have its own judgment mechanism, and certain things simply could not cross through it. The spatial passage on the Sea Folk side had opened underwater, yet no seawater had gushed out from this side. The Sea Folk were not coming through, and the Federation was not yet ready to go over. You and the Federation were now both studying the weapons used by the Sea Folk. Speaking of weapons, the Federation had considered forging the kind of magical artifacts described in novels, but later discovered it lacked the technology for it. Weapons forged solely from alloys of various spirit irons could not withstand the eruption of chi and blood at all. As for martial artists who converted chi and blood into spiritual power, these weapons were nothing more than chicken ribs, hard yet useless, far inferior to the weapons they themselves condensed from spiritual energy. The Sea Folk's weapons, however, were different. They bore unusual patterns carved upon them that could amplify spiritual energy. You named these patterns spirit runes. What you needed to do next was derive and create even more spirit runes from the original patterns, and then try to apply them in all kinds of fields. In May of Dawn Era year 122, the spatial passage finally showed signs of fluctuation. Suddenly 10 5-meter-tall Sea Clan members rushed out from it, and the moment they emerged, the Federation launched an attack. Yet before the attacks could land, the 10 Sea Clan figures abruptly transformed into humanoid masses of water. The Federation's strikes arrived, but were blocked by a blue light barrier. Their auras then merged, and they began absorbing enormous amounts of surrounding spiritual energy and seawater on a massive scale, ultimately forming a water giant over 1,000 meters tall. According to detection, the energy level of this water giant approached that of a 5th-stage martial artist. Moreover, with the vast ocean surrounding them providing abundant water vapor, the water giant's defense and recovery capabilities were greatly enhanced. But for the Federation, it was just a stationary target perfect for testing various newly developed weapons. First, conventional thermal weapons were deployed, but they proved utterly unable to breach its defenses. Next came all manner of spiritual energy-based armaments, spirit missiles, spirit cannons, and other weapons, which they hurled at the giant without regard for cost. By this time the giant had already waded into the sea, so even when blasted into pieces it rapidly regenerated. It then began unleashing its abilities, conjuring water tornadoes thousands of meters tall and raising colossal waves as it surged forward. The Federation observed the data from the various weapons and decided it was time to end this. Just then a transcendent martial artist who had condensed to fire a tribute martial body arrived. The moment he appeared, he unleashed one devastating move that forced the water giant back into its original form, then dragged back the 10 Sea Clan members who had been knocked out of their elemental state. Truly the battle took less time than his journey there. In June of Dawn Era Year 122, based on your research into that colossal fish, you developed a communication technology unaffected by spatial passages. Afterward, the Federation began preparing for a counteroffensive against the Deep Sea Star. In August of Dawn Era Year 122, by studying the principle behind the 5 captured Sea Clan royalty transforming into water masses, you devised a method for transcendent martial artists to fully energize their bodies using spiritual energy. In this energy state, a martial artist can expand their body up to 100 meters tall, unleashing the full might of their transcendent body. You named this form the Martial Body True Form. However, while the Martial Body True Form greatly increases combat power, its consumption is also prodigious. When energy is depleted or severe injuries are sustained, one can be forced back into their normal form, just like those 5 Sea Clan members. Furthermore, you created a combined combat formation modeled on the Sea Clan's method of condensing the water giant. This formation allows multiple martial artists of the same attribute to link their auras, resonating their spiritual energy and mental power to achieve an effect where 1 + 1 + 1 is greater than 3. In September of Dawn Era Year 122, the Federation launched its counterattack on the Deep Sea Star. What went through first were not humans, but the Federation's combat robots. These robots were constructed with special Federation alloys and incorporated the newly developed Spirit Rune technology. Each robot was equivalent to a martial artist just entering the 3rd stage, and a combined force of 100 robots could match a 4th stage beginner. Moreover, each robot was itself a massive bomb capable of intelligently deciding when to detonate based on the situation. The Federation deployed a full 1 million robots this time, merely to scout the path and probe the enemy's defensive strength. Once these million robots entered, they rapidly launched indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding area under Federation control. The Sea Clan reacted the instant the robots entered, transforming into water giants as well and striking back at the mechanical horde. After 3 hours of combat, most of the robots had been destroyed. Having roughly assessed the enemy's defensive layout, the Federation's 5th stage martial artists began entering the fray. 3 martial artists who had condensed water attribute transcendent bodies were instantly subjected to a powerful suppressive force upon entry. Their martial body true forms, which should have reached 100 meters when unleashed, were reduced to only 50 meters under the suppression. But they did not panic. Instead, they immediately activated their combined combat formation. Under the formation's effect, their auras linked and their mental strength and spiritual energy resonated, ultimately condensing into a 1,000-meter Dharma image that enveloped them, something far beyond the water giants the Sea Clan could muster. The moment the 1,000-meter Dharma image materialized, it seized control of the spiritual energy for hundreds of miles around and wrested command of the surrounding seawater away from the Sea Clan. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. In October of Dawn Era Year 122, the Federation cleared the Sea Clan around the spatial passage at the bottom of the Deep Sea Star and established research institutes and other facilities. Based on their surveys, the Federation discovered that the spiritual energy concentration of the Deep Sea Star was far lower than that of Blue Star. Moreover, the farther a 5th stage martial artist moved from the spatial passage, the stronger the suppressive force they experienced. It seemed that fully occupying the Deep Sea Star would require considerable effort. In Dawn Era Year 123, the number of awakened transcendent beings on Blue Star reached 1% of the total population, after which it ceased to rise. Over the years, the Federation also discovered that the older a person was, the weaker their awakened supernatural ability tended to be. Even so, no awakened ability was truly feeble. Among all transcendents, no case had been found where a fire attribute ability was so weak at awakening that its flames could only light a cigarette. Nothing of that sort had ever been observed. In March of Dawn Era Year 124, your strength reached 3.0 tons, and your flight speed reached Mach 60. By then, 1/3 of the Deep Sea Star's territory had been occupied by Blue Star, and in the occupied regions the suppression on 5th stage martial artists was greatly reduced. At the same time, the Federation conducted various surveys of the starry sky of the Deep Sea Star, yet observed no familiar constellations. You deduced that the Deep Sea Star was at least several hundred light years from Blue Star, or perhaps not even in the same universe. In April of Dawn Era Year 124, the Federation discovered on the Deep Sea Star one of the spatial passages that had been occupied by the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan station there had already withdrawn. Federation probes determined that no intelligent life remained on the other side of that passage, presumably all slaughtered by the Sea Clan. However, upon entering, the Federation found the suppressive forces there even stronger than on the Deep Sea Star. You speculated that this was because, having traversed 2 worlds, they were subjected to the suppression of both. Of course, these were only guesses. Since the world on the other side of this spatial passage had no spatial passage of its own, there was no way to test whether passing through 3 consecutive spatial passages would result in even greater suppression. In the year 125 of Dawn Era, the Federation fully occupied the deep-sea star. They also found another spatial passage, but unfortunately the intelligent beings within had likewise been slaughtered by the sea clans. It seemed that the sea clans were indeed a brutal race. After occupying the deep sea star, the Federation, based on the sea clans' affinity for water elements, forged them into a special device. Placed in the oceans of Blue Star, it could calm the waves and storms. In the year 126 of Dawn Era, Blue Sky's physical strength reached 5 million kilograms. By manifesting his martial body's true form, he could grow over 200 meters tall. However, after that, Blue Sky found that he could no longer increase his physical strength any further. This should be the physical limit that a fifth realm martial artist could achieve. Even though physical strength had little impact on combat power after the fourth realm, you still regarded it as a standard for evaluating human potential. You speculated that if a person were born with a transcendent body, their physical strength would need to reach 500 kilograms before breaking through, and only then would they experience the double strength phenomenon that surpassed the human limit. In other words, a natural transcendent body possessed innate potential more than 3 times greater than anyone currently below the fifth realm. Such a person would have a natural lifespan of over 200 years even without cultivating. Of course, no natural transcendent body existed now unless 2 martial artists who had condensed transcendent bodies had a child together. Unfortunately, although some fifth realm martial artists had married, perhaps because they already possessed transcendent bodies, the probability of pregnancy for women had become extremely low. In the year 126 of Dawn Era, the Federation also occupied the worlds that the 2 space passages on the deep sea star led to. After completely occupying the deep sea star, the suppression they felt upon re-entering the opposite sides of those 2 space passages had become very weak. You guessed that because the deep sea star now belonged to them after the occupation, 1 layer of suppression was lifted. Although these 3 worlds combined were not even half the size of Blue Star, the Federation still obtained many rare metals and spiritual herbs from them. In the year 127 of Dawn Era, the Federation conquered nuclear fusion technology and built its first spaceship. The maximum speed of this spaceship could reach 15 of the speed of light. Unfortunately, this speed was still insufficient for interstellar travel. Moreover, after the appearance of spatial passages, the Federation had already slowed down its plans to explore the star universe. In the year 128 of Dawn Era, your strength reached 4,000 tons. By this time, the Federation had already developed many weapons based on nuclear fusion. They also attempted to analyze spiritual energy. The Federation had previously converted spiritual energy into electricity, and now they wanted to see whether it was possible to convert energy, such as electricity, back into spiritual energy. In the year 129 of Dawn Era, the first child born of 2 fifth realm martial artists appeared. The Federation then conducted cellular tests on him. Just as expected, this infant naturally possessed a transcendent body. Even at birth, he was stronger than an adult before the spiritual energy revival. According to this situation, if everyone on Blue Star could cultivate and become fifth realm martial artists who condensed transcendent bodies, then in the future Blue Star humanity would truly become a transcendent race, born transcendent from the moment of birth. Of course, you also knew that this goal was extremely distant. After all, over the long span of time, no one among the Federation's current high-ranking officials and present fifth realm martial artists could guarantee that even centuries later, they would still hold the original aspiration of wholeheartedly serving Blue Star. Even now, if not for your supreme suppression over everything, how could the Federation possibly be so harmonious internally? What the Federation needed to do now was to advance toward that goal as much as possible. And the most important key to approaching it was naturally the spatial passages. After all, most problems arose from conflicts of interest. As long as Blue Star occupied more planets and possessed more resources, no major interest disputes would emerge. In April of the year 130 of Dawn Era, a 1,000-meter-long spatial rift appeared on Blue Star, located deep within a mountain range. The moment this spatial rift appeared, it began to fluctuate rapidly. In a short period of time, it expanded into a spatial passage. Although the Federation reacted instantly and aimed its weapons at that location, the race on the other side of the passage seemed somewhat eerie. The Federation only saw a dark shadow rush out from the passage before it vanished without a trace. Faced with this situation, the Federation urgently notified everyone across the world to quickly report any strange creatures they discovered. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The Federation did not know that the Dark Shadow was an Xian, the supreme scout of the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan was a bizarre race with even stricter hierarchy than the Sea Clans. High-ranking Shadow Clan members could unconditionally command lower-ranking ones to do anything. The Shadow Clan was naturally attuned to the element of darkness, possessed extremely powerful concealment abilities, and could possess weak living beings to peer into their memories. Not only that, an Xian also possessed an extremely rare spatial teleportation ability. This spatial ability, combined with the Shadow Clan's innate skills, made him perfectly suited for infiltration work. 5 spatial passages had already appeared on the Shadow Clan's planet. Except for the first one, every time a passage appeared afterward, an Xian was sent to infiltrate the world on the other side and gather intelligence. Then, based on the specific circumstances of the enemy world, they would launch targeted attacks. In just 10 days, through continuous possession, an Xian had mastered most of Blue Star's situation, especially everything concerning you. The information obtained over these 10 days shocked an Xian profoundly. According to the intelligence, Blue Star's potential was enormous. So many powerful experts had emerged in such a short time since spiritual energy first appeared. After all, the Shadow Star had developed for 1,000 years, yet the number of Fifth Realm experts it possessed was not much greater than Blue Star's. Even if they had some powerhouses above the Fifth Realm, Blue Star still had an unfathomable existence. Moreover, Blue Star had undergone a planetary expansion, something an Xian had never even heard of. Once an Xian possessed an ordinary person and tried to use a special Shadow Star device to probe your strength. The result was that when he approached within 100 li of you and just attempted to detect your aura with the device, his malicious intent was immediately noticed by you. Your marshal will instantly attack toward his location. However, because the distance was too great, an Xian only suffered severe spiritual damage before fleeing immediately. Enduring the intense pain in his mind, an Xian did not hesitate. Without pausing, he rushed straight back to the Shadow Clan. Subsequently, he reported Blue Star's situation and your strength to his superiors. After analysis, the Shadow Clan concluded that Blue Star was now far too great a threat, and given the strength you had displayed, no one in the Shadow Clan seemed to be your match. With an existence as overstandard as you, and with the world's suppression in effect, they could not cause any real damage to Blue Star at present. If Blue Star's humans were allowed to continue developing, sooner or later the Shadow Clan would be destroyed. Therefore, they had to strike at the vital point before Blue Star could react. After discussions among the Shadow Clan's high-ranking members, they concluded that since Blue Star now possessed so many experts, all because of you, they should first eliminate you, the greatest threat, and then slowly devour Blue Star bit by bit. Then the king of the Shadow Clan brought out a sinister bow filled with bloody aura and entwined with mysterious runes. This bow had been seized from an alien planet, a terrifying weapon. According to the original inhabitants of that world, it had been unearthed from a great pit in the distant past. The bow's ability was to accumulate terrifying curse energy within the bow's body by blood-sacrificing intelligent beings. Afterwards, one only needed to lock onto the enemy's aura with the bow and shoot. The enemy would fall under the curse. This curse could cause a person's life essence to gradually dissipate until death. Of course, depending on the curse's required power, the number of blood sacrifices needed also varied. At that time, because that planet had too few intelligent beings, it could not unleash the bow's maximum power. The Shadow Clan speculated that this bow could not possibly have been forged by that planet's natives. It was definitely an object from beyond the heavens. After seizing the bow, the Shadow Clan had used it to kill many powerhouses from other planets. It could be said that the bow played a huge role in allowing the Shadow Clan to invade through 5 spatial passages simultaneously. Now they planned to use this weapon to eliminate you. Without hesitation, the Shadow Clan gathered all the original inhabitants of the 5 planets they had occupied and immediately initiated a blood sacrifice. As the blood sacrifice unfolded, the mysterious runes on the bow began to turn blood red little by little. According to the Shadow Clan's extensive experience with the bow, filling just 1/10 of these runes was enough to kill a 5th realm martial artist on Blue Star. Moreover, every time the blood red runes increased by 1/10, the number of sacrifices required would rise enormously. In previous uses, the Shadow Clan had never managed to make the blood red runes exceed 3/10. While the Shadow Clan was still preparing their schemes against you, you had already reported to the Federation about encountering something from the other side of the spatial passage and injuring it. In May of the 130th year of Dawnlight, the Federation dispatched 10 million war robots through the spatial passage, charging into the planet where the Shadow Clan resided. Alas, the Shadow Clan's strength was not to be compared with the Sea Clan. Though their population numbered only a few billion, each individual was born with the innate ability to control shadows. These 10 million robots inflicted little damage upon the Shadow Clan. Even after that, when 5th realm martial artists entered, they were blocked by the Shadow Clan's experts. Even with the combined battle formations, the Shadow Clan had those who could contend. Thus, the situation reached a stalemate. The only way for Blue Star to break the deadlock was to request your intervention. However, the Federation understood that you were not a mere babysitter for Blue Star. If every problem required your personal involvement, the entire population of Blue Star would become useless. Therefore, the Federation decided that unless absolutely necessary, you should refrain from acting. They also felt that Blue Star had been too fortunate since the emergence of spiritual energy, and this was an opportune moment to train their forces. In July of the 130th year of Dawnlight, as the two forces were locked in a stalemate, the Shadow Clan finally completed their preparations against you. The Shadow Clan sacrificed 30 million original inhabitants of the 5 planets they occupied, plus 20 million of their own, totaling 50 million sentient beings in a blood ritual that turned all the runes on that bow and arrow into a blood-red hue. Oh, this is the end now. A weapon that has blood sacrificed so many. I wonder if my simulated self can withstand it. Lin Yu felt this simulation might end here. The bow looked ominous and formidable, reminiscent of the magical artifacts of demonic cultivators in the cultivation world. The bow and arrow had become several times more sinister than before. A single glance revealed immense malevolence. Then the Shadow Clan extracted your aura from Darkheart and infused it into the arrow. Now all that was needed was for someone to carry the bow through the spatial passage, shoot the arrow, and await the result. Subsequently, a top-ranked Shadow Clan expert carried the bow through the spatial passage, endured the Federation's relentless assault, and loosed the arrow. That arrow instantly transformed into a streak of blood light soaring into the sky. All who witnessed it could clearly sense the sinister, baleful energy within the light. The Federation instantly sensed impending disaster, but the bloodlight moved too swiftly. The many martial artists guarding the spatial passage could not intercept it. The moment the bloodlight appeared, you felt a vast malevolence descend upon you. You sensed that something had locked onto you. Instantly, you rose and flew into the distance, probing your body with your spiritual sense for any marks. Unfortunately, even your speed approaching 100 times the speed of sound was too slow before that bloodlight. Within just a dozen seconds, it covered the distance from the spatial passage to within 100 miles of you. Knowing you could not outrun it, you furiously circulated and compressed your blood vitality, forming a crimson-golden armor around your body, and erected a spiritual barrier with your formidable martial will. Yet this armor and spiritual barrier were as nothing before the bloodlight. The moment it touched you, it instantly merged into your body. The moment you were struck, you felt your life essence dissipating bit by bit. Even after thoroughly searching your entire body, you could not locate where the bloodlight had gone. Clearly, this method of eroding life essence was beyond your comprehension. You could sense that even though your life essence was far greater than an ordinary person's, if it continued to drain at this rate, you would not last more than 10 days. You knew you had fallen this time. This must be the means employed by the world on the other side of the second spatial passage. However, you did not believe that their strength alone could achieve such a feat. They must have borrowed some external power. Realizing your time was short, you felt utterly infuriated that a race you had once slaughtered could use such a dirty trick to finish you off. Without a word, you flew directly toward the spatial passage in the deep mountains. You plunged headlong into the planet where the Shadow Clan resided. Unleashing the full power you had long kept dormant, your blood vitality manifested as a heavenly phenomenon spanning 2,000 miles in radius. Then you employed your perfected heaven and earth unification technique, turning the entire 2,000-mile radius into your domain. You began a massacre among the Shadow Clan. First, the Shadow Clan members guarding the spatial passage were crushed to pieces by your martial will. The Shadow Clan's planet was only half again larger than the Sea Clans. In 4 days, you swept across the Shadow Clan from north to south and east to west. During this time, none of the Shadow Clan's experts who stood in your way could withstand a single blow from you. They were slapped to the ground so hard they could not be pried off. Afterward, you charged into the 5 alien planets under the Shadow Clan's control and slaughtered every Shadow Clan member there. Within 7 days, you had annihilated 70% of the Shadow Clan, including nearly all of their high-ranking members. Later, you learned that the weapon used to ambush you was a bow and arrow, and you obtained it. Upon studying it, you found that it was indeed beyond the Shadow Clan's ability to create. The runes on it were profoundly esoteric to your perception. You handed the bow to the Federation. Although its activation conditions were extremely harsh, it could serve as a last resort to break a deadlock in times of crisis. A few days later, you informed the Federation of your condition and the Shadow Clan's abilities, then departed alone for the moon. The Federation sealed off the news about you, only announcing to the world that you had gone into seclusion on the moon. That day, you felt your power rapidly waning and your body slowly aging. Your life essence was exhausted, and you perished. The host has died in the simulation ends. Host, do you wish to receive the memories from the simulation? So I died, and so carelessly. Seems I shouldn't have been so high profile in the next real-world simulation. I choose to receive the memories. As Lin Yu spoke, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Under the simulator's power, the memories were assimilated at an astonishing speed. First came the future trajectory, followed by the understanding of blood vitality, martial arts insights into the elements and the world, and finally, some theoretical knowledge from the Federation's technology. After a minute, the memory transfer was complete, and Lin Yu regained his clarity. The memories from the simulation greatly benefited Lin Yu. Due to the perfect fusion of memories, he now possessed the same level of control over his own power as he had achieved during the simulation. The journey of creating the blood chi martial arts from scratch was a tremendous treasure for him. However, Lin Yu did not intend to cultivate it, knowing that through continuous simulations he would encounter many cultivation systems. When the time came, combining these systems would create a superior path beyond blood chi martial arts. Moreover, from this current simulation, another breakthrough would mean breaking his limits, requiring vast amounts of spiritual energy. In the simulation, he had only broken through after absorbing numerous elixir resources from the Federation. He feared that rushing into a breakthrough without sufficient energy might lead to his own demise. Speaking of energy, given his current physical strength, the daily energy intake required for normal activities when converted to food was not substantial according to the simulation. He speculated that his absorption efficiency had reached a very high level. After organizing the received memories, Lin Yu asked the simulator when the next simulation would be. The answer was that the next simulation world would be of a mid-level world, so it would not be available until the day after tomorrow. Knowing the exact time of the next simulation, Lin Yu decided to find a comfortable place to stay and wait. He then messaged his landlord to cancel the lease, not bothering to ask for the deposit back. After sending the message, he deleted the landlord's contact information. After vacating the apartment, Lin Yu walked out. When he maximized his mental perception, he did not sense anyone observing him. It seems the simulation was just a coincidence. Now that I'm leaving over an hour later, I've directly missed the murderer. It was a pity that the murderer had to die. If the murderer discovered Lin Yu was still alive and came after him, killing him then would expose Lin Yu to great risk. Lin Yu was not in a simulation now and had no desire to get involved with the Supernatural Management Bureau or the Federation. His first priority was to eliminate this person. After leaving, he went to the outskirts where there were no cameras and used his mental power to conceal his form. This technique was a small trick he learned from simulation-based supernaturals capable of creating illusions similar to optical camouflage. After concealing himself, Lin Yu tracked down the murderer based on his memories. He first covertly inserted a force into his body, then used his mental power to implant hypnotic suggestions. The suggestion roughly instructed him to kill the chairman of the largest conglomerate in the neighboring city. In the simulation, the chairman had two formidable supernaturals as personal bodyguards. When they fought, Lin Yu would trigger the force, ensuring the murderer's death. As for the possibility of the chairman actually being killed, after all, the chairman was not a good person either. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Under Lin Yu's gaze, the murderer charged straight towards the chairman's residence. After clashing with the two supernatural bodyguards, he died shortly after. The chairman then used his connections to suppress the incident, assuming it was a revenge attack. He had too many enemies, and fearing that an unknown adversary might awaken supernatural powers and seek revenge, he had hired two supernaturals as bodyguards. With the only threat eliminated, Lin Yu decided to focus on using the simulator to enhance his strength, preparing for the spatial rift that would appear decades later. Lin Yu then booked a month-long presidential suite at a 5-star hotel in the city. Originally, he considered buying a villa, but buying one would require hiring a chef, a housekeeper, and so on. It was simpler to book a presidential suite with 24-hour dedicated service. Despite being a second-tier city, the 5-star hotel's presidential suite was quite impressive. It included separate bedrooms, a living room, a dining room, a study, a dressing room, and even a private swimming pool. The furniture was top-notch with a smart home system. Other exclusive services like meal delivery were countless. After settling in, Lin Yu began to wander around the city, experiencing its local culture. After 2 days of exploration, he deeply appreciated the city's foot massage culture. Time quickly reached the third day, and Lin Yu lay on the bed in the bedroom, starting his first mid-world simulation. A simulated world has been found. Commencing projection of the host's true spirit. Beginning trait extraction. Please select one of the following 3 traits. Minor luck green, you possess extraordinary luck. Everything tends to go in your favor. Tempered sinews and bones green, you have a deep talent for external body refinement. Exhaustive investigation blue, your comprehension is greatly enhanced, and you excel at probing the essence of things and thoroughly understanding them. Lin Yu looked at the 3 traits before him, and without hesitation chose exhaustive investigation. He had witnessed the true value of traits in the simulator. He never expected to encounter a blue trait in his first mid-world simulation, believing he could clear it directly. Selection complete. Simulation begins. At age 16, you wake up on a bed, and a surge of memories not your own floods into your mind. The content of those memories tells you that you are no longer on Earth. You are now in a Taoist temple called Baiyun Temple, and in the memories you are an inner disciple of the temple. The temple is located within the territory of the Great Qian dynasty, situated on a nameless mountain within the dynasty. Outer disciples live at the foot of the mountain, inner disciples on the mountainside, and the summit is the core area of Baiyun Temple, also known as the main temple. From the memories, you learn that the Great Qian dynasty possesses a martial path called martial arts, which allows people to become warriors capable of toppling mountains and shattering cliffs. Baiyun Temple is a force that teaches martial arts, but learning requires corresponding talent. You were originally an orphan adopted by the temple and were promoted to inner disciple due to your talent. According to these memories, you realize that you have lived in Baiyun Temple since your earliest recollections, and even knowledge of the Great Qian dynasty came from some temple servants. After organizing the memories, you roughly understand the early stages of martial arts in this world. The first step in cultivating martial arts is to strengthen the body, so the first realm is called the body strengthening realm. When the body reaches a certain level of strength, it can condense power into a unique force. Normally, a martial artist can develop this force when their physical strength reaches 1000 Jin. A martial artist who has condensed this force has reached the second realm, the force realm. The force realm is divided into internal force, external force, and transformative force from low to high. A martial artist at the peak of internal force can circulate the force throughout the body, enhancing the power of their strikes. Only at this stage can one be considered a true martial artist. An ordinary person who reaches the peak of internal force with force circulating throughout the body would have a physical strength of about 3000 Jin boosted to 5000 Jin with the force. You are currently at this stage only one step away from releasing the force externally to break through to the external force realm. The strength of external force martial artists also depends on physical power. The stronger the body, the greater the attack power and range of the force. When one can control their own force with perfect ease, reaching the realm of mastery, they have achieved the transformative force stage. As for the realm beyond Hua Jin, the memories you inherited contained no understanding of it. Still, becoming an inner disciple meant you could freely browse the martial arts in the inner sect's library, and it was said that a path leading directly beyond Hua Jin could be found there. Besides, you had only just become an inner disciple and had not yet gone to the library. Since the time of your transmigration was evening, you planned to visit the inner sect library the next day. On the second day, you entered the library. Along the way, you discovered that Baiyun Temple had quite a few inner disciples, as many as several dozen. Baiyun Temple's library had only one floor, but it held quite a few books. Apart from martial arts techniques, there were also storybooks, novels, and other miscellaneous works. You did not start by looking for martial arts techniques. Instead, you picked out a few storybooks and miscellaneous works and began reading. While reading, you realized that your mind had become extraordinarily sharp. You could extract deeper meaning from between the lines, and you had also gained the ability to remember everything at a glance. You thought that this must be a benefit of transmigration, a condition similar to what novels called a great increase in comprehension. From these storybooks, you learned that the great Qin dynasty had already ruled the world for at least 1,000 years. This world was also unimaginably vast. Judging from the books, even the great Qin dynasty's territory alone measured 1,000,000 li from north to south. The great Qin dynasty divided its lands into 13 provinces. Each province governed a varying number of prefectures. Below each prefecture were commanderies, and each commandery city governed a varying number of county towns. You felt that just one prefecture was about as large as the earth of your previous life. According to your memories, the mountain where Baiyun Temple stood was situated in Yun Province, the easternmost province of the great Qin dynasty. From these books, you could see that the great Qin dynasty was already nearing its final years. Not only that these storybooks repeatedly mentioned a single term, demons. The books meant in general that this world contained some extremely bizarre living things, and the great Qin dynasty called all such bizarre beings demons. Demons were all very powerful. Even the weakest of them was not something a Jinshi realm martial artist could withstand, while the strongest could easily slaughter an entire city and ravage an entire commandery. As if human blood and flesh brought them some benefit, the thing demons loved most was slaughtering humans. After reading these books, you gained a general understanding of this world. The descriptions of demons in particular made you feel that this world was highly dangerous. So the next most important thing was to improve your strength. Fortunately, from the memories you had obtained, Baiyun Temple was still quite peaceful. You intended to slowly understand the outside world only after you felt you were strong enough. On the third day, after a full day and night of browsing, you had gone through all the martial arts books in the library. You returned to your residence and began sorting through the knowledge you had gained. A month later, relying on your powerful talent, you had already gained miraculous control over force and reached the Huajin realm. Of course, your Huajin was weaker than true Huajin because the process of mastering force was also a process of tempering the physical body. A true Huajin expert's body had been tempered by force for a long time, so his physique far surpassed yours, and naturally the depth and strength of his force also far surpassed yours. However, once you reached Huajin, improving your body became extremely simple. In the days that followed, your appetite increased at a terrifying rate. Fortunately, meals in the inner sect were free, and as long as you could finish what you took, you could eat as much as you wanted. This more than anything made you feel that something was wrong with Baiyun Temple. The inner sect's meals were all greatly nourishing, and some were even medicinal delicacies. Baiyun Temple not only made martial arts freely available, but even supplied cultivation resources at no cost. How could Baiyun Temple be so generous? With powerful food-based nourishment, within 3 months, you raised your body to the average level of a Huajin master. Then you slowed down physical enhancement and focused on breaking through the Jinshi realm to a higher realm. The realm beyond the Jinshi realm was called the Spirit Intent realm. To enter the Spirit Intent realm, one had to first practice a spirit tempering method until one's spirit grew strong enough to see inward. At that point, one had entered the first step of the Spirit Intent realm, inner observation. Baiyun Temple naturally had spirit tempering methods, and more than one. Baiyun Temple's core spirit tempering method was called the clearing clouds to see brightness spirit tempering method. It allowed one to comprehend the artistic conception of clouds dispersing and the sun rising, letting the intent of bright light cleanse the soul. After cultivation, it could make the practitioner's mind clear, reveal their nature, and sharpen their thoughts. You practiced it, but found that this spirit tempering method was far too slow in elevating the spirit. Therefore, you thoroughly comprehended all the spirit tempering methods in Baiyun Temple, kept their essence, discarded their dregs, and created the Heaven-Earth Resonance Spirit Tempering Method. The Heaven-Earth Resonance Spirit Tempering Method let the practitioner resonate with heaven and earth and perceive all kinds of artistic conceptions to temper the spirit. Although it was extremely difficult to cultivate once successful, it tempered the spirit quickly and forcefully. Perhaps because you were a transmigrant, your soul was naturally strong. After practicing the spirit tempering method for just 10 days, your spirit was already capable of observing the inside of your body. A martial artist who reached this stage could guide inner force with the spirit and temper the subtle parts of the body that had previously been impossible to temper. When the body was ultimately refined into a flawless body, a martial artist could live out their natural lifespan without illness or disaster. According to the book's Spirit Intent realm, martial artists in this world lived about 150 years. After reaching this realm, one could be promoted directly to a true disciple of Baiyun Temple and go to the main temple to be taught by the temple master. But after asking the other inner disciples, you found that no true disciple had ever appeared in front of anyone. The temple said that these disciples had already perfected their skills and left Baiyun Temple to travel the mortal world. This discovery made you even more wary of Baiyun Temple. From the day you transmigrated until now, you had always felt that the temple was a little strange. You put the thought aside for the moment and went on increasing your strength. The second step of the Spirit Intent realm was spirit concentration. After inner observation was achieved, one continued to temper the spirit with a spirit tempering method. This process was spirit concentration. When the spirit had been tempered to be strong enough to influence reality, one reached the third step of the spirit intent realm mind movement. At this realm, although the spirit could affect reality only slightly, the powerful spirit made a martial artist's mind sharp and intuition supreme. In addition, one could use consciousness to interfere with martial artists below the spirit intent realm. Under such interference, even standing right in front of them would not make you visible to them. At 17, with unmatched talent, you reached the third step of the spirit intent realm mind movement. At this point, the spirit intent realm was complete. From those storybooks, you knew that the next realm was called the true chi realm. The books also said that the true chi realm was a genuinely transcendent realm, and without exceptional talent, an ordinary person could never reach it in their entire life. If 1 out of 10 Jin Chi realm martial artists could reach the spirit intent realm, then perhaps not even 1 out of 100 spirit intent realm martial artists could advance to the true chi realm. Unfortunately, the intersex library did not have any technique that would allow a person to reach the true chi realm, unless one became a true disciple and entered the main temple at the mountaintop. Since even the intersect had spirit tempering methods, it was highly likely that Baiyun Temple had techniques for advancing to the true chi realm. But after you advanced to mind movement, your intuition told you that a great terror lurked at the mountaintop. You always felt that this great terror had something to do with the temple master of Baiyun Temple. Based on the thousands of novels you had read, the Baiyun Temple master was 99% likely a demon wearing human skin. Although you had already reached mind movement, your strength was certainly still far from matching the temple master. This was because you had seen the temple master once before. That day, before you had even reached the spirit intent realm, you already felt how unfathomable he was. His level of power was not something you could compare with even now. Thus, until your strength was sufficient, you would never set foot on the mountaintop, and you would try to avoid the temple master as much as possible. As for running away, you were uncertain whether the temple master would notice, so all you could do now was accumulate strength in secret, raising it as high as possible. Besides, it was only the true chi realm. Since someone in this world had managed to create a path to it with your talent, how could you fail to find a way to ascend? In the following month, you read every storybook and miscellaneous book in the library. Finally, effort did not disappoint. You managed to interpret and piece together the general process of breaking through to the true chi realm from those fragments of information. The key to reaching the true chi realm was 8 words: when emptiness reaches its limit, reality is born. Refine the false into the true. A martial artist at the mind movement stage who wanted to advance to the true chi realm first had to visualize an illusory true chi seed within the dantian, then pour into it their insights into heaven and earth and the martial way. Afterward, the illusory true chi seed would gradually solidify until it reached a critical point where the false could be refined into the true. But to truly turn emptiness into reality, one needed a trigger: the heaven-earth spiritual opportunity. Only under the influence of the heaven-earth spiritual opportunity would the illusory true chi seed truly transform from an empty concept into a substantial energy body, allowing the martial artist to genuinely possess the powerful energy known as true chi. However, the heaven-earth spiritual opportunity was extremely difficult to obtain. According to the books, the heaven-earth spiritual opportunity was a special energy between heaven and earth. Aside from obtaining it through a stroke of fate, one had to at least reach a state of resonance with heaven and earth before one could sense and absorb it. Alternatively, there were certain places blessed with divine splendor where the heaven-earth spiritual opportunity existed in a form easily absorbed. The difficulty of breaking through to the true chi realm was that enlightenment and the heaven-earth spiritual opportunity were both indispensable. If a person obtained the heaven-earth spiritual opportunity but lacked talent, and their enlightenment failed to meet the conditions for the illusory true chi seed to transform, then even the heaven-earth spiritual opportunity was not enough to turn the seed from void into substance. It was precisely because so few people could satisfy both conditions at once that the true chi realm became a hurdle many martial artists could not overcome even after a lifetime of effort. After learning the method, you effortlessly visualized an ethereal true chi seed within your dantian. Once the seed was visualized, the next step was to comprehend the natural world and infuse your insights into it. The seed would condense into different forms of true chi depending on the nature of the insights infused. If one comprehended only the path of fire, their true chi would be fire attributed. If one comprehended the path of ice and snow, their true chi would be ice attributed. The book even recorded instances where true chi was condensed from sword intent or from the emotions of the heart. Beyond that, you also gleaned from the book that true chi varied in quality. For although the Tao itself had no hierarchy, a mere fire-attributed true chi, unless one had a profound understanding of the fire element, could hardly compare to the 5 elements true chi, which was condensed from the complete cycle of the 5 elements. Likewise, how could true chi condensed from a single sword intent rival that condensed from 3 sword intents? Of course, the prerequisite for achieving this was to integrate different insights into a harmonious whole. For if the insights of the Tao you infused into the seed conflicted, it would tear the seed apart. Moreover, the rupture of the seed would severely damage the soul, and without medicine to heal soul injuries, one would remain forever trapped below the true chi realm. The most crucial point was that the deeper the insights infused into the seed, the more heavenly spiritual essence was required for the final step. These fragmented pieces of knowledge from the book gave you a general understanding, but you knew that breaking through to the true Qi realm was far more profound than this. To exaggerate, just as within fire attributed true Qi, one could condense the samadhi true fire, while another could only produce ordinary flames. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Your goal now was to condense the strongest true Qi possible under the current conditions. In the following 3 months, you contemplated the rising and setting of the sun, comprehending the changes of yin and yang. Yet you did not stop. You observed insects traversing from life to death, and from death to life, grasping a trace of the essence of life and death. You contemplated the 5 elements transformations in the world, comprehending a hint of their cyclical flow. At 18 years of age, you understood the rotation of the 4 seasons, the changes of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and grasped a trace of the essence of the 4 symbols of heaven and earth. By now, your insights into yin-yang, life and death, the 4 symbols, and the 5 elements had all reached the threshold required for the seed's transformation. The true Qi realm was not about achieving earth-shattering power upon completion. The breakthrough requirements might be an insurmountable chasm for ordinary people, but for a genius like you, they were hardly a barrier. You had only attained some shallow understanding of these heavenly Taoists, yet you already met the requirements. Subsequently, you spent 7 months integrating your insights into yin-yang, the 4 symbols life and death, and the 5 elements into the ethereal true Qi seed you had visualized. Under your control, these insights interwove within the seed in a harmonious pattern, ultimately forming an ethereal stream of Qi. This stream was the Xianhuang Yi Qi, the primordial Qi of creation. Of course, calling it Xianhuang Yi Qi was merely a pleasant name. It could also be called the Qi of creation or the chaos Qi, as its fundamental meaning was the energy capable of shaping worlds. In your understanding, the key to breaking through to the true Qi realm was to transform ethereal insights into tangible energy, that is true Qi. This process could be termed Qi refinement. And what Qi could surpass the Xianhuang Qi, which could be used to create the world? Although the current Xianhuang Qi was merely a phantom formed from your insights, even after its transformation from virtual to real and breaking through the true Qi realm, it was far from reaching the level of world creation. But this was only temporary. If the true Qi realm could not achieve it, there were higher realms. You believed that one day, as you integrated more heavenly Taoists into it, your Xianhuang Qi would also reach the state where a single breath could give birth to a world. The first requirement for breaking through the true Qi realm had been met. All that remained was the heavenly spiritual essence. The heavenly spiritual essence was also simple for you. Over the course of this year, besides comprehending the heavenly Taoists, you had never neglected the refinement of your spirit. Now your consciousness could influence a radius of 10 meters. Moreover, with your heaven-earth resonance spirit refining method, achieving deep resonance with heaven and earth was practically effortless. With your current spirit in a state of profound resonance with heaven and earth, you could absorb 2 strands of heavenly spiritual essence in a single day. At 19 years of age on this day, you infused the 365th strand of heavenly spiritual essence into the true Qi seed. At that moment, your true Qi seed instantly transformed from virtual to real and merged with your Dantian, while the energy contained within the 365 strands of heavenly spiritual essence erupted all at once. Your Dantian expanded rapidly, and within it a chaotic void like mist filled the space. That was your Xianhuang true Qi. The energy from the 365 strands of heavenly spiritual essence saturated our Xianhuang true Qi throughout the entire Dantian. Moreover, the process of the seed transforming from virtual to real was deeply imprinted in your mind. Your spirit underwent an indescribable transformation, enabling you to sense a different energy within heaven and earth distinct from the heavenly spiritual essence. This energy was called the heaven and earth primordial Qi. According to the book, it was the necessary energy for cultivation in the true Qi realm. The breakthrough ended quickly, taking less than a minute. At this moment, you had truly become a martial artist of the true Qi realm. After reaching the true Qi realm, you found a secluded place to test the power of your Xianhuang true Qi. You casually unleashed a single stream of Xianhuang true Qi, which tore a fissure over 10 meters long and 5 to 6 meters deep into the earth. Yet this stream was less than 10,000th of the true Qi within your Dantian. You dared not imagine the destructive force you could unleash in a full power blast. Moreover, upon reaching the true Qi realm, if you executed martial arts aligned with your true Qi's attribute, the power could be multiplied. Some martial arts, when performed, could even receive the blessing of the heaven and earth primordial Qi. You did not know how your current strength compared to the White Cloud Temple Master, but you were certain you would no longer be killed in a single strike. However, you had no intention of leaving yet, for inner disciples who failed to reach the spirit intent realm and become a true disciple within 10 years would be expelled from the temple. That meant you could stay in the inner sect for another 7 years, and as long as you did not appear too exceptional, you would be safe for at least 3 or 4 years. You had only just reached the true Qi realm, and you wanted to use this time to create suitable martial arts and further advance your cultivation so that when you left you would be more confident. 1 month after breaking through the true Qi realm, fearing that the commotion of creating and testing martial arts would be too great, you used your insight into turning illusion into reality to combine your understanding of the real world. such as the hardness of rocks and trees, the softness of the ground, and various other data, integrated them, and then based on this data constructed an illusory experimental field in your mind. Then you could test the power of martial arts within this field specifically by projecting your own strength data into this illusory experimental field. Then based on the impact of the martial arts on the field, you could determine how your martial arts would perform in the real world. Whatever performance the martial arts showed in the illusory field, the actual performance in reality would differ by no more than 20%. Of course, you couldn't be too absolute. You didn't know if this world of demons and monsters had any special places that could suppress power. At age 19, after many attempts in various directions, you created 3 martial arts. These 3 were a lightness skill to increase speed, a protective body technique for defense, and an ultimate move for attack. The lightness skill was named Yin-Yang Void Step. This technique not only integrated the changes of yin and yang, making the figure appear illusory, but also made the movement unpredictable. It also incorporated the essence of wind and thunder, allowing you to unleash extreme speed in long-distance dashes. Tested in the illusory field, your full speed reached twice the speed of sound. The protective body technique was named Heaven Shifting Earth, turning Great Protection Art. After executing this technique, your Xianhuang Qi would envelop your entire body. Your Xianhuang Qi was formed by fusing various Tao of heaven and earth, thus possessing extremely strong defensive power. Afterwards, you would resonate with heaven and earth, and use your spiritual power to connect the Xianhuang Qi with the surrounding heaven and earth, so that all attacks hitting the Xianhuang Qi would be dispersed into the surrounding heaven and earth. With your current willpower, you could affect a radius of 30 meters. Although in battle your concentration wouldn't be as focused, you could still connect the Xianhuang Qi with heaven and earth within a 10-meter radius. That meant if someone wanted to harm you, there were only 2 ways: either cut off your connection with heaven and earth, or be able to break the heaven and earth within a 10-meter radius with a single strike. The ultimate attack move was named Yin-Yang Life-Death Disc, which used Xianhuang Qi to form a large millstone, while intensely driving the Tao of Yin-Yang and Life-Death that you had comprehended. After unleashing this move, it could directly grind both the enemy's physical body and spirit to nothingness. Tested in the virtual field, the Yin-Yang Life-Death Disc, fully activated, could reach 100 meters in size, and could reduce an entire small hill to dust. After creating these 3 martial arts, you stopped further martial arts creation. You began to ponder how to continue improving your realm, while also tempering your spirit. At age 20, your willpower could already affect a radius of 100 meters. At this time, when you entered the state of inner vision, you could clearly perceive many light spots within your body. You counted carefully, and found there were about 365 of them. These light spots were the acupoints hidden in the human body. These acupoints were hidden in unknown locations within the human body, and each person's specific locations were different. One needed a powerful spirit to find these acupoints from within the body. After finding these acupoints, you could use true Qi to open them under the guidance of your spirit. This process was called opening acupoints, and it also marked the beginning of tempering the physical body. In fact, you had long discovered that true Qi could appear anywhere in the body, but when you tried to use it to temper the physical body, you found no entry point. You simply didn't know where to start. The true Qi within the body seemed to become illusory again, unable to temper the body. And these acupoints were precisely the entry points for true Qi to temper the physical body. An opened acupoint would become a small space, similar to the dantian, capable of storing true Qi. This true Qi would then flow from the acupoint to the physical body, achieving the effect of tempering. The more acupoints open, the more space there was to store true Qi, and also the faster the tempering of the physical body. However, opening acupoints was a very Qi-consuming act. Each acupoint required a large amount of true Qi. When you first discovered these light spots, you didn't know their function until one time you tried to invest your spirit into one of them, and instinctively poured Xianhuang true Qi into it. As you continuously injected true Qi until at some moment a bang sounded in your mind, and this light spot was opened into a small space by your true Qi. After you poured true Qi into this small space, you felt that the part of the physical body corresponding to that light spot was strengthened. They could be opened with true Qi, and there were 365 of them. You suddenly realized that these light spots were probably the acupoints that often appeared in novels, the so-called acupoints corresponding to the stars of the celestial cycle. In the following time, you devoted yourself to opening acupoints. Although opening them required a lot of true Qi, it was nothing to you. Now, not only did your dantian have vast true Qi, but your recovery speed was also extremely fast. You could now absorb the natural energy within a 100-meter radius to restore true Qi. Moreover, the absorption rate of natural energy reached 99%, and it only took 3 hours to recover the consumption of opening one acupoint. In the following time, you maintained a pace of 1 acupoint per day, opening them quickly. The rest of the time, half was spent on tempering the physical body through the acupoints, and half on improving the heaven-earth resonance spirit refining technique to accelerate the strengthening of the spirit. As the number of opened acupoints increased, you felt your body's connection with heaven and earth deepening. Previously, you used spirit to resonate with heaven and earth, but if you completely opened all 365 acupoints, the physical body might remain in a constant state of resonance with heaven and earth. At age 21, you completed the opening of all your acupoints. Indeed, after opening all acupoints, your physical body could remain in a state of resonance with heaven and earth for a long time. Fortunately, you had created a concealing breath technique that could hide this state, otherwise you would be very conspicuous in the eyes of others. The opening of all acupoints allowed your true chi to temper every part of your body. You felt that when the physical body was tempered to a certain extent, there would be a great transformation, likely becoming a transcendent body like a spiritual body in novels. At that time, the abilities of the spiritual body would likely differ according to the type of true chi. At the age of 21, your physical body had reached a critical threshold under the refinement of Xianhuang true chi. Unaware of the uproar such a breakthrough might cause, you returned to your residence and entered a cellar you had dug 10 meters underground. Using your spiritual power, you created a vacuum environment surrounding yourself. With preparations complete, you began your breakthrough. As you refined your body with true chi, once again your form instantly shattered a limit, undergoing a monumental transformation. Your body gradually evolved to adapt to Xianhuang true chi, and as this metamorphosis commenced, it began to hunger for immense energy. You were well prepared for this. Drawing upon your comprehension of the earth path, you swiftly absorbed the primal energy contained within the earth. With ample energy replenished, your physique began to strengthen, rapidly manifesting wondrous phenomena. Under the tempering of Xianhuang energy, your 5 internal organs radiated an aura of 5-fold splendor. Your body grew increasingly substantial, your skin becoming translucent, like fine glass shrouded in a layer of Xianhuang luminescence. This mantle of Xianhuang radiance elevated your physical defenses to a level comparable with Xianhuang true chi itself. Bone density surged dramatically, and obscure patterns emerged upon its surface reminiscent of the primordial laws of heaven and earth. Your blood concentrated until it resembled quicksilver, shifting from crimson to brilliant gold. The sound of it coursing through your veins echoed like a roaring river, majestic and immense. At that moment, a single drop of your blood carried the weight of 1,000 June, capable of smashing through mountain stone upon impact. 3 hours later, your bodily transformation finally concluded. You slowly opened your eyes and exhaled gently, yet that single breath shot forth like an arrow from a bow, instantly piercing through the mud and stone before you. You sensed the wound and discovered the tunnel extended no less than 17 meters in length. You truly had become something transcendent now. A mere exhalation could slay any martial artist below the true chi realm. Subsequently, you carefully assessed your current condition. Your physical strength had increased more than tenfold since the transformation. You named this post-metamorphosis physique the Xianhuang body. Having become a Xianhuang body, you could sense a significant enhancement in the vital energy coursing through you. By your estimation, you now possessed approximately 500 years of lifespan. Moreover, upon your body's transformation into a Xianhuang body, mysterious changes had also occurred within your acupoints. Your true chi could now circulate through all acupoints via a specific pathway before being released, and the power of chi thus unleashed was 10 times greater than that released directly from the dantian. You named this technique Great Circulation Chi Flow. Based on these changes, you surmised that clearing the acupoints represented one stage of the true chi realm, while forging a transcendent physique constituted another. At this juncture, you felt you had likely reached the pinnacle of the true chi realm. Lastly, you conducted a rough test of your prowess within your mental virtual arena. Your current strength exceeded that which you possessed upon first ascending to the true chi realm by more than 100-fold. Particularly regarding your defense, your spirit refining technique had enabled you to absorb the primal energy of heaven and earth to temper your spirit. Consequently, your spiritual power had grown rapidly during this period and could now influence matters within a 1,000-meter radius through mere intent. This significantly enhanced the defensive potency of your heavenly shift earth turn grand protection method. With all preparations complete, you readied yourself to flee. Judging that you had little worth carrying, you plunged headfirst into the earth without hesitation. The mountain rocks below offered you no resistance, and you continued forward at a depth of 100 meters beneath the surface. Through your meticulous control, your movements caused scarcely any disturbance. Soon you arrived at the mountain's foothills where numerous structures stood. From your original memories, you knew this was the outer sect's domain, inhabited by outer disciples and servant disciples. The outer disciples were all orphans recruited from various regions by Baiyun Temple, while the servant disciples consisted largely of refugees. After traveling approximately 7 or 8 li underground, you encountered something that was not human. Or rather, they wore human forms, yet their inner essence had been consumed by some unknown entity. Their eyes hollow and vacant, they wandered aimlessly throughout the area. They must have been subordinates of that demon. Fortunately, being 100 meters underground rendered them unable to detect you. Soon you had traveled more than 20 li from Baiyun Temple. Unfortunately, matters were not as simple as you had imagined. When you reached a certain distance from Baiyun Temple, an ominous premonition seized you, as though something had fixed its gaze upon you. In an instant, enlightenment struck. You must bear a mark left by that demon upon your person, one that would be detected upon crossing a certain threshold of proximity. Yet you had previously scanned your entire body with your spiritual sense and found nothing anomalous. The only explanation for this situation was that the demon's cultivation realm far surpassed your own. You knew this was no time for contemplation. From your premonition, the demon was already closing in. Instantly charging your palm with chi, you erupted from the ground in a massive upheaval. You then activated the Yin Yang Shadow Escape steps, fleeing rapidly away from Baiyun Temple. Wind and thunder intent wreathed your entire body and bolstered by true qi circulating through the great circulation your speed reached 4 times the speed of sound. Although you traversed dense mountain forest your speed never diminished. Trees and boulders in your path were shattered into powder by your true qi. Alas, your speed was swift, yet the demon's was swifter. Before 2 minutes had elapsed you were forced to halt, for ahead of you stood a familiar figure, the master of Baiyun Temple. Truly unexpected. A humble establishment such as my Baiyun Temple should never have produced a peerless genius such as yourself. One who comprehended wind and thunder true qi even without any cultivation method. The master of Baiyun Temple slowly turned his eyes, revealing both astonishment and greed. He had mistaken the wind and thunder intent you displayed for condensed wind and thunder true qi. Though the master harbored some confusion as to how someone of your mere true qi realm cultivation could move so swiftly, the thought of soon devouring the flesh and blood of such a peerless genius drove the question from his mind. I have nourished you for so many years, now is the time for you to repay me. Repay your grandmother, my foot, you worthless trash, die. Before the master of Baiyun Temple could finish his words, you directly slammed the Yin Yang life and death disc down upon him. The master of Baiyun Abbey did not expect you to be so decisive. Before he could finish his words, your attack came crashing down. Watching the Yin Yang life and death disc so close, it felt a tremendous threat. Without time to ponder how a true Qi realm martial artist could unleash such a powerful attack, it instantly erected a defense using its power. With a roar, it erupted with dark red mist, instantly transforming from a human form into a colossal creature 10 meters tall. The creature's body was covered in black armor with a dark blue crescent-shaped organ embedded in its chest. The surface was marked with vein-like cracks that emitted a cold, phosphorescent glow, and at the center of the crescent was an open vertical pupil. Judging by this mark, this demon might even have the ability to harness moonlight. Fortunately, you reasoned that since they are called demons, who knows if the night could enhance their power, so you chose to escape during broad daylight. Its arms were covered in bone armor, and from the tips of its 5 fingers extended over a meter-long curved blade claws. A pair of spiral black horns pierced from its forehead, with ghostly blue flames coiling around the tips. Its face was covered by bone armor, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes. Aside from these, the demon's form was still humanoid. If not for its enormous size, it might well fit the aesthetic of some people on Earth. You decided to call it the Moon Demon. The Moon Demon gathered dark red energy in its claws and instantly blocked your Yin Yang life and death disc. The moment the hundreds of meters wide disc collided with the 10-meter-tall demon, the energy unleashed flattened the surrounding dozens of li, leaving a crater a kilometer in diameter on the ground. The impact from your clash sent you flying backward several hundred meters. The moment you steadied yourself and prepared to strike again, a massive claw swept toward your head. Fortunately, you had been maintaining a shield since leaving Baiyun Abbey, so this claw was easily blocked. Judging by the Moon Demon's displayed strength, unless it could sever your resonance with heaven and earth, it could never break through your defense. And clearly the Moon Demon was not a demon specialized in mental abilities. What else was there to say? Fight it. At this moment, the Moon Demon appeared unharmed. Seeing you easily block its claw, its expression turned grave. Your earlier attack and current defense were far beyond what a true Qi realm cultivator could possess. It was actually somewhat bewildered. Where did you come from? Could its shabby abbey hold some unknown opportunity that could boost a true Qi realm martial artist's power so drastically? Though its mind was occupied, its attacks did not cease. Its claws gathered red energy and struck at you relentlessly. Perhaps because its body had grown larger, its speed had decreased. In your eyes, the Moon Demon's speed was now only slightly higher than yours. The two of you began a close-quarters brawl, trading punches and palm strikes. From above, you looked like 2 beams of light, one golden, one dark red. Each time the 2 beams collided, the surrounding kilometer was leveled, and the ground was blasted with craters. As the battle progressed, you discovered that the Moon Demon's defense was not particularly strong, at least not hard enough against your Xianhuang True Qi. However, its regeneration was incredibly fast. Every time your Xianhuang True Qi tore a wound on its body, it healed instantly. It was practically a health tank. The Moon Demon, on the other hand, was even more frustrated. Its attacks caused you no harm whatsoever. Even the energy beam fired from its chest didn't even break a single hair on you. In its eyes, you were an impenetrable turtle shell. And so the two of you, one with high defense, the other with strong regeneration, could not overcome each other, and the stalemate continued. You fought for a full 2 hours, turning 100 li of land into ruins. Kid, I have to admit your turtle shell is indeed tough. I can't do anything to you. Why don't we call a truce? You can join me under the great heavenly demon Moon Lord. You must understand that humans are always bound by lifespan. Even the strongest martial artist will eventually die. But if you become a vassal of Moon Lord, you can obtain invincible power and immortality. You ignored the Moon Demon and analyzed the information in its words. Heavenly Demon. Was it a rank among demons, or just a title? While thinking, you intensified your attacks, because you sensed the Moon Demon's decline. Its regeneration was gradually weakening. Its sudden rambling might be because it was panicking. Sure enough, after half an hour, the Moon Demon's regeneration speed could no longer keep up with the rate it was being injured. In between, the Moon Demon had actually thought of fleeing, but you used your Xianhuang True Qi combined with the concept of yin and yang to form a yin-yang force field covering several hundred meters. Within this field you were like the center of a vortex. The closer the locked target was to you, the stronger the pull you exerted on it. Thus the moon demon could not escape beyond 50 meters from you. As its injuries worsened, it unexpectedly reverted to the appearance of the former master of Bayun Abbey. After reverting, the moon demon seemed dazed, as if it felt doomed, and ceased struggling. Seeing this, you seized the opportunity. Under the threat of death and your mental suggestion, it began to reveal some information. The moon demon was originally a human, but had accidentally encountered a demon calling itself Moon Lord. That Moon Lord gave it a drop of blood, after which it became a demon and gained immense power. A true Chi realm martial artist was no match for a single move of its, but unfortunately, it encountered someone as overpowered as you. 20 years ago, Moon Lord stationed it here to await orders and instructed it not to be too conspicuous. As for Bayun Abbey, it was indeed a real force. However, the original people of Bayun Abbey were all devoured by it, and then it took over the abbey, cultivating human martial artists to obtain high-quality flesh and blood. As for why it could detect your escape, it said that was an ability granted by Moon Lord to place an invisible mark on someone. According to Moon Lord, unless the caster dies, the marked person cannot remove the mark without condensing their soul. As for what a soul was, it said it didn't know. When it was human, the strongest it had encountered were only true Chi realm martial artists. After becoming a demon, it had stayed near Bayun Abbey, as instructed by Moon Lord. You then asked what a heavenly demon was. It turned out that this term was also something the moon demon had heard from Moon Lord. When Moon Lord gave it the blood, it said that was the blood of a heavenly demon, so the moon demon believed Moon Lord was a heavenly demon. After obtaining the information you wanted, you instantly chopped off its head, and then used the yin-yang life and death disc to grind its body into powder. You didn't believe it could recover from that. Actually, you were quite envious of the moon demon's regeneration ability. It was practically half an immortal body. You didn't know if all demons had this ability, or only a few. If not for the wrong place, you would have studied it carefully. As you successfully slew the moon demon far away in a luxurious mansion deep within Yunzhou City, a mysterious figure was lazily reclining on an intricately carved chair of golden phoebe wood. He casually toyed with a white jade chess piece in his hand, his fingertips suddenly pausing. Another piece has fallen. But it matters little. It was merely an idle pawn placed without much thought. He slowly rose from his seat and strolled to the window, gazing toward the imperial city. A flicker of scorn crossed his eyes. The great Qian dynasty. I wonder how long that old emperor can possibly hold out. So this person is Lord Moon. Judging by the situation, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty is nearing his end. Lin Yu guessed that the great Qian dynasty would likely undergo monumental changes soon, so he watched to see how his simulated self would respond. After slaying the moon demon, you did not return to Bayun Monastery to collect the drop rewards. Instead, you headed directly toward the city the errand disciple had mentioned. According to the moon demon, Bayun Monastery housed only it as a demon. The rest were merely puppets it controlled and a handful of traitors who had allied themselves with it. Yet you did not wish to take such a risk. Having killed the moon demon, you had no idea whether it might disrupt some of Lord Moon's schemes. Returning could easily result in an encounter with Lord Moon himself. As for the others at Bayun Monastery, you had no time to concern yourself with them. Once the moon demon perished, the puppets it controlled would die as well, and those traitors would likely flee upon sensing the shifting tides. They should be fine on their own. You did not head to the county town nearest to Bayun Monastery. Instead, you traveled 500 li westward to Tianming City. That had been your intended destination all along. You were currently located within Tianming Commandery, Tianping Prefecture, Yunzhou, and Tianming City served as the commandery seat. Your original thinking was to flee toward more important cities whenever necessary, where the quality of human martial artists would be higher. Even if pursued, the martial artists in a commandery capital would prove far more useful than those in a county town. The reasoning remained unchanged now. Having disrupted Lord Moon's plans, you could not rule out retaliation, making it natural to head toward places with stronger defenders. Soon you arrived at the towering Tianming City. Before the imposing city gates, a long queue of travelers waited as guards meticulously inspected each person with bronze mirrors emanating a faint blue luminescence. The mirrors featured an ancient design, yet possessed remarkably clear surfaces, producing a pale luminous ring whenever they scanned any traveler. You surmised these must be treasure mirrors capable of detecting demonic disguises, specifically designed to prevent demons that could transform into humans from infiltrating the city. You passed through the inspection smoothly and entered Tianming City after paying the entry fee. You did not expect the currency in circulation in this world to also be gold and silver. 1 tael of gold was approximately equal to 10 taels of silver. You had no clear sense of what a single tael of silver could purchase, but the entry fee required 1 tael of silver. As for where the money came from, you had simply struck up an enjoyable conversation with a wealthy merchant heading into the city who generously offered it to you. Upon entering the city, you felt a peculiar energy scan your body. This energy possessed a certain suppressive effect on your spirit, reducing your spiritual capabilities to merely half their normal strength. Concentrating your spiritual sense, you traced the source of this energy and found it pointed inward toward Tianming City. You guessed this force was likely something related to national fortune. After all, many novels describe nations with transcendent powers possessing imperial aura or dragon vein energy capable of suppressing the strength of cultivators. You altered your appearance using physical transformation techniques and began strolling through Tianming City at your leisure, simultaneously observing the general layout of the commandery capital. A day later, inside a private room at Tianxin Pavilion, the largest tavern in the commandery, you gradually paused your cultivation of the spirit refinement method. As for the room rental, you had simply borrowed it from a kind stranger. During that day, you carefully gathered intelligence regarding demons and the higher cultivation realms. First, concerning demons. According to records, demons appeared suddenly some 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years prior, a massive meteorite had fallen from the heavens, and the first generation of demons was born from that meteorite. These demons were known to people of that era as pure-blooded demons. These pure-blooded demons could transform other creatures into demons through special powers, and those created demons were called mixed-blood demons. Demons came in many varieties, and most possessed bizarre abilities. The most troublesome were undoubtedly demons capable of taking human form and those lacking physical substance. Such demons possessed extraordinary disguise abilities, making them nearly impossible to detect once they blended into human crowds. Moreover, demons possessed remarkably potent regenerative abilities. Particularly, those demons born from the meteorite were truly immune to death. Even the peak human experts of that era, despite being able to defeat pure-blooded demons, could not kill them. They could only seal them away. Fortunately, humanity ultimately emerged victorious from that battle, sealing away the majority of pure-blooded demons. However, lacking the resources to hunt down the remaining demons that fled, the demon race took root and eventually became humanity's greatest enemy. Roughly 1,000 years ago, the demons amassed their strength and released numerous sealed pure-blooded demons, launching a large-scale assault against humanity. At that time, humanity was engulfed in wars between multiple kingdoms and nearly faced extinction. It was only through the efforts of Qianyuan Emperor, the founding emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, who turned the tide, repelling the demons and unifying human forces under the Great Qian dynasty. As for why demons must target humanity, the reason lies in the spiritual nature of human flesh and blood. Human flesh and blood can enhance a demon's power, and once a mixed blood demon absorbs sufficient human flesh and blood, it can even transform into a pure-blooded demon. The book also recorded that based on strength, mixed blood demons were divided into fierce and fiendish tiers, while pure-blooded demons were classified into earth and heaven tiers. Fierce tier demons possess strength ranging between the human divine meaning realm and the true Qi realm, with the strongest equivalent to martial artists newly entering the true Qi realm. Fiendish tier demons, even the weakest among them, were comparable to the stronger experts within the true Qi realm, while the most powerful exceeded even most innate realm experts. As for pure-blooded demons, even the weakest earth-tier pure-blooded demons possessed the power to effortlessly destroy an entire city. Upon reading this, you silently prayed that Lord Moon would not take notice of you for judging by the classification system. Lord Moon, who styled itself as a heavenly demon, was very likely a heaven-tier demon. Fortunately, there was good news. You had learned about the cultivation realms beyond true Qi, and you had also obtained something quite useful. You have learned that above the true Qi realm lies the innate realm, which can slay savage-level demons. According to your understanding, those in the innate realm can fly through the air. Their spirit undergoes a qualitative change, enabling unity with heaven and earth to borrow the power of the world, and their true Qi transforms into more powerful innate true essence. Not only that, but this information also mentioned the general process of breaking through from the true Qi realm to the innate realm, and you extracted something useful from it. You have learned that after a warrior forges a transcendent body and reaches the peak of the true Qi realm, they must continue to temper their spirit. Only when they sense the brow acupoint and open it does it signify taking a step forward from the true Qi realm. Speaking of forging a transcendent body, you now know that not everyone can locate and open all 365 acupoints and then forge a transcendent body from them. Because to sense the acupoints a strong spirit is only one condition, the other condition is a strong sensitivity to the acupoints, which can be said to be a strong martial talent. Only then can one perceive the acupoints hidden within the body. Moreover, one's own acupoints can only be sensed by oneself. No one else can help you. In the Great Qian dynasty, many major powers possess techniques that can enhance this sensitivity. The number of acupoints opened not only determines the strength of the condensed transcendent body and the amplification of true Qi, but also affects future breakthroughs. Most importantly, after condensing the transcendent body, the unopened acupoints become even more deeply hidden. Even if you break through to above the innate realm, you cannot find them. Therefore, a transcendent body formed by opening only 36 acupoints is of the lowest grade, amplifying true Qi by 2 times, and one will forever be stuck at the true Qi realm. 108 acupoints is the lower grade, amplifying true Qi by 3 times with a chance to break through to the innate realm. 216 is the middle grade, amplifying true Qi by 5 times with a chance to break through to above the innate realm. The minor circulation of 360 is the upper grade, amplifying true Qi by 7 times. As long as one does not fall, they are certain to break through to above the innate realm. The major circulation of 365 is the supreme grade, amplifying true Qi by 10 times with hope of reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Returning to the brow acupoint, it is also what was called the muddy pellet palace in past lives. Breaking the brow acupoint awakens innate spirituality, granting a leap in spiritual perception. The information you extracted only covered how to open the brow acupoint. For the remaining steps, you only know that in order they are Qi with Spirit Bridge of Heaven and Earth and Mystic Gate. Although you roughly understand what they mean, just from their names it is not enough for you to deduce the breakthrough method. You need more knowledge. At 22 years old you finally opened the brow acupoint. After your spiritual power acquired innate spirituality, it can now sense and influence an area of 20 li in radius. Moreover, its influence on reality has been greatly enhanced. Previously, you could at most lift an object weighing 1 kilogram with your spirit. Now you can control up to 1 ton. You have learned that most people when they first open the brow acupoint can only influence an area of 2 or 3 li in radius. You speculate that aside from the fact that your spiritual power was already strong before opening the brow acupoint, another part may be due to transmigrators naturally possessing a stronger soul origin. Could it be that because my current essence has far surpassed ordinary people, the soul essence contained in my wisp of true spirit is also higher than that of normal people? Lin Yu pondered that this might indeed be the reason and decided to ask the simulator after the simulation ended. After breaking through the brow acupoint, your strength has greatly increased, and you began to prepare for the subsequent breakthroughs. This year, besides cultivating, you also carefully studied the power distribution of Tianming City. Based on your understanding this year, although the current emperor of the Great Qian dynasty is nearing the end of his lifespan, causing the court's authority to decline, a starved camel is still larger than a horse, and this camel is only sick, not dead. Therefore, the official forces of Tianming Prefecture still rank first in strength, including the Prefectural Mansion and the Tianming Prefecture Demon Suppression Bureau. The Demon Suppression Guards within the Bureau are divided into different ranks with token copper, token silver, token gold token, and purple gold token. The lowest realm for a wood token Demon Suppression Guard is the Force Chi realm, and so on. For each major realm, increase the rank of the Demon Suppression Guard rises by 1 level. Currently, there is a gold token Demon Suppression Guard stationed in the Tianming City Demon Suppression Bureau, and moreover, you also sensed a powerful aura from the Prefectural Mansion. The owner of this aura in your view could pose a threat to you, so there is a high probability that they are also an innate realm powerhouse. It is not boasting, but you believe that with your current spiritual intensity, by executing the heaven-earth shifting great protection art, even an innate realm expert cannot break your defense. To interrupt your resonance with heaven and earth, one's spiritual power must be at least twice yours. According to your understanding, breaking through to the innate realm brings the greatest improvement to the physical body and true Qi, while the enhancement to the spirit is not significant. In fact, opening the brow acupoint is the greatest enhancement to the spirit. Aside from the official forces, the second tier in Tianming Prefecture consists of the 3 great families of Tianming City, the Sunxuan and Wang families, as well as the Mingxin sect and the Zhenyang sect located within the prefecture. The second-tier forces ostensibly have no innate realm expert station, but they all have backers, and some even had innate realm ancestors leaving behind means of the innate realm. The third tier consists of some gangs within the city and small sects with only 1 or 2 true Qi realm cultivators whose ancestors produced no high-level experts and lack reliable backers. Your target is the second-tier forces that have produced innate realm experts. They certainly possess many key points for breaking through to the innate realm. You are highly proactive. In just 1 month you obtained what you wanted from those forces. You didn't even need to fight. You simply used your powerful spiritual power to hypnotize and control those true Qi realm martial artists who had not yet opened their brow acupoint, and then the items were easily obtained. Not only that, but you also made a major discovery. The Wang family and the Mingxin sect actually possess innate realm martial artists, truly a bunch of sly old foxes. After obtaining the items, you eagerly began the cultivation of Qi with spirit. To achieve Qi with spirit is to use a method to imbue true Qi with spirituality. The specific practice is to merge the spiritual power that possesses innate spirituality with true Qi, guiding the true Qi to awaken its own spirituality. After awakening spirituality, the true Qi not only becomes as easy to control as one's own limbs, but can also be recalled back into the body if it was released without being consumed. Moreover, if the released true Qi is not artificially extinguished, it can instinctively absorb the world's spiritual energy on its own to sustain its own existence. Therefore, at this stage, martial artists have greatly improved both their endurance and attack range. Relying on your peerless comprehension and formidable spiritual strength, you achieved spiritual awareness in your true Qi within merely a month. 3 months later, you opened the bridge between heaven and earth. With this connection deepened, your body became one with the primordial energy of the cosmos. Your true Qi became self-sustaining, and you could harness the faint power of heaven and earth. At 22, through the great cosmic cycle of 365 acupoints, you pinpointed and opened the Xianxian Yiqiao. The Xianxian Yiqiao serves as the crucial link between the innate and acquired states. It exists neither within nor without the body, but in the formless realm, accessible only through the acupoints cultivated within. If the acupoints remain insufficiently opened, the Xianxian Yiqiao cannot be located forever, barring advancement to the Xiantian realm. Upon piercing through the Xianxian Yiqiao, you formally began your transformation from the Jinqi realm into the Xiantian realm. The initial change involves the transformation of true Qi. After opening the Xianxian Yiqiao, a martial artist enters a state far deeper than the union of heaven and humanity. Suddenly, all the principles and truths of heaven and earth become 10 times clearer before their eyes. This state endures for only a single double-hour period. During this time, the martial artist must rapidly contemplate the principles and truths aligned with their cultivation, ultimately integrating these profound insights into their true qi. This process continues until the true qi reaches its maximum capacity, at which point the spiritualized energy condenses ever more tightly within the state of harmony with heaven and earth, ultimately transforming into the liquid form of innate true yuan. Once entering that state, your talent seemed to shatter all boundaries, allowing you to rapidly comprehend the principles and truths that heaven and earth revealed. However, instead of delving deeper into the heavenly principles you had already perceived, you turned your focus to comprehending other aspects of the cosmic order. Your understanding of yin-yang and the 5 elements had already reached profound depths, yet the fleeting nature of this state prevented any fundamental transformation. Rather than letting such an opportunity pass, you resolved to infuse the Xianhuang Qi with additional heavenly principles to refine and perfect it. You recognized this path as correct, for you were not cultivating the conventional 5 elements or yin-yang principles, but rather the Xianhuang Dao that you had created yourself. The more heavenly truths you integrated, the stronger your Xianhuang Dao would become. As your comprehension deepened, your true qi began absorbing various heavenly principles. The Xianhuang true qi grew increasingly potent, its aura expanding to boundless depths until reaching a critical threshold. Within your dantian, the murky mist slowly condensed into clouds. When the first drop of true yuan fell like morning dew, the true qi rapidly underwent liquefaction, ultimately transforming within the dantian into a vast reservoir of pure energy, its surface shimmering with radiance, while the essence of Tao flowed through it. After your true qi transformed into true yuan, it swiftly began tempering the dantian acupoints and your Xianhuang physique. Under the influence of true yuan, the dantian expanded rapidly, its capacity multiplying tenfold within moments. Your body and acupoints, refined by true yuan combined with the heaven-earth bridge, allowed you to maintain a permanent state of unity with heaven and humanity. Though the union of heaven and humanity operated at merely 30% of its full potential, it still provided immense benefit to your comprehension of the cosmic order. Perhaps because your true yuan condensation occurred so rapidly, this state persisted even after the breakthrough completed. Without hesitation, you continued your contemplation of heavenly principles, integrating these insights directly into your true yuan. Soon the full double-hour elapsed, and you completed your breakthrough, ascending to become a martial artist of the Xiantian realm. Upon becoming an innate martial artist, your strength surged dramatically. Your Xianhuang physique, now tempered by true yuan, was 3 to 4 times stronger than before. Furthermore, while ordinary Xiantian cultivators typically live around 500 years, your unupgraded Xianhuang physique had already granted you half a millennium of lifespan. Now you could potentially live a full 1,000 years. The transformation from true qi to true yuan brought about a qualitative leap in power. A single current of true yuan could now shatter what previously required 10 strands of true qi. Moreover, having refined the Xianhuang Dao, your true yuan now possessed not only overwhelming power, but also unpredictable versatility. Within your capabilities, you could accomplish anything with your Xianhuang true yuan. Of course, the greatest boost to your strength came from your newfound ability to draw upon the power of heaven and earth within the range of your spiritual sense, a capability that became available only after reaching the Xiantian realm. You acknowledged that you had previously underestimated the Xiantian realm. Before reaching it yourself, you had not realized that a Xiantian martial artist needed only a slight edge in spiritual strength over yours to harness heavenly power and shatter your resonance with heaven and earth. Heavenly power far surpassed earthly primordial energy. It was the very force of heaven and earth itself, merely borrowed by Xiantian cultivators. Thus, when true yuan levels were comparable, whoever could channel more heavenly power would prove stronger. Similarly, if 2 opponents drew upon comparable amounts of heavenly power, the one with greater true yuan would emerge victorious. This was because the heavenly power harnessed through spiritual strength could only unleash its tremendous might when sustained by true yuan, which served as the structural framework supporting this formless cosmic force. You then drew upon heavenly power to neutralize your own gravity, successfully achieving flight. Testing revealed your aerial speed exceeded 10 times the speed of sound, whereas newly minted Xiantian martial artists averaged less than 5 times that velocity. Indeed, this speed matched what you had achieved in the Xinqi realm. In truth, once reaching the Xiantian realm, humans held a distinct advantage over demons, for aside from winged varieties, most mixed-blood demons lacked the ability to fly. Only pure-blooded demons could master flight. After breaking through to the Xiantian realm, no one within Tianming City could withstand a single strike from you, not even the 3 other Xiantian powerhouses. Nevertheless, you showed no signs of resting, for you were well aware that the Moon Venerable, a heavenly grade demon, harbored certain designs against the Qian dynasty. The demons might already be secretly plotting another assault on the human race, and you had no intention of being swept away as mere cannon fodder when the time came. You began contemplating the path of cultivation within the Xiantian realm. To grow stronger after becoming an innate martial artist, you needed to focus on 3 aspects: comprehending heaven and earth, augmenting true yuan, and strengthening your spiritual awareness. In fact, the moment a martial artist entered the Jinchi realm, the quantity of their true chi became fixed. Unless they employed heavenly treasures and earthly gems to expand their dantian, there was no room for improvement throughout the entire Jinchi stage. Upon breaking through from the Jinchi realm to the Xiantian realm, the dantian would naturally expand, and the space occupied by true chi would diminish once it condensed into true yuan. Therefore, the primary focus of cultivation in the early Xiantian stage was increasing the volume of true yuan. However, advancing one's true yuan was no simple endeavor. Only through continuous deepening of comprehension regarding heaven and earth would the true yuan grow after absorbing the primordial energies of the cosmos. As for enhancing spiritual strength, it required consuming true yuan to do so. Indeed, once true chi had transformed into true yuan, it could now be utilized to temper the mind and spirit. Fortunately, the true yuan expended in tempering the spirit would naturally replenish itself through the absorption of heavenly and earthly energies, making it far less arduous than the process of increasing true yuan. Thus, the cycle of growth in the Xiantian realm followed a clear progression: comprehend heaven and earth, augment true yuan, and refine the spirit. Each enhancement of spiritual power would accelerate both the rate of cosmic comprehension and the absorption of heavenly energies, which in turn would boost true yuan accumulation, creating a self-reinforcing loop of continuous development. For you now, comprehending heaven and earth and absorbing the world's vital energy are not problems. What you truly lack is a cultivation art that uses true essence to refine your spirit. Though you could create such an art yourself, it would cost considerable time, so you decide to seek inspiration from the techniques of others. Your first stop is the Demon Suppressing Bureau. As you approach, a wave of destiny's pressure bears down on you, but it is aimed mainly at demons and has little effect on you. After searching every corner of the bureau and finding nothing, you are left with no choice but to unleash your formidable spiritual power, employing the way of enchantment to beguile the gold-rank demon suppressor. Alas, just as you are about to probe his memories, you discover a prohibition within his sea of consciousness, sealing away memories related to cultivation arts. From the power of this restriction, you can tell it was set by someone beyond the innate realm. Though your profound yellow true chi could grind away the prohibition, you have no way of knowing whether its creator would sense its removal. Thus you abandon the attempt. After erasing this memory from the demon suppressor's mind, you leave the bureau. You see no need to visit the commandery governor's mansion, either, for the innate martial artist, there being part of the same official system, undoubtedly carries a similar prohibition in his mind. Next, you head straight to the Wang family's domain, and there you smoothly obtain the cultivation art from the mind of the Wang clan's innate martial artist. From the art, you grasp the essentials of refining the spirit with true essence, and you upgrade your heaven-earth resonant spirit refining art into the profound yellow spirit refining art. You are confident that the profound yellow spirit refining art you created is second to none in this world when it comes to the efficiency of refining the spirit with true essence. Afterward, you sink into cultivation, comprehending heaven and earth, refining your true essence and tempering your spirit. Of course, you are not trapped in bitter asceticism. In your spare time, you also know how to relax both body and mind. And the Spring Breeze Pavilion in Tianming City is your ideal retreat for relaxation. It is the favorite haunt of the city's cultured scholars and refined gentlemen, and you are exactly such a man of letters and elegance. Not only that, after reaching the innate realm, you used your insights into heaven and earth to create the art of chi observation, enabling you to perceive the fortunes and lifelines of others. Relying on this art of observation, you scour the land for traces of demons, and indeed you uncover many, some of whom have even transformed into human form. It seems the decline of the great Qian dynasty has allowed demons to multiply throughout the realm. Moreover, you witness the monopoly over resources held by the various powers within the great Qian dynasty, especially their stranglehold on the spiritual wonders of heaven and earth. Although the unity of heaven and man enjoyed by innate martial artists is a state half a step superior to resonance with heaven and earth, those at the innate realm and above still cannot absorb spiritual wonders directly from the world. For once one successfully breaks through to the innate realm, the spiritual wonders become impossible to perceive. As for why, no one knows. Yet because certain spiritually blessed lands are drained dry of their spiritual wonders within a short time, and then turn barren, many speculate that this is a limitation imposed by heaven and earth to prevent martial artists from voraciously devouring spiritual wonders. Thus, spiritual wonders remain vital to every faction. They are the key to a martial artist's advancement to the true chi realm, and to preserving the strength of a faction's mid-tier forces. Not everyone, after all, is like you, who achieved resonance with heaven and earth at the divine intent realm. For those rogue cultivators hoping to ascend to the true chi realm, their only choices are to submit to a great power or gamble on sheer luck. Still, this is not something you can manage. After all, you cannot grant them spiritual wonders yourself. On a desolate mountain outside the city, you establish a research lab, drag all the demons you have captured inside, and begin studying their powers of regeneration. After continuous research, thanks to your keen insight, you truly uncover the secret behind demonic regeneration. Every inch of a demon's flesh contains mysterious runes, and even those demons without physical bodies possess them. It is these runes that power their astonishing regeneration. As long as energy is sufficient, the runes allow their bodies to knit together at astonishing speed. However, the runes inside impure-blooded demons are incomplete. If overused, they dim, and time is needed for them to recover. Should they be pushed without rest, the runes will grow fainter and fainter until they vanish entirely. Of course, this applies only to impure-blooded demons. You do not know whether pure-blooded demons possess such runes in their flesh, whether theirs are complete, or whether their power wanes after repeated use. After seeing these runes, you add another practice to your cultivation, contemplating them. You want to try inscribing these runes upon your own flesh so that your regenerative power might become equally monstrous. At 23 years old, your cultivation has advanced immensely. With the support of the profound yellow spirit refining art, the reach of your spiritual power now extends 40 li in every direction. Your true essence has swelled dramatically as well. What was once only the size of a pond now rivals a small lake. At present, your strength already surpasses those innate martial artists who have cultivated for 200 or 300 years. Unfortunately, your pace in comprehending those demonic runes is not fast. You speculate that these runes are manifestations of the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, they seem to be laws of vitality and immortality. Even with your extraordinary talent, comprehending laws at your current realm is still somewhat beyond your reach. Yet, even grasping the barest sliver of insight has greatly enhanced the speed at which your true essence mends injuries, whether wounds of the flesh or wounds of the spirit. One day, as you stroll down the street, you find the city unusually lively. A sweep of your spiritual sense reveals what is happening. It turns out that the eldest legitimate son of the Wang family has made it onto the prodigy list. Naturally, this refers to the Wang family of the capital, while the Wang clan of Tianming Commandery is a branch family. Now they are celebrating the young master of the main house earning a place on the list. The prodigy list is published by the Heaven Secrets Pavilion, one of the top powers of the Great Qin dynasty. Yes, the Heaven Secrets Pavilion, that indispensable intelligence force found throughout the myriad realms. The Heaven Secrets Pavilion issues 3 rankings in total. The first is the list of rising dragons and phoenixes, open only to true Qi martial artists under the age of 30, with 100 places. The second is the prodigy list, reserved for innate martial artists below 100 years old, with 30 places. The last is the Heaven list, which requires a cultivation above the innate realm and admits only 10. Of the 3 rankings, the Heaven list is published once every 10 years, while the other 2 are updated once every 3 years. Today happens to be the triennial day when the lists are released. As for why people accept this ranking as authoritative, it is not because the founder of the Heaven Secrets Pavilion sits second on the Heaven list. Rather, it is because these lists are extraordinary. All who make it onto them receive the blessing of humanity's collective fortune, smoothing the road of cultivation ahead. Among the 3 rankings, the one that draws the most attention is the prodigy list. The Rising Dragons and Phoenixes list is dismissed by the great powers as children squabbling, while the Heaven list, though published once a decade, rarely changes its roster even after decades. At first, you felt it was hardly fitting to call anyone under 100 years old a prodigy. But upon reflection, you realize that an innate martial artist can live at least 500 years. Compared to the golden core cultivators of novels, they fall short only in combat power, yet their lifespans are roughly the same. A golden core cultivator under 100 could indeed be called a prodigy. You casually step into a shop and buy 2 copies of the newly released rankings, one being the prodigy list just published this year, the other the Heaven list issued several years ago. At the top of the Heaven list sits the reigning emperor of Great Qian. Second, naturally, is the Heaven Secrets Patriarch. The names after them belong to the founding ancestors of the various great powers within the Great Qin dynasty. There are many factions within the Great Qin dynasty that have experts above the innate realm, but only a few can truly be called top tier. Ranked first is the Ji family, the imperial clan of the Great Qin dynasty. After them come the Heaven Secrets Pavilion, the Supreme Dao, and the Demon Suppression sect, whose overall strength is only a notch below the Ji family. Below them are the Wondrous Temple, the Dragon Elephant sect, the Lunarine Gate, and the Divine Sword Mountain, all of similar strength. Each of these forces has at least 5 experts above the innate realm, and their founding patriarchs are all pinnacle martial artists who survived the Great War 1,000 years ago. The one at the top of the Heaven's Pride list was not from the Great Qin dynasty, but the Dao son of the Supreme Way. The top 10 were all from the most formidable powers. With the finest cultivation techniques and martial arts at their disposal, how could peers from minor sects ever hope to match them? At 24, your spiritual sense could now cover a radius of 70 li, and your true essence reserves had surged dramatically, advancing from the true essence lake toward the true essence sea. Your research on demons and monsters had also achieved a major breakthrough. Not only had you deepened your mastery of demonic runes, but you also discovered that besides those runes, something else lurked within demonic bodies. You concluded this must be the key through which pure-blooded demons transformed living beings into mixed-blood demons, and you named this power the demonic bloodline. It was this power that made demons cruel and bloodthirsty, harboring an unnatural craving for human flesh and blood. It was also this power that granted demons an energy akin to true Qi, what humans called demonic force. To your senses, this power was something far more profound than the runes, possibly connected to the very origins of the pure-blooded demons. Now that you knew the runes were not the source of demonic bloodlust, you decided to experiment. Could these runes be branded into a human body? You found a man consumed by resentment named On. His story was painfully familiar because his wife was beautiful, a direct line disciple of the Sun family, had humiliated her. When he and his mother went to the authorities to seek justice, the officials ignored the Sun family's crimes. Instead, the family sent men to his home and beat his mother to death on the spot. They crippled him, then forced him to watch as they violated his wife to death. In the end, they didn't kill him. They left him alive to drag out a miserable existence. When you learned all this from On's memories, you found the Sun family utterly despicable. They had tormented him beyond reason, even making him watch his own wife's violation. You told On you could grant him immense power, though it might cost him his life. He agreed without a moment's hesitation. Seeing his resolve, you began strengthening him immediately. Using your Xianhuang true essence, you inscribed the runes you had comprehended into every inch of his flesh and blood. The process was slow. It took 4 full hours to brand every part of his body, but the result exceeded your wildest expectations. The runes merged effortlessly into every fiber of his being. And perhaps because your true essence reacted with the runes after the branding was complete, On's body quickly recovered to full health, and his physical strength soared to an entirely new level. You sensed that the defensive power of his flesh was now only slightly inferior to the Xianhuang body you had forged in the True Qi realm. Even if his strength and speed lagged somewhat, he could still contend with most True Qi realm martial artists. Moreover, because the branded runes were formed from your true essence, which automatically absorbed heaven and earth's spiritual energy to replenish itself, On could maintain peak condition indefinitely unless he engaged in prolonged intense combat. Of course, these were only your speculations. The best test was combat. So ignoring his kneeling gratitude, you issued him a highly humane mission: slaughter the Sun family. Before he left, you also drew upon the restrictions you had seen in the Demon Suppression Bureau to inscribe a protective soul seal in his mind, shielding his spirit so he wouldn't be felled by a single mental shock before the battle even began. On appeared before the Sun family mansion with ghostly speed. Before the guards could react, he struck down 2 with thunderous force, then shattered the vermilion gates, that symbol of wealth and power, with a single punch. He charged into the estate like the avatar of death, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. As for whether innocence might be caught in the carnage, as far as you knew, the Sun family had grown increasingly brazen as the great Qian dynasty declined. Their arrogance even surpassed the Wang families. Even their servants thought themselves above others, strutting about and delighting in bullying the common folk. Truthfully, not a single member of the Sun family was worth sparing. Even if you killed 9 out of 10, the one who slipped away would still be a viper. So why not kill them all? Hearing the commotion, the Sun family's experts rushed out and launched their attacks at On. As you watched On battle the family's True Qi realm masters, you noticed that whenever their techniques struck him, the Xianhuang true essence within him neutralized the blow. And on the rare occasions they managed to break through, his wounds closed almost instantly. At one point, seeing their defeat inevitable, some tried to flee, but the entire Sun estate was sealed within your true essence barrier. Outsiders couldn't detect what was happening inside, and no one trapped within could escape. From then on, it was a one-sided massacre. 2 hours later, On killed the last member of the Sun family, and his aura still burned with undiminished ferocity. Your experiment was an overwhelming success. From now on, you could mass-produce warriors like On. You named these empowered soldiers Xianhuang Dao soldiers. Not long after you left, someone discovered the Sun family's fate and reported it to the authorities. Seeing the gruesome scene, the officials concluded it was an outright slaughter. They assumed the Sun family had grown too arrogant, offended an innate realm martial artist, and been wiped out in retribution. This incident kept the other powers of Tianming City subdued for quite some time. 3 months later, you had produced over 100 Xianhuang Dao soldiers. Your craft had become so refined that you could forge a Dao soldier in under an hour. Every one of these soldiers had been a notorious villain in Tianming City. For them, you simply strengthened, brainwashed, and controlled. And after that one-stop process, they became your loyal followers. Afterward, you assigned these Xianhuang Dao soldiers a mission: use Qi collecting bottles to harvest the true Qi of True Qi realm martial artists throughout Tianming Prefecture. The Qi collecting bottle was a vessel condensed directly from your true essence, designed to store true Qi. Your purpose in gathering all this true Qi was to comprehend the insights into martial arts, the Tao, and the nature of heaven and earth that were contained within each martial artist's Qi. These insights carried each martial artist's unique understanding, and within some of them there might be revelations that could help you refine and perfect your Xianhuang Dao. With over 100 Xianhuang Dao soldiers deployed, the true Qi realm martial artists of Tianming Prefecture were in for a world of misery. One moment they'd be walking down the street, and the next 2 hulking brutes would leap out, beat them to a pulp, then produce a strange little bottle and drain their true Qi. And they didn't even stop after draining them dry. They forced their victims to recover and be drained again until the bottle was completely full. There were those who resisted, but they soon discovered that these assailants were practically immortal, like demons. Soon rumors spread that a strange new breed of demon had appeared, ones that wore human forms, but no longer craved flesh and blood. Instead, they devoured martial artists' true Qi. And because many low-level true Qi realm martial artists had their dantians drained dry several times before the bottles were filled, they were left spiritually shattered and utterly exhausted. So the rumor evolved into claims that these demons absorbed not only true Qi, but also vital essence. As for how male-looking demons could drain the vitality of male martial artists, well, some questions are better left unexplored. The matter soon spread far and wide, growing increasingly outrageous, for everyone claimed those individuals were demonic beings, which ultimately drew the attention of the gold-badged demon suppressing guard at the Tianming Town Demon Suppression Bureau. When a Xiantian realm expert intervened, your Xianhuang Dao soldiers stood no match and were captured on the spot. Through his investigation, although he failed to detect any Jinyuan power within the Dao soldiers, he nonetheless concluded they were not demonic entities. Driven by curiosity about what profound cultivation method these Dao soldiers practiced, how they could possess such strength and remarkable self-healing abilities without true qi, he probed their minds. His mental probe triggered the protective divine seal you had planted, and you remotely detonated the Jinyuan within the Dao soldier's body, severely wounding him in the blast. The explosion revealed to him the nature of Jinyuan's power and confirmed that a Xiantian warrior stood behind these individuals. Recognizing this was no ordinary demonic incident, he sensed the formidable strength you commanded from that devastating blast. Dragging his grievously injured body back to the Demon Suppression Bureau, he issued a proclamation declaring that no demonic entity was responsible. Someone orchestrated events behind the scenes. He then forwarded the intelligence to the Commandery Governor's mansion, effectively passing the matter downstream, since it fell squarely under their jurisdiction. The Commandery Governor's mansion, upon learning that even a fraction of your Jinyuan had left the gold-badged demon-suppressing guard gravely wounded, recognized your strength as absolutely top-tier among Xiantian cultivators. Their Xiantian warriors were no match for you, so they escalated the matter upward, choosing to await orders from higher authorities, since no Jinchi cultivators in Pinyin Commandery had perished from this yet. Once your presence had been detected, you did not order the Xianhuang Dao soldiers to stand down. Instead, you created even more of them and dispatched them to neighboring commanderies. You had already perceived the advantages of this approach. The unique insights embedded within each pulse of true qi offered you profound inspiration. The male martial artists of Jinchi realm and beyond in Tianming Commandery, upon learning that even a Xiantian expert could not halt these invaders, ultimately resigned themselves to their fate. Fortunately, word from the Demon Suppression Bureau revealed that these figures consumed only true qi rather than vital essence, a crucial distinction that kept the male martial artists from fighting to the death. At 25, your cultivation of the Xianhuang Dao had advanced considerably, your Jinyuan swelling so dramatically that it filled 2/3 of your Dantian, now worthy of the title True Yuan Si. Your spiritual consciousness expanded to cover a radius of 100 li, and the number of Xianhuang Dao soldiers under your command had grown to over 300. Once they had gathered sufficiently in Tianming Commandery, you directed them to other jurisdictions, and now their traces spanned nearly the entirety of Taiyan Prefecture. Anticipating that these Xianhuang Dao soldiers would encounter Xiantian practitioners, you organized them into teams of 10, confident that even a conventional Xiantian warrior could not overcome such coordinated opposition. Moreover, should combat prove unwinnable, the combined detonation of 10 Dao soldiers would prove devastating. You were certain few in the Xiantian realm could withstand such an assault. Certainly some bold Xiantian warriors persisted, driven by greed for the cultivation techniques these Dao soldiers practiced. But their defiance ended in destruction when faced with the simultaneous self-detonation of 10 soldiers, and your Xianhuang Dao forces suffered heavy losses in the process. Some Xiantian cultivators even sneaked after the Dao soldiers, attempting to trace where the vessels carrying their true qi were being taken. You rendered them unconscious with a single strike and extracted their accumulated true qi using the upgraded Yuan storage vessel. Though you never pursued Xiantian warriors to extract their true qi-free offerings such as these were far too valuable to refuse. Upon regaining consciousness, these Xiantian experts felt the hollow emptiness in their dantians and fainted once more at the realization they had been utterly powerless. They understood all too clearly the vast gulf separating them from you. News of this rapidly spread, and no Xiantian practitioner dared pursue your Dao soldiers thereafter. Yet while they recoiled from confronting you directly, there existed realms beyond Xiantian. Beyond the Xiantian realm lies the Yuan Shen realm, where true Yuan transforms into magical power, which then refines the divine spirit until consciousness itself becomes the primordial essence. Within Taiyan Prefecture, the Heavenly Sword sect operates as a subordinate sect of Xinjian Mountain, its patriarch, the ancestral master at the Yuan Shen realm, known as Tianjian Lauren. He took notice of this affair, and through his primordial essence probing detected your true Yuan, though no runes were found within the Dao soldier's flesh. Tianjian Lauren reasoned that these Dao soldiers possessed no cultivation techniques of their own, drawing their strength solely from your true Yuan enhancement, and the revelation filled him with excitement. He believed that acquiring such a method of human enhancement would significantly strengthen the core members of the Heavenly Sword sect, potentially allowing them to supersede Xinjian Mountain within decades. Tianjian Lauren also felt fortunate that he was the sole Yuan Shun practitioner in all of Taiyan Prefecture, with no other expert having uncovered the Dao soldier's secret, rendering this enhancement method virtually within his grasp. As for you, the master controlling these Dao soldiers, he dismissed you as merely a Xintian-level ant. Tianjian Lauren assumed you had stumbled upon this human enhancement technique by chance and planned to interrogate you once captured to discover what other fortuitous discoveries you might have made. Thus, when you summoned the Xianhuang Dao soldiers to retrieve the qi-gathering vessels, Tianjian Lauren trailed behind them. You detected his presence the moment he entered the sphere of your spiritual awareness. When you spotted him, he simultaneously detected your spiritual pressure and, making no attempt to conceal himself, soared openly toward you. Though you sensed no immediate threat from him, you felt a superior spiritual force locking onto your position. Moreover, his flight speed far exceeded that of a Xiantian practitioner, leading you to believe he may have already transcended to a higher realm. Fortunately, you had anticipated this moment and left behind a clone forged from your own Xianhuang, true Yuan, while your true body lay concealed. Given the potency of your current Xianhuang, true Yuan, you doubted his spiritual power could discern your movements or detect the distinction between your clone and your actual self. Indeed, you observed that the spiritual force had now fixed its target on your clone. Meanwhile, Tianjin Lauren's eyes darkened with envy as he realized that when you projected your spiritual awareness to sense him, your physical form remained 100 li away, demonstrating that your spiritual coverage spanned precisely that range. Even his own current Yuan Shun realm coverage reached only 130 li, whereas during his Xiantian days his spiritual reach had barely exceeded 50 li. Tianjin Lauren concluded that your extraordinarily powerful spiritual detection at the Xiantian stage must have resulted from consuming rare heavenly treasures, resources that rightfully belonged to him. In less than half a minute, Tianjin Elder had already arrived before your avatar. You are remarkably daring, aren't you? Seeing me approach and still refusing to run. Is it because you know you cannot escape? Your utter indifference to Tianjin Elder's arrival stirred a hint of uncertainty in him. I shall not waste words with you. I trust you have heard of my reputation. I am the primordial spirit realm patriarch of the Tianjin sect, known across the martial world as Tianjin Elder. You should be well aware of the chasm between the innate realm and the primordial spirit realm. If you are wise, you will hand over the fortune you have obtained. In light of your outstanding talent, not only will I take you in as a true disciple, but all that you have done in Tien Prefecture will be completely forgiven. He had apparently taken you for a fortunate soul who had stumbled upon a heaven-sent opportunity by sheer luck. Tianjin Elder could not even be bothered to put on a pretense. He simply ordered you to produce what he coveted. After delivering these words, Tianjin Elder waited silently for your reply. In his eyes, refraining from directly soul-searching you, and even offering to accept you as a true disciple after you handed over the treasure, was already a boundless mercy. A loose cultivator of the innate realm like you ought to be weeping tears of profound gratitude. Your true body stood hidden in the shadows, watching Tianjin Elder prattle on and on at your avatar. You were thoroughly speechless. The moment you heard his words, you understood at once. This Tianjin Elder had certainly mistaken your technique for forging Xinhuang Dao soldiers for some heritage you had exhumed from a bygone ruin. You felt that Tianjin Elder resembled a villain from a novel who covets the protagonist's opportunity. Still, by his name, Tianjin Elder sounded like a figure of righteousness. Even if he were the villain, should he not at least wear an upright appearance? And as for how Tianjin Elder actually looked, you hardly knew what to say. His eyes were sinister and sunken, his nose crooked into an unnatural hawk's arch. It was the visage of a villain through and through. The first glimpse of him was enough to convince anyone that he was no good man. Under your control, your true essence avatar did not stir in the slightest, nor did it respond. It merely fixed Tianjin Elder with that same pair of dead fish eyes. When Tianjin Elder saw you ignore his words and stare at him with such an expression, he felt for reasons he could not name a profound disdain emanating from those dead fish eyes. A blaze of wrath ignited in his heart. He, Tianjin Elder, had roamed the world in supremacy for centuries. When had he ever been subjected to such insult? Boy, I will extend to you one final chance. As long as you hand over the fortune, not only shall my earlier promises hold true, but I will also do my utmost to aid your ascension to the primordial spirit realm. Nevertheless, he swallowed his fury and deigned to grant you another opportunity. To be honest, had he not been wary that your fortune might conceal a trump card capable of harming him, your insolent gaze alone would have driven him to soul-search you on the spot. You still vouchsafed him no response. Expressionless, you picked at your ear, blew lightly upon your fingertip, and then resumed skewering him with that dead fish stare. Fine. Excellent. It appears you are hell-bent on seeking death. Today I shall make you witness just how pitifully the innate realm crumbles before the primordial spirit realm. That condescending act of yours instantly detonated Tianjin Elder's fury. With a sweep of his right hand, his mana dispersed and reshaped, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of Hundred Zhang sword energies came slashing at you, each one possessing the might to sever rivers and sunder mountains. In his judgment, this careless strike alone was sufficient to inflict crippling wounds upon you. Under your command, your true essence avatar neither dodged nor flinched from the approaching sword energies. Rather, the majestic Xianhuang true essence coalesced into an invisible bulwark and forcibly shattered the sky-filling sword chi to pieces. When Tianjin Elder perceived how effortlessly you had neutralized his blow, he was greatly alarmed by your ability. He felt that your strength was by no means inferior to those who stood within the top 10 of the Dacian Empire's prodigy list. Moreover, although Tianjin Elder could not discern your true age from the vitality bound within you, he inferred that you were absolutely no older than 100. If so, you were hardly different from the top 10 of the prodigy list. At this realization, Tianjin Elder's greed for the fortune you had obtained grew ever more feverish. What manner of inheritance could possibly elevate a stray cultivator to the standing of a mighty sect scion? Meanwhile, your true body, having sampled those sword energies that had struck your avatar, discerned that the power of the primordial spirit realm was indeed vastly stronger than the innate true essence of an ordinary innate realm cultivator. Pity that your innate realm was anything but ordinary. The intensity of that energy was still a cut below your Xianhuang true essence. Now the old man struck you as the sort of elite monster in novels who, after steadily cultivating through the normal route to become a great expert, is brutally slain by a protagonist vaulting across levels. Once he grasped your true strength, Tianjian Elder began to take matters seriously. Tianjian Elder continued to unleash ceaseless waves of sword chi upon you. Only this time the sword chi was suffused with powerful sword intent. To Tianjian Elder, although your true essence was formidable, your spiritual strength could not rival his. All the more so since his spirit had already sublimated into a primordial soul, and his spiritual awareness had transformed into far more powerful divine thought. What he intended was to crush you from a higher spiritual plane with that mighty divine thought. Fortunately, your Xianhuang true essence could withstand mental afflictions, so these sword intents did not inflict much harm upon you. Because the amount of true origin sealed within the avatar was finite, you had it merely defend passively rather than strike back. As Tianjian Elder's sword chi continued to fall without cease, the earth around you was soon slashed into a mangled wreck. Having seen the ground itself utterly destroyed while you remained completely unscathed, Tianjian Elder knew that he would not take you down without revealing a few genuine skills. Do not presume that your impregnable defense makes you invincible. Today I shall let you witness the true methods of the primordial spirit realm. Clang! A crystalline sword cry pierced the 9 heavens. Behind Tianjian Elder, the void twisted violently, and a colossal sword shadow 100 meters long slowly took form. The instant the sword shadow appeared, the earth for dozens of li quaked in unison and split apart as though it could no longer bear such overwhelming weight. The clouds were shredded by invisible sword chi, revealing a single streak of cerulean sky. Sunlight poured through the sword shadow, scattering a lattice of intersecting sword marks across the ground. Gazing at the sword shadow behind the elder, you realized it was a creation born of his sword Tao and the power of heaven and earth fused with his own energy through the catalyst of his primordial spirit. This was presumably a technique available to all cultivators in the primordial spirit realm. After manifesting the sword shadow, Tianjian Elder wasted no further breath. He was now consumed by but one desire: to cripple you and then soul search you. He lifted a hand unhurriedly, and the 100-meter sword shadow behind him stirred in response. Heavenly sword slash. At that softly breathed word, the sword shadow abruptly swung down 1,000 zhang sword light. Before the sword light even arrived, the ground was already beginning to collapse, and the surrounding space contorted as if this single stroke could cleave the firmament itself. Facing this blow, you did not command your avatar to dodge. Instead, you expended every last wisp of true essence within the avatar, meeting that sword light head-on. In the instant the two forces collided, the land for dozens of li could bear it no longer and buckled with a violent shudder. Countless hills exploded into rubble, forests were flattened into barren earth, and towering plumes of smoke and dust blasted into the sky. After that single strike, the sword heaven old man halted his assault, for he sensed that your aura had grown exceedingly feeble. His intent was to extract your memories, not to slay you. When the dust settled, your battered figure came into the old man's view. Now do you see the chasm between us? No matter how formidable a Xiantian realm cultivator may be, they are no match for a Yuanshan realm expert. As he spoke, the old man instantly appeared beside you, a sinister grin contorting his face as he seized your head, forcibly probing your mind with his divine sense. Yet in the next instant, the triumphant sneer on his face froze. His fingers did not encounter the warmth of flesh and blood, but instead plunged into a wispy, ethereal mist, an eerie emptiness spreading from his fingertips. The sea of consciousness that should have surged with power was now but a reflection in water, a flower in a mirror. The moment his divine sense invaded, it vanished like a stone sinking into the ocean, yielding no feedback. Impossible. How could this be merely an avatar? How could an avatar be so powerful? Cold sweat beaded on the old man's forehead as he realized he might have been toyed with. By now the true essence within your avatar had nearly depleted, and its form began to fade. Your sword technique is quite formidable, but your aim is lacking. You missed the real me. Before the words faded, the avatar dissolved into a cascade of radiant light, drifting like fireflies through the heavens and earth. The old man trembled, not only from the humiliation of being deceived, but also from an unprecedented sense of peril. If this was merely your avatar, then where was your true body? Had it fled? Or? The old man snapped his head up, his divine sense frantically sweeping the surroundings, only to find that the entire world seemed to be watching him. Every wisp of wind, every cloud, all felt like your eyes. The battle has only just begun. Your voice, though not loud, emerged naturally from every inch of air, every breeze, every patch of soil, within 100 li, commanding attention. Before the old man could react, the clear sky suddenly darkened. Thick clouds converged under an invisible force, forming a colossal palm spanning thousands of meters, descending toward him. Gazing at the plummeting giant hand, the old man sensed the immense power of heaven and earth contained within it, his eyes brimming with disbelief. But with the palm almost upon him, he did not hesitate. The sword shadows behind him erupted with divine radiance, unleashing 10 streaks of sword light that ultimately shattered the giant hand. Impossible. Under the pressure of my divine, since your spiritual power should never be able to gather this much power of heaven and earth. After blocking the palm, the old man roared his challenge into the void. You were defying his understanding, for under the suppression of a Yuanshan realm cultivator's divine, since an ordinary Xiantian realm cultivator could not borrow even a shred of the power of heaven and earth. Since you asked so sincerely, I shall graciously tell you. To prevent. Wrong channel, sorry. After that brief lapse, you honestly answered the old man's question. Divine sense is indeed a dimensional strike against spiritual power. Under its suppression, even you could not borrow the power of heaven and earth. However, in your view, the entity with the greatest mastery over the power of heaven and earth is none other than heaven and earth itself. Thus you employed a realm higher than the unity of heaven and man, merging your vast true essence and spirit into every flower, tree, blade of grass, and piece of wood within 100 li. Within this radius you existed in a state akin to a shallow Tao integration. Though this state was superficial, you could withdraw from it at any time. Pity that your research into the physical body is still insufficient, otherwise your flesh could also merge into the fabric of heaven and earth. In this integrated state, your command over the power of heaven and earth far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists, allowing you to wield far greater quantities of it. Unfortunately, the power of heaven and earth permeates the universe. You had only fused with the heavens and earth within 100 li, unable to seal the space of that region. Otherwise, under your current level of control, the old man would not have been able to borrow a single shred of the power of heaven and earth. Alright, I've told you everything you wanted to know. Time for you to depart. I am still too kind. I couldn't bear to let you leave with unanswered questions. With those words, you pressed down another palm. This strike was different from before. It was a formal attack combining the Tao of Xuanhuang, your true essence, and the power of heaven and earth. As the palm descended, it seemed as if the very firmament was collapsing, a myriad of heavenly might crashing down. In the old man's eyes, the entire world was bearing down upon him. He knew that if this palm landed, he would have no escape. He began to burn his Dharma power and primordial spirit, slashing sword light after sword light at the descending hand. Yet even after hundreds of slashes, the palm print remained unshaken. The old man's hope began to crumble into despair. He let out a desperate howl. No, you cannot kill me. I am a man of the Xinjian sect. If you slay me, the Xinjian sect will never let you off. You paid him no heed. Xinjian sect. What did that matter? Did they know who you were? At last the giant palm fell, leaving a 10,000 zhang handprint on the earth, and the old man's figure vanished. You were not surprised that he could not withstand your palm. His sword Tao was inferior to your Xianhuang Tao. The energy he wielded was weaker than your true essence, and the power of heaven and earth was crushed by yours. How could he possibly win? As you mused, a streak of light suddenly shot from where the old man had been fleeing into the distance. But before it could travel 10 li, it was captured by chains formed from your true essence, and you sealed it into a bottle condensed from your essence. This was none other than the old man's primordial spirit. By some unknown means, he had preserved his spirit under that devastating strike, hoping to escape with the speed of spirit form far surpassing flesh. Alas, he did not know how powerful you were in the integrated state. Unless he could teleport through space, he could never slip from your grasp. After capturing the old man's spirit, you restored the battlefield, flattening the earth, then raising several peaks to conceal the traces of battle. It was a pity that your Xianhuang Tao soldiers were all destroyed by the old man's sword chi. The more you thought about it, the angrier you grew. After torturing the old man's spirit for a while, you headed straight for the Heavenly Sword sect. Upon arriving at the sect, you wasted no time and began looting. Using your gaze of insight, you executed anyone steeped in the aura of sin. As expected of a sect led by a villain like the old man, though it claimed to be righteous, more than half of its members were burdened with grievous sins. After slaughtering half of the sect, you departed cheerfully with your spoils. Next, you decided not to have the Xianhuang Tao soldiers continue gathering qi, but instead lay low for a while. Not that you feared the Xinjian sect, but after all, it was a top-tier power with over 10,000 years of heritage. You had granted a measure of respect. 3 days later, news that the Tianjian old man had perished and the Tianjian sect had been wiped out spread throughout Tyne Prefecture. Although you had concealed the traces of the battlefield, everyone within 1,000 li had sensed the Tianjian old man's sword intent on the day you fought him. Taken together with the destruction of the Tianjian sect, the martial artists of Tyne Prefecture also guessed the result of that battle. In all likelihood, the Tianjian old man had lost, and had even fallen because of it. The martial artists of Tyne Prefecture were all talking about the destruction of the Tianjian sect. Granted, the Tianjian sect had been extremely overbearing in its dealings, and had offended quite a few people. But when all was said and done, the Tianjian sect was still a subordinate force under Xinjian Mountain, who would be bold enough to wipe it out. In the end, everyone's suspicion fell on the Tianma sect. But why would the Tianma sect travel across several provinces just to come all the way to Yunzhou and destroy the Tianjian sect? At first it was only suspicion, but as word spread, the Tianma sect somehow transformed from a suspect into the confirmed culprit. The story went that in his youth, an elder of the Tianma sect had been abandoned by his childhood sweetheart and fiancée, who then threw herself into the arms of the Tianjian old man. Indignant and unwilling to accept it, he left behind the words, 300 years on the East Bank, 300 years on the West Bank. Do not bully a youth for being poor. Later, through a twist of fate, he joined the Tianma sect and cultivated demonic arts. Now with his demonic arts fully matured, he crossed several continents, and came to Yunzhou to settle accounts with the Tianjian old man. Only after arriving did he learn that his fiancée had once given herself to the Tianjian old man to save his life. Because the Tianjian old man had coveted his fiancée's beauty and told her that if she did not submit, he would kill her beloved. After he left Yunzhou, his fiancée took her own life. After learning the truth, this elder of the demonic sect was overwhelmed with grief and cruelly killed the Tianjian old man and wiped out the Tianjian sect. Some people even produced evidence that one of the Tianma sect's elders had stayed in Tian Prefecture when he was young and had left the Tianma sect just a few days prior. When you heard this, your first reaction was which genius came up with this plot? Your second reaction was that someone was definitely setting up a scheme to stir up trouble. After that came admiration for the Tianma sect. It was absolutely extraordinary. Because this matter showed that the Tianma sect must have been silently taking the blame for countless things, and yet it still hadn't been destroyed. You had to say, as the only demonic sect among all the top powers of the Great Qian dynasty, it truly knew how to bear responsibility. After lamenting over the Tianma sect for a while, you turned your attention to the rewards. During these 3 days, through interrogating the Tianjian old man's primordial spirit and reading the Tianjian sect's collection, you learned how a Xiantian realm martial artist could break through to the primordial spirit realm. For an ordinary Xiantian realm martial artist, transforming true essence into mana required 2 things: Earth Fiend Qi and Heavenly Gang Qi. Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Qi were like the primordial energies bred by the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, they were yin and yang. Earth Fiend was yin and Heavenly Gang was yang. A Xiantian martial artist, after filling the Dantian with true essence, had to absorb the Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Qi that corresponded to the Tao he cultivated. In that way, by borrowing the power of yin and yang meeting within the Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend, the true essence could transform into mana. However, Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Qi also had grades from low to high, low grade, high grade, top grade, and peerless. The stronger the Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Qi, the more difficult it was to absorb, but the mana condensed from it was also more powerful. Still, Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Qi were extremely scarce, let alone one's matching one's own cultivation. Thus, martial artists had developed a cultivation art that allowed them to use their own Tao to slowly condense Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Qi suited to themselves from heaven and earth. However, the Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Qi condensed in this way were generally inferior in grade to those bred naturally by heaven and earth. According to records, only Emperor Qianyuan, the founding emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, had condensed peerless grade Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Qi. Admittedly, self-condensed Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Qi were more compatible with the cultivator and also a cut above natural Qi of the same grade. Yet if one broke through using this method, the instant the Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Qi were condensed, the true essence would automatically absorb them and transform into mana, leaving no chance to back out. Moreover, every top power possessed inherited peerless grade Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Qi, so very few heirs of these major powers broke through to the primordial spirit realm by this method. After all, the uncertainty was far too great. After obtaining mana, one first had to condense one's powerful spiritual power into a spiritual body. Finally, within the spiritual body, one had to visualize the acupoints and dantian corresponding to their positions in the physical body. Then one used mana to temper the spirit and transform it into a primordial spirit. At this stage, the number of opened acupoints was extremely important. If there were not enough, the spirit would not be thoroughly tempered and could not transform into a primordial spirit. The number of acupoints and the strength of mana also determined the strength of the primordial spirit after it condensed. Once the primordial spirit was formed, the martial artist had officially broken through to the primordial spirit realm. After becoming a primordial spirit realm cultivator, one's primordial spirit could break free from the body's constraints. Although it could only carry half of one's mana, its advantage was a speed that the physical body could never hope to match. Covering 100 li in an instant was nothing more than ordinary. Of course, even after reaching the primordial spirit realm, the physical body was still very important. The physical body was the foundation of existence. If the body was destroyed, the primordial spirit would gradually dissipate unless one seized another body to be reborn. Of course, being able to seize a new body and be reborn did not mean that primordial spirit realm cultivators had infinite lifespans. After reaching the primordial spirit realm, one's lifespan was at least 1,000 years with a maximum of 1,500 years. This was the lifespan limit set by heaven and earth. Once that limit was reached, even if one seized a new body, the primordial spirit would gradually wither. After learning the method of breaking through, you resolved without hesitation to condense Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Qi yourself to make the breakthrough. For you had great confidence in your profound yellow Tao, and according to the records, even Emperor Qianyuan had no record of defeating a primordial spirit realm cultivator while still at the Xiantian realm. Besides, as a dignified transmigrator with a golden finger, if you still couldn't measure up to a native of this world, you might as well go find a block of tofu and knock yourself dead on it. You knew that the next thing to do was quickly fill your dantian with true essence, then condense Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Qi and break through to the primordial spirit realm. While you were wrapped in cultivation, Xinjian Mountain, tens of thousands of li from Tian Prefecture, also learned that the Tianjian sect had been wiped out. As the name suggested, Xinjian Mountain was a force made up of sword cultivators. Upon learning that one of its subordinate sects had been annihilated on its own turf, wasn't that a slap in the face? Therefore Xinjiang Mountain was extremely angry. Of course, cultivating the sword Dao made them seem straightforward and headstrong, but that didn't mean their brains couldn't work. Xinjiang Mountain first sent several primordial spirit realm elders to the battlefield where Yu and the Tianjian old man had fought, hoping to obtain some information. As it turned out, of course, there was no useful information to be found. This outcome left the Divine Sword Mountain with no choice but to cast suspicion upon the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Divine Sword Mountain had indeed suspected a conspiracy from the start, but based on existing evidence, one of the Heavenly Demon Sect's elders was quite likely the true culprit. Throughout, all of Yunzhou martial artists watched with bated breath, wondering whether the Divine Sword Mountain would stand firm against the Heavenly Demon Sect or silently swallow their grievances out of fear. Tianjian Elder had reached the Yuan Shun realm, a position of supreme combat strength recognized across all under heaven. With an Yuan Shun expert killed so brazenly, the Divine Sword Mountain owed an explanation to all their subordinate forces. Thus, the most prudent course for the Divine Sword Mountain was to confront the Heavenly Demon Sect directly. Otherwise, how could they hold their followers together when morale crumbled? Even if they were to identify the true culprit now, the crime scene had been cleared so thoroughly that who could prove anything? People would simply assume the Divine Sword Mountain was seeking an excuse to avoid offending the Heavenly Demon Sect and had picked a convenient scapegoat. Such is the nature of human perception. The mastermind behind this scheme had employed an openly brazen stratagem. After deliberation, the Divine Sword Mountain issued a formal declaration to the Heavenly Demon Sect demanding they hand over the murderer, the very outcome all parties in Yunzhou had anticipated. Within 10 days, the news had spread across the entire realm. An elder from Taiyan Prefecture within the Heavenly Demon Sect was utterly bewildered. Though he had committed many wicked deeds, he refused to bear this particular blame. During his years living in Taiyan Prefecture, he had only heard of the Heavenly Sword Sect by reputation. At the time, he had never even heard of someone called Tianjian Elder. Besides, he certainly had never had a childhood betrothed. Moreover, in recent times, although he had not been at the Heavenly Demon Sect, he certainly had not traveled to Yunzhou either. The elder resolved to simply ignore the matter. Over the years, their Heavenly Demon Sect had absorbed countless false accusations without consequence. This incident would not affect him in the slightest. But several days later, he realized his mistake. His colleagues regarded him with a trace of sorrow in their eyes, and some even urged him to accept whatever fate awaited him. Even the patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Sect consoled him, saying that although they were a demonic sect, they still maintained a measure of humanity. He gave the elder a spirit-calming pill to steady his mind, and warned him not to lose his Dao heart over this matter. After taking the spirit-calming pill, he persuaded and pleaded until finally his colleagues and the sect patriarch believed that he was innocent and lacked any such background. Seeing the Heavenly Demon Sect's prolonged silence, the Divine Sword Mountain had little alternative but to take up arms. After all, even without this incident, the two factions were already adversaries. Thereafter, the Yuan Shin elders of the Divine Sword Mountain began striking at the subordinate forces of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In response, the Heavenly Demon Sect dispatched their own envoys, and both sides clashed repeatedly at the Yuan Shun realm. When you emerged from your cultivation state and took notice of these events, both sides appeared ready to escalate into genuine warfare. Observing the ferocity of the conflict between the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Divine Sword Mountain, you understood that if anyone had orchestrated this scenario, they were now poised to unleash their true plans. As predicted, after 2 months of stalemate, word arrived that an Yuan Shin elder of the Divine Sword Mountain had perished, with all evidence pointing to the Heavenly Demon Sect's involvement. The sword cultivators of the Divine Sword Mountain erupted in fury, and the conflict escalated further. The Heavenly Demon Sect offered no defense, for traces of their core cultivation technique were indeed present at the scene. Soon the 5th month of open warfare arrived. Both the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Divine Sword Mountain had suffered tremendous casualties. 2 Yuan Shin elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect had fallen, and another 2 from the Divine Sword Mountain were no longer with them. Counting the elder who had died earlier and Tianjian elder, the Divine Sword Mountain had already lost 4 Yuan Shin experts, a catastrophic blow. Just as the conflict threatened to spiral into all-out war, the Dacian imperial dynasty stepped forward. They declared that with the demonic forces growing ever stronger, the human race should not further exhaust its top combat strength through internal strife, and urged both sides to reconcile. Seeing the Dacian imperial dynasty intervene, other major powers also stepped forward, demanding that the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Divine Sword Mountain cease their hostilities. Their proposed solution was to have the Patriarch of Heavenly Secrets divine who the true culprit was. Naturally, the cost of this heavenly divination would be shared by both sides. If the culprit were found among the Heavenly Demon Sect, they would surrender them and compensate the Divine Sword Mountain for their losses. If the killer was not from the Heavenly Demon Sect, then the Divine Sword Mountain would compensate the Heavenly Demon Sect for their losses. The Divine Sword Mountain had little choice but to accept. Moreover, they had entered into conflict with the Heavenly Demon Sect in a rather haphazard manner, and now the Dacian imperial dynasty had conveniently provided them with a graceful way to step down. Although the loss of 3 Yuan Shin elders caused them considerable anguish, continuing the war would have resulted in far greater losses. The Heavenly Demon Sect initially had no desire for reconciliation. After all, they had been unjustly blamed for crimes they did not commit, while losing 2 elders, who would not be enraged? Unfortunately, facing coordinated pressure from the Dacian imperial dynasty and other major powers, the heavenly demon sect was forced to concede. Damn it, if I get implicated in this, I'm completely finished. Lin Yu sweated nervously for his simulated self. He desperately hoped no one would discover he was the one behind this, or this entire simulation would come to an abrupt end. After both sides agreed to reconciliation, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets summoned the Patriarch of Heavenly Secrets to divine your specific information and whereabouts. The Patriarch readily accepted the commission. After all, it was a paid service. He then closed his eyes and began channeling the art of heavenly divination. Meanwhile, as you cultivated, a sudden alarm pierced through your consciousness. Your hair stood on end as you felt an inexplicable sense of being observed, yet you could detect no trace of divine perception. You circulated your primordial essence across your body, but found that sensation of surveillance persisting and intensifying. With a single thought, you deduced that someone was employing heavenly divination to trace your information. You swiftly entered the Tao harmony state, and as expected, the intrusive feeling vanished the moment you merged with the heavenly principles. As you entered the Tao harmony state, the Patriarch of Heavenly Secrets opened his eyes. The results are clear. The killer is not from the heavenly demon sect. As for their exact location, he paused thoughtfully before addressing the crowd from the divine Sword Mountain. The culprit possesses some artifact capable of obscuring heavenly secrets. I can only determine they remain within Tian Prefecture. However, I urge you not to pursue this matter too relentlessly, or your divine Sword Mountain may face calamity. After receiving the verdict, the assembly dispersed. Thereafter, the divine Sword Mountain compensated the heavenly demon sect with resources as agreed. However, on the matter of how to handle you, the divine Sword Mountain once again convened for discussion. Because of old ancestor Tianji's strength and the uncanny accuracy of every divination he performed, and because finding a primordial spirit realm martial artist in the vast Tian Prefecture was simply too difficult, divine Sword Mountain ultimately decided to heed old ancestor Tianji's advice. Thereupon, divine Sword Mountain spread the word that according to old ancestor Tianji's calculations, the murderer was not a member of the heavenly demon sect, but someone else entirely. A few days later, divine Sword Mountain announced that the murderer had been caught, and then executed the captured culprit in front of the public. Learning this news while you were in Qingzhou, you knew that divine Sword Mountain would most likely not come looking for you again. For the moment, you breathed a sigh of relief. If divine Sword Mountain had insisted on pursuing this matter, you truly would have been in trouble. Although your strength surpassed most primordial spirit realm cultivators, divine Sword Mountain had a martial saint seated within it. Martial saint was not a realm, but an honorific title. After a martial artist entered the primordial spirit realm, to take the next step required diligent cultivation, after which one would trigger and survive the 3 tribulations. With every tribulation crossed, a martial artist's strength soared by leaps and bounds, and one's lifespan was extended by 500 years. Once all 3 tribulations were passed, a martial artist wielded heaven-shaking power and could live up to 3,000 years, thus earning the world's revered title of martial saint. Those on the heavenly ranking were all martial saint powerhouses. As for why the original Emperor Qianyuan had also been a martial saint, while the current emperor was only the 4th emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, it was because bearing the fate of a nation greatly shortened one's lifespan. The reason you had fled to Qingzhou was that you were afraid divine Sword Mountain would harden its stance and send a martial saint to seize you. After all, you had cost divine Sword Mountain 4 primordial spirit realm experts. Even if you were only the trigger, since they could not capture the mastermind behind it all, who knew whether they would vent their anger on you. Although Qingzhou was only adjacent to Yunzhou, it was the territory of the Supreme Tao sect. The Supreme Tao sect would certainly never allow a martial saint from divine Sword Mountain to swagger into its domain. Though you did not understand why divine Sword Mountain had simply ended this matter, you planned to stay in Qingzhou for now. After advancing to the primordial spirit realm, you would go out and roam again, and while you were at it, settle accounts with the mastermind behind this incident. At 26 years old, your Dantian finally reached its perfected state. The true essence within it was like a boundless ocean surging with towering waves. The range of your spiritual power also reached a radius of 125 li. You had now met the standard for condensing the chi of heavenly stars and earthly fiends to break through to the primordial spirit realm. However, you were not in a hurry to break through. Instead, you waited until your spiritual power grew to the limit that your current true essence could support, and only then would you make the breakthrough. At 27, the range of your spiritual power reached a radius of 140 li. At the same time, news that shook the world arrived from Qianjing City, the capital of the Great Qian dynasty. The reigning emperor, Emperor Qianming, had fallen into a coma for reasons unknown. 3 days after this news spread through the world, the demons within the Great Qian dynasty, as if receiving some kind of order, rose up en masse, taking advantage of the decline in national fate, while Emperor Qianming lay unconscious. They ceaselessly attacked nearby cities, and some demons who had taken human form reverted to their true forms on the spot, slaughtering everyone around them. At the same time, the demons who had been driven into the vast southern mountains 1,000 years ago launched a large-scale assault against the Great Qian dynasty, and quite a few among them were pure-blooded demons. Fortunately, the Great Qian dynasty had established Demon Suppression Pass in the south specifically to block the demons' attacks. Moreover, within the pass was a 1,000,000-strong demon-slaying army. Its commander was a truly peerless martial saint, and when the army formed its war formation, it could withstand demon armies numbering in the tens of millions. The demon army was held back outside Demon Suppression Pass, and the various powers within the Great Qian dynasty also began their own campaigns to surround and annihilate the demons. But because Emperor Qianming's coma had lowered the suppressive force of national fate to its lowest point, no one knew how many demons throughout the Great Qian dynasty had jumped out. In addition, some factions merely went through the motions, and some people even took advantage of the chaos to stir up trouble. Therefore, this demon unrest was not resolved for a long time. It was not until a month later that the situation at Demon Suppression Pass suddenly reversed. The demons actually dispatched 4 heaven-ranked demons and more than 20 earth-ranked demons. In that sudden assault, the demon army nearly rushed through Demon Suppression Pass. In the end, only the timely support of the martial Saint Patriarchs from Tying Gate Wuyo Temple and Dragon Elephant Sect kept the demon army from breaking through the pass. Time passed little by little under these circumstances. Just as everyone thought the situation would remain deadlocked, Emperor Qianming, who had been in a coma for 2 months, miraculously woke up. The moment Emperor Qianming woke, the Great Qian dynasty's national fate surged with suppressive power over the demons, suppressing more than half of their strength. Afterward, Emperor Qianming issued an edict commanding the slaughter of demons for the sake of the world. Under the weight of this righteous cause, the various powers within the Great Qian dynasty had no choice but to display their true strength, and the situation was brought under control in an instant. As several more martial saints joined the battle at Demon Suppression Pass, the demon army gradually began to retreat. Thus, with Emperor Qianming's awakening, this demon unrest came to an end. Even so, this demon unrest had caused severe damage throughout the Great Qian dynasty. Fortunately, after this, the number of demons within its borders should decrease on a massive scale. With humanity's accumulated foundation, as long as there was enough time, these losses would soon be recovered. After this incident, everyone across the world became far more vigilant toward demons. They knew that 1,000 years had passed, that demonic strength had recovered greatly, and that this incident was probably only a test. Perhaps before long the demons would launch a large-scale offensive against humanity, just as they had 1,000 years ago. During this unrest you had slain quite a few demons yourself, and you had even made a major gain. You captured an earth-rank pure-blooded demon. To tell the truth, you had simply swooped in and collected the spoils. This demon had been surrounded by several primordial spirit realm cultivators from the Supreme Tao sect. Thanks to its undying body, it had suffered no injuries, but its demonic energy had been heavily depleted and its strength greatly reduced. While fleeing, it happened to run right into you. How could you possibly let such an excellent experimental specimen get away? Through research, you discovered that the runes inside a pure-blooded demon's body were indeed more complete and more profound than those of mixed-blood demons, and the demonic bloodline within it was also stronger and more complete. At age 28, after more than half a year of recovery, the people of Dakian had returned to their daily lives. Moreover, because so many demons and monsters had been slain, their lives were even more peaceful than before. However, after waking that time, Emperor Qianming had changed his ways entirely, no longer indifferent to affairs at court as he had been before. Shortly after the demon turmoil ended, he set his sights on the court's 100 officials. After finding evidence of official corruption and collusion with demons, he chose to slaughter without mercy. No one knew how many officials' homes were raided. Within Qianjing City, blood truly flowed in rivers. He even began to move against local officials throughout Dakian. Faced with the court's overwhelming strength, a large number of local officials were found to have conspired with demons and were beheaded on the spot. Just 3 days earlier, Emperor Qianming had uncovered the culprit behind his coma, the first prince. Driven by the eager desire to become emperor, the first prince had colluded with demons and poisoned him. Once this news spread, the entire realm was shocked. The officials belonging to the first prince's faction in the court fought desperately to defend him. After all, the first prince was Emperor Qianming's first son and eldest legitimate son. Although Emperor Qianming had not designated a crown prince for years, yet most still regarded the first prince as the best candidate for crown prince and the most orthodox heir to the throne. Even if he did nothing, the throne would almost certainly fall into his hands someday. How could he possibly have schemed to poison Emperor Qianming? Emperor Qianming ignored the 100 officials' excuses, reduced the first prince to commoner status, and cast him into prison. Then he unexpectedly named the unknown 7th prince as crown prince. Remember, the first prince, that eldest legitimate son, had never once served as crown prince before being reduced to a commoner. The other 7 top powers all maintained silence toward Emperor Qianming's actions. Watching Emperor Qianming's various actions and the reactions of the other top powers, you realized that after waking this time, he might have sensed that his end was near. Thus, he had purged the officials guilty of embezzlement, bribery, and collusion with demons, clearing away threats for the future emperor. Afterward, he finally filled the crown prince position that had remained empty for years. You paid these matters only a moment's heed, and then dismissed them since they had nothing to do with you anyway. At age 29, your spiritual power could cover a radius of 170 li. By now, the tempering of your spirit through true essence had reached its limit, so you decided to condense the heavenly gang and earthly Sha Qi and break through to the nascent soul realm. It took you 3 months and a journey across nearly all of Dakian before you finally condensed the heavenly gang and earthly Sha Qi suited to the Xianwang way. The heavenly gang chi was like a silken ribbon of light, cascading from the Milky Way, condensed from the glimmer of hundreds of millions of stars, translucent silver-white radiance flowing through it. The earthly Sha Chi resembled the heavenly gang Chi, except its silver-white radiance had turned into a dark golden glow. Yet both the heavenly gang Chi and earthly Sha Chi had fine runic light traces floating on their surfaces, as if countless laws of the great Tao were shimmering and fading within. You drew both energies into your dantian at the same time. Then, using the power of their yin-yang union, your true essence absorbed that power and began to transform into Dharma power. Before long, you condensed that first wisp of Dharma power. The moment it appeared, all your true essence surged toward it. 3 hours later, the interior of your dantian slowly settled. Looking within your dantian now, all true essence had vanished, replaced by countless streaks of flowing light. These streaks were Dharma power, neither gaseous nor liquid, but a formless luminous state. With Dharma power complete, you began the final step of breaking through to the nascent soul realm, condensing the nascent soul. This meant compressing your spirit into a spiritual body in your own image, and then visualizing acupoints and a dantian within it. Your Xianhuang Dharma power began to emerge from those illusory acupoints and dantian, tempering your spiritual body. As the transformation advanced, your spiritual body became more and more condensed, shifting from the formless toward the tangible. 3 days later, your spirit had truly transformed into the nascent soul. The condensed nascent soul was another you, a body carved from colored glass light trailing across its surface with a mysterious rune at its brow. Then it suddenly opened its eyes, and overwhelming divine thought burst outward in all directions. 300 li, 500 li, 700 li. At last, divine thought covered a radius of 1,000 li. After the transformation from spiritual power to divine thought, it had grown stronger by who knew how many times. After testing the might of your divine thought, you began controlling the nascent soul to hover 3 chi above your head. You found that in this state you seemed to have 2 perspectives, the nascent souls and the physical bodies. The physical body's vision was just as it had always been when no spiritual power was used. At best, it could see somewhat farther and sharper than ordinary people. The nascent soul's perspective, however, was beyond comparison with any previous spiritual probing. Through the nascent soul's perspective, heaven and earth appeared crystal clear to you, and the manifold ways and principles of the world seemed to have one veil after another peeled away. You could clearly observe the principles according to which heaven and earth revolved, which greatly aided your comprehension of the Tao. The nascent soul's perspective brought one to the realm where mountains were no longer mountains and waters no longer waters. Then you tested the technique you had gained by natural enlightenment after breaking through to the nascent soul realm. The same technique the old man of the heavenly sword had used at the very end, the nascent soul Dharma aspect. As you channeled the nascent soul Dharma aspect, a human-shaped Dharma aspect 1,000 meters tall began to appear behind you. It sat cross-legged in the void, its form balanced between real and unreal, as if woven from billions of Xianhuang threads. Translucent, Xianhuang mist flowed over its body like a veil of gossamer, yet exuded a pressure as weighty as a mountain. On its skin, natural Tao patterns emerged like a miniature network of mountains and rivers. Its features were indistinct, but its 2 eyes were fully formed. The left eye was like the dark blue vault of heaven, with stars being born and perishing in its pupil. The right eye was like molten earth lava, and wherever its gaze reached, the air twisted and vaporized. Behind it, a Xianhuang divine halo emerged, formed from the different runes you had comprehended as the ways of heaven and earth. This was your nascent soul Dharma aspect, the Xianhuang Dharma aspect. Of course, you had designed the appearance of this aspect yourself. Whether it was mighty was a matter of the moment, or whether it was handsome was a matter of forever. Perhaps because you had been able to enter the Tao Union state back in the innate realm, once you unleashed the nascent soul Dharma aspect, you sensed the heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 li begin to resonate with it. Sensing this, you did not hesitate and immediately entered the Tao Union state. After you did, so your nascent soul Dharma aspect also began to merge with heaven and earth. At that moment, you seemed capable of controlling everything within a radius of 1,000 li, including space itself. Under your control, the originally clear sky suddenly split open with a pitch-black rift, as if the canopy of heaven had been torn apart. Rolling Xian Qi poured down like the celestial river, flooding in reverse, turning into hundreds of millions of cyan rays that cascaded earthward. The earth began to quake. The Qi of Earth's veins erupted, transforming into thick yellow clouds that interwove with the Xian Qi, forming a Xianhuang canopy that veiled the sun, moon, and stars. The heaven and earth within 1,000 li had become your domain. In this domain, anyone whose strength did not surpass yours by a significant margin would be suppressed, unable even to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. You named this domain the Xianhuang Dharma world, and this technique the Xianhuang worldfall. After thorough testing, you discovered that the Xianhuang Dharma realm not only suppresses enemies and seals away the powers of heaven and earth, but also grants your spiritual energy and divine sense varying degrees of amplification within its bounds. However, the greatest enhancement belongs to your divine sense phantom, whose strength in the Xianhuang Dharma realm surges by several tiers. I wonder whether my current strength can rival a martial saint. According to the information you obtained from Elder Tianjian, even among those at the Yuanshan realm who have survived 2 tribulations, only a very small minority can extend their divine sense to 1,000 li. Martial saints having survived 3 tribulations and passed the trials of heaven and earth each possessed their own domain. You were uncertain whether a martial saint's domain functioned identically to your Xianhuang Dharma realm. If so, you still could not defeat one. Yet with the Xianhuang Dharma realm at your disposal, a martial saint should likewise find it difficult to subdue you. After calculating your current combat power, you concluded that with the Xianhuang Dharma realm, no one below the rank of martial saint could be your match. Even if a martial saint were to strike against you, you might not prevail in battle, but you could certainly flee. You felt that you finally possessed the capital to act with some boldness. Nevertheless, you were still far from reaching the stage where you could freely indulge yourself, and thus you must continue to cultivate. Upon returning to your residence, you began pondering your cultivation plan for the Yuan-Shen realm. The cultivation of the Yuan-Shen realm was not fundamentally different from the Xiantian realm. Both required comprehending heaven and earth while enhancing one's spiritual energy and divine sense. The key distinction, however, was that Yuan-Shen realm practitioners must also place emphasis on physical body cultivation. This was entirely due to the tribulations. Upon reaching a certain stage in the Yuan-Shen realm, one could trigger their first tribulation, the fire tribulation. The fire tribulation tests both the martial artist's physical body and divine sense. Its intensity scales with the cultivator's strength. The stronger the martial artist, the fiercer the tribulation and the greater the rewards upon successful transcendence. Once the fire tribulation commences, internal fire arises, spontaneously scorching both flesh and divine sense. Those who survive the tribulation see their divine sense elevated substantially, while their bodies tempered by the fiery trial grow not only harder, but remarkably agile. This enables Yuan-Shen realm martial artists to fly, while carrying their physical bodies along with their divine sense, moving at speeds nearly equal to when their divine sense departs alone. This effectively eliminates the vulnerability of needing someone to guard one's physical body while the divine sense wanders. Yet failure means the 5 viscera turn to ash, limbs rot away, divine sense is obliterated, and a millennium of bitter practice becomes nothing but illusion. Therefore, most Yuan-Shen realm cultivators make thorough preparations before attempting the tribulation, for the fire tribulation lasts a fixed duration, and merely surviving that period constitutes success. Furthermore, since the divine sense of a Yuan-Shen realm cultivator surpasses the strength of their physical body, possessing a treasure capable of protecting the divine sense would prove invaluable. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the divine sense could escape annihilation through the treasure's protection, requiring only a new vessel to be seized thereafter. However, a martial artist who has undergone possession can never again trigger their own 3 tribulations. Consequently, the top factions of the Great Qian imperial dynasty all maintain their own body-refining inheritances. The most formidable and renowned among them is the Qianquan martial body of the Great Qian imperial dynasty, followed by the Qingming Dao body of the Supreme Tao sect, the Wuji demon body of the Heavenly Demon sect, and the Yuda divine body of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. The deep foundations accumulated by these factions over tens of thousands of years were truly profound and unfathomable, far beyond what smaller forces could ever hope to match. Having just broken through to the Yuan-Shen realm, you had already reached the threshold capable of triggering the fire tribulation. Yet you knew you could not attempt it immediately, for you were unprepared and uncertain whether your physical body could withstand the fire tribulation generated by your current strength. Moreover, you felt no sense of danger. You were still young and had no pressing need to transcend early for the sake of extended lifespan. You decided to follow the same approach you took when breaking through to the Yuan-Shen realm, to maximize your strength first and attempt the tribulation only when the pace of improvement began to slow. You set your training goals for the coming period, continue comprehending heaven and earth to deepen your Xianhuang path, while placing particular emphasis on strengthening your physical body. At the age of 30, you revived the Xianhuang Dao Soldier project, once more distributing 3,000 Xianhuang Dao soldiers across the entire Great Qian Empire in groups of 3. Having ascended to the Yuan-Shen realm, the power of your Dao soldiers had increased substantially. 3 Xianhuang Dao soldiers working in concert with the combined battle formations you devised could suppress the vast majority of Xiantian realm martial artists. Your ambitions now extended beyond the true Qi realm to encompass the Xiantian realm as well. Moreover, you had created a technique that allowed you to separate fragments of your divine sense and embed them within others, which you named divided divine manifestation. Xianhuang Dao soldiers bearing your divided divine sense no longer needed to return with gathered spiritual energy as they once had. Now, whenever they engaged in battle, you could comprehend the Dao practiced by their opponents directly through the divided divine sense residing within them. With your divided divine sense combined with the spiritual energy within the Dao soldiers' bodies, their ability to conceal their presence had been greatly enhanced. Even ordinary Yuan-Shen realm cultivators could not detect Dao soldiers who had suppressed their aura. The reason you had only refined 3,000 Xianhuang Dao soldiers was that you could currently manifest only 3,000 divided divine senses. These divided divine senses possessed primarily functional capabilities rather than combat power, but as your Yuan-Shen grew stronger, the number you could manifest would increase accordingly. The 3,000 Xianhuang Dao soldiers were dispersed throughout the Great Qian imperial dynasty without drawing any attention, and so you embarked upon a path of simultaneously comprehending heaven and earth and studying the ways of all living beings. Thus your Xianhuang path advanced rapidly, and your spiritual energy and divine sense began to grow steadily as well. At 31, after studying the pure-blood demon beast, you discovered that while its physical form was indeed indestructible, the immortality of its soul was slightly inferior. You crushed its will through various means, but even after destroying the pure-blood demon's consciousness, you found it remained alive, or rather its physical body had not perished, and within it a new consciousness was already beginning to gestate. It was only then that you fully understood the true difficulty of dealing with pure-blood demons. They simply could not be killed, leaving sealing as your only option. Yet the research was not in vain. From the runes within the pure-blood demon's body, you comprehended the profound meaning of indestructibility and integrated it into your own Xianhuang path. Moreover, based on these runes, you reverse-engineered a method to transform the Tao into runes themselves. Previously, you had merely replicated these runes using spiritual energy, which had successfully granted your Xianhuang Tao soldiers powerful self-healing abilities, but that was their sole advantage. With the Tao transformation rune method, you could now convert your Xianhuang path into runes and brand them into your body through spiritual energy, endowing your physique not only with exceptional self-healing, but with additional capabilities as well. You acted without delay. With relative ease, you manifested the Xianhuang path infused with the concept of indestructibility into individual runes. Under the influence of your spiritual energy, these runes seeped into every inch of your flesh and blood, a process that lasted a full 3 months. Upon completion, your Xianhuang physical body underwent a revolutionary transformation. You named this new form the Xianhuang Indestructible Tao Body, and the runes engraved within became known as the Xianhuang Tao Marks. From this point forward, the stronger your Xianhuang path grew, the more formidable your Tao body would become. Your Xianhuang Tao is vast and boundless, encompassing all things, which makes your Xianhuang Indestructible Tao Body incomparably powerful. Now, relying on your physical body alone, you can easily soar into the heavens and dive into the earth, move mountains, and fill seas. Even without magic power or primordial spirit, an ordinary cultivator at the One Tribulation primordial spirit realm would be no match for you. Moreover, after acquiring the Xianhuang Indestructible Tao Body, the indestructible nature of your physical body is hardly inferior to that of a pure-blood demon. Now, even a martial sage cannot destroy your physical form. You feel that your Tao body is far superior to the inherited physiques of the top-tier powers. Unfortunately, you still haven't figured out how to imprint runes into your primordial spirit, otherwise you could have given up beef by now. Yet you are also curious, if someone could destroy your primordial spirit and disperse your consciousness, would your physical body, like a demon's, give birth to a new consciousness? To test this, you summoned the nearest Xianhuang Tao soldiers and began upgrading them. Unfortunately, things did not go smoothly, because unlike ordinary indestructible runes, it was masterless. At least in your view, the runes inside demons' bodies were inert, merely performing their basic functions. The runes condensed from your Xianhuang Tao, however, are full of vitality, because you, the master of the Xianhuang Tao, are still alive. The runes born from your Xianhuang Tao exert tremendous pressure on the flesh of anyone other than you. Therefore, the physical bodies of the Xianhuang Tao soldiers simply cannot withstand the Xianhuang runes. Left with no choice, you reluctantly gave up on the idea. Instead, you spent some time recalling your Tao soldiers in batches and perfecting the original indestructible runes within their bodies. At age 32, your divine sense covers a radius of 1200 li. The number of split avatars you can produce has also increased, reaching 4500. This means you can create 1,500 more Tao soldiers, and also means your rate of improvement is still gradually accelerating. After more than 5 years of recuperation, the great Qian dynasty had fully recovered from that demonic upheaval. Perhaps because many corrupt officials and officials who had colluded with demons had been executed, the common people's lives were now even better than before the demonic upheaval. Over these years, the 7th prince, who became the crown prince, also did many things that benefited the people of the world, accumulating great prestige among the common folk. Even this year, the crown prince actually entered the tutelage of Ancestor Tianji and became Ancestor Tianji's true disciple. With the support of Ancestor Tianji II on the heaven list, the 7th prince's position as crown prince had become extremely secure. At age 33, your Tao soldiers in Guizhou, on their way to find someone to fight, encountered someone blocking their path. This man was named Jin Xiangtian. Jin Xiangtian was the chief true disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect, ranked 5th on the Heaven's Pride list, and Guizhou was the territory of the Dragon Elephant sect. He cultivated the Dragon Elephant sect's core art, the Dragon Elephant Divine Power art. Among water-dwelling beings, the dragon's strength is supreme. Among land-dwelling beings, the elephant's might is the fiercest. When dragon and elephant merge, divine power is achieved. Cultivating the Dragon Elephant Divine Power art not only makes one's body tough and resilient, but also grants Dragon Elephant divine strength. The true chi, true essence, and even magic power produced through cultivation can all be channeled to the maximum into the physical body. Therefore, everyone in the Dragon Elephant sect excels at close-quarters combat. Being ranked on the Heaven's Pride list meant that Jin Xiangtian's realm was the innate realm, and he was an extraordinary prodigy within the innate realm. Since your transmigration, you had never truly met anyone on the Heaven's Pride list. Now the first one you encountered was ranked 5th. You became interested in Jin Xiangtian. Since he was a prodigy, his cultivation insights would surely inspire you far more than an ordinary person's. You decided to let the Dao soldiers test the skills of a prodigy from one of the world's top powers. On his side, Jin Xiangtian looked at your 3 Dao soldiers and thought finally found them. That's right, Jin Xiangtian had come specifically to find your Dao soldiers. His greatest hobby was fighting. During a battle, he heard some people say that a group of strange innate realm experts had appeared in Guizhou challenging people to duels everywhere. They always traveled in groups of 3 and loved hand-to-hand combat above all. To force close-quarters fights, they had even used some method to restrict innate realm martial artists' ability to fly. Hearing this, Jin Xiangtian became intensely interested in your Dao soldiers. Because of his cultivation art, he also loved fighting in close quarters. So he wanted to have a brawl with your Dao soldiers, and today, he finally cornered them. Seeing an innate realm martial artist walking right up to them asking for a beating, your Dao soldiers did not hesitate and attacked Jin Xiangtian directly. Jin Xiangtian sensed the Dao soldiers' attack style and found no fluctuation of true essence, only pure physical force. He was thrilled hand-to-hand combat was exactly what he loved most. So he did not use true essence either. He bulged his muscles, burst open his upper garment, and charged at your Dao soldiers with a confident expression. You watched the battle up close through your split avatar. At first you thought Jin Xiangtian truly lived up to being the chief disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect, as he could exchange blows with your Xianhuang Dao soldiers using only his physical body. The result, however, was beyond your expectations. In short, Jin Xiangtian attacked, Jin Xiangtian fell. His attacks without the enhancement of true essence could not damage your Dao soldiers in the slightest. Your Dao soldiers simply surrounded him and rained down kicks finally, sending him flying more than 100 meters away. Of course your Dao soldiers had not struck too hard. Apart from being covered in shoe prints, Jin Xiangtian suffered no real injury. You found the whole scene utterly speechless. Seeing how confident he had looked, you thought his physical body must be formidable, but that was it. Jin Xiangtian, picking himself up from the ground, knew he had just embarrassed himself terribly. Realizing his physical body was far inferior, he obediently began to use true essence. As he activated the Dragon Elephant Divine Power art, the shoe prints on his body vanished. Then the phantom images of a dragon and an elephant manifested behind him. The two intertwined and cried out, transforming into 2 dragon elephant totems imprinted on his chest and back. As the totems were pressed onto him, ancient dragon elephant patterns emerged on his skin like living things. First faint golden threads, they quickly solidified into coiling dragon scales and elephant patterns that covered his entire body. Watching this scene, you sighed. Indeed, with tattoos, everything was different. His aura was now far stronger than before. Seeing Jin Xiangtian's aura surge wildly, your Dao soldiers struck first. 3 of them launched punches from different directions, all aimed at Jin Xiangtian. Jin Xiangtian did not dodge or evade. The totems on his body flared with light. He actually intended to harden himself and withstand all 3 blows. Boom. The moment their fists connected with his body, a visible shockwave detonated outward. The ground within 100 zhang radius shattered like fragile thin ice, with fragments of stone shooting skyward only to be pulverized by violent air currents. Excellent strength. That was much more powerful than before. Although Jin Xiangtian emerged unscathed, your Dao soldiers' blows stirred his qi and blood into turmoil. The earth beneath his feet collapsed into a massive crater 20 zhang across, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. Your Dao soldiers and Jin Xiangtian soon became entangled in fierce combat. The thunderous impacts of their fists and kicks echoed like rolling heavenly thunder, each collision spawning air bursts and sending shockwaves surging in all directions. Before long, your Dao soldiers found themselves on the back foot. Jin Xiangtian, having channeled the Dragon Elephant Divine Power technique, displayed strength far surpassing that of your Dao soldiers. This won't do, not nearly fierce enough. Show me what you've got. Jin Xiangtian taunted relentlessly as he dominated your Dao soldiers, venting his pent-up frustration from the earlier beating. Watching Jin Xiangtian overwhelm your Dao soldiers, you conceded he truly deserved the title of Heavenly Prodigy, for he held his ground against 3 Dao soldiers using nothing but his physical body and true energy, without drawing upon heaven and earth's power. Your Dao soldiers, even as a single unit, outmatched ordinary Foundation establishment martial artists in every aspect except flight. Even a Foundation establishment warrior harnessing the power of heaven and earth could barely match your Dao soldier in a fair fight. With 3 Dao soldiers coordinating under the combined strike formation, you designed no Foundation establishment warrior had yet proven capable of standing against them. Nevertheless, the praise ended there. Your Dao soldiers were being overwhelmed, unable to draw out his true strength, and on top of that he was openly mocking them. You decided it was time to apply pressure. Whatever arrogance he displayed now would soon turn to tears. You rallied the nearby Dao soldiers to reinforce the engagement. The soldiers, already being overwhelmed by Jin Xiangtian, relied on their formidable self-repair abilities to hold him in place while awaiting reinforcements. 15 minutes into the battle, 1 additional Dao soldier arrived. With 4 soldiers coordinating their assault, Jin Xiangtian maintained the upper hand, but no longer fought with such ease. Half an hour later, the 5th Dao soldier joined the fray. 5 soldiers fighting in unison finally matched Jin Xiangtian's strength, bringing the conflict to a stalemate. Forcing himself to unleash his full power, Jin Xiangtian drew upon heaven and earth's energy to augment his strength, shoving your Dao soldiers back into a defensive position once more. As more Dao soldiers, 6th and 7th, Entered the battle, the momentum shifted decisively in your favor gradually, wearing Jin Xiangtian down. Panic began to grip Jin Xiangtian. If more soldiers continued to arrive, he feared being surrounded by 8 or 9 opponents and subjected to the same relentless circle kicks he'd suffered at the start. He considered a tactical retreat. He'd come to fight, not to be beaten senseless, but his flight ability had been neutralized, leaving him trapped within the Dao soldiers' encirclement. The 8th Dao soldier's arrival sealed Jin Xiangtian's fate. Even unleashing his absolute maximum power, defeat was now inevitable. By then you had already extracted everything you sought from this prodigy, signaling that the battle should conclude. As the 9th Dao soldier joined the fray, Jin Xiangtian became nothing more than a punching bag. Gentlemen, show some mercy. Could you spare my face? Realizing the beating was unavoidable, Jin Xiangtian made one final plea. The 9 Dao soldiers exchanged glances and nodded before resuming their assault. After a full hour of relentless beating, you finally called off the attack. You had initially wanted to prolong the beating to teach this prodigy humility, but a fluctuation in divine sense caught your attention. You deduced Jin Xiangtian's guardian was observing the battle. Their emotional disturbance at witnessing their charge being battered so severely had triggered the detectable divine sense fluctuation. Since there was no grudge between you and Jin Xiangtian, you simply halted the assault after an hour. Even though only a fragment of your divine consciousness resided within the Dao soldiers, any ordinary nascent soul cultivator would be unable to conceal their divine sense fluctuations from your perception. You assessed the guardian as at minimum a tribulation-crossed nascent soul, with strong probability of being a second tribulation nascent soul expert, a fitting arrangement for the sect's top young generation fighter. Once your Dao soldiers ceased their assault, Jin Xiangtian finally broke free. Rather than posturing like a novel's villain and vowing revenge, he displayed genuine restraint. Instead, he acknowledged the battle had been enlightening and vowed to return stronger, certain he could overcome 9 Dao soldiers next time. You remained non-committal, musing that this was the arrogance of a heavenly prodigy, or perhaps merely the mindset of a reckless warrior. Either way, it was beyond your comprehension. What you did recognize was the substantial gains from this engagement. You'd glimpsed secrets of the dragon elephant great strength technique, and concluded your Dao soldiers should seek out more prodigies, as their insights would far outweigh what ordinary opponents could provide. Thereafter, you directed your Dao soldiers to prioritize engagements with those renowned as geniuses. As your Dao soldiers continuously challenged geniuses across the realm, they entered public consciousness, sparking widespread fascination with these beings possessing apparent immortality. Initially, some nascent soul cultivators attempted to capture your Dao soldiers, but conventional nascent soul methods proved incapable of detecting their location. Those with 1 or 2 tribulations in their nascent soul discovered that captured Dao soldiers would self-immolate, leaving nothing behind. Even martial saints, upon intervening, could extract only limited intelligence, sufficient to determine these Dao soldiers were created by martial artists with a mastermind no weaker than a martial saint. Finding nothing productive to uncover, they ultimately chose to disregard them, especially since your Dao soldiers, despite their combative nature, had yet to take any lives. Furthermore, given the extraordinary capabilities of the Dao soldiers themselves, who could gauge the true strength of the mastermind behind them? What if a martial saint was indeed involved? Additionally, your Dao soldiers offered tangible benefits to certain individuals. Their formidable strength, combined with exceptional self-repair capabilities, meant they could engage in combat without lethality under normal circumstances. Some martial artists viewed sparring with Dao soldiers as an opportunity to unleash their most lethal techniques at full capacity, unconcerned about the risk of killing them. Among certain gifted warriors, the Dao soldiers represented a rare training partner. Powerful enough to push them to their limits, yet lacking true energy, meant any injuries sustained could be quickly recovered from, making them ideal for rigorous practice sessions. Now, the martial artists across the martial world most enjoy seeking battles with the Xianhuang Dao soldiers. Your Xianhuang Dao soldiers are now exhausted from accepting various challenges every day, which delights you greatly. At the age of 34, with the assistance of numerous martial artists, the range of your divine sense reached a radius of 1,300 li, and the number of your separated souls increased to 6,000. As the reputation of the Xianhuang Dao soldiers grew, almost all the prodigies on the Tianjiao ranking participated in battles against them. From these battles, you also witnessed the secrets of the inheritances of the top-tier powers. These included the Taishang Heavenly Scripture of the Taishang Dao, the Demon Scripture of the Demon Sect, the Tianji Dao Arts of the Tianji Pavilion, the Wuyo Heart Sutra of the Wuyo Temple, and the Taiyin Su New Scripture of the Taiyin Sect. And you also witnessed the Divine Sword Enlightenment Method of the Divine Sword Mountain, and even the Qianhuang Heavenly Pole Scripture of the Great Qian Dynasty. These martial arts provided you with tremendous assistance. After all, these martial arts were the sect guarding techniques gradually improved and perfected by these powers over the long ages, representing the most core inheritance of a force. Through the insights gained from these martial arts, you realize that you too must summarize what you have cultivated. You spent 5 months summarizing your own learning and insights into the martial way, breaking them down to make them more accessible and understandable. You created the Xianhuang Heavenly Scripture. Within the Xianhuang Heavenly Scripture are your insights into the martial way, along with one cultivation method each for body refinement, chi refinement, and spirit refinement. You believe each method is not inferior to the core inheritances of those top-tier powers. Not only that, but it also contains your insights into the way of heaven and earth astronomy and geography, humanities and politics, dragon-slaying techniques, and various other aspects, all of which you summarize by combining your previous life's knowledge and your current life's insights. It can be said that the current Xianhuang heavenly scripture has gathered almost all of your present knowledge. An ordinary person, as long as they cultivate normally according to the cultivation methods in the Xianhuang heavenly scripture, can at least reach the spirit intent stage, and with a little talent, can achieve the true Qi realm. A martial artist who originally had talent to break through to the Xiantian realm would, after cultivating the Xianhuang heavenly scripture, at least have no problem reaching the Yuanshan realm. The process of creating the Xianhuang heavenly scripture was itself a wondrous cultivation experience for you. After completing the creation of the Xianhuang heavenly scripture, your body and mind became more transparent, the spiritual light on the surface of your Yuanshan became clearer, and your understanding of the laws of heaven and earth and your own path reached a higher level. Not only that, but your Xianhuang Dao also became more powerful, shedding some of its flamboyance and wildness, gaining more simplicity and restraint. During your seclusion to create the Xianhuang heavenly scripture, an unexpected event occurred in the outside world. It turned out that the Tianji Pavilion announced that the ranking of the Tianjiao ranking for the next year would be determined by the number of Xianhuang Dao soldiers each prodigy could simultaneously fight against. Meaning that if a prodigy could simultaneously fight against 8 Xianhuang Dao soldiers, his ranking would be higher than one who could only fight against 7. If the number they can fight is the same, then it depends on who lasts longer. As for the reason for this, it is naturally because this better reflects the abilities of each prodigy. Previously, the Tianjiao ranking was determined by having these prodigies compete in a match, and the ranking was based on wins and losses. However, because each person specializes in different areas, it was possible that A defeats B, B defeats C, and C defeats A. Although the previous method was relatively fair, now there is a fairer way, which is to fight against your Dao soldiers. Because research has found that each of your Dao soldiers has similar strength, and they possess a combined attack formation, as the number of soldiers in the formation increases by 1, their overall strength rises by a notch. Moreover, with each additional Xianhuang Dao soldier joining forces, their ability to withstand spiritual attacks also increases. There is no need to worry about unfairness to those prodigies specializing in spiritual attacks. Thus, by comparing the number of Dao soldiers fought and the duration they lasted, it is easy to determine which prodigy is stronger. The spiritual aspect was actually intentionally designed by you. You did not, as with previous Dao soldiers, set up a spirit protection seal in their minds to protect their spirits. Now you only ensure that your Dao soldiers' spirits will not be destroyed, but the effects of the spiritual attacks they receive still exist. This is for you to observe the methods of using spiritual power. If you also set up a spirit protection seal in their minds, others would find that the opponent is perfectly fine after a spiritual attack, and they would certainly stop using spiritual attacks. This is not what you want to see. You approve of the Tianji Pavilion's approach because you are very interested in this matter. You used a separated soul to occupy the body of a Dao soldier and went to the Tianji Pavilion, wanting to discuss the specific arrangements for the Tianjiao ranking with them. Upon arriving at the Tianji Pavilion, the people there were surprised that the person behind the Dao soldiers had come to discuss with them, knowing that the rumored mastermind was likely a martial saint. So they invited you into a specially designated guest room and indicated that they would inform the Tianji ancestor. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Tianji ancestor arrived, and the two of you sat facing each other. Then a vast and ancient momentum erupted from the Dao soldier's body, like the primordial opening of chaos with earth veins surging. The entire guest room trembled violently, as if unable to bear this weight, as the void shattered inch by inch, transforming into Xianhuang Qi that spread in all directions. The Tianji ancestor, however, was not angered and merely smiled slightly. Countless illusory trigram images appeared around him, each trigram line precisely cutting off the spreading trajectory of the Xianhuang Qi. Without moving a step, he made the momentum that could crush mountains vanish like a clay ox sinking into the sea, dissipating into nothingness. In an instant, the Xianhuang Qi transformed into an ancient longsword, its blade engraved with various runes, and slashed towards the Tianji ancestor. The trigram patterns around the Tianji ancestor slowly converged, forming a massive chessboard that seemed to encompass heaven and earth, meeting the longsword formed by the Xianhuang Qi. As the two collided, a white light appeared, and the void exploded. Your longsword broke through the chessboard and struck the Tianji ancestor's body. At the moment of impact, the longsword suddenly dissipated, and the previous scene all vanished. The guest room remained peaceful, as if nothing had happened. The previous scene was you discussing the Tao with the Tianji ancestor. This was also another and main purpose of your visit to the Tianji Pavilion. You wanted to test how your Xianhuang Tao compared to that of a martial saint. After that small test, you discovered that the Tianji ancestor's Tao was inferior to your Xianhuang Tao. At least what the Tianji ancestor displayed in the contest was far inferior to you. After the discourse on the Tao concluded, the two of you exchanged mutual praise. Heavenly Secret's ancestor commended your Xianhuang Tao for embracing all rivers and encompassing heaven and earth. He remarked that it was no wonder you could create Tao soldiers, while you in turn praised his Heavenly Secret's Tao as wondrously unfathomable and ever-changing. From the tone of Heavenly Secret's ancestor, you deduced that your Xianhuang Tao had at least reached the standard of a martial saint, perhaps even stronger. What you lacked was merely overcoming the 3 tribulations. After a round of courteous flattery, you and Heavenly Secret's ancestor discussed the ranking for the prodigy list. Following an hour of deliberation, the plan was finalized. First, you had to limit the self-healing ability of the Dao soldiers. If an injury exceeded that threshold, it would count as defeat. Then the number of Dao soldiers would be increased. This was mainly to prevent certain prodigies with high attack but low defense from fighting for ages without losing health only to nearly die after a few punches, specifically referring to certain extreme sword cultivators. The method for determining rankings, however, remained largely unchanged. Those participating in the ranking had to first battle a Dao soldier and injure it to the critical point, thereby counting as one victory. After that, the number of Dao soldiers would be gradually increased until the prodigy was overwhelmed by them. Second, weapons beyond the innate realm were prohibited. These weapons did not refer to those forged from metal, but rather to weapons condensed from the mana of martial artists at the spirit-severing realm and above. The reason for this was that the development of weapons in this world was somewhat peculiar. Although the world had plenty of spirit iron, spirit mines, and other ores imbued with special power, weapons forged from such materials were not as formidable as those condensed from a martial artist's own energy. Most of those spirit ores and metals were used to construct defensive fortifications, such as the city walls of demon-suppressing pass. Of course, apart from those spirit iron weapons, there were also magic treasures forged from rarer, more precious heavenly treasures, such as the Heavenly Secrets list, a top-grade treasure created from such materials. However, these heavenly treasures were extremely scarce, so even the most powerful factions possessed only a few such artifacts. Thus, low-grade weapons were unnecessary while high-grade treasures were too rare and served as a sect's founding legacy. Consequently, most innate realm martial artists who practiced weapon arts used weapons condensed from their own true essence. Yet how could weapons formed from true essence compare with those condensed from the mana of spirit-severing or martial saint realm experts? After finalizing the plan, you did not leave the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion immediately. Instead, you asked Heavenly Secret's ancestor whether you could peruse some of the pavilion's books concerning the art of Heavenly Secrets. You told him that someone had recently divined your Heavenly Secrets, and you wished to learn more about the subject. Hearing this, Heavenly Secret's ancestor understood at once that you were alluding to him. In truth, the moment he sensed your Xianhuang Dao, he realized that you were the person he had calculated as the culprit for Divine Sword Mountain. At the time, he found that under normal circumstances, he could only glean a bit of information unless he burned his own lifespan, which told him you were no ordinary being. He never expected you to be a martial saint. Seeing you raise this matter, Heavenly Secret's ancestor did not conceal anything. He explained the situation to you and revealed that he had persuaded the Divine Sword Mountain to take no action against you. Moreover, he readily agreed to let you read all the books in the pavilion except for the Heavenly Secret's Dao methods. After all, in his view, you were a martial saint no weaker than himself, and even a wandering cultivator. He would rather build a good relationship with you than offend you, for befriending a martial saint was far more valuable than those useless books. Seeing how generous Heavenly Secret's ancestor was, and since the Divine Sword Mountain incident had cost you nothing, you stated that the matter was hereby settled. Afterward, you spent 3 days reading through the books in the pavilion. Before leaving, you left 1,000 Dao soldiers behind for the pavilion to manage as they saw fit. Upon returning, you entered seclusion to meditate on the knowledge of Heavenly Secrets you had obtained. As you delved deeper, you comprehended the principles behind this world's art of Heavenly Secrets. Those who cultivate the way of heaven and earth in this world believe that all things, celestial phenomena, geography, and human affairs, share some kind of universal connection, and that the part can reflect the whole. The function of the Heavenly Secrets art was to deduce past events or even future occurrences through certain things. To improve accuracy, a cultivator of Heavenly Secrets had to possess exceptional skill in mathematics and numerology. 1 month later, you integrated all this knowledge with the fragment of the Heavenly Secrets Dao you had glimpsed and your own understanding of divination. Thus, you created a new Heavenly Secrets technique, the dust-revealing Heavenly Fate Xianhuang method, abbreviated as the Xianhuang Heavenly Fate method. This technique incorporated not only the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's Dao, but also principles of karma and destiny. When cultivated to the highest level, it enabled one to observe the karmic fate of all living beings, to perceive the shifting of mountains from a speck of dust, and to discern the overturning of rivers and seas from a single drop of water. Immediately after emerging from seclusion, you activated the technique to inspect your own karma. Part of your purpose in cultivating the art of Heavenly Secrets was to uncover the mastermind behind the conflict between Divine Sword Mountain and the demon sect. Had you not been resourceful, the Divine Sword Mountain would have blamed you for the deaths of several spirit-severing cultivators. As you activated the technique, numerous threads of karma materialized around you, glowing in 3 colors: green, white, and red. Of course, these threads did not mean that a literal web of karma existed in the universe. Rather, the technique merely visualized your connections with other beings in this form. The color of each thread was also of your own design. Green represented a good karmic bond, red a malevolent one, and white a neutral connection born merely from certain events. In gaming terms, green meant allies, white meant NPCs, and red naturally meant monsters. Among these karmic threads, most were white with a green tint, likely people who had come into contact with you because of the Dao soldiers. There were also quite a few green ones. The thickest of them pointed toward the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion according to your calculations, and the person it corresponded to was presumably Heavenly Secrets' ancestor. The red threads were the fewest, for since you crossed over into this world, you had rarely clashed with anyone. The only true enemies you fought to the death were Moon Demon and Old Man Sky Sword, and both of them were dead. You fixed your gaze upon the thickest red thread, and after a round of divination discovered that it originated from Yunzhou, not from Divine Sword Mountain, but from the direction of Yunzhou City. From its name alone, it was clear that Yunzhou City served as the capital of Yunzhou. Could the rumors from back then have been orchestrated by the Dacian royal family? However, you quickly dismissed this speculation, because if it had been orchestrated by the Dacian dynasty, the thread of karma should now extend toward the imperial city. Without royal involvement, the officials of Yunzhou City would never have dared to scheme against Xinjian Mountain. Your divine sense whirlwinds through activity, beginning to deduce information about your target through threads of karma. After calculation, you discover that karmic connections between you and this person originated 13 years ago. So the results are in. You now know who they are. This is none other than the heavenly level demon Lord Yue, as spoken of by the Moon Demon. You had thought that after all these years your paths would never cross again. You never expected the puppet master behind all this to be them. Continuing your calculations for their exact location, you find yourself unable to proceed further, only knowing they remain somewhere within Yunzhou City and have not ventured out. This means the target has remained hidden within Yunzhou City for over a decade, even staying concealed during the demon disturbances several years ago. With the puppet master's identity revealed, you see no reason to rush. Without a precise location, there is nothing you can do. Locating a demon disguised for 17 years among Yunzhou City's 100 million residents is an impossible task. In fact, it may be far longer. Over 30 years if counting from when the Moon Demon first encountered Lord Yu. Furthermore, you suspect your current strength may still fall short. The situation favors them. They operate openly while you remain in shadows, so there is no urgency on your part. As for why they have lingered in Yunzhou City for so many years, they are almost certainly nursing some grand conspiracy. If it has been ongoing for over 30 years and remains incomplete, you doubt it will be accomplished within mere years. Impossible. For now, you will maintain your watchful stance, biding your time until you attain the rank of martial saint before pursuing them. Time flows swiftly, and soon it is year's end. The new Heavenly Prodigy rankings competition officially commences. After a period of thrilling battles, the rankings for next year's Heavenly Prodigy list are finally determined. At 35, you examine the newly released list. The top position remains with Dao Wuchen, the Dao disciple of Taishang sect, followed by Mo Hongxiao, the demoness of Tianma sect, in second place. There she comes, the classic demoness from novels. Her appearance perfectly matches the archetype, clad entirely in crimson, her figure bewitching and graceful. Unfortunately, she is 80 years old, a demoness of decades rather than youth. Even if she were 800, that might be acceptable, but she is precisely 80. To one of the innate realm, living 5 centuries or more, 80 years is barely adolescence. Younger than most mortals reach that age. Yet something about her feels fundamentally unsettling. Third place takes you by surprise. It is the 7th prince of the Dacian dynasty, the current crown prince. Fourth place also catches you off guard, Jin Shangtian. It seems battling your Dao soldier brought him considerable growth, elevating his ranking by 1 position. Ranking 5th through 8th are Mo Yao, the current heavenly movement of Tianji Pavilion, Yun Wuji, the sword scion of Shenzhen Mountain, Aiqing Wuyue, the sacred maiden of Taiyuan sect, and Wangshan, the Buddhist son of Wuyo Temple. The remaining positions are filled largely by members of the 8 great powers, with the rest dominated by major sects and influential forces. Independent cultivators appear only once or twice, with none reaching the top 20. At 36, your divine sense has expanded to encompass a radius of 1700 li, and your spirit partitions have reached 7,000. You sense that further improvements to your primordial spirit and dharma power are becoming increasingly difficult, so you decide it is time to begin preparing for tribulation. You initiate the fire tribulation, and Yin flames rise within your body, burning both flesh and spirit. Perhaps because your strength runs too deep. You sense that ordinary practitioners at the primordial spirit stage could endure your Yin fire for less than a minute, let alone the 3 hours required to withstand tribulation. As time passes, the Yin flames grow ever more ferocious, yet you remain completely calm. For the flames cannot damage your body faster than your self-healing can restore it. Your primordial spirit, though consumed by Yin flames, feels nothing beyond a faint warmth, utterly unharmed. Before long, the tribulation concludes, and you successfully pass the fire trial. Your physical body has gained a measure of enhancement. Your divine sense expands from 1700 li to 3500 li, and you can now divide your spirit into 12,000 partitions. At this point, you feel your strength is more than capable of standing alongside a martial saint. At 37, Ancestor Tianji contacts you through one of your spirit partitions, asking whether you wish to participate in this year's heavenly ranking. The heavenly ranking. Intrigued, you inquire about how the rankings are determined. Ancestor Tianji explains that the heavenly ranking does not involve combat like the Heavenly Prodigy list. The destructive power of a martial saint is far beyond what an innate realm practitioner could withstand. The rankings follow the same format as your initial debate with Ancestor Tianji, determined through philosophical discourse. Most martial saints likewise send spirit partitions to engage in discussion rather than appearing in person. Ancestor Tianji sought you out precisely because during that earlier debate, he sensed your power was formidable enough to earn a place on the heavenly ranking. Learning that physical presence is not required, you agree to participate, primarily driven by a desire to witness the Tao pursued by other martial saints. Your spirit partition transforms into a mist of mysterious yellow vapor and ascends toward Tianji Pavilion. Soon you rendezvous with Ancestor Tianji, and together you fly toward the Imperial City. Indeed, the heavenly ranking is decided within the capital. During the journey, you ask Ancestor Tianji how many martial saints currently exist in this world. He is not surprised by your question. In his view, it is natural for an independent cultivator to inquire about such matters. According to Ancestor Tianji, there are approximately 50 martial saints across the entire realm. Hearing this number leaves you astonished. It is far fewer than you imagined. Indeed, that is remarkably few. Consider that the Dacian dynasty alone boasts billions of subjects yet produces only 50-something martial saints, one for every billion people. Could the Great Demon War a millennium ago have decimated them all? But that does not align with history. While humanity did indeed face catastrophic ruin during that era, the reality was that humanity's supreme experts had been trapped by some unknown demonic method, leaving ordinary people defenseless against the demon's massacre. It was ultimately Emperor Qianyuan who shattered the demon's containment, and once humanity's masters broke free, the demons naturally began retreating in successive defeats. Thus, humanity was never truly on the brink of extinction back then, or it would have taken far longer than a millennium to recover to its current state. Perhaps sensing your astonishment, Ancestor Tianji reveals the true reason the scarcity of martial saints stems from the three tribulations. Many at the primordial spirit stage fall attempting to survive the three tribulations. The tribulations treat all equally. Even supremely powerful sects like Tianji Pavilion cannot guarantee their disciples will survive them. This is precisely why Ancestor Tianji values you so highly. For an independent cultivator to reach the rank of martial saint requires not only peerless talent, but also immense fortune and opportunity. Such individuals are truly the chosen ones of this generation. As you chatted with Tianji Ancestor, before long you arrived at the Dacian Imperial City. The moment you set foot there, three martial saints came to greet you. The three martial saints were respectively the director of the Demon Suppression Bureau and a martial saint from the Ji clan. It turned out that the director of the Demon Suppression Bureau was also a member of the Tianji Pavilion. In the Dacian Imperial Dynasty, important positions were partly held by members of the Ji clan and partly by personnel dispatched from the top-tier powers. Under their guidance, you entered the discussion venue specially arranged by Emperor Qianming. This venue was a massive platform 100 meters high beneath, which were some martial artists at the Divine Soul Realm and Xiantian Realm. You instantly guessed that these were the juniors brought by the martial saints. Watching a martial saint debate on the Tao was an immense opportunity for those of lower realms. When you entered the venue, there were already over 40 martial saints present. To your surprise, you and Tianji Ancestor were the last to arrive. These martial saints were somewhat astonished when they saw you enter, for you appeared far too youthful. Of course it was not because the form of your divine projection looked young. At the martial saint level, anyone could make their appearance resemble their youthful state if they wished. What made them deem you young was the aura of your divine projection. It lacked the deep composure, inward restraint, and sense of weathered age that came with long years and a life half spent. Though you had already suppressed your aura, the martial saints present could still sense the radiance of dawn emanating from your divine projection. Then Tianji Ancestor began introducing each martial saint to you, focusing on several from the Tianji Pavilion. You greeted each of them in turn, and they responded with smiles and nods of goodwill. They were also pleased to befriend a young martial saint like you. As you learn more, you realize that the assembled martial saints roughly fell into 9 factions representing the 8 top-tier powers and the independent cultivators. The independent cultivators were few, only 3 including yourself. Most martial artists with the potential to become a martial saint were recruited before reaching that realm, and upon becoming a martial saint, they were considered honored guests of the top-tier powers. Shortly after you and Tianji Ancestor arrived, Emperor Qianming appeared. The moment you saw him, you sensed an aura of decay and decrepitude. You wondered how many more years this emperor could endure. The arrival of Emperor Qianming signaled the official start of the Tao debate. You counted the attendees, 53 martial saints, including yourself and Tianji Ancestor. You felt that aside from a few martial saints who remained deeply hidden and unknown, all the martial saints in the world had likely gathered here. Indeed, for a martial saint, normal cultivation could never compare with the insights gained from debating with peers. You also noticed that except for the martial saints guarding the Imperial City who attended in person, all the others had sent their divine projections. It seemed everyone was still quite cautious. As the debate began, a flash of white light appeared in the venue and a massive void projection manifested above the ground. We sword cultivators seek neither immortality nor invincibility. We only desire that with one sword strike all methods are shattered. As a martial saint enveloped in sword intent spoke, a divine sword radiating unparalleled sharpness appeared in the void above the debate ground. This was the martial saint from Divine Sword Mountain. He had started the proceedings. Sword cultivator. No matter how sharp the sword, it cannot cut through my hide. The path of body refinement relies on no external objects. With one punch, I shatter myriad divine abilities. With stillness, I remain unmoved by countless schemes. As this martial saint spoke, a colossal divine phantom appeared in the void, its oppressive aura like an abyss swinging a fist at the divine sword. The way of celestial mechanism does not calculate fate, but the momentum of the times. When the tide of the times turns, no matter how sharp your sword, or how strong your body you are, but ants beneath the heavenly Tao. Tianji ancestor made his move at this moment, and a vast chessboard materialized in the void. The sword cuts through myriad methods, but cannot sever obsession. The body breaks everything, but cannot overcome life and death. Celestial mechanism calculates the grand momentum, but cannot fathom the true heart. Only by letting go can one attain freedom. A martial saint from Wuchen Temple radiated great Buddhist light, and a massive golden Buddha appeared in the void. The way of Taishang non-action, yet nothing is left undone. Do not contend, therefore none under heaven can contend with you. As the Taishang Tao martial saint's words fell, a giant green lotus emerged in the void. If the demon dwells in the heart, then all methods are demonic. If the demon has no thoughts, then the myriad heavens are without Tao. Worldly people fear demons, yet they do not know that the demon is itself the Tao. This was the martial saint from the demon sect. Taiyin is not heartless, it embraces all things in silence, does not vie for a moment of warmth, and thus shines eternally. This was the martial saint from Taiyin Gate. The imperial Tao is not about soul supremacy, it inherits the mandate of heaven, to shepherd the multitudes, does not covet even one thing, and thus all things serve me. This was Emperor Qianming. Then in the void appeared a formless demon god, a Taiyin cold moon, and an imperial Dharma image. As the representative martial saints of the 8 top-tier powers all entered the scene, the other martial saints also ceased to hold back, manifesting their own Tao in the void. The Tao cultivated by these martial saints was not to be underestimated. There was the Tao of thunder, the Tao of slaughter, the Tao of sealing, the Tao of righteousness. Xianhuang is the beginning of heaven and earth, the mother of all things. It bears the celestial net above, receives the earthly fiend below, harmonizes with the human path in between, forges heaven and earth into a vessel, evolves myriad methods into the Tao, opens the sun and moon, creates mountains and rivers. Xianhuang is indestructible, heaven and earth endure forever. Then in the void appeared a phantom of a world along with a Xianhuang Dharma image seated above the world with a divine halo over its head. At this point all martial saints had entered the scene, and a great chaotic battle erupted in the void above. In the chaos everyone abandoned all allegiances. They struck at anyone they saw attacking while being attacked themselves. As the debate progressed, you fought, while simultaneously comprehending the Tao of other martial saints. You felt that this debate was immensely profitable for you. Time flew swiftly in the midst of debate, and before you knew it, a month had passed. During this month you had engaged in the most battles among all the martial saints, and as a result your Xianhuang Tao had improved tremendously. From starting with 1 against 5 you progressed to 1 against 10, and then 1 against 20. Now as a month had passed, and the debate drew to a close, you decided to make a grand finale. You would declare war on all the other martial saints alone. Though your magical power and divine soul might not match those of the veteran martial saints, when it came to purely comparing insights into the Tao, you believed you had surpassed them. The other martial saints did not consider your declaration arrogant. Which martial saint in their youth had not acted thus? Moreover, they had witnessed your progress over these days. You were undoubtedly the most talented person they had ever seen in their martial careers. If they possessed such talent and strength, they would have been even more arrogant than you. They could only sigh, wondering if they had truly grown old and fallen behind the times. Were martial artists of today so formidable? After the emotional moment, the martial saints didn't hesitate and surrounded you. Instantly various attacks, sword glares, Buddhist seals, demon palms, and more rained down upon you. However, you remained utterly composed. The Xianhuang energy transformed into a radiant canopy, rendering these attacks ineffective against you. Faced with numerous attacks, it was difficult for you to find an opportunity to counter. You chose to remain still, responding to all variations with constancy, and waited for the right moment to strike back. And so the final battle of the Tao discussion began. In the early stages you were indeed at a disadvantage. But as time passed, and you gained deeper understanding of your opponent's techniques, you found more opportunities to counterattack. Faced with your Xianhuang energy striking toward them, most martial saints did not dare to intercept directly. The battle lasted 3 days. By this point you handled the group assault with ease, knowing it was time to conclude the Tao discussion. Your Xianhuang Dharma manifestation instantly shattered, dissolving into a sky full of Xianhuang energy that merged into the world illusion below. The Xianhuang energy formed mountains, rivers, the sun and moon, and stars within it. The world illusion now seemed to transform into a real world, radiating a primordial vastness. Then this world pressed down upon the martial saints present. They sensed the world illusion's overwhelming pressure, and all launched their strongest attacks simultaneously. The result was beyond doubt. You emerged victorious, your Xianhuang Tao overpowering every martial saint in attendance. As the void imagery on the discussion ground dissipated, the Tao discussion came to an end. Everyone now understood the rankings on the heavenly list. After the discussion concluded, Emperor Qianming requested that you and Patriarch Tianji stay behind, saying he wished to discuss certain matters with you. Observing that Patriarch Tianji showed no surprise, you decided to remain as well. After all, this was merely a divine consciousness fragment expendable. Once you agreed to stay, Emperor Qianming led you to a chamber within the imperial palace. He then summoned a young man, the current crown prince. Upon seeing him arrive, you began to guess what the emperor wished to discuss. As expected, Emperor Qianming revealed his days were numbered. He requested your support. Though to be precise, Patriarch Tianji was already the Crown Prince's teacher, so it was specifically you he asked to back the 7th Prince's claim to the throne after his death. Curious about what obstacles might stand in the Crown Prince's succession, you asked the question directly. Emperor Qianming, showing no reserve, explained the full circumstances. It all traced back to the demon turmoil. Emperor Qianming's coma had indeed been caused by the Crown Prince, but not through any collusion with demons. Rather, the woman the Crown Prince cherished was a demon in disguise. Though none knew how this demon could conceal itself within the imperial city where national fortune ran strongest, the poison that afflicted Emperor Qianming originated from it. Though the emperor survived, through his formidable cultivation, his already limited lifespan grew even shorter. From this alone, the Crown Prince's transgression might be forgivable. He had been deceived. After all, who could have imagined a demon could assume human form within the imperial city, fooling even a martial saint's perception? But the Crown Prince had secretly released the demon. With no one to shield him, now Emperor Qianming had no choice but to seal his cultivation and imprison him. Only after learning his own life was nearly spent, and with the Crown Prince rendered powerless, did Emperor Qianming hurry to establish a new heir. As for why the 7th Prince? After observation, the other princes lacked talent and were mediocre in every regard, while the 7th Prince possessed exceptional promise fit to be an emperor. Yet the 7th Prince's cultivation was far too low, not yet reaching the nascent soul realm. Even if he ascended now, he could never command the loyalty of others after his death. His brothers would surely contest the throne, arguing that his eldest son had caused immense damage to the great Qian, and that succession should not remain in his lineage. Thus, at the emperor's arrangement, the 7th Prince had been placed under Patriarch Tianji's guidance. Now he sought you out, hoping you would lend your support to the 7th Prince after his passing. As for the martial saint of the Ji clan, they were direct descendants of the founding Emperor Qianyuan, so they would not intervene in succession disputes within this branch of the royal family. Emperor Qianming's revelations carried such weight that you needed a moment to process everything. You found yourself wondering how beautiful the demon's disguise had been, enough to captivate the Crown Prince, or whether the creature's true form simply appealed to his particular desires. You also wondered whether the Crown Prince had ever bound himself to some signing-in system. Given the quiet years in the imperial city, he presumably had not, and the 7th Prince's circumstances felt strangely familiar. Had you encountered them somewhere before? You dismissed the thought, and instead asked Emperor Qianming what benefit such support would bring you. Emperor Qianming exhaled in relief upon hearing your demand. It meant there was still room for negotiation. He told you to state your terms freely. Your request was modest, simply access to read all the collections of the Great Qian Imperial Library. You made clear, however, that mere endorsement was all you would offer. Any actual intervention was impossible. Emperor Qianming readily agreed, satisfied that your presence alone would suffice. You were then escorted to the royal archive. After perusing the complete collection, your divine consciousness fragment naturally dissolved. The minor expenditure would be recovered within moments. During your reading, the heavenly list was released, and your fame spread across the world. You claimed the #1 rank, bearing the title Venerable Sovereign of Xianhuang. But ranking first alone was insufficient. Those who witnessed the discourse spread word of your solitary confrontation against every martial saint in the world. Upon ascending the heavenly list, you perceived a surge of fortune energy coursing through you. This must be the fortune of the human race. It was said that achieving recognition on the heavenly mechanism list brought human fortune and accelerated cultivation. Yet to you, this energy's effect on cultivation speed seemed negligible. The other martial saints likely found it similarly unremarkable. They valued the decennial Tao discussion above all else. Yet for you, its true value lay not in cultivation enhancement, but in granting proximity to comprehend the Tao of fortune itself. You sensed that before long your heavenly mechanism technique would advance further still. At age 39, due to the significant advancement of your Xianhuang Tao, you had expanded your divine sense from 3,500 li to 4,000 li over the past year. At age 40, Emperor Qianming reached the end of his lifespan and passed away, bequeathing the throne to the Crown Prince before his death. In accordance with your agreement, you and ancestor Tianji expressed your support for the Crown Prince's ascension. Seeing that the foremost and second-ranked experts of the heavenly ranking both backed the Crown Prince, the princes abandoned their petty schemes. The entire transition of imperial power struck you as remarkably smooth. Even if the princes dared not rebel due to the prestige of you and ancestor Tianji, what about the demons and monsters? After all, a change of sovereign required at least a day during which the national fortune would wane, suppressing demons only slightly better than when Emperor Qianming lay in a coma. Had that great demonic upheaval truly eradicated all monsters within the great Qian territory? Or were they plotting something far more sinister? Through the threads of causality, you perceived that the Moon Sovereign still lurked within Yunzhou City, her position barely altered. Unable to fathom the mystery, you decided to stop pondering. Whatever schemes the demons harbored, you would see whether their machinations or your own cultivation progressed faster. At age 42, your divine sense covered an expanse of 4,800 li. At age 43, a wild martial saint's secret realm manifested in Qingzhou, instantly capturing the attention of all martial artists in the region. What is a martial saint's secret realm? Upon the death of a martial saint, his Tao contaminates the surrounding space. Coupled with the saint's immense energy, that space transforms into a small, independent world. After its formation, due to certain fluctuations in the world, this small world occasionally manifests, allowing entry. Thus, such manifested small worlds became known as secret realms. The size of the secret realm varied with the martial saint's power during life. The largest discovered so far spanned less than 1,000 li. Moreover, the realm's nature mirrored the saint's Tao. A martial saint who cultivated the path of fire would leave behind a realm filled with flames and molten rock. A martial saint who walked the path of water would create a realm of rivers and lakes. Within such a secret realm, martial artists could clearly perceive the martial saint's Tao, making it an invaluable place for enlightenment. Furthermore, the realm contained treasures known as divine origin crystals. Divine origin crystals were heavenly treasures formed from the dissipated primordial soul energy of a deceased martial saint. They were roughly thumb-sized rhomboid crystals, with most secret realms containing only about 100 or so. The greatest virtue of divine origin crystals lay in their ability to heal the primordial soul during tribulation, the most effective of all such treasures. Typically, a single crystal could increase the success rate of tribulation by 0.5%. With enough crystals, one need not worry about the soul during transcendence. Thus, divine origin crystals became the most coveted treasure for those in the divine soul realm. Unfortunately, the secret realm imposed a restriction: cultivators above the Xiantian realm could not enter. The space within the secret realm was extremely unstable. The presence of a divine soul realm cultivator would cause it to collapse. Moreover, even Xiantian realm martial artists could only enter in groups of about 100 before the realm reached its limit. For cultivators of lower realms to enter was nothing short of suicide. In such a cramped space, they would run into Xiantian martial artists at every turn and be easily crushed unless they were true children of destiny. You first learned about secret realms from the records of the Tianming Town Demon Suppression Bureau. However, those records merely mentioned them as excellent places for enlightenment without explaining their formation or mentioning divine origin crystals. At that time, you had only recently reached the Xiantian realm. Upon reading that, you had a premonition that you would likely encounter a secret realm, and not too long afterward. You mused that if your premonition proved true and you did encounter one, you would be incredibly fortunate. A secret realm that appeared only once in a millennium, and you would have stumbled upon it. Because the ancient records emphasize the rarity of secret realms, they might not appear even once in 1,000 years. Now you understood the reason. First, martial saints were few in number, and they were extremely difficult to kill. Even when they died, most perished on their own territories. Such wild secret realms were truly once-in-a-millennium occurrences. The last one had appeared 500 years ago. In truth, you had been quite eager back then, wondering how much a secret realm could elevate you given your talent. But you waited and waited until you had become the nominal number 1 under heaven, and only then did the secret realm appear. Nevertheless, your premonition had been accurate. Whether or not the secret realm was useful to you now, you had indeed encountered one, and the time span was merely a few decades, hardly long at all. The martial saint's secret realm manifested less than 3,000 li from you. Quite close indeed. The moment it appeared, you sensed the fluctuation and shifted your attention to it. Your interest was not for the divine origin crystals. You had seen them in the imperial palace and found them of little use to you. It was mainly for the spectacle. Under your perception, the fluctuation from the secret realm's manifestation spread over 10,000 li. All Xiantian realm and above martial artists within that range could likely sense it. You watched as nearby Xiantian martial artists rushed in eagerly after the realm manifested. Only a dozen or so had entered before divine soul realm cultivators arrived. However, these divine soul cultivators did not stop the Xiantian martial artists from entering. To them, who went and mattered little, they would simply wait outside, and eventually the divine origin crystals would fall into their pockets. Among the dozen Xiantian martial artists who entered, one caught your attention. This martial artist cultivated the 5 elements Tao, and coincidentally, the deceased martial saint who owned the secret realm had also walked the 5 elements Tao. What a coincidence! Moreover, in your sight, this martial artist was shrouded in dense fortune, nearly comparable to the top 10 of the genius ranking. However, the fortune of those top 10 was partly granted by the heavenly rankings allocation of human chi, and partly from the protection of their factions. But the fortune of this person was mostly innate, meaning he was a naturally blessed individual. Such naturally blessed individuals were considered by major powers to have a high probability of becoming a martial saint. Of course, it was only a probability. After all, every martial saint possessed great fortune, but not everyone with great fortune could become a martial saint. Apart from martial saints, you had never encountered anyone with such a powerful innate fortune, so you paid a little extra attention. How fortunate to have encountered the emergence of a secret realm so conveniently right nearby, allowing immediate entry. The martial saint who formed this secret realm happened to cultivate the way of 5 elements in life, just like him. You believe his arrival here was undoubtedly guided by fortune. To be honest, you still envy those blessed with great fortune, for your own luck has never been exceptional, and you have never experienced any remarkable encounters. Although you have reached the top of the heavenly ranking and gained the blessing of immense human race fortune, with your current strength, these fortunes cannot bring you any beneficial opportunities. You have walked this path entirely by your own efforts. The position at the top of the heavenly ranking was earned through your own relentless struggle. As news of the martial saint's secret realm spread, more and more martial artists arrived, even though the quota for entry was already full. But this did not stop people from coming to watch the spectacle. After all, this was a secret realm. Some martial artists might never see one in their entire lives. By now, over 200 Yuan Shun realm martial artists had gathered outside the secret realm. Good heavens, even more than the Xiantian realm martial artists who had entered. Even if all the divine essence crystals in the secret realm were gathered, it might not be enough for each person to receive one. Time passed slowly and everyone's waiting. Finally, after more than 20 days, someone emerged from the secret realm. By the time nearly 30 days had passed, the last person also came out. As the 30th day arrived, the secret realm instantly disintegrated into countless spiritual lights merging into the earth. Indeed, 1 month was the maximum duration a manifest secret realm could exist. After this time, the entire secret realm would disintegrate and merge into the earth, transforming the ground beneath into a treasure land with richer heaven and earth spiritual energy. The disintegration of the secret realm had no effect whatsoever on the Yuan Shun realm cultivators' craving for divine essence crystals. Then every person who emerged from the secret realm would be thoroughly ransacked by this crowd of Yuan Shun realm cultivators. These martial artists could not resist at all, and many Yuan Shun realm cultivators even fought each other over it. In the end, a second calamity Yuan Shun realm elder from the Supreme Origin sect stepped forward to suppress the situation. He collected all the divine essence crystals obtained from the secret realm. They were then auctioned off one by one, with 80% of the proceeds going to the respective martial artists and 20% to the Supreme Origin sect. With the Supreme Origin sect overseeing the proceedings, the auction concluded very quickly, as expected of someone blessed with great fortune. Among all who entered the secret realm, he had the greatest gains. Through your perception, this person had not only advanced significantly in cultivation, but also obtained 10 divine essence crystals. The resources obtained from the auction alone would be enough for him to break through to the Yuan Shun realm. However, you felt something was missing from the secret realm. Should not a demon beast have emerged after the secret realm disintegrated? It seems this person does not meet the standard of a child of destiny. At 45, your divine sense had expanded to cover a radius of 5,000 li. You felt that the improvement of your divine consciousness and spiritual power had reached a bottleneck, becoming slower. You decided to undergo the Wind Tribulation. The second calamity Wind Tribulation tests the martial artist's spiritual power and divine consciousness. During the tribulation, the Sun wind rises from heaven and earth, stirring spiritual power and divine consciousness, causing spiritual power to become turbulent and divine consciousness to scatter. At this time, the martial artist must stabilize their mind and maintain unity, preventing spiritual power from rioting and divine consciousness from harboring distracting thoughts, which would lead to chi deviation. A martial artist who passes the Wind Tribulation will have no distracting thoughts, their mind clear as a mirror capable of reflecting all things and predicting attacks. With complete spirit and abundant chi, they can be called a heavenly being. Those who fail to pass will naturally fall into chi deviation, their energy scattering and spirit perishing. Even if they somehow retain their divine consciousness, they will fall into madness. With your control over divine consciousness and spiritual power, the Wind Tribulation was naturally passed as easily as the Fire Tribulation. After passing the Wind Tribulation, your divine sense expanded from a radius of 5,000 li to 10,000 li, and your control over spiritual power became even more effortless. At 46, you secretly ventured deep into the demon beast's 100,000 mountains and captured several invisible demons. At 48, through comparative research, you explored a method to imprint runes onto your divine consciousness. It took you 5 months to allow the runes to imprint into your divine consciousness, and your divine consciousness transformed into the Xianhuang Indestructible Divine Consciousness. In your view, the Xianhuang Indestructible Divine Consciousness has stronger recovery power than demonic souls, reaching the same level as the physical body. Even standing still, a martial saint could not destroy your divine consciousness. Now you could proudly declare, I possess an indestructible body. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? At 53, your divine sense had expanded to cover a radius of 12,000 li. You came to the boundless ocean west of Great Qian, planning to undergo the Lightning Tribulation here. The Lightning Tribulation is not merely a test of essence, chi, and spirit, but also a test of the Tao cultivated by the martial artist. During the tribulation, thunder clouds of different scales would appear in the sky according to the tribulate's strength, followed by 10 heavenly thunderbolts striking down, each stronger than the last. The first 9 heavenly thunderbolts target the martial artist's essence, chi, and spirit, while the final bolt is called the questioning Tao thunder, testing the martial artist's Tao heart. The final heavenly thunderbolt is also the most difficult, requiring the martial artist to have no regrets about their journey and to be extremely firm in the Tao they cultivate. As you began your tribulation, a massive thundercloud formed over the ocean. Initially 100 li in size, it rapidly expanded. 500 li, 1,000 li, 3,000 li, 7,000 li, finally reaching 10,000 li. At this time, the thundercloud turned deep purple, radiating a powerful aura of destruction. Fortunately, this aura did not spread outward, otherwise even the martial saints of Great Qian across the sea would have sensed what was happening here. According to your knowledge, all martial saints throughout history had never encountered thunderclouds exceeding 5,000 li during their lightning tribulation. Your 10,000 li thundercloud was certainly unprecedented and perhaps unmatched in the future as well. As the thundercloud matured, the lightning within began to coalesce rapidly. With a thunderous crash, the first heavenly thunderbolt struck down. However, this first bolt was already 100 meters thick. Up close, that did not look like lightning at all, but rather like a pillar of light. You felt the power of this heavenly thunderbolt alone could kill an ordinary martial saint. Facing this bolt, you made no defense, simply enduring it through your physical body and divine consciousness alone. The heavenly thunder struck your body with a crackling sound that sounded terrifying, yet it caused you no harm. Furthermore, drawing upon the refining power of the heavenly thunder, both your physical body and divine consciousness received certain improvements. As the first heavenly thunderbolt fell, the second, third, fourth followed quickly. It was not until the sixth bolt that you sustained damage. However, for one possessing the indestructible Tao body and indestructible divine consciousness, this damage recovered instantly. After recovering, both your physical body and divine consciousness saw further significant improvements. The seventh and eighth heavenly thunderbolts inflicted considerable damage on you, yet they remained unable to harm you. It was not until the ninth heavenly thunderbolt descended that the true scale of its power became apparent. It was comparable to the combined force of the previous 8 bolts. Moreover, it struck continuously for 3 full minutes. During those 3 minutes, your physical body and divine consciousness existed in a perpetual state of destruction and rebirth. In the end, your recovery ability proved superior, and you endured through this heavenly thunderbolt. Having passed the 9th heavenly thunderbolt, you were next to face the 10th, the most difficult one, the questioning Tao thunder. The vast lightning clouds in the sky began to contract, and as they did, the destructive aura within them gradually faded. When the clouds contracted to 1,000 meters, the previous destructive intent was gone, replaced by a profound rhythm that stirred the soul. At the moment the clouds finished transforming, the questioning Tao lightning struck down, now a translucent glazed color instead of purple. After the lightning struck, you did not resist, nor could you, and allowed it to draw you into an unknown space. This space, named the Void Realm by other martial saints, generates 3 trials: questioning the heart, understanding the true self, and verifying the Tao. The first trial, questioning the heart, asks, why do you cultivate? This test plunges the cultivator into an illusion. The illusion mirrors the cultivator's most primal motivations and obsessions, forcing them to confront their deepest fears, desires, and regrets. The way to break free is to understand and reaffirm the original purpose of cultivation. As the trial began, you were drawn into the illusion created by the questioning Tao lightning. You attempted to activate the primordial chaos Tao, and to your surprise, the illusion shattered instantly. It seems even this lightning has its limits. Ultimately, it all comes down to strength. When you are strong enough, what tribulation can't you overcome? But as for why you cultivate, for you, there is only one purpose: to become stronger. Only by achieving sufficient power can you control your own destiny. You have no desire to drift aimlessly like in your past life. Moreover, you relish the exhilaration of life's transcendence that cultivation brings. After questioning the heart, the next trial is understanding the true self. In the understanding the true self stage, warriors still fall into an illusion, their minds bewildered, trapped in cycles of reincarnation, until they see through the illusion and realize the meaning of their own existence. In your view, this is equivalent to the philosophical question, who am I? After entering the illusion, you found that your mind was not confused, you retained your own consciousness. It seems this is indeed the limit of the lightning tribulation. You instantly broke the illusion, not bothering to experience the sensation of 100 reincarnations. A good reincarnation start would be tolerable, but if you were to get a bad one, you would likely explode in an instant. You can't stand even a shred of grievance. As for the philosophical question of who am I, you couldn't care less. You're too lazy to ponder it. After all, it's you who now enjoys this power, and it's you who, after becoming a martial saint, can choose not to eat beef. As the illusion dissipated, the Void Realm began to tremble violently. This marked the beginning of the final trial of the questioning Tao lightning, verifying the Tao. At this point, the Tao of heaven and earth manifests into forms to battle you. Warriors must use their own cultivated Tao to oppose them. Victory means passing. These manifestations are called Tao avatars. This trial adapts to the cultivator's path. If you cultivate the fire Tao, the water Tao will suppress you. If you cultivate the water Tao, the earth Tao will suppress you. It is much like the scenario when you once debated the Tao with many martial saints. The method of debate was actually modeled after this. Now for you, it is merely a repeat of facing many alone. However, this time you are not facing a few dozen martial saints, but over 100. Indeed, in this verifying the Tao trial, you are besieged by a full 100 avatars. Even when besieged by 100 Tao avatars, you still handled it with ease, continuously comprehending the manifested Tao of heaven and earth. After you felt you had gained sufficient insight, you once again used the same technique from your debate with the martial saints, scattering all the avatars. Then you left the Void Realm, having survived the questioning heavenly lightning and passed the tribulation. After the tribulation, the lightning clouds in the sky condensed into a stream of light that merged into your body. You then felt a temporary boost in your enlightenment, and this energy also nourished your essence, energy, and spirit. You seized this brief moment to integrate the insights gained from the avatars into your primordial chaos Tao, which rapidly advanced. Your essence, energy, and spirit also grew stronger rapidly under this nourishment. 3 days later, as the energy was nearly exhausted, it transformed into a mysterious rune imprinted into your primordial spirit. You opened your eyes, and your divine sense rapidly spread outward, covering a radius of 25,000 li. At this moment you had passed the third tribulation and could be called a peerless martial saint. You felt the changes after becoming a martial saint. Besides the enhancement from surviving the lightning tribulation, the mysterious rune imprinted in your primordial spirit was a reward from heaven and earth for those who passed the tribulation. This rune has two functions. One is to allow the martial saint to fully control the heaven and earth within a certain range, forming a domain. Within the domain, all aspects of the martial saint are greatly enhanced, just like your primordial chaos dharma realm. A martial saint's recovery ability is also greatly improved within their domain, even allowing them to fight indefinitely. However, the difference is that the domain formed when you advanced to the primordial spirit realm was self-constructed by merging with heaven and earth and combining the primordial chaos mana that contained the Tao. The energy to maintain that domain came from yourself. But a martial saint's domain is sustained by energy from heaven and earth, meaning a martial saint can keep their domain active and fight until death if they wish. As for the other function, it is quite ordinary. It deepens the martial saint's comprehension of heaven and earth. As you activated the rune using your primordial spirit as a guide, the heaven and earth within a radius of 25,000 li were instantly shrouded by a primordial chaos canopy, transforming into the primordial chaos dharma realm. Then you manifested your primordial spirit dharma form. After appearing, it instantly swelled to a colossal 10,000 zhong, the current limit of your dharma form. In this state, the consumption of primordial spirit and mana is immense. You calculated that even you can only maintain this form for 3 days. However, a mysterious force simultaneously sustains the domain and replenishes your consumption. With this replenishment, you feel you could maintain this state indefinitely. Yet you can sense that the maximum domain range this rune can sustain is only 30,000 li. In other words, once you can project a domain beyond 30,000 li, the excess part will still be borne by yourself. You don't know whether other martial saints' runes can also sustain a 30,000 li domain, or if this range is related to the size of the lightning clouds. If it is 30,000 li for all, then perhaps some martial saints may never reach this limit in their entire lifetime. After sufficient testing, you withdrew your divine avatar and domain, departed from the vast boundless ocean, and returned to the territory of Deqian. Above Yunzhou City, with your spiritual sense divided into 100,000 fragments, you surveyed the city's population of over 100 million and rapidly traced the whereabouts of Moon Venerable. With your greatly enhanced strength, you located him in less than half an hour. Your gaze fell upon the largest building in Yunzhou City, the governor's mansion, where the prefect conducted official business. Through your divination, you discovered that Moon Venerable was concealed within that very building. Not the governor himself, but one of his sons. The citizens of Yunzhou City suddenly noticed the sky turning an ashen hue. Before they could comprehend what was unfolding, a dark silver figure burst from the governor's mansion and fled into the distance. This person was the disguised Moon Venerable. When you unleashed your domain, he sensed the danger and had no intention of fighting you. For this was human territory, and if captured here, countless martial saints would converge to eliminate him. Before Moon Venerable could escape, hundreds of chains forged from Xianhuang energy shot out from all directions, binding him. With these Xianhuang chains restraining him, there was no way he could break through your domain at his current strength. Moon Venerable let out a thunderous roar, instantly transforming into a 1,000 zhong demonic form. His appearance resembled an enlarged version of the Moon Demon, yet far more massive and ferocious. The moment he took on his true demonic form, Moon Venerable temporarily broke free from the chain's restraint and launched an assault toward Yunzhou City below. Moon Venerable calculated that as a martial saint of the human race, you would inevitably protect those mortals, allowing him to slip away from your domain while your attention was divided. Among demons, there exists a fundamental combat principle: never engage a martial saint within their own domain. For demons face severe suppression within a martial saint's domain, their power halved. Yet despite the colossal demonic assault, the people of Yunzhou City showed no signs of panic. For was there not a martial saint among them? It was not merely confidence in you, but an unwavering faith in all martial saints of the human race. You did not disappoint their faith. The demonic attack was dissolved before it could ever reach Yunzhou City. Seeing how effortlessly you neutralized his attack, Moon Venerable understood he had no chance in direct confrontation and resolved to break through with all his strength. With Moon Venerable completely powerless to resist, you prepared to enact the sealing art. Eternal divine might. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. As your words rang out, a single finger pointed downward and 5 element seals materialized above and below Moon Venerable. Moon Venerable recognized the danger immediately and attempted to escape the 5 element seal's grasp, but the Xianhuang chains held him fast. Heavenly Light Formation 5 element seal. 8 massive divine seals materialized around Moon Venerable, each inscribed with intricate runes. Moon Venerable exerted every ounce of strength attacking the divine seals, but to no avail. As the seals gradually converged and the 5 element seal descended upon him, Moon Venerable was sealed. With a casual gesture, the seal gradually diminished until it shrank to the size of a small box and settled into your palm. Gazing at it, you marveled at the wonders of spatial manipulation and the profundity of sealing arts. Tracing the origins of this sealing art back to when the demonic race first descended, While humanity held the advantage at that time, these demons were immortal and indestructible. Without a method to suppress them, humanity would surely have fallen. Yet the world's greatest expert at that time experienced a sudden enlightenment, creating a sealing technique capable of forming a sealed dimension to imprison the demons. The core of this method lay in the runes inscribed upon those divine seals. These very runes could generate a miniature spatial realm to contain the demons. For a martial saint, once those runes were comprehended, anyone could wield this technique. Each practitioner's approach differed, and you had simply chosen a method that felt most natural to you. However, the original sealing technique could only immobilize demons in place. They could not be transported. What you now employed was an improved version. You held this technique in high regard because it contained profound insights into the Tao of space. Although your Xianhuang path was formidable, you were not particularly gifted in spatial arts. Or rather, no martial artist in this world excelled in that aspect. This was because the heavens and earth offered no opportunity for cultivators to comprehend the Tao of space. Or perhaps more accurately, the world itself prevented martial artists from accessing such power. Initially, you had also sought to understand the spatial Tao, recognizing its value for both mobility and combat. But lacking proper reference materials, you had decided to focus on strengthening yourself first. This sealing art represented your sole pathway to the Tao of space. You wondered how the greatest expert 2,000 years prior had comprehended it. You suspected divine inspiration must have been involved. After sealing Moon Venerable, you revealed your form to the crowd in Yunzhou City. Upon seeing you, they exclaimed in reverence, "Xianhuang, Heavenly Venerable." Carrying their awestruck cries, you made your way toward the governor's mansion. The governor of Yunzhou, upon seeing your arrival, set aside his grief over his son's death and hastened to welcome you into the mansion. Through conversation, you learned the governor was unaware his own son was a demon. Perhaps Moon Venerable had played the role too convincingly. Realizing the governor could offer no useful information, you departed with Moon Venerable. You first traveled to Xinjian Mountain to inform the martial saint there of the Moon Venerable incident. You then handed over your improved sealing technique to Xinjian Mountain, requesting they distribute it to other martial saints and warn them accordingly. After leaving Xinjian Mountain, you headed directly for the Imperial City rather than returning to Qingzhou. Upon arriving in the Imperial City, you took lodging at Tianxian Pavilion. Only now did you learn that Tianxian Pavilion was an establishment of the Ji family operating in cities across the realm. Rather than rushing to interrogate Moon Venerable, you spent time exploring the Imperial City. Following the last Tao discourse, you had been too occupied organizing your insights to properly tour the city. While wandering, you came upon a building that caught your interest, bearing 4 large characters, Cloud Realm Paradise. Noting the steady stream of visitors, you grew curious about what could truly merit such a title. A month later, you emerged from the establishment marveling that it genuinely deserved its name. The scenery was breathtaking, populated by enchanting maidens whose hospitality was so warm that they reluctantly bid you farewell. But who were you kidding? You were Xianhuang, Heavenly Venerable, one whose heart belonged to the realm and its people. A demon waited for your interrogation. What use were such paradises and beautiful women to someone of your stature? They were but clouds in the sky to you. During this month, Xinjian Mountain informed the other martial saints about the Moon Venerable incident. These martial saints took the matter very seriously and personally investigated the demons hiding within the territory of Dakian. In the end, they indeed uncovered numerous deeply concealed demons. However, most of these were merely half-blood creatures, with very few pure-blood demons, all at the Earth rank level, and not a single heavenly rank demon. You were not surprised by this. After years of development, the demons' concealment techniques must have greatly improved. Had the demons under the Moon Venerable not nurtured you for several years, and had they not schemed against you behind your back, establishing such a strong karmic connection, you would not have been able to trace its whereabouts. Upon returning to Tianxian Pavilion, you divided a portion of your divine consciousness and entered the sealed space. Then, relying on your powerful primordial spirit strength, you attempted to extract the demons' plans from the Moon Venerable's mind. As the other martial saints had predicted, heavenly ranked demons cannot have their souls searched. This soul-searching attempt ultimately failed. Perhaps heavenly ranked demons had reached the martial saint level and undergone some transformation that rendered their souls completely impervious to search and their memories inaccessible. You had assumed the other martial saints' failures stemmed from their weak cultivation and insufficient primordial spirit strength, yet even you proved unable to succeed. At that moment, the Moon Venerable, who had been in a brief slumber within the seal, awoke from the soul-searching. Observing your movements, it understood what you had just attempted and sneered contemptuously. "Do not waste your effort. At my level, no one can search memories from my mind. Furthermore, do not entertain the notion of tormenting me to extract information. For thousands of years, your human race martial saints have employed every conceivable method, yet none have obtained anything useful." Hearing this, you abandoned any thought of subduing it into a dung pit. It was true. Other martial saints were hardly saints themselves, having tried every imaginable method over the centuries, yet humanity still knew nothing of the demon's origins. It seemed you had only one final recourse. You began channeling the Heavenly Secrets art with all your might, using the Moon Venerable as your focal point to calculate and trace all demons bound to it through karmic connections. As you activated the Heavenly Secrets art, the Moon Venerable sensed something amiss. Though demons typically possessed little sensitivity to divination arts, how could the core medium of such a technique feel absolutely nothing? The Moon Venerable was not entirely ignorant of demons, understood that humanity possessed heavenly secret arts capable of tracing their movements, and it surmised its own exposure must have stemmed from such divination. Sensing the anomalies coursing through its body despite not knowing for certain whether you were employing heavenly secret arts, it refused to take the risk. It understood your power all too well. If you were to learn the locations of other demons, their clan's grand design might be thwarted. Without hesitation, it shattered its own consciousness. The instant the Moon Venerable destroyed its consciousness, your heavenly secret art was forced to halt, deprived of its intermediary. You examined the Moon Venerable's state and discovered its consciousness had already dissipated, with a new awareness slowly forming within the body. You had never anticipated such resoluteness from the Moon Venerable. What scheme could compel a heavenly ranked demon to so readily surrender its existence? Such a nascent consciousness would not be the original Moon Venerable. You could only marvel that for demons the physical vessel must hold supreme importance. The nascent consciousness shaped by the demonic bloodline coursing through its flesh would still perceive all demons as kin and humans as enemies. With the Moon Venerable dead and the newborn consciousness bearing no significant karmic ties to other demons, you recognize that even your current mastery of heavenly secret arts could not use it as a conduit to locate them. Very well. When soldiers come, I shall send generals to meet them. When waters rise, I shall build embankments to hold them back. Since prevention is impossible, we shall see who proves stronger when the time comes. Though you convinced yourself with these words, frustration still burned within you. You had finally captured a heavenly ranked demon only to gain nothing of value from it. This time you used the demon's body as your medium to trace the half-blood demons the Moon Venerable had previously transformed. The calculations revealed a surprising result. Several thousand half-blood demons scattered across Yunzhou, which you then dispatched the Xianhuang Dao soldiers to eliminate one by one. At 54, after the recent quelling of the demonic disturbances and the martial saints hunting campaign the previous year, demons had become scarce throughout Daqian. The people now lived in peace and prosperity, and the dynasty showed none of the decline that marked its final days. It appeared instead to be the dawn of a golden age. By 56, you balanced cultivation with your study of Daqian's national fortune. At 60, your divine sense had expanded to encompass a radius of 26,000 li. At 63, a thundercloud materialized above the imperial palace in the capital, spanning 4,000 li. Emperor Qianguang was undergoing his tribulation lightning trial. As the thundercloud dissolved into energy and descended, you knew the emperor had successfully weathered his tribulation, adding another martial saint to the realm. You were not surprised that the seventh prince, now Emperor Qianguang, had leaped from the initial stages of primordial spirit cultivation directly to martial saint status in so short a time, though you considered this far from an advantage. Through years of studying national fortune and drawing upon the knowledge from the imperial library, you had pieced together how these powers interrelated. You had come to understand that national fortune was essentially a manifestation of the human race's collective destiny. But since Daqian stood as the unified imperial dynasty and the acknowledged ruler of humanity, its national fortune held the greatest share within the broader cosmic balance. The power of national fortune was immense. Anyone with even a modest foundation could reach martial saint status within a century of ascending the throne, regardless of their current cultivation level. Moreover, as Emperor, one could harness this fortune to amplify their cultivation far beyond ordinary martial saints, while the accumulated power would deepen their understanding of the Tao. This explained why the former Emperor Qianming had risen to the summit of the heavenly ranking. His imperial Tao had advanced remarkably far with the support of national fortune. Yet such extraordinary benefits came with a steep price. Upon claiming the throne, a ruler's lifespan would be reduced to merely 300 years. This was not a matter of extending life if one fell short of 3 centuries. Rather, no matter how many years one had already lived, their remaining lifespan would always be capped at exactly 300 years from the moment they became emperor. Even after abdication, one's original lifespan could never be reclaimed. However, there is actually a loophole one could exploit. If the successor is below the martial saint realm, and if their remaining lifespan is nearly exhausted, then breaking through after ascending the throne with the aid of a nation's fortune would effectively extend their life by 300 years. Unfortunately, among the emperors of the Daqian dynasty throughout history, except for Emperor Qingyuan, none ascended the throne with their lifespan nearly exhausted. Speaking of which, we must now recount the origins and circumstances of Emperor Qinyuan founding the Daqian dynasty. 1,000 years ago, the Great War between humans and demons not only caused catastrophic casualties among ordinary humans, but also many demons concealed themselves within the heartland of humanity, emerging periodically to launch attacks. At that time, although each state possessed its own national fortune, it was far weaker than what exists today, exerting virtually no pressure on the demons. Thus, Emperor Qinyuan of that era proposed consolidating the various states into a single unified dynasty. Since Emperor Qinyuan's contributions were immense, and among martial saints, only fellow martial saints were considered their equals. Unless their descendants were involved, they had no interest in the conflicts among lesser powers. Accordingly, they approved Emperor Qinyuan's plan, and as expected, the formation of the unified dynasty brought about a qualitative shift in national fortune, greatly strengthening its suppression over the demons. As you know, Emperor Qinyuan's establishment of the Daqian dynasty and the suppression of demons was merely one motive. The primary reason was that his remaining lifespan had already fallen short of 200 years. He recognized that the national fortune of each state could aid cultivation, so he resolved to unify all the kingdoms and harness this vast national fortune to cultivate, hoping to break through the martial saint realm and reach a higher level. The other martial saints at that time also harbored a similar ambition, hoping to test whether national fortune could truly help them shatter the shackles of the martial saint realm. In the end, they failed. Though the consolidated national fortune was formidable, easily elevating someone to martial saint, it remained insufficient for those who had already attained that pinnacle. Emperor Qianyuan not only failed but also discovered that the merged national fortune adversely affected an emperor's lifespan. Fortunately, his own remaining years were already scarce. As for why his descendants, despite knowing the throne shortens one's life, still compete fiercely for it, perhaps it stems from the allure of supreme dominion, for whoever claims the imperial seat attains the pinnacle of both status and power over all under heaven. Or perhaps they simply refuse to risk others seizing the throne and turning against them. Whether an emperor might resort to desperate measures to extend their life once crowned would depend entirely on whether the other martial saints permitted it. Furthermore, upon reaching the martial saint realm, wantonly slaughtering the innocent would genuinely invite heavenly retribution. At 67, you participated in the heavenly ranking debate for the fourth time, once again ending as the sole combatant against all martial saints. During the debate, you perceived Emperor Guang's true depth. Likely due to his brief reign, his imperial Tao fell far short of Emperor Ming. Through these debates, the martial saints came to recognize your monstrous talent, each performance surpassing the last, until even their combined forces proved inadequate against you in a single exchange. At 70, your divine sense encompassed a radius of 27,000 li. Through researching sealing techniques, you gained insight into the Tao of space. You could now craft the small storage rings familiar to cultivators. By 73, you had mastered creating larger variants with spaces reaching 1 cubic kilometer. You traded these storage rings with other martial saints, gaining access to the libraries of the 6 major supreme factions and exchanging for heavenly materials and earthly treasures suitable for refining magical treasures. You decided to refine a magical treasure for powerful artifacts could drastically augment the wielder's strength. Much like the inherited divine sword of Shunjin Mountain, which amplifies a martial saint's sword aura by more than double, a terrifying feat. At 74, you comprehended and synthesized every artifact refinement technique you knew, creating the Xinhuang artifact refining method. At 76, believing you had gathered sufficient materials for forging a magical treasure, you returned to the sea and began refining your first personal artifact. Heaven and earth serve as the furnace, nature as the artisan, yin and yang as the charcoal, all things as the metal. As you enacted the Xinhuang artifact refining method, Xinhuang fire manifested in your palms. You hurled the flames skyward, forming a colossal furnace 100 zhang tall. You then fed the collected materials into it in sequence. Essence of Wu Earth Starforged Dark Iron Profound Yin Cold Water Heart of Yin Wood Essence of Fire Lunar Divine Stone and 10,000 Yang Golden Crystal, among others. Under your control, the essences of these materials were extracted and you refined them onto a heavenly metal stone vessel into a blank divine talisman. Finally, using the Xinhuang Heavenly Sovereign's Edict formed from Xinhuang runes as the talisman's head, the cosmic principles of yin-yang and 5 elements as its core, and the Tao of sealing as its base, you refined the magical treasure, the Xinhuang Divine Talisman. Yet the artifact was not yet truly complete. There remained one final step. As the refinement finished, you dispelled the Xinhuang furnace. Above you, a thundercloud began to form once more, though unlike a tribulation cloud, it covered only a radius of 1,000 li. This was an ordeal every magical treasure must endure upon its birth. Only by passing heaven and earth's trial could it truly manifest. As lightning struck continuously, the Xinhuang Divine Talisman not only withstood the assault, but grew increasingly potent. When the thundercloud finally dissipated, the talisman erupted with 10,000 zhang of divine radiance. Only then was the magical treasure truly complete. Gazing at the Xinhuang Divine Talisman in your hand, you felt deeply satisfied. Under your command, it instantly transformed into a divine halo hovering above your head, then shifted into various weapons, a divine sword, a sacred spear, and more. This was one function of the Xinhuang Divine Talisman. It could shapeshift into various weapons. Within it also lay a small space you had carved out spanning 1,000 cubic kilometers, capable of accommodating living beings for brief periods. The Divine Talisman then transformed into a brand etched upon your brow. Upon sensing it, you found your strength had indeed surged dramatically under the talisman's augmentation. Your power increased by roughly 30%. A figure no one should underestimate, for your 30% equaled nearly 2 martial saints combined. Now possessing a magical treasure, you could finally be considered a complete martial saint. At 83, your divine sense expanded to a radius of 28,000 li. On this day, while you were cultivating, a thunderous boom suddenly echoed. You immediately extended your divine sense, only to discover the Daiqian dynasty's national fortune had suffered severe damage, and within your perception range, black light pillars rose from numerous cities. Witnessing this scene, you realized the demons had likely completed their preparations and were striking proactively. Your expression shifted as you hastily examined the seal, imprisoning Yuzun, discovering that the vast energy contained within his body was being relentlessly drained by something. You intended to investigate and halt this process, but the draining occurred too rapidly. Within less than 3 minutes, the pure-blooded demon's imperishable physique was completely exhausted, reduced to ashes. With Lord Yu dead beyond resurrection, you had no choice but to shift your attention to those rising black pillars of light. Through investigation, you discovered that these black pillars were emanating from some mysterious formation, and now they were absorbing all manner of negative emotions from the surrounding people. They radiated an unknown energy that was corrupting the ambient, heavenly, elemental chi. You surmised the demons intended to transform the entire Deqian realm into an environment suited to their existence. You attempted to destroy these pillars, but found the approach only addressed symptoms rather than the root cause. The broken pillars slowly regenerated, suggesting their core lay elsewhere. You hastened to the imperial palace to warn Emperor Qianguang of the pillars' danger, urging him to rally the nation's fortune and suppress them with all his might. Though the national fortune bore heavy damage under Martial Saint Emperor Qianguang's control, it managed to suppress most of the pillars' power. As for the hidden demons within Deqian, your Xian Huang Dao soldiers would handle them. Over the years, anticipating possible conflict with the demons, you had crafted over 1 million Xian Huang Dao soldiers, each possessing strength not inferior to ordinary practitioners of the Yuanshan realm. You trusted that under the suppression of 1 million Dao soldiers, the hidden demons within Deqian could not stir up trouble. As for yourself, you headed straight for the 10,000 mountains. During your flight, you noticed that every city of commandery rank or above had pillars of light rising from them. In your estimation, such a massive setup could hardly have been completed in a short time, especially right beneath the human race's noses. Perhaps the demons had been laying these preparations 1,000 years ago. Upon arrival, you found that martial saints from nearby establishments, such as Wuyo Temple and Longxiang Sect, had already gathered. Here you beheld Jinma Pass, renowned as the foremost fortress in the realm. It was Jinma Pass that had held back tens of millions of demons beyond the borders of Deqian. After greeting the other martial saints, you turned your gaze toward the 10,000 mountains. You sensed a mysterious force shrouding the 10,000 mountains, a presence strikingly similar to the heavenly might you had encountered during your lightning tribulation. According to ancient records, this power emanated from the meteorite that first brought demons into the world. Within its influence, even martial saints of the human race would find their Yuan Shun and Dharma abilities suppressed, unable to manifest their domains. You decided to hold your forces and await the arrival of other martial saints. The pillars would not corrupt the entire heavens and earth so soon. As more martial saints arrived, you gradually understood from their accounts that there was no trace of the pillar's core formation within Deqian. The core must indeed lie within the 10,000 mountains. Furthermore, you could scarcely find any demons within Deqian's borders now. Those pure-blood demons once sealed away had all been drained of their power by some unknown force, turning to ash, just like Lord Yu. This was undoubtedly the work of the demons, though their method remained unclear. You conjectured that all the demons had retreated into the 10,000 mountains, clearly stalling for time. After all, even under the suppression of national fortune, those black pillars continued to corrupt the heaven and earth's elemental chi. Once the entire world was transformed into an environment suited to the demons, unless the heavens and earth could be purified, the martial saints might survive, but the martial path of the human race would be severed forever. You resolved not to sit idle and await destruction. Only 2 options remained: charge directly into the mountains, though victory under suppression was uncertain, or find a way to shatter the force enveloping the 10,000 mountains. Yet this approach was equally difficult to accomplish. After deliberation, you chose the second course of action, for your own reconnaissance had revealed something crucial. The force shrouding the 10,000 mountains covered only a radius of 80,000 li. Though breaking through would be arduous, you saw it as feasible. First, you ordered the evacuation of civilians near the 10,000 mountains. Then you assembled 1 million Xian Huang Dao soldiers and transmitted a technique to the assembled martial saints, a straightforward method they quickly mastered. Immediately after, you positioned the Dao soldiers and martial saints according to specific formations. As the technique activated, a vast surge of power fortified your being. This technique was the Xian Huang heaven-covering battle formation, refined by you from various combined assault arrays. As the formation engaged, you felt your Yuan Shun and Dharma power surge more than tenfold. You then unleashed the Xian Huang descent of realms, deploying your domain, the Xian Huang Dharma realm, which rapidly expanded outward. It swiftly surpassed the limits imposed by the heavens and earth's runes, continuing to grow until it encompassed a radius of 90,000 li. You then cast forth the Xian Huang Divine Talisman and rapidly contracted your domain, compressing the celestial and earthly forces within a 90,000 li radius, along with all ambient elemental chi, into the talisman. Subsequently channeling your full Yuan Shun and Dharma power, you transmuted the Xian Huang Divine Talisman into a divine spear spanning 100,000 zhang, which you thrust toward the 10,000 mountains. Observing that Xian Huang Divine Spear, the demons within the 10,000 mountains sensed its world-rending aura. All of them channeled their demonic power to reinforce the protective force enveloping the mountains, attempting to withstand the strike. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, your strike collided with the 10,000 mountains. Instantaneously, colossal energy waves radiated outward, so devastating that even Jinma Pass crumbled. You did not deactivate the Xianhuang Overwhelming Heaven Battle Array. Instead, you liberated the Xianhuang Divine Talisman and swiftly expanded your domain, once more enveloping the Shirwan Dashan within it. Upon careful investigation, you discovered that the mixed blood demons had indeed all perished, leaving only pure blood demons. Astonishingly, among them were over 100 heaven-ranked demons, and their auras were largely identical to those of the sealed demons. It seemed that the demons had employed an unknown method to transfer the power of the sealed demons to other demons of the same origin. The ensuing battle was a one-sided affair. Although the demons resisted fiercely, with your current strength you effortlessly suppressed and sealed them all. Such is the cruel law of the transcendent world. Victory often hinges on top-tier combat power. Had the demon race produced a being surpassing you, the outcome of today's battle would have been uncertain. After purging the demons, you arrived at the core region of the Shirwan Dashan. Before you stood a colossal stone pillar 1,000 zhang tall, radiating an eerie glow. This was presumably the meteorite that brought the calamity of demons, also the source of the mysterious power guarding the Shirwan Dashan. The surface of the stone pulsed with astonishing spatial power, while its interior contained an ocean-like expanse of energy. What intrigued you more was that it seemed to harbor profound information that would require time to fully decipher. Surrounding the stone, you perceived a mysterious array, likely the core of those black pillars. This array used the stone as its energy source and connected to the earth veins, enabling it to cover the entire Diqian. Next, you attempted to move the stone, but found it utterly immovable. Your power dissipated upon contact with the stone, as if vanishing into nothing. The source of the demons was indeed extraordinary. Thereafter, you seized the Xianhuang Overwhelming Heaven Battle Array, and the other martial saints also halted their techniques. Having learned that you had eradicated all demons, the calamity that had plagued the land for millennia finally came to an end. From then on, humanity no longer had to fear demons. You bid farewell to each other, and the other martial saints departed one after another. You, however, decided to stay here temporarily to study the stone and the array. Using your domain, you transformed the ruins into a forest. Then you erected a sealing tower, placing all the sealed demons inside it. This tower was named the Demon Suppressing Pagoda. At age 84, the news of the demons' annihilation spread across the land. All people rejoiced, and the entire Diqian was immersed in an atmosphere of joy. Your fame once again spread throughout the world. This time, some even erected temples to enshrine the statue of the Xianhuang Heavenly Venerable. At age 85, you deciphered the information contained within the stone, and it left you greatly astonished. The information came in the form of visions. Through these visions, you learned the origin of the demons and the true nature of the stone. First, the demons' origin was as you had guessed. They came from another world, though not by active invasion. The world the demons came from had long been destroyed. They were the sole survivors of that world. The cultivation system of the demon world was extremely cruel. They enhanced their power by devouring the flesh and blood of other beings. In that world, demons were the supreme race, while all other races were merely livestock bred for slaughter. When demons reached a certain limit, through devouring flesh, a further transformation would grant them the ability of immortality bestowed by heaven and earth, thus becoming pure-blood demons. As for demon bloodlines, that was truly a racial gift. The specific cause of the demon world's destruction was not shown in the visions. It was only known that the entire world was shattered by a powerful force, and nearly all life perished, leaving only pure-blood demons alive. Perhaps the threat of extinction activated the world consciousness, or the heavenly Tao, of the demon world. The heavenly Tao used its last power to condense this stone and gathered the remaining demons inside it. Eventually, this stone, after undergoing unknown experiences, fell into this world. Based on the information, you speculated that it was likely chaotic temporal space currents that had torn apart the demon world, and by a stroke of chance transported this stone to this world. According to the information, this stone was highly likely condensed from the primordial source power of heaven and earth, an unparalleled treasure. To your surprise, you had actually obtained it, and you named it the primordial source stone of heaven and earth. Although your current strength was insufficient to utilize this treasure, your lifespan was long. You believed that one day you would be able to refine it into your artifact. At age 87, you had gained a profound understanding of that array. You made slight modifications, turning it into a pure chi-gathering array that could converge the celestial energy of the entire Diqian to your location. The reason you changed the array to a chi-gathering one was that as your cultivation grew higher, the surrounding celestial energy was no longer sufficient for your needs. Now the chi of the entire Diqian converged here. In fact, due to the immense accumulation of celestial energy, the area within 1,000 li around you was shrouded in mist formed by condensed celestial energy. The mist shimmered with iridescent hues, a breathtaking sight under the sunlight. The rich celestial energy imbued the surrounding trees with spirituality, some even emitting a faint fluorescence. At age 93, through your contemplation of the primordial source stone, your Tao of space had greatly improved. Now you could shrink the earth to a step covering 1,000 li in a single pace. At age 100, you raised over 100 grand cities within the range of your domain. You declared the establishment of the Xianhuang Tao tradition and disseminated a portion of the Xianhuang celestial scripture across the land. All who had achieved mastery in the Xianhuang celestial scripture could join your Xianhuang Tao tradition. This news immediately shook the entire world. By now everyone knew the name of the Xianhuang, heavenly venerable, and people were exceedingly eager to join the force you had established. At age 110, the cities you had built were filled with practitioners of the Xianhuang, celestial scripture. You were delighted by this. As long as these cultivators of your Xianhuang Dao were within your domain, you would share in the insights they generated. By leveraging the insights of all those who cultivated the Xianhuang, celestial scripture, your cultivation advanced rapidly. At age 120, your divine sense now covered a radius of 32,000 li. At the age of 130, through your persuasion, those martial saints and their respective factions all joined the Xianhuang Taoist order. The martial saints harbored little resistance to this. Having reached the martial saint realm, there was scarcely anything in this world that could capture their attention, save for one pursuit that was the shared aspiration of all martial saints exploring higher realms. And your current performance in their eyes held immense promise of shattering the shackles of the martial saint realm and breaking through to attain an even higher cultivation level. Following the entry of these major factions, you obtained the original core cultivation techniques from each. In truth, during your discussions with the martial saints, you had already comprehended most of their fundamental arts. These manuscripts bore annotations from generations of martial saints across various factions, insights that proved invaluable, sparking numerous creative breakthroughs. You wove all these inspirations into the Xianhuang Heavenly Tome. Notably, everything you had created found its place within its pages, so much so that even if you perished, as long as the tome endured, the Xianhuang Taoist order would endure with it. At the age of 140, your mastery of spatial arts had advanced considerably. You could now shift the heaven and earth origin stone itself, so you sealed it within the Xianhuang Divine Talisman. Without the origin stone's energetic support, the Qi gathering array's efficiency declined significantly, yet it still collected sufficient vital energy for your needs. At the age of 150, you resolved to construct a monumental edifice to serve as the public face of the Xianhuang Taoist order. You invited the martial saints to contribute materials, promising them honored positions once completed. The martial saints raised no objections to your proposal, instead providing you with considerable resources, a gesture that filled you with gratitude. With materials secured, you also repurposed the fragments from the shattered demon-suppressing pass. Amidst this abundance of resources, you raised a palace of staggering grandeur. You inscribed numerous formation arrays upon this palace, along with an array of Xianhuang runes. Empowered by these formations, the structure floated like a celestial city, suspended 100,000 meters above the earth. Yet these formations served purposes far beyond mere levitation. Their true might lay in unleashing a devastating strike capable of sundering heaven and earth when energy reserves were sufficient. By your calculations, this strike would far surpass even the one you had unleashed under the blessing of the Xianhuang heaven-covering formation. According to its nature, you named it the world-extinguishing Qi Cannon. Naturally, such overwhelming power demanded immense energy, so you transferred the core of the Qi gathering formation to this palace. Through years of research, you had come to thoroughly understand the principles behind the Qi gathering formation. You forged numerous formation flags and buried them within Daqian's ley line nodes, enabling the formation to draw ambient Qi directly from across the land. The energy harvested by the formation served as its operational power source. Under your command, the Qi gathering formation drew 1/3 of all heavenly and earthly Qi from across Daqian. A small fraction sustained the formation's operation, another portion was stored as fuel for the world-extinguishing Qi cannon, and the remainder provided cultivation energy for those dwelling within the palace. Thanks to the Xianhuang runes, the palace's defenses were beyond imagination, capable of resisting all manner of magical attacks. You named this palace the Xianhuang Dao Palace, which would henceforth serve as the core and origin of the Xianhuang Taoist order, standing as the world's greatest protective force. By the age of 160, the martial saints had all perceived the profound mysteries contained within the Xianhuang Dao Palace, choosing to settle here in succession. At the age of 170, the Xianhuang Dao Palace had become the permanent residence of all the martial saints, a development you heartily welcomed. For every martial saint devoted themselves to studying the Xianhuang Heavenly Tome, drawing wisdom from its pages to perfect their own martial paths. And each fragment of insight they gained regarding the Tao of Xianhuang would in turn nourish you, refining your own cultivation. With the martial saints gathering in the Tao Palace, most of the time debates on the Tao occurred regularly, transforming this floating palace into a sanctuary where profound insights constantly collided and merged. By the age of 180, numerous martial saints, having cultivated according to the Xianhuang Heavenly Tome, refined their own practices based on the knowledge it contained. They then passed these insights on to their disciples. At this point, you disseminated the complete Xianhuang Heavenly Tome, rich with further knowledge, throughout the entire realm, igniting a wave of cultivation reform that swept across the entire Taoist community. As for concerns that the accessible nature of the Xianhuang Heavenly Tome might increase the number of cultivators and drain the world's vital energy, such fears were baseless. For the heavenly and earthly Qi within the world could not be depleted, or rather the current number of martial artists fell far short of any capacity to exhaust it. Moreover, the Qi circulating within the world was inexhaustible. Any warrior who had reached the primordial spirit realm or beyond understood that the world possessed boundaries and that heavenly and earthly Qi surged inward from these borders. You surmised that beyond the world lay something akin to chaos, with this vital energy deriving from the world's absorption and transformation of chaos's power. During this cultivation revolution, all practitioners of the Heaven's Secret Path, including the Tianji Pavilion, marveled at the profundity of karma upon encountering the Xianhuang Heaven's Secret Art of floating dust reflecting the karma of heaven and earth. Hence they now intended to advance in this direction, using it to propel the progress of their divination arts. Meanwhile, body cultivators, including the Dragon Elephant sect, found the concept of genes described in the Xianhuang Heavenly Tome to be profoundly mystical, believing it to be the key to furthering their physical cultivation. And Buddhist cultivators from temples, such as Huio Temple, earnestly studied certain Buddhist scriptures you had transcribed from your past life into the Xianhuang Heavenly Tome, recognizing the deep philosophical truths embedded within them. Sword cultivators from places like Xinjian Mountain carefully read the random reflections on the sword Tao that you had woven into the Xianhuang Heavenly Tome. Though aware most of the sword Tao realms recorded were fictional, they still yearned for them. Some sword cultivators even intended to gather materials to craft sword pills capable of merging with their bodies, aspiring to become sword immortals whose single strike could freeze all 19 provinces. This was precisely what you desired to see. Though some of it was mere imagination and much was borrowed, it did not mean these things could not actually work. Perhaps they would truly discover something groundbreaking. After all, knowledge from Earth was absolutely novel to these martial artists. What did one call such a phenomenon? This was what one might call drawing upon the essence of two worlds. Though your Xianhuang Heavenly Tome had misguided some, this cultivation reform still dramatically strengthened the major factions and most martial artists while fostering greater exchange and cooperation among the various schools of the Taoist community. The Xianhuang Tao Palace also became a sanctuary coveted by all cultivators. Every day, countless practitioners gathered outside the palace, eager to listen to the martial saints discuss the Tao, hoping to gain enlightenment. The cultivation world ushered in prosperity unseen before. New techniques and concepts continually emerging as the entire realm burst forth with vibrant vitality. At age 190, your cultivation advanced with remarkable speed. By now your divine sense could already cover a radius of 35,000 li. At age 200, another martial saint arose in the world. Originally a second tribulation nascent soul cultivator from Huio Temple, he had greatly advanced his own Tao by studying the Buddhist scriptures recorded in your Xianhuang Heavenly Book. Ultimately, he survived the heavenly tribulation and ascended to become a martial saint. It seems those Buddhist scriptures from Earth have indeed provided substantial aid to the Buddhist martial artists of this world. At age 300, Emperor Qingguang sought your assistance. He wished for you to determine whether the affliction that shortens one's lifespan upon ascending the throne could be remedied, and more importantly, whether his own remaining years could be restored. You understood his urgency, for he was approaching the end of his days. Fortunately, over the years you had not abandoned your research into the Tao of Fortune. You genuinely had a solution. According to your studies, the fortune of this world could roughly be divided into two types. One is the fortune of heaven and earth, representing the favor bestowed upon all things. The other is the fortune of a race. Since this world possessed only one intelligent race, the human race, there existed but a single racial fortune, that of humanity. You did not know of other worlds, but in this one humanity's fortune existed precisely because humans were the sole intelligent race and had flourished for many ages, causing heaven and earth to pour their blessings upon them. Over time, this fortune became imbued with the collective will of the human race, forming a distinctive racial fortune. As long as humanity endured, so too would its fortune. Thus, to a certain extent, humanity's fortune was synonymous with the will of the people. However, humanity's fortune was exceedingly scattered. The emperor of a unified dynasty served as a conspicuous anchor point. Upon assuming the throne, one would passively bind to the fortune of humanity, which is why attaining the rank of martial saint became so readily achievable. Yet, as the saying goes, when virtue does not match one's position, disaster is certain to follow. Such immense power was not something any person could bear. A martial saint was merely a strong individual among mortals. Your solution was to shift the primary vessel of national fortune from the emperor alone to the entire dynasty. You first instructed Emperor Qingguang to gather certain materials. After spending several months refining those materials into a jade seal, you prepared further. Next, you refined a number of jade tablets and had Emperor Qingguang bury them throughout the lands of Deqian. You then measured the patterns of Deqian's mountains and ley lines, inscribing them within the jade seal. The moment the inscriptions were complete, a thunderous dragon's roar resounded above the imperial city of Deqian. Then a 50,000-foot five-clawed golden dragon appeared and circled overhead, the condensed embodiment of the dynasty's national fortune. That jade seal became the medium through which the Deqian dynasty communed with its national fortune. From then on, even the emperor could no longer draw upon national fortune to cultivate, or else he would suffer far more severe backlash. However, should anyone seek to harm the emperor henceforth, they too would face the retribution of national fortune. The root cause had been resolved. Only Emperor Qingguang's remaining lifespan remained to be addressed. Your prescribed remedy was to offer sacrifices to heaven, presenting your merits before the heavenly Tao and requesting that it help dissipate the backlash force. As for whether this approach would truly succeed, you believed it had a high probability of working. You had discovered that while the heavenly Tao of this world lacked subjective consciousness, its activity level was remarkably high. The most telling evidence was the existence of tribulations and heavenly retribution. In the demon-monster world, there was no concept of tribulations, nor any notion that slaughtering the innocent would invite heavenly punishment. Heeding your words, Emperor Qingguang, though half-skeptical, conducted a ritual. Following the method you provided, he activated the fortune of heaven and earth within himself and communed with the cosmos through his nascent soul. Unexpectedly, it truly succeeded. Emperor Qingguang felt himself being observed by some vast and majestic presence. He promptly recited the prayer beseeching heaven and earth to relieve him of the backlash. At that moment, all the martial saints, including yourself, watched the ceremony. Every one of you wished to witness with your own eyes whether heaven and earth would grant a response. Your expectations were not dashed. The aura that Emperor Qingguang had sensed you and the others felt as well. After Emperor Qingguang concluded his supplication, a golden ray shot down from the heavens and struck him. His cultivation realm immediately plummeted from martial saint back to first tribulation nascent soul. Though his realm had fallen, through inquiry you learned that his remaining lifespan had indeed been restored to 2,000 years. It remained uncertain, however, whether he could ever again attain martial saint, for he had lost the comprehension of the imperial Tao that had accompanied his previous transcendence. Following this event, you confirmed that the heavenly Tao of this world was indeed extraordinarily active. You then erased Emperor Qingguang's memories of that cultivation method. You also warned the other martial saints not to communicate with the heavenly Tao lightly. You took these precautions because you feared that excessive contact between the heavenly Tao and humans might spawn an independent consciousness within it. Should such a thing occur, the consequences would be entirely unpredictable. At age 400, under your encouragement, the world continued to prosper. As a result, your Xianhuang Tao Palace gathered abundant fortune of heaven and earth. Enhanced by this heavenly fortune, your comprehension of the cosmos accelerated even further. At age 500, the range of your divine sense expanded to 42,000 li. At age 600, another martial saint emerged, one from the Taishang Tao lineage. He cultivated the Tao of serenity and purity. Through studying the Tao Te Ching contained within your Xianhuang heavenly book, his Tao of serenity advanced greatly, enabling him to survive the heavenly tribulation and become a martial saint. That your Xianhuang heavenly book had enabled 2 cultivators to reach the pinnacle of martial saint within such a brief span only elevated your prestige in the cultivation world even further. By this time, people no longer addressed you as Xianhuang Tianzuan. Instead, they hailed you as Xianhuang Daozhu. What puzzled you, however, was that despite such towering renown, you still felt no sense of faith or incense offerings. Perhaps this world simply did not produce such things. After all, the laws governing each world differed. However, you then realized that you may have been too hasty in your joy. The most crucial step to tread the Xianhuang Tao is extremely difficult. It seems only a hair's breadth away, but that final gap is the hardest. After that, you devoted most of your time to researching methods to transform the Xianhuang Tao. Fortunately, genius that you are, it took you only a dozen years to find the breakthrough method for the Xianhuang Tao. The breakthrough method you conceived was to use runes as the key point, and the Tao transforming rune art you created earlier was the key to this breakthrough. The inspiration for this came from the demonic runes and the heaven-bestowed rune within your primordial spirit. In your view, the demonic runes and the rune you obtained after surviving the lightning tribulation were both bestowed by heaven and earth, only differing in their functions. Moreover, after years of deeper research into the demonic runes, you discovered that the power of these runes was far more than what met the eye. Perhaps because the heavenly Tao of the demonic world had perished, the runes within the demons had degenerated, leaving only the basic ability of immortality. Moreover, the rune bestowed by heaven and earth after surviving the lightning tribulation allowed martial artists to wield a portion of heaven and earth's authority. According to your research, this rune was not merely a token or something similar. Instead, it genuinely contained profound mysteries. As long as one comprehended it, even without becoming a martial saint, one could still control a portion of heaven and earth and possess a domain akin to that of a martial saint. However, it was heavily encrypted, making it extremely difficult to comprehend. From this, it can be seen that the path of runes is vast and profound. Even at the level of the heavenly Tao, it never becomes obsolete. At 800 years old, after decades of preparation, you finally had complete confidence in this breakthrough. You began secluding yourself in the Xianhuang Tao Palace, undertaking the most critical breakthrough of your life so far. After you entered seclusion, the defensive formations of the Xianhuang Tao Palace were fully activated. The Myriad Yuanqi cannon was preheated, and all martial saints stood guard around you to ensure no one could disturb your breakthrough. After entering the state of seclusion, you sank your mind into your sea of consciousness. There you manifested the Xianhuang Tao and used the Tao transforming rune art to condense rune after rune. In the end, you condensed 12,960 runes, the same number used to form your Xianhuang indestructible Tao body and indestructible primordial spirit. However, these runes were far more profound than the initial ones. At this moment, your breakthrough had only just begun. You began to deconstruct these 12,960 runes one by one. As you deconstructed them, the runes gradually differentiated. First, the 12,960 were broken down into 129,600 simpler runes. The 129,600 runes were then deconstructed into 1,296,000 even simpler runes. Time flew like an arrow as you immersed yourself in deconstructing the runes. The years passed silently. At 900 years old, through your continuous deconstruction, the original 12,960 runes were broken down and differentiated into 1,296,000,000 fundamental runes. These faintly shimmering fundamental runes slowly flowed within your sea of consciousness like brilliant stars in an immense galaxy, forming a spectacular star chart. As you continued deconstructing the runes, your understanding of the Xianhuang Dao grew deeper, and you were only a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. You manipulated these runes to collide and merge with each other. Each convergence sparked new inspiration, and these epiphanies gave birth to entirely new rune variants. The newly born runes would be absorbed and integrated by the fundamental runes of the same origin, elevating and strengthening their essence. As these 1,296,000,000 fundamental runes grew stronger, you soon sensed that you had reached the threshold for a breakthrough. However, you certainly would not break through immediately. After all, you would wait until you had reached a point where no further improvement was possible. At 1,000 years old, no new runes were being generated in your sea of consciousness. Your foundation had been fully exhausted. Next, you directed these fundamental runes to interlock with each other in a mysterious pattern. In the end, they coalesced into a single three-dimensional rune that seemed to contain infinite transformations. This rune manifested for only an instant before dissolving into emptiness. Then your physical body's spiritual power and primordial spirit began to merge under the influence of an inexplicable force. At that moment, the heaven and earth chi within the Xianhuang Dao Palace began to pour into you. Sensing your own state, you knew you had succeeded. You were advancing to a higher realm. It took a full 3 years for your essence, energy, and spirit to finally fuse into one. You felt a tremendous transformation in your life level, and your lifespan increased from 3,000 years to 10,000 years. The moment your breakthrough was complete, all living beings in the entire Daqin Empire felt an inexplicable pressure and a sense of joy emanating from the heavens and earth. In their hearts, they knew that someone had broken through to a new realm. Across the entire Daqin Empire, sweet dew fell from the sky and golden lotuses sprang from the earth. The dew nourished all things, and the golden lotuses could temporarily enhance the insight of martial artists. This was heaven and earth's celebration of your breakthrough. At this moment, everyone in the world, including the martial saints, was astonished by the spectacle. They had never seen any martial artist's breakthrough cause such a tremendous commotion. Consider that the first primordial spirit realm martial artist, and even the first martial saint, had caused no such phenomena when they first appeared. What were they not worthy of such honor? This celestial celebration lasted a full 3 hours. During this time, many injured martial artists recovered their health due to the sweet dew, and many others who obtained golden lotuses saw their cultivation progress greatly increase in a short period. After the breakthrough, you did not immediately emerge from seclusion. Instead, you prepared to familiarize yourself with the power you had gained. With a raise of your hand, a deep and mysterious three-dimensional rune appeared in your palm. You waved it, and the rune instantly transformed into countless fundamental runes that floated around you, then dissolved into nothingness in the air. This is the product of Xianhuang Dao reaching a certain level of transformation known as the Xianhuang Law. As for why it is called by this name, it is because the moment you saw the three-dimensional rune, the word law surfaced in your mind, and the law born from the Xianhuang Dao naturally became the Xianhuang Law. The three-dimensional rune is the manifested form of the Xianhuang Law in reality. The true Xianhuang Law is formless and omnipresent. You can activate it with a single thought. Your Xianhuang Law can evolve all things to a certain extent. As you gently wave your hand, the power of the law flows, and a golden lotus appears in your palm. As the petals bloom, traces of Dao charm emanate. This is not an illusion, but a real object condensed by the Xianhuang Law, and it can temporarily grant others an enhancement in comprehension indistinguishable from the golden lotus formed by the heavenly Dao. Moreover, after condensing the Xianhuang Law with the help of the heavenly Dao, you have imprinted the Xianhuang Law into the world. From then on, any martial artist who cultivates the Xianhuang Dao will have their insights strengthen the Xianhuang Law. It can be said that you have truly become a master of a Dao crowned by heaven and earth. After the Xianhuang Law merged into the world, you can also use the power of the law to observe every corner of the world, achieving the ability to watch the world from a seated position. Of course, the functions of the Xianhuang Law are far from limited to this, and the might of the law itself is immensely powerful. Now, if all martial saints were to attack you simultaneously, you wouldn't even need to unfold your domain. A light sweep of the Xianhuang Law would reduce them all to ashes. Even the version of yourself before the breakthrough is no match for the current you in a single move. Such is the vast chasm. The law represents a higher dimensional power that cannot be matched by mere accumulation of quantity. After experiencing the power of the law, you turned your attention inward. At this moment, your physical body mana and primordial spirit have merged into one. You now possess abilities such as dispersing into chi and shrinking or expanding at will. You understand that this is the law body transformed by the Xianhuang Law, which you have named the Xianhuang Indestructible Body. With the law body, ordinary attacks are ineffective against you, only attacks that reach the level of law can harm you. However, what you regret is that you now only have a lifespan of 10,000 years after which you will fall into extinction. Of course, this is not a restriction imposed by the heavenly Tao. With your current strength, the heavenly Tao cannot restrict you either, but rather a limitation from a higher level power. This might also be why the heavenly Tao instinctively helped you imprint the Xianhuang law into the world. Although you are now the master and supreme controller of the Xianhuang law. After you die, the Xianhuang law will truly merge into the world, and the control of the law will naturally revert to the heavenly Tao. Moreover, after the essence, energy, and spirit merge into one, you still possess mana and divine sense. Your divine sense detection range has reached 200 Li. As for mana, it has undergone the greatest change. Now your body no longer has dantian or acupoints. Your current mana is a brand new power born from the combination of essence, energy, spirit, and the power of the law. In other words, only now can mana truly be called mana imbued with the power of the law. Mana can carry the law, allowing it to unleash greater might. From this perspective, the gap between the you before the breakthrough and the current you is even more immense. After familiarizing yourself with the power gained from the breakthrough, you emerged from seclusion. After coming out, you used the Xianhuang law to announce to the entire world that you had surpassed the martial saint realm, and that in 10 days you would give a sermon at the Xianhuang Dao Palace, which all martial artists above the Xiantian realm could attend. Upon hearing this news, the world was astonished, followed by overwhelming joy. In their eyes, a sermon from someone above the martial saint realm was the greatest opportunity of their lives. Future martial artists might never encounter such a stroke of fortune again. 10 days passed quickly. The Xianhuang Dao Palace hovered 1,000 meters above the ground, surrounded by a dense sea of martial artists numbering at least tens of millions. Seeing that the crowd had gathered, you manifested a Dharma body of 100 zhang. It is called a Dharma body because you yourself expanded to that colossal size. This sermon lasted a full year. In the early part, you spoke about cultivation methods for the Xiantian and nascent soul realms. Later, you explained the 1296000 runes you had deconstructed one by one. You hoped these people would diligently study these runes, for their progress would be your own progress. To help them understand better, you even condensed numerous golden lotuses, with the law causing the sky to be filled with golden lotuses during your sermon. In the second half of the sermon, the lower realm martial artists had no part. You began to discuss with the various martial saints how to reach a higher realm. The method you taught them was still to comprehend those runes. Once they had delved deep enough, they could use your method to understand the law and break through to a higher realm. Finally, you discussed the naming of the new realm with them. Based on the characteristics of this realm, you decided to call it the Law Realm. Martial artists who reach the Law Realm can receive the title of Heavenly Venerate, for even heaven and earth will respect you at that level. And those who, like you, create their own law to break through to the Law Realm can receive the title of Tao, Lord Master of a Tao. Afterwards, to make everyone understand the gap between the nascent soul realm and the Law Realm, you let the martial saints experience the power of the law and finally uttered the words, "All beneath the law are but ants." Before the eyes of the multitude, the martial saints were effortlessly crushed by the law like ants. The chasm between them was like a heavenly moat, making everyone realize the weight of your words. As the events of the sermon spread across the world, everyone now holds awe and longing for the Law Realm. After finishing your lecture, you left the Xianhuang Dao Palace and flew straight towards the heavens, wanting to test whether your current strength at the Law Realm could break through the world's boundary and reach the outside. After reaching a certain altitude, you encountered a layer of astral wind. The higher you went, the stronger the wind became. Normally, only those at the nascent soul realm could break through this layer. Such winds existed not only in the sky, but also in all directions of the world. After breaking through the astral wind layer, a spatial force blocked your path. You knew this was what martial artists considered the world's boundary. Because any martial artist who reached this point would naturally assume it was the world's boundary, believing that the world's primordial energy originated from here. However, you knew that this spatial force was not the true boundary. Behind this barrier lay a vast space, and only after passing through that space would one reach the real boundary of the world. You had always studied the Tao of space, and after advancing to the Law Realm, your mastery over space became even more refined. You effortlessly passed through this spatial barrier. After passing through the barrier, you arrived at a mysterious space. Within this space, you felt as if you could appear anywhere in the world instantly. This space contained vast and immense energy, very similar to the world's primordial energy, but of higher quality. Furthermore, you saw two exceptionally bright orbs, one emanating extreme yin energy, the other radiating extreme yang energy. These were naturally the true forms of the world's sun and moon. Like your three-dimensional runes, they were manifestations of laws in reality. Additionally, various heavenly and earthly laws were exceptionally active in this space. It was undoubtedly an excellent place for comprehending the Tao. You wandered around this space, stopping and starting. Through your measurements, you discovered that this space was 10 times larger than the mundane world. During your measurements, you also found the true boundary of the world. Before you was a translucent light curtain, like a flowing aurora. Its surface rippled with iridescent colors, sometimes calm as a still lake, sometimes twisted like a thunderstorm. As you approached, you could hear a low hum as if billions of runes were resonating. Behind the light curtain was endless darkness, a void where nothing existed. From that boundless darkness and nothingness, you sensed an extremely lethal danger. Just as you intended to approach and examine the light curtain more closely, even considering reaching a hand through it, a vast amount of information suddenly flooded into your mind. This was the heavenly Tao, fearing you might recklessly rush out of the world, transmitting to you some information about the world and what lay beyond. The gist of the information was that beyond the world lay only nothingness. Anything that fell into it would be assimilated by the void, except the world itself. As for why the world was so special that it could exist within the void, even the heavenly Tao could not answer that question. Moreover, worlds varied in strength. Some were immensely powerful from the moment of their birth, while others were extremely weak. Of course, a world's strength was not fixed, it could grow stronger on its own. The way for a world to grow stronger was to nurture the beings born within it. The growth of these beings could enhance the world's foundation. When the accumulated foundation reached a certain level, the world could ascend to a higher realm. So does this middle world in the simulation have the potential to ascend to a great world? Or can it only become a more powerful middle world? Lin Yu was very curious about the scene of world ascension, wondering if his simulated self could help the world ascend. After learning the information transmitted by the heavenly Tao, you abandoned your reckless idea of relying on your undying body to reach out. Hearing the Tao's description of the outside world, you felt that if you stretched out your hand, it would be assimilated into nothingness by the void. If it were a conceptual erasure, wouldn't you become a one-armed Yonghua? However, there was one aspect of this information that particularly concerned you, the issue of lifespan. According to the information, before a world's level reached a certain threshold, all beings born within it had a limited lifespan. Your 10,000-year lifespan had already reached the limit of what the current world could offer. Now, unless you went to a higher level world, or this world underwent ascension, or unless you truly became strong enough to transcend the world and survive in the void outside, in which case there would naturally be no lifespan limit. In your view, among these methods, the most feasible was world ascension, going to a higher level world. This world had no higher realm to ascend to, and transcending the world was even more elusive. Not only did living beings have lifespan limits, but even worlds had their own lifespan limits. When the time came, the world would also return to nothingness. After discovering the true boundary of the world and understanding the dangers beyond, you no longer paid attention to these matters. Your main goal next was to promote the world's development and see if you could witness its ascension within your lifetime. Using the Tao of space, you instantly appeared back in the Xianhuang Tao Palace from that space. You felt that space was embedded around the world's periphery. You named that space Tian, heaven beyond heaven. After returning, you used the power of laws to remodel the Xianhuang Tao Palace and then move the entire palace into Tian. Afterward, you crafted some tokens and gave them to the martial saints. These tokens served as passes to enter and exit the Xianhuang Tao Palace in Tian. You also warned them not to leave the range of the palace's power within Tian. This was because Tian was filled with thin law energy, a sacred ground for comprehending the Tao for these martial saints, yet also a deadly forbidden zone. At 1,200 years old, under your promotion, the world was developing steadily. Based on the runes you had taught them, the martial artists developed a special auxiliary profession. They discovered that by combining different runes and inscribing them on paper made of special materials, then channeling energy into it, the paper would produce different effects depending on the runes. People called these items talismans, and those who could create them were known as talisman masters. By then, some of the elderly martial saints had passed away one after another and were replaced by newly ascended martial saints, bringing the total number of martial saints to 75. At the age of 1,500, along with talisman masters, refiners and formation masters successively appeared. Refiners could engrave runes onto weapons during forging, transforming them into low-grade magical treasures, which they called artifact weapons. Formation masters, on the other hand, could materialize runes from thin air and combine them into arrays with various effects. At the age of 2,000, you had grown exceedingly proficient in wielding the Xianhuang Law and were preparing to begin processing the origin stone of heaven and earth. Inside the Xianhuang Divine Talisman, you gently stroked the massive stone. Now this origin stone had become utterly unremarkable. Anyone below the law realm would see it and assume it was merely an ordinary rock. This was because after you reached the law realm, you took some time to eliminate all those sealed demons and fiends. Under the power of the law, those demons had been completely obliterated with no chance of recovery whatsoever. After the demise of those demons, the origin stone took on its current appearance. You surmised that their deaths had caused the last shred of consciousness within the heavenly Tao of the demon world to dissipate. Once you refined this origin stone, the final traces of the demon world would vanish completely. After a moment of reflection, you directly extracted the origin stone. Before beginning, you needed to upgrade the Xianhuang Divine Talisman first. With the assistance of the Xianhuang Law, the various functions of the Xianhuang Divine Talisman had improved significantly, and it could now be called a vessel of the law. Then you began refining the origin stone into the Xianhuang Divine Talisman. As the stone was continuously absorbed, the space within rapidly expanded, and under the influence of the Xianhuang Law, mountains and rivers began to take shape. Before long, over 10 years had passed. The origin stone had been fully refined into the talisman, and the space within had transformed into a miniature world spanning 5 million li. This miniature realm could not be compared to a martial saint's secret domain. Strengthened by the power of laws, even if a martial saint fought with all their strength inside, it would not shake the stability of the small world. This small world, aside from its inability to give birth to sentient life, was much like a true world. The current Xianhuang divine talisman truly resembled the treasure realms found in cultivation novels. At the age of 2,500, some practitioners at the Yuan-Shen realm began combining more than 10,000 runes to form rune seals. Once these seals were branded into their Yuan-Shen, practitioners could draw upon the power of the Xianhuang law. Though only a minuscule fraction of its strength, it still vastly amplified the capabilities of Yuan-Shen realm warriors. You designated this power as divine abilities, with different rune combinations yielding different abilities. By this time, all the martial saints you had first encountered had passed away. Regrettably, none of them had ever touched the threshold of the law realm before their lifespan ended. At the age of 3,000, as the connection between the Xianhuang law and heaven and earth deepened, and through your deliberate outward manifestation, all practitioners above the Xiantian realm were now able to perceive the foundational runes derived from the Xianhuang law within the world around them. After these many years of development, these foundational runes had grown more profound than when you first broke through, indicating that your Xianhuang law had advanced considerably. At the age of 3,500, the number of martial saints had grown to 147. All of them bowed to you as their disciple, for they all cultivated the Xianhuang way. In fact, one could say that everyone across the world now cultivated the Xianhuang way, though practicing this path did not necessarily require comprehending the Xianhuang law itself. Your Xianhuang way embraced all things, and based on this foundation, practitioners could more easily comprehend other laws. Unfortunately, as of now, not only had no one comprehended the Xianhuang law, but even the most fundamental singular laws, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, remained inaccessible to all. At the age of 4,000, the overall strength of practitioners had far surpassed that of millennia past. Yuan-Shen realm warriors possessing divine abilities could defeat dozens of their counterparts without such powers. Yet still no one had comprehended the law. At the age of 4,500, patience was finally rewarded. After years of accumulation, a single martial saint had at last broken through to the law realm. This martial saint had comprehended the fire law, earning the title of Heavenly Venerable Divine Fire. Upon his comprehension, you clearly sensed the fire law within heaven and earth become more complete. Regrettably, he had not comprehended the five elements law. Within heaven and earth there existed no such unified five elements law. Had he mastered it, he would have become the lord of the five elements path. At the age of 5,000, following Heavenly Venerable Divine Fire, two more martial saints broke through to the law realm. One comprehended the wood law and was titled Heavenly Venerable Emu, while the other comprehended the wind law and was known as Heavenly Venerable Windwalker. Yet you felt no joy, for you realized that even with several more law realm practitioners, the world's elevation remained a distant prospect. Based on your estimation, at least a dozen Tao lords would need to emerge before the world could achieve its ascension. However, these law realm cultivators were all forcibly accelerated by your intervention, and who knew when the next Tao lord would appear. At the age of 5,500, you employed the Xianhuang law and various materials to create 30 ultimate Xianhuang Tao soldiers, each possessing strength capable of rivaling the law realm. Thereafter, you tasked them with guarding the Xianhuang Tao Palace and restraining any subsequent law realm cultivators while you entered deep seclusion in the realm beyond the heavens. Having abandoned hope for the world's elevation, you resolved to pursue an alternative method to extend your lifespan. At the age of 6,000, two more law realm Heavenly Venerables emerged. The Xianhuang Tao Palace now housed 5 law realm Heavenly Venerables in total. As the number grew, conflicts naturally arose. For reasons unknown, all these Heavenly Venerables departed from the Xianhuang Tao Palace. They began gathering materials individually to construct their own palaces in the realm beyond the heavens. Soon the Tian stood adorned with 5 distinct celestial venerable palaces, each constructed upon the foundational laws of fire, wood, wind, and others. The Tian gradually formed a power structure centered around the 5 celestial venerable palaces. The blazing heaven palace of the divine fire venerable was perpetually encircled by flames. The green emperor palace of the green wood venerable was shrouded by towering ancient trees, and the wind and cloud pavilion of the wind venerable floated amidst raging storms. The 2 newly ascended celestial venerables, the thunderclap venerable who mastered the law of thunder, and the deep ocean venerable who comprehended the law of water, established the thunderclap tower and the frozen abyss palace respectively. Though you were in seclusion, you could still sense the law fluctuations caused by their struggles over heavenly treasures. The Xianhuang Tao soldiers dutifully performed their roles. Whenever the conflicts between celestial venerables threatened the mortal world, golden armored figures would streak across the sky, forcibly separating the battlefield with the law of Xianhuang. At the age of 6,500, the world already possessed 8 celestial venerables of the law domain, and at that moment you emerged from seclusion. The first thing you did upon exiting was to summon the other 8 celestial venerables to the Xianhuang Tao Palace for a council. Faced with your summons as the Xianhuang Tao Lord, none of these celestial venerables dared to disobey, for only those who had reached the law domain understood the gap between themselves and you. Moreover, before they became law domain cultivators, they were all considered your disciples, obliged to address you as Grandmaster. After the 8 celestial venerables arrived, each condensed a cushion from their own law and sat before you. Without speaking, you first imparted to them a harmonization technique, which would allow them to harmonize their law energies with one another. The reason for imparting this technique was precisely because the root of their disagreements lay in this very issue. When celestial venerables who comprehended different laws stayed together for too long, law conflicts would arise, and the more numerous they were, the greater the conflict, unless the laws they comprehended belonged to the same path. This harmonization technique could align their law energies to the same frequency, briefly achieving resonance, forming balance, and eliminating conflicts. Relying on their profound cultivation realms, these celestial venerables quickly mastered the technique. As they activated it, the multicolored law halos surrounding them gradually converged, and the originally repelling law fluctuations began to resonate harmoniously. Afterward, you imparted to them 2 more techniques, the Yin-Yang Harmony Art and the Enlightenment Transfer Art. The Yin-Yang Harmony Art was your masterpiece in comprehending the Tao of Yin and Yang, enabling law domain cultivators whose bodies had undergone transformation to bear offspring with ordinary martial artists. It also greatly increased the probability of 2 law domain cultivators conceiving offspring. For martial artists below the law domain, cultivating this technique would vastly enhance their fertility and improve the talents of their descendants. Moreover, during the practice of the Yin-Yang Harmony Art, the cultivation speed of martial artists was greatly enhanced. Even law domain cultivators could accelerate their comprehension of laws. As for the Enlightenment Transfer Art, as its name suggests, it was a means to enhance strength. When used by a law domain cultivator, this technique could transform a martial saint into the cultivator's law attendant. Law attendants could mobilize the law energy of the law domain cultivator to whom they belonged. Additionally, their bodies would be refined by the law, forming a semi-law physique, granting the martial artist a lifespan of 5,000 years. However, after that, the martial saint would never be able to advance to the law domain. Therefore, the primary targets of this technique were those martial saints whose lifespans were nearly exhausted, yet had not touched the threshold of the law. When you reached this point, you noticed that the Divine Fire Venerable's pupils contracted slightly. He happened to have a close martial saint friend whose lifespan was nearly spent. After imparting the techniques, you had only 2 requirements for these celestial venerables. The first was to have as many children as possible. To motivate them more actively, you told them that the offspring of law domain cultivators possessed talents far surpassing ordinary people. Their probability of ascending to the law domain was much higher than that of normal cultivators, and they would most likely comprehend the same law as their parents. According to your speculation, once a law domain cultivator mastered all the mysteries of a particular law, they could take control of that law and become a Tao Lord like yourself. The fastest way to achieve this advancement was to nurture others who comprehended the same law as oneself, then mutually verify with them, after which the race would be on to see who became a Tao Lord first. And cultivating strangers could never compare to cultivating one's own offspring right. The second requirement was naturally to recruit as many law attendants as possible, because law attendants could also enhance the cultivator's understanding of the law, though each law domain cultivator had a limit on the number of attendants they could recruit. You instructed them to fill that limit as much as possible. Regarding your request for having many children, the celestial venerables present exchanged glances of bewilderment. To be honest, the fact that they had become celestial venerables meant not only extraordinary talent, but also a martial Tao heart, far surpassing ordinary people. Thus, they had rarely engaged in matters of love between men and women, since in the early stages of martial cultivation, preserving one's virginity could accelerate cultivation speed. And in the later stages, they were completely devoted to cultivation, paying even less attention to such matters between the sexes. However, hearing your words, they realized that this matter was also related to their cultivation path. Therefore, the 8 celestial venerables had varied expressions, clearly engaged in an inner struggle. After all, it was the title of Tao Lord. Once one achieved Tao Lord, they would stand shoulder to shoulder with you, sharing boundless glory. Long before they were born, your renown had already resounded across heaven and earth. To them, you were the eternal beacon on their cultivation path. The Divine Fire Venerable was the first to respond, flames surging around him. The Tao Lord's words are most wise. I shall return immediately and take 3,000 concubines. The blazing heaven palace will be filled with offspring. The Tao Lord speaks truly. I comprehend the law of wood, so it is fitting for me to spread branches and leaves. The Greenwood Venerable then chimed in agreement. After some deliberation, the male celestial venerables unanimously expressed their approval of your decision, and then they left the Xianhuang Tao Palace one after another. Finally, only you and the Deep Ocean Venerable, who comprehended the law of water, and the Lunar Yin Venerable, who comprehended the law of Yin, remained in the Xianhuang Tao Palace. These 2 celestial venerables were the only females among them. The Deep Ocean Venerable was draped in azure gauze surrounded by a hazy mist of water. The Lunar Yin Venerable wore a plain white long dress, and the crescent moon mark on her brow flowed with a cold clear radiance. They lowered their eyelids, and a faint blush appeared on their exquisitely beautiful faces. What could it be that you looked down on others, and wished to cultivate the Yin-Yang Tao with me? Seeing that they still hadn't left, you teased deliberately, your voice echoing in the empty palace. As soon as these words were spoken, the tips of the ears of the 2 heavenly venerables flushed crimson. They exchanged a furtive glance, then shyly and timidly glanced towards you. At this moment you were enveloped by the Xianhuang law, your countenance refined by the law into an even more majestic and handsome visage. The Tao aura emanating from your every gesture was the most fatal allure to them. You observed their shy and bashful appearance with great interest, thinking to yourself, judging by this, could it be that they truly wish to practice yin-yang with me? As expected of this Tao Lord. You stroked your chin, a playful smile curling at the corner of your lips. This charm is truly as unfathomable as my cultivation. Of course you also knew that this was not merely due to personal charm, but rather because your Xianhuang law held a fatal attraction for them. Your law embraced all things like heaven and earth themselves, making people involuntarily want to draw close. But since the fair ladies had made an appointment, you were naturally happy to oblige. After all, the harmony of yin and yang was the ultimate truth of the great Tao, and you had not experienced such delightful pleasure for several thousand years. Then you swept the two blushing heavenly venerables into your arms. They only managed to let out a soft cry before being dominantly embraced in your bosom that exuded Xianhuang Qi. In an instant, a brilliant aurora shot into the sky, enveloping the Xianhuang Tao Palace in the Xianhuang Law. You and the two heavenly venerables began to cultivate the yin-yang harmony art together. When the Xianhuang aurora gradually subsided, the two heavenly venerables were already flushed with rosy cheeks, their hair disheveled as they leaned against you. You caressed their slightly trembling delicate shoulders, sighing at the profundity of the yin-yang great Tao. The yin-yang great Tao is wonderful. The yin-yang great Tao must be cultivated. In the following years you often explored the mysteries of yin and yang together until the wombs of the two heavenly venerables began to sprout the seeds of life. At this point you took the lead and directly moved their palaces next to the Xianhuang Tao Palace for convenience in future visits. In the process of cultivation, you did not forget to spread the yin-yang harmony art throughout the world. Your purpose was to greatly increase the human population and the number of cultivators. After 10 years of gestation, the two heavenly venerables gave birth to a boy and a girl respectively. The boy born to Tsangming Heavenly Venerable would later cultivate the water law and was thus named Lin Yanxiao. The girl was born to Taiyin Heavenly Venerable and would later cultivate the Taiyin law, thus named Lin Wangshu. It was not that you didn't want them to cultivate the Xianhuang law, but the Xianhuang law was too profound. You feared that even when their lifespan was exhausted, they would still be unable to comprehend it. In that case, the only path would be to become a law dependent, otherwise you would have to see them off. At 7,000 years old, the human population had reached 3 trillion. The territory of the great Qian dynasty, after several law realm cultivators had reclaimed land from the sea, was now 3 times its original size. You upgraded the jade seal of the great Qian dynasty and inscribed on it the 8 characters, Xianhuang Decree govern the world. This signified that the right to replace the mortal dynasty henceforth belonged to the Xianhuang Tao Palace. At 7,500 years old, the number of heavenly venerables in the law realm reached 13. You also had 8 children. It was not that you didn't want more, but giving birth to too many offspring at the law realm would harm the primordial source. At 8,000 years old, the human population reached 6 trillion. From this point on, you would grandly preach to the entire world every 100 years. At 8,500 years old, your eldest son Lin Yanxiao and eldest daughter Lin Wangshu lived up to expectations and successfully became heavenly venerables of the law realm. At this time, the entire world already had 20 heavenly venerables of the law realm. At 9,000 years old, because they often practiced the yin-yang Tao with you and exchanged insights with their children, Songming Heavenly Venerable and Taiyin Heavenly Venerable had touched the threshold of the Tao Lord. At this time, among the children of other heavenly venerables, a few had also reached the law realm. Under the influence of the yin-yang harmony art, the overall cultivation talent of the human race was greatly enhanced. With such a vast population, the number of those who comprehended the laws increased significantly compared to before. The number of heavenly venerables in the law realm had reached 43, but unfortunately, there was still only you as the Tao Lord. In the following days, you devotedly accompanied your beloved and your own children, pouring out your unfinished feelings and instructions one by one. At 9,500 years old, after 9,500 years of vicissitudes amidst thousands of years of civilizations, evolution, your fame had long spread across the world, becoming an eternal monument in the hearts of all. All living beings looked up to your radiance and revered your great achievements. Your existence had become the most brilliant star in the heavens and earth. The imprint of your existence was deeply engraved in the souls of everyone. When you sensed that your lifespan had only a few hundred years left, you understood that the most critical moment had arrived. Success or failure hung in the balance. Because you felt that your consciousness was showing signs of weakening, you knew you could not wait any longer. You left the Xianhuang Tao Palace and came to a high mountain within the Great Qin territory. Then you closed your eyes, concentrated your mind, and sat cross-legged. Then golden cracks appeared on your skin, and soon a wisp of Xuanhuang-colored qi seeped out from between your eyebrows. It appeared purer than morning light, more ancient than starlight, and as it twisted and moved, it trailed a path like the birth of chaos. Then came a second wisp, a third, streaming out from the 7 apertures from the fingertips, from every pore. As more and more of this qi flowed out, your physical form began to disintegrate continuously. In the end, the number of these wisps reached 129,600. Then they began to merge continuously, eventually forming a single strand of pure ultimate Xianhuang qi. This Xianhuang qi was heavier than mountains, lighter than clouds and mist, and contained the most primordial power of creation. This was the ultimate fruit of your cultivation. The Xianhuang Qi that you had envisioned would create heaven and earth and give birth to all things. Or rather, it could be called the Xianhuang Primordial Qi. After your physical form completely dissipated and transformed into the Xianhuang Primordial Qi, your consciousness had transferred into this Primordial Qi. At this point, you had completely lost the foundation of existence in the world. However, this was part of your plan. You had decided to no longer be human. Under your control, this Xianhuang Primordial Qi slowly merged into the heavens and earth. As it merged, the entire world seemed to break through some invisible shackles. The Xianhuang Primordial Qi, like spring rain, nourishing things, silently seeped into every inch of the world. Mountains, rivers, grass, trees, insects, and fish were all quietly nourished by this Qi. From deep within the earth came a low rumble, as if a sleeping giant had been awakened. Above the sky, rosy clouds flowed and layers of clouds surged like waves. The laws of the entire world were quietly transforming at this moment. As you had speculated, with the addition of your Xianhuang Primordial Qi, the world had reached the standard for ascension. Among the heavenly laws, the one that underwent the most significant change was the Xianhuang Law. With the aid of the primordial Xianhuang Qi, it began to slowly strengthen. At this moment, your consciousness also merged with the primordial Xianhuang Qi into the myriad things of heaven and earth. You felt your consciousness expanding infinitely. You saw the pulsations of the earth, heard the whispers of the wind, and countless information surged into your awareness like a tide, the most fundamental operation of matter in the universe. As the fusion deepened, you began to comprehend more. You saw how the laws maintained the balance of the world, how all things thrived endlessly under the influence of the laws, and you even glimpsed the primal rules that sustained the world. Your consciousness was gradually being eroded by the vast torrent of information, yet you remained unperturbed. Following the guidance of your heart, you plunged headlong into the Xianhuang Law. Thereafter, you ceased to resist, allowing your consciousness to fully merge with the Xianhuang Law. Your memories, emotions, and will slowly dissolved into it, becoming part of the law itself. Just as you were on the verge of losing yourself, you activated the technique you had spent a millennium creating, the anchor of all beings. Using all beings as anchors to fix the true self. That was the primary function of this technique. Traveling the world, saving and enlightening others, imparting teachings and knowledge, making yourself a legend. Not deliberately seeking incense offerings, but allowing all beings to remember you spontaneously. The deeper the karmic ties, the stronger the anchoring power. This was precisely the reason you had those celestial venerables extensively propagate their offspring. For the higher their cultivation realm, and the longer they lived, the more profound their impression of you would be. In truth, your original goal was to merge with the heavenly Tao, but you discovered that the heavenly Tao of this world had no tangible form. The heavenly Tao of this realm was neither human, nor divine, nor material. It was the ultimate order transcending all existence, the fundamental rule that sustained the operation of the world. Moreover, the heavenly Tao had no consciousness, only instinct. A heavenly Tao that possessed consciousness would no longer be the heavenly Tao. Therefore, if one truly wished to merge with the heavenly Tao of this realm, one would have to merge with everything in the world, including material space, and even time. Indeed, this world possessed the element of time, only you had not yet come into contact with it. And clearly the heavenly Tao wielded that power. According to your calculations, to contend against the heavenly Tao within the world, or to completely annihilate heaven and earth, one's strength must be several realms above the law realm, at least reaching the pseudo-infinite realm. However, if one were outside the world, the requirement for strength would not be as high. Nevertheless, you thought that someone capable of traversing the void and resisting its assimilation would not lack such power anyway. Under the effect of the anchor of all beings, you successfully stabilized yourself amid the fusion with the law. Yet even with the anchor's help, you still fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken again when heaven and earth successfully ascended and the laws surged. While you were in deep slumber, a earth-shattering transformation was quietly unfolding in the world. Boundless energy surged from the edges of the world like a tide, instantly sweeping across the entire beyond heaven, plunging the energy of this near-Tao region into an unprecedented state of frenzy. Faced with such a drastic change, the celestial venerables had no choice but to evacuate the beyond heaven with their respective palaces. At the same time, the space of the beyond heaven expanded outward at an astonishing speed, the interior space growing continuously larger, while the vast energy contained within steadily poured into the mortal world like a trickling stream. Nourished by this energy, the mortal world underwent earth-shaking changes. The sky became higher and vaster, the earth grew thicker and sturdier, majestic mountains rose from the ground, the vast oceans extended endlessly, and all things in the world experienced an unprecedented sublimation and transformation. Martial artists sensed that the concentration of primal Qi in the world was rapidly increasing, and the bottlenecks for breakthrough were gradually weakening. The law realm celestial venerables felt that some shackles binding them were slowly dissipating. These celestial venerables unanimously believed that you had done something to cause such a tremendous change in the world. At 100 years old, after several hundred years, the world had become more than 100 times larger than before. However, the world's ascension was not over, it was growing even more intense. During this process, many precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures of far greater rarity than before emerged. Numerous law realm cultivators once again fought fiercely over these treasures. But every time they fought, they deliberately avoided ordinary martial artists, not only because of the 30 Xinhuang Dao soldiers you left behind, but also because they feared your reckoning upon your return. As for whether you might have died with no news for so many years, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not a single one of these celestial venerables believed you could die. After all, the lifespan of a Law Realm cultivator was 10,000 years, and according to records, you had already become a martial saint over 9,900 years ago. Based on the timeline, there were only two possibilities: either you had broken through the lifespan limit of the Law Realm, or you had become a martial saint under the age of 100, and at 1,000 years old you shattered the shackles of the martial saint to become the world's first Law Realm Dao Master. Even now, there had not yet appeared a martial saint under 100 years old in the world, let alone a Law Realm cultivator under 1,000, and not a celestial venerable, but a Dao Master. Either of these reasons made it exceedingly difficult for anyone to believe that you would pass away so easily, for your life story seemed far too legendary. At 10500 years old, the celestial upheaval finally came to an end. The world had now expanded to 10,000 times its original size. The continent where the Great Qian dynasty was located had stretched to a distance of tens of thousands of miles from north to south. Mountains and rivers exuded a dense aura of law, and even the most ordinary grass and trees contained astonishing spirituality. All the Law Realm celestial venerables finally felt that the shackles on them had completely vanished. They could clearly sense that their lifespan had increased from 10,000 years to 50,000 years. Moreover, in the depths of their being, they learned that once one became a Dao Master, one would have a lifespan of 19600 years. And when the world's ascension was complete, the surging of myriad laws awakened you from your deep slumber. Upon waking, you discovered that you had now completely merged with the Xinhuang Law. From then on, the Xinhuang Law was you, and you were the Xinhuang Law. As long as the Xinhuang Law was indestructible, you would not die. And during this world's ascension, the Xinhuang Law had undergone the greatest enhancement among all laws. It had now become the strongest law in this world, second only to the four fundamental world-ruling principles of energy, matter, space, and time that existed in this realm. Thus, to destroy the Xinhuang Law would be no less than destroying heaven and earth. In other words, you had attained the great longevity realm, where as long as the world endures you shall not perish. As you awakened, the entire heavens and earth trembled. The sky burst forth with nine-colored auspicious light, and the earth gushed out towering golden lotuses, a spectacle 10,000 times more magnificent than the celestial phenomenon when you broke through to the Law Realm. At this moment, all martial artists in the world, including the heavenly venerables, lowered their heads and bowed. They were puzzled. Why did they involuntarily bow in submission without any pressure exerted upon them? Then countless laws trembled violently as Xinhuang divine light pierced through the nine heavens, and the Xinhuang Dharma body obscured the sky and covered the sun. The moment the Xinhuang Dharma body manifested, all beings understood the beginning and end of everything. At this moment, all beings in the world willingly knelt and sincerely worshipped, preaching the Tao to the world, creating the world. Praise to the ancestor of Tao creation, the teacher of the world, the boundless Xinhuang, Lord of all life. Detected that the simulation world has been promoted from a middle world to a major world. Exceptionally past the simulation. The simulation ends. Evaluation: you are the ancestor of Tao creation, the teacher of all beings, the greatest contributor to the world's ascension, and also the first law deity of the world. The profound impact you have made upon the world will endure until the heavens and earth collapse. Congratulations, host, for passing the simulation with exceptional merit. Reward: 1 chance for a real-world simulation. The probability of drawing a higher level entry next time has increased. You have received a life score, 100 points, exceptional. You can use the score to purchase the following items. 1. Xinhuang Divine Talisman, a cave heaven treasure, contains a small world with a radius of 500 li. 3,000 points. 2. Xinhuang Dao Palace, a law artifact, contains an upgraded world-destroying primordial energy cannon, 3,000 points. 3. Heaven Earth Origin Stone, 1,000 points. 4. Xinhuang Primordial Chi, 4,000 points. Detected that you have cleared this world. Do you wish to inherit all the power and memories of your other self, as well as the entry, Tao of exhaustive inquiry? Wait, is it over? Myself in the simulation shouldn't be dead, right? Why did it end like this? Lin Yu found it somewhat disagreeable that the system had judged it as a pass. In his view, his simulated self could have lived until the end of the world and would definitely have grown even stronger. This simulation was a middle world simulation. Under the assistance of your other self, the world had been promoted to a major world, thus the host is judged to have passed with exceptional merit. Such an answer was clearly not what Lin Yu wanted, but no matter how he asked, the simulator only repeated that single sentence. Was this simulator really so unintelligent? Helplessly, Lin Yu had to give up pressing further. In truth, he didn't have much objection to the simulator's decision, he just wanted more rewards. Fortunately, this exceptional pass was not without gain. At least the probability of obtaining a higher level entry in his next simulation had increased. Perhaps he could even draw a purple entry in his first major world simulation. A blue entry plus a middle world had allowed his simulated other self to reach such a realm. A purple entry plus a true major world. Who knew how powerful his simulated other self could become? Alright, my simulated self is still alive. After I inherit the power, will my simulated self disappear? No. Okay, then no problem. Come on, simulator, inherit. As Lin Yu's words fell, a ball of white light enveloped him again. Shrouded by the white light, Lin Yu's power began to surge at an incredible speed. The power inherited this time was far beyond what he had gained last time. Lin Yu's body grew stronger and more miraculous through repeated disintegration and reconstruction, eventually forming a law-divine body very similar to the one in the simulation, entirely condensed from the Xianhuang law. And as before, Lin Yu only retained particularly vivid memories of the knowledge-related parts from the simulation, while the rest remained very vague. After a minute, the white light vanished. At this moment, Lin Yu's strength had multiplied by an unknown factor. The power he now possessed could hardly be expressed in numbers. Feeling the infinite might within him, Lin Yu had no intention of displaying it immediately. After inheriting the power, he used his score to exchange for the Xianhuang Divine Talisman, the Xianhuang Dao Palace, and the Xianhuang Primordial Qi. As for the Heaven-Earth Origin Stone, he naturally abandoned it, for its value was far inferior to these three items. Next, Lin Yu decided to begin his second real-world simulation. This time he resolved to let his simulated self not be too ostentatious, but also not give up exploring the world, and strive to live longer. Simulator, start the real-world simulation. It has been detected that the host has one real-world simulation opportunity. The real-world simulation begins. Day 1. After inheriting the power, you teleported in an instant to the moon, the satellite of Blue Star. You didn't bother with the name issue since this world could be considered a parallel world of your previous life, so calling it the moon was fine. Moreover, not only the moon but the star system where Blue Star resides was also called the solar system, and the star was also called the sun. It could be said that apart from the size of the planets, the distribution of land, and the arrangement of countries, everything else was roughly the same as in his previous life. Afterward, you carefully sensed the process of spatial teleportation, and you felt that the suppressive force of the real-world space was far greater than that of the simulation world before its promotion. This meant that the real world was at least a major world. Simulator, do you know the level of the real world? The real world is a medium thousand world. A medium thousand world. That high a level. Is the universe where Blue Star resides a medium thousand world? Or is it only when combined with the many worlds opposite the spatial channel in the last simulation that it counts as a medium thousand world? Faced with your question, the simulator remained silent for a long time. Damn, could the simulator's intelligent program really be an artificial idiot? Forget it, let's just see if this simulation can reveal more information. After arriving at the moon, your divine sense, bolstered by the power of the law, rapidly expanded outward. 100 li, 1,000 li, 10,000 li, 100,000 li, finally reaching a radius of 1,000,000,000 li. At this moment you were still on the moon, but your divine sense could already observe the sun and several planets close to Blue Star, including Venus. Under your divine sense observation, the space within 1,000,000,000 li radius around Blue Star contained thin spiritual energy, though its concentration was far lower than that on Blue Star. However, what puzzled you was that even with your current divine sense strength, you could not detect the source of Blue Star's spiritual energy. In your divine sense, all other planets aside from Blue Star were just very ordinary planets and stars. Then with another teleportation, you went directly from the moon to the sun. Gazing at the enormous fireball before you, you could clearly perceive the vast energy contained within. Feeling the law power flowing through your body, you wondered whether you, in your current state, could destroy the star before you. After calculation, you found that you could easily destroy a planet like Blue Star, but for a star the size of the sun, you estimated that it would take at least a dozen attacks to blast it apart. Unfortunately, you were not in the simulation world now. In the real world, your Xianhuang law had not been integrated into the world as it was in the simulation. Otherwise, by leveraging the power of the world, even a star 10 times larger than this one would not withstand a single blow from you. After estimating your approximate strength, you took out the Xianhuang Dao Palace and made minor adjustments to its formations within. After the changes, the Xianhuang Dao Palace could absorb the sun's energy to sustain its daily operations. Thereafter, you placed the Xianhuang Dao Palace into the sun's core and entered a hidden state, making this your permanent residence henceforth. Situated at an optimal distance from Blue Star, neither too close nor too far, it allowed you to remain concealed while closely monitoring Blue Star's every move. You then divided your consciousness into numerous spiritual avatars that dispersed outward from the sun in all directions, seeking to ascertain the scale of the Blue Star universe. Even though the Dewang Federation possessed concrete measurements of the current universe's dimensions, you felt compelled to verify them personally. After all, given Blue Star humanity's present technological capabilities, how could one be certain their measurements were accurate? Nor did you worry about insufficient energy for these spiritual avatars, as they could absorb cosmic radiation. Based on your experiments, when energy remained ample, your spiritual avatars could travel at approximately 10,000 times the speed of light. This wasn't merely about surpassing the speed of light through conventional flight, for the Blue Star universe, being a parallel world from your past life, still maintained light speed as a fundamental constraint. The reason your spiritual avatars achieved such extraordinary speed lay in their mastery of spatial manipulation, the same principle as warp drive propulsion found in science fiction. With these tasks completed, you entered the miniature realm contained within the Xianhuang Divine Talisman. Upon entering, you quickly reached the boundary of this miniature world, seeking to understand the source of energy, sustaining it in its current state. In your simulation, this realm drew its energy from the simulated world itself, but now you wondered if the Blue Star universe served as this miniature world's energy source. Approaching the boundary, you discovered a misty chaos surrounding the exterior of this miniature realm. The energy within this realm originated from the transformation of this chaos, and you observed that the spiritual energy had shifted from the primordial chi of heaven and earth to the refined chi of the Blue Star universe. Yet this proved to be a favorable development, for while primordial chi and spiritual energy were essentially equal in nature, the latter exhibited greater malleability and spiritual responsiveness. In other words, whatever primordial chi could accomplish, spiritual energy could also achieve, though the reverse was not necessarily true. As you sensed the chaos beyond the world, it bore little resemblance to anything within the Blue Star universe. In your perception, this chaos closely mirrored the void that existed outside the simulated world. You dared to speculate that this chaos, much like the void in your simulations, might contain numerous worlds and serve as their energy source, perhaps even causing the real universe to drift within it. If this speculation held true, it meant your miniature realm within the Xianhuang Divine Talisman existed simultaneously within the real universe and in the chaos beyond it. This undoubtedly involved profound spatial principles beyond your current comprehension. Although this chaos evoked a similar sense of fatal danger as the void in your simulations. Yet there was one crucial distinction: the miniature realm inside the Xianhuang Divine Talisman could never have survived in the void, but now it thrived within this chaos. Unable to fathom the underlying principles, you decided to let it go. Such were the differences between worlds. The intricacies at play were beyond what you should concern yourself with at present. Having determined the source of the world's energy, you retrieved your final exchanged item, the primordial Xianhuang energy. Under your control, it swiftly merged into the miniature realm within the Xianhuang Divine Talisman. As the primordial Xianhuang energy integrated, the entire world suddenly began expanding violently, and the Xianhuang Divine Talisman underwent a qualitative transformation. Countless mysterious inscriptions appeared across its surface, radiating divine brilliance, so dazzling it outshone the stars themselves. Had you not concealed it, the Dawang Federation might have mistaken it for an impending helium flash in the sun. Thereafter, you continuously employed the Xianhuang laws to propel the world's transformation. By the third day, leveraging your current understanding of the laws, you channeled the Xianhuang principles with full force, guiding this realm through a world-shaking evolution in less than 2 days. The Xianhuang Divine Talisman had completely transformed its internal world, expanding from 5,000 li in diameter to an impressive 150,000 li. According to the simulator's classification, this size would qualify as a mid-level world. Yet in your eyes, the essence of this world paled in comparison to the simulated one. This world contained only the Xianhuang laws, whereas the simulated world possessed not merely multiple laws, but also fundamental principles governing space and time themselves. Perhaps this marked the distinction between an artificial world and one born naturally. Next, you felt the empowerment this world granted you. Since the Xianhuang laws formed its foundational operating principle, you could harness all the power this world held. You sensed that, empowered by the entire world, the potency of your Xianhuang laws had multiplied several times over. You could now effortlessly shatter the sun with a single strike. On the 5th day, you refined the Xianhuang heavenly scripture, intending to disseminate a supernatural cultivation system across Blue Star, as you had done in previous reality simulations. Though you didn't intend to stand in the spotlight this time, it didn't mean you'd neglect strengthening Blue Star humanity. After all, if humans grew too weak, they'd be annihilated when spatial portals appeared. Who then would help you explore the alternate dimensions? Moreover, as Blue Star humans cultivated the Xianhuang heavenly scripture, they would similarly aid your comprehension of heaven and earth, just as the human race had in your simulations. In your assessment, given the vastness of the Blue Star universe, humanity's population would explode exponentially once they mastered interstellar colonization technology. At humanity's current growth rate, with over 20 billion people, now the population would reach roughly 50 trillion within a millennium, far surpassing the numbers in the simulated world. The longer time passed, the greater the population growth. You refused to believe humanity would perish within a millennium under your protection, and if allowed to develop smoothly for 2,000 years, their numbers could exceed 500 trillion. You could scarcely imagine the vast reservoir of cultivation insights such a massive population could provide you. On the 5th day, you condensed a jade slip with the power of laws, and then stored the revised Xianhuang heavenly scripture within it. Afterwards, you placed this jade slip 1,000 meters beneath the lunar surface. Next, you found the superhuman with precognitive abilities who had foreseen the spiritual energy tide in the previous simulation. Then you directly transmitted the general development of the world from the previous simulation into his mind, making some modifications. As for why you chose him, it was because he was the only superhuman on Blue Star with precognitive abilities. He would naturally believe these future information to be his own precognition. After your modifications, these future information did not include your existence. Therefore, in this information, the spiritual energy tide that caused Blue Star to expand led to countless casualties among ordinary people in the Federation, and subsequent invasions by the Sea Clan and the Shadow Clan resulted in heavy human losses. Of course, the most crucial point was that when humanity was on the verge of extinction, someone discovered the jade slip you left on the moon and obtained a superhuman advancement system from it, allowing humanity to turn the tide. This superhuman with precognitive abilities was named Du Jianchuan. As you expected, after receiving this information, he did not doubt it and directly went to the director of the Superhuman Management Bureau Lan Tian and then reported it to the Federation's high-level officials. Upon learning this news, the Federation's high-level officials urgently convened a meeting. All senior officials were present along with many researchers and superhumans aligned with the Federation. After Du Jianquan spoke the information from his mind, the high-level officials did not speak. Instead, the researchers raised questions. Because according to their research, how could Du Jianquan with his current strength possibly foresee so much information? Even if precognition is a superhuman ability of the abstract concept category, it must follow the law of energy conservation. Such precise foresight over such a time span would drain him dry. After discussion, the high-level officials unanimously decided to believe Du Jianquan's precognition. After all, before awakening, Du Jianquan was already a federal official, and every event he predicted after awakening had come true. Moreover, for such a major matter, it was better to believe it than to dismiss it. After all, what if it were true? Besides, finding an object with a known specific location on the moon was not difficult for the Federation. On the 7th day, the Federation acted swiftly. In less than 2 days, the Federation had sent over a dozen superhumans to the moon via manned spacecraft. On the 10th day, using the approximate location from the precognition, the Federation spent 3 days finally excavating the jade slip you had placed. The jade slip was inscribed with 2 characters in mysterious runes. Even though no one recognized them upon first sight, they clearly understood their meaning, Xianhuang. On the 12th day, the jade slip was successfully brought back to Blue Star. Now, since the jade slip existed, it meant Du Jianquan's prophecy was true. But a new problem arose: who should be the first to cultivate the contents of the jade slip? As for not cultivating it, that was impossible. After all, according to the prophecy, without the superhuman advancement system in the jade slip, humanity would have been annihilated. In the end, Lan Tian volunteered to be the first to try it. After obtaining the method to use the jade slip from Du Jianquan, Lan Tian picked it up, pressed it against his forehead, and used his mind to receive the information within. In less than 3 minutes, Lan Tian, sweating profusely and enduring a headache, took the jade slip away. How is it? Did you get any useful information? Did you get the cultivation method? Everyone present, including Du Jianquan, looked at Lan Tian with expectant eyes, eager to know what information he had obtained from the jade slip. After all, the precognition had only shown humanity ultimately turning the tide with the jade slip, but had not revealed what information the jade slip contained. After consuming a spiritual herb that restored his spirit, Lan Tian's headache eased, and he began to relate the information from the jade slip to everyone. In your design, this jade slip was the core inheritance artifact of a faction called the Xianhuang Dao Palace. It contained all the information of the Xianhuang Dao Palace. It could be said that whoever obtained this jade slip could establish a new Xianhuang Dao Palace. Moreover, in your setting, extracting information from the jade slip required strong spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the more information one could obtain. This condition was actually deliberately set by you to facilitate updating the jade slip's content later. Most importantly, you had only just deduced the early stages of the superhuman system within it. After summarizing the information, Lan Tian, under the expectant gaze of everyone, began to attempt cultivating the cultivation techniques obtained from the jade slip. From the jade slip, he had only obtained 2 techniques. One was the Xianhuang visualization method, and the other was the Xianhuang qi refining method. These 2 techniques were also the core cultivation methods of the Xianhuang Dao Palace, as described in the jade slip. The Xianhuang visualization method was not a diagram, but an image recorded in words. In any case, as long as anyone on Blue Star cultivated it, they would naturally visualize your Dharma body. Lan Tian first tried cultivating the visualization method. As he activated the technique, the image of your Dharma body from the simulation world was deeply imprinted into the depths of his soul. The subsequent cultivation process of the visualization method was to construct the image of your Dharma body in the mind. The clearer the construction, the higher the level of visualization and the greater the enhancement of spiritual power. Soon 3 hours passed, and Lan Tian awoke from his visualization. Lan Tian sensed his condition. Although his spiritual power was depleted, he could clearly perceive that the upper limit of his spirit had greatly increased. Lan Tian was extremely excited because he had only constructed a 10,000th part of your Dharma body in his mind, yet it had already brought such a significant improvement. He could not imagine how much his spiritual power would be enhanced if he could construct your Dharma body completely. Under the effect of the spiritual herb, Lan Tian's spirit soon recovered to its peak. After that, he did not continue cultivating the visualization method, but instead turned to the Xianhuang qi refining method, because in your setting, only the Xianhuang qi refining method could elevate a cultivator's realm. The principle of the Xianhuang qi refining method was simple: as long as one could perceive spiritual energy, one could use the method to absorb it. This spiritual energy would transform the cultivator's body according to a specific method until the body was converted into a spiritual body. The spiritual body was essentially the superhuman physique from the previous simulation, but with your improvements, it could be forged without requiring overwhelming power. After obtaining a spiritual body, a cultivator could refine spiritual energy into spiritual power. At this point, the cultivator had taken the first step of cultivation, qi refining. At this moment, Lan Tian began to cultivate, and the surrounding spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body. As an extraordinary being, he already possessed an excellent foundation, so his body transformed into a spiritual form smoothly. On the 17th day, after 5 days of supplementation with various spiritual medicines, Lan Tian successfully transformed his body into a spiritual form. However, in terms of power, the spiritual form that Lan Tian possessed was undoubtedly far inferior to the fifth realm martial artist from the previous reality simulation. It was roughly equivalent to an adult state of a martial artist child who had not cultivated. Following federal tests, Lan Tian's physical strength had reached 5,000 kilograms, allowing everyone in the Federation to feel the immense power of the Xianhuang Qi refining method. It was worth noting that as an elemental type extraordinary being, even as one of the earliest awakeners, Lan Tian's physical strength before cultivation had not exceeded 3,000 kilograms. Yet in just a few days his physical strength had improved so dramatically. Moreover, after refining his spiritual body, Lan Tian's lifespan had extended to 200 years. This was still before he had truly entered the extraordinary system recorded in the Jade Slips. After condensing his spiritual body, Lan Tian began attempting to refine spiritual energy into spiritual power. As the Qi refining technique circulated, the spiritual energy absorbed by Lan Tian's body underwent constant compression and tempering, eventually combining with his consciousness to transform into pure spiritual power that permeated his entire being. More precisely, it merged into every cell throughout his body. At the moment the spiritual power was refined, his body underwent a tremendous transformation with massive amounts of spiritual energy surging toward him. Once the transformation subsided, Lan Tian felt his body had grown more than twice as powerful. He had finally taken the first step into the extraordinary realm as recorded in the Jade Slips, Qi refining. At this point, Lan Tian's pure physical strength had reached 10,000 kilograms, truly doubling his power before the breakthrough. Subsequent tests on spiritual power proved even more astonishing. Beneath the protection of spiritual energy, cultivators could withstand conventional thermal weapons. Furthermore, for those with extraordinary abilities, spiritual power served as a tremendous amplifier for their innate powers. Through these comprehensive tests, the Federation came to understand the formidable strength of the extraordinary system documented in the Jade Slips. Whether hidden dangers lurked within remained unknown, but the Blue Star had no alternative. Self-research to develop such a refined extraordinary system would take far too long. After all, in Du Jianquan's foreseen future, the Blue Star perished without ever developing a proper extraordinary system. On the 18th day, the Federation rapidly deployed the Qi refining method and contemplation technique across all military forces. By December of Shuguang year 103, half a month later, every soldier in the Federation had successfully mastered the foundational principles of the contemplation technique. Thereafter, they only needed to continue cultivating the contemplation method to strengthen their minds until spiritual energy could be absorbed, at which point they could begin practicing the Qi refining method. As so many people practiced the contemplation method, you felt a vast accumulation of special energy converging toward you. Through your research, you discovered this was actually a unique mental energy born from the emotional emissions of practitioners during their contemplation combined with spiritual energy. Could this be faith, the power of vows? In your view, this energy closely resembled the force of belief, and after further investigation you decided to name it incense power. Since cultivators obtained mental enhancement by contemplating your Dharma body, and during this process your own insights would also be gained, this behavior could be considered worship. Furthermore, when contemplators perceive the magnificent power radiating from your Dharma body during meditation, it would evoke a sense of reverence within them. The mental energy derived from this phenomenon aligned perfectly with the concept of incense, making it a more fitting designation than faith power. You no longer questioned why you hadn't encountered this energy in simulations. It might stem from the differences between worlds, or perhaps the presence of spiritual energy itself. In any case, you believe the Blue Star could never produce such incense power before spiritual energy emerged, since your research showed that sufficient incense or faith energy could give rise to deities. Before spiritual energy appeared, there had never been any divine manifestations on the Blue Star. Faith back then was probably nothing more than mere brainwaves. As for the present, humanity had entered a Federation era where few remained devout believers, most were shallow adherents, with many more being non-believers altogether. Incense power was ethereal and imperceptible unless it accumulated to a critical mass. Before now, you had never noticed its existence. After acquiring incense power, you began contemplating how to utilize it. Your first thought was to harness incense power to advance your cultivation like deities in myth. As for warnings of incense toxicity, with your current strength, purifying the worldly attachments embedded within it was trivial. Moreover, without such methods, how could one possibly cultivate the incense divinity path? After absorbing the incense power at hand, your strength did indeed improve slightly. Honestly, just a marginal increase, but better than nothing. In your assessment, even if all humans on the Blue Star continuously supplied incense power, the enhancement would still pale in comparison to what natural cultivation alone could achieve. You attributed this to insufficient research into incense power and decided to study it further, seeking other potential applications. Thus, you employed a special method to store the incense power you would subsequently acquire, planning to explore new uses once your research bore fruit. By February of Shuguang year 104, after 2 months, most soldiers in the Federation had grown capable of sensing spiritual energy and practicing the Qi refining method. At that time, following deliberation, the Federation resolved to collectively designate all practitioners of the extraordinary system as extraordinary beings. Those previously known as extraordinary beings with inherent powers were renamed talent bearers, and their abilities became talent powers. After all, everyone would soon possess extraordinary power, so this distinction better separated those who had awakened their talents from those who had not. This was because Federation tests revealed that individuals with innate talents generally cultivated at a faster pace than those without awakened abilities. In the third month of the First Dawn era, the Federation's higher-ups held another deliberation and decided to promote the observation method and chi refining technique globally without delay. The reason it proceeded so smoothly was naturally due to your impetus. After all, for the current Blue Star, you are akin to a deity. Its development follows your will, and how could the Federation possibly oppose you? As for whether spreading cultivation methods prematurely might plunge the world into chaos. With you present, this would naturally be impossible, for under the influence of your divine consciousness, all beings on Blue Star would gradually and subtly turn their hearts toward virtue. Of course, this virtue is defined by your own standards, since in the simulated world you were revered as the Lord of Xianhuang with boundless life. Having ruled the world for millennia, you remain the object of all beings' reverence. A true paragon of morality, with no one understanding good and evil better than you. Moreover, this approach does not distort others' minds, but rather influences their values through subtle, imperceptible means. As time passes, the social environment on Blue Star will continuously improve, and children born and raised in such circumstances will naturally become virtuous individuals devoted to goodness. When the Federation publicly released cultivation techniques and certain information about the future, the entire world was thrown into shock and consternation. This was immediately followed by widespread praise for the Federation's generosity. By the fourth month of the First Dawn era, within a single month, over 90% of the world's population had mastered the observation method, providing you with substantial devotional power. By the ninth month of the First Dawn era, more than 70% of the under your guidance, the Federation learned from the Jade Slips how to construct the spirit-gathering formation, an array capable of concentrating spiritual energy through the Earth's ley lines. Furthermore, the Federation also obtained numerous fundamental spirit runes that you had derived from those acquired from the Sea Clan during the previous reality simulation. These spirit runes are comparable to the runes in the simulated world, representing the foundational expression of worldly laws. Armed with these fundamental spirit runes, the Federation could rapidly develop corresponding rune technologies and derive even more powerful sigils. The runes derived by the Federation, once refined through your hands, would evolve into more profound techniques awaiting the Federation's discovery from the Jade Slips. This was your original plan. The Federation, with its vast population and diverse perspectives, would handle the broad expansion while you would focus on refinement. You provide the Federation with foundational elements which they develop across multiple dimensions. Thereafter, you would consolidate these developments into a superior form, enabling the Federation to advance across additional dimensions upon this enhanced foundation. In the first month of the First Dawn era, spirit-gathering formations spread across all Federation towns, drawing the spiritual energy from majestic mountains, ancient rivers, primeval forests, and even the seas toward the cities. At this point, many Federation soldiers had already condensed spiritual bodies and cultivated spiritual energy. Among them, the pioneer, he could now control the surrounding heaven and earth's spiritual energy through his spirit to empower himself, and his spiritual energy, at this stage, possessed potent lightning attributes. In your design for practitioners of the chi refining realm to grow stronger, the core lies in refinement. Just as in the innate realm of the previous simulated world, cultivators at the chi refining stage must use their own. Throughout this process, spiritual energy grows increasingly potent. The stronger the spiritual energy, the stronger the body becomes. A robust physique nurtures abundant spirit, and physical strength also accelerates the cultivation of the observation method. The chi refining realm is fundamentally a continuous process of tempering spiritual power. As one cultivates to different levels, corresponding abilities naturally manifest. When a transcendent cultivator's comprehension of heaven and earth becomes sufficient, and they successfully grasp the mystery of integrating essence, chi, and spirit, they can initially fuse these three elements with their understanding of the cosmos to forge magical power and consecrate a Dharma body. At this point, the transcendent cultivator has reached the second major stage, the Dharma power realm. It is essentially a heavily weakened version of the law realm. Actually, this transcendent system you designed isn't particularly profound. Having reached this threshold, Blue Sky, with the Federation's assistance, developed a more profound technique for utilizing spiritual energy tailored to his own needs. The Federation named these techniques Transcendent Battle Arts and selflessly published them to the public, just as they had the cultivation methods. In the second month of the First Dawn era, the Federation developed a medicinal powder capable of calming the mind and focusing the spirit, which they named Concentrating Powder. Furthermore, at this time, more and more transcendent battle arts emerged on Blue Star, like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Later, the Federation categorized those unable to harness heaven and earth's spiritual energy as mortal-grade battle arts, while those capable of channeling spiritual energy were designated as spirit-grade battle arts. In the fourth month of the First Dawn era, Blue Star witnessed the birth of its first offspring from two chi refining cultivators. Testing revealed that this descendant was born with a spiritual body and by approximately 10 years of age would be able to cultivate the chi refining method and generate spiritual energy in a short period. This meant that once all members of the Federation possessed spiritual bodies, humanity would become a truly transcendent race. By the 6th month of the First Dawn era, numerous individuals with strong cultivation aptitude across the world had reached the chi refining stage. Some gifted individuals with innate mental talents had already reached the level of martial intent, as seen in the previous reality simulation. Since the cultivation system in this simulation was not called martial Dao, the Federation instead referred to this level as the artistic conception. Cultivators who had reached this tier through precise manipulation could use their spiritual energy to counteract gravity and achieve flight. Furthermore, cultivators at this level could also refine their battle arts based on the artistic conceptions they had comprehended, unleashing far greater destructive power. Battle arts at this level were known as profound grade battle arts, signifying the possession of profound artistic conceptions. By the 5th month of the First Dawn era, with the aid of concentrating powder, approximately 60% of the world's population had already attained the chi refining stage. Those remaining consisted mainly of young children, elderly individuals, and naturally some people with inferior cultivation aptitude. In the first month of the year 107 of the Dawn era, under your watch, information about the spiritual energy tide appeared in Du Jianquan's mind, though you discreetly concealed his memories of this part. As you had surmised, the future that Du Jianquan foresaw in the previous reality simulation was a warning given by the heavenly Tao of the Blue Star universe. This also explained why Du Jianquan could not foresee the appearance of spatial passages later, for even the heavenly Tao of the Blue Star universe might be unable to predict the moment of their emergence. In the 3rd month of the year 107 of the Dawn era, the Federation developed a potion that enhanced spiritual power, named the Spirit Ascension Potion. This potion allowed the minds of chi refining stage transcendents to more quickly reach the level required to manipulate the world's spiritual energy. In the 2nd month of the year 108 of the Dawn era, with your impetus, the Federation developed a method by which chi refining stage cultivators could help others forge a spirit body. In the 4th month of the year 108 of the Dawn era, by then every person on Blue Star had forged a spirit body. Thus the Blue Star human race completely became a transcendent race, born transcendent from birth. In the 5th month of the year 109 of the Dawn era, the Federation achieved a major breakthrough in the study of spirit patterns. They deduced many profound composite spirit patterns which provided a stronger amplification of spiritual energy. Moreover, by that time the Federation had applied spirit pattern technology to every aspect, and the weapons they forged could enhance the combat power of chi refining stage transcendence. This type of weapon was named Spirit Weapon by the Federation. And it was on this very day that you created a method that utilized the power of incense and offerings. This method you named the Burning Incense Illuminating Spirit Art, whose function was to burn the power of incense and offerings to temporarily elevate your insight. In truth, you had also considered using the power of incense and offerings to forge weapons or condense an incense body, but you thought, isn't the ultimate purpose of incense power to enhance my strength? If so, why not be more straightforward? After creating this method, you tried it, and found the effect surprisingly good, though the consumption of incense power was a bit fast. In your view, it was best to accumulate incense power in ordinary times and burn it all at critical moments, thereby achieving the maximum effect. In the 3rd month of the year 111 of the Dawn era, the Federation had made ample preparations for the impending spiritual energy tide. 300 super satellites were built just for monitoring global data, and spirit pattern laser towers were installed in every city. The laser beams emitted by the spirit pattern laser towers could easily pierce through 100-meter rock formations. In the 1st month of the year 112 of the Dawn era, the spiritual energy tide arrived punctually. You saw vast amounts of unknown energy pouring into Blue Star. Afterward, under a mysterious power, part of this energy transformed into matter to expand Blue Star's volume, while the other part converted into vast spiritual energy. At that moment, you began burning all the incense power you had accumulated over the years, operating the Burning Incense Illuminating Spirit Art to comprehend the power that was expanding Blue Star. Actually, this was the 4th time you had experienced a similar scene. The first time was in the previous reality simulation when your cultivation level was insufficient and you knew nothing about how Blue Star expanded. The second time was the world's ascension in the previous simulation world, but at that time you were slumbering within the Xianhuang law, only knowing that your strength multiplied many times after awakening, without carefully comprehending the infinite mysteries contained in the process of world ascension. Thinking of this, you were filled with regret. That was a world ascension. The mysteries contained within were far beyond what Blue Star's simple expansion could compare with. If you had been awake at that time, even if you couldn't comprehend something extraordinary, you would at least be much stronger than now. The third time was when you used the Xianhuang Law and the Xianhuang Source Qi to promote the growth of the world within the Xianhuang Divine Talisman. Although you weren't sure if it counted as world ascension, it did bring you considerable insights. Soon 3 days passed. As before, Blue Star's area expanded 100-fold, and the spiritual energy concentration surged even more. You also awakened from your state of contemplation. Most of the incense power you had gathered over the years was burned during these 3 days. But it was all worthwhile. This time you gained a great deal. That power in your view was the power of the heavenly Tao of the Blue Star universe. From that power, you could more clearly perceive the laws of the Blue Star universe. Just 3 days were equivalent to 1,000 years of your contemplation. Moreover, in your perception, the laws of the real universe were far stronger than those in the simulation world. In your view, this was because the laws of the Blue Star universe contained more information and were more complete. However, as strong as the real laws were, their difficulty of comprehension was also higher than in the simulation world. This contemplation gave you more insights into your own cultivation. You decided to spend some time organizing your cultivation direction. In the second month of the year 112 of the Dawn Era, because the entire population was transcendent, the spiritual energy tide had no impact on the Federation. The Federation once again began an era of grand infrastructure. They also made public the Yin-Yang Harmony scripture, obtained from the Jade Slip, encouraging the Federation's people to have more children. After a month, you completed the organization of your own cultivation path. You had actually known for a long time that laws were merely a higher form of power. In those worlds of infinite layers, such as where ascending from the lower realm to the higher realm only made one the lowest of the low, a wisp of energy from the higher realm could destroy a world or even create one. The essence of such energy was undoubtedly higher than laws, at least higher than any laws you had ever seen. After all, the Xianhuang law was essentially a power derived from your Xianhuang path. Reaching a certain level of accumulation, it merely reached a level comparable to the laws in the simulation world. Perhaps it could be considered law-level power in the simulation world and the Blue Star universe, but for worlds of higher levels it might be utterly insignificant. Even the Xianhuang law you currently possessed might be inferior to the energy permeating the heavens and earth in some worlds. After understanding this, you ceased to be attached to the Xianhuang law, because what you had truly desired all along was merely the power to control all things. It was merely that in the previous simulation world you had coincidentally created the Xianhuang path and cultivated it to the level of law. Moreover, after sensing the laws of the Blue Star universe, when you looked back at the Xianhuang law, you felt that it had somewhat deviated from the right path. After all, Xiongli Jinxing was only a blue-tier trait. It was not enough to perfectly integrate different laws, even those of the middle world. In March of the 11th year of the Dawn Era, the Federation had developed nuclear fusion technology ahead of schedule and built a spaceship capable of reaching 30% of the speed of light. At this moment, you gradually deconstructed the Xianhuang law and combined it with your comprehension of the laws of the Blue Star universe. Through mutual complementation, you condensed a unique 5 elements law that belonged solely to you. Your 5 elements law was even more powerful than the one in the simulated world. In April of the 11th year of the Dawn Era, including Lan Tian, the earliest practitioners of the transcendent path you created had already surpassed the peak 5th realm warriors of the previous life. Their lifespan also exceeded that of the 5th realm warriors, reaching 1,500 years. However, none of them had comprehended the secret of the unity of essence, energy, and spirit, nor had they attained the requisite understanding of heaven and earth to advance to the mana realm. Speaking of lifespan, you felt that the Blue Star universe imposed exceptionally lenient restrictions on the longevity of life forms. Though the 5th realm warriors were at most comparable to the innate realm of the previous simulated world, they could live for a full 1,000 years. In May of the 11th year of the Dawn Era, you condensed the Yin-Yang law and the life and death law. In August of the 11th year of the Dawn Era, you condensed the 4 symbols law. By this time, your Xianhuang law had already been differentiated into these 4 laws. Fortunately, this was not the simulated world where the Xianhuang law had been integrated into heaven and earth and could not be differentiated at will. In your perception, any single one of these 4 laws could rival the previous Xianhuang law. Perhaps this was the power of the complementarity between the 2 worlds. Merge. In the vast emptiness of space, with your command, the 4 laws swiftly fused under your control, once again transforming into the Xianhuang law you were familiar with. You felt that the Xianhuang law at this moment was absolutely more than 10 times stronger than before. However, this state lasted only a few seconds before it instantly collapsed and reverted to the 4 laws. You were not surprised by this. At your current realm, you could not yet unite 4 such powerful laws, as each of them was itself a composite law. Of course, partial unification to recreate the previous Xianhuang law was still possible, but in your view, doing so was meaningless. This brief fusion seemed to you perfect for a trump card. After several experiments, you could already reverse the Xianhuang law during the brief fusion, transforming it into pure destructive force. You named this technique the Xianhuang Calamity. However, even though you had deconstructed the Xianhuang law, you still referred to your own path of cultivation as the Xianhuang Dao. Originally, you thought that as you simulated more and more worlds, you would also master more and more power, so you considered changing it to the infinite Dao. After all, it sounded more impressive. But upon further reflection, you realized that the prestige of Xianhuang was also not lacking. It also encompassed everything. Xian represented heaven, Huang represented earth, and Xianhuang was heaven and earth. The other self in the simulated world was you, and the 2 of you shared the same aesthetic. Therefore, you decided not to change the name, as the name was not that important. What mattered was the cultivation philosophy. In May of the 13th year of the Dawn Era, someone in the Federation finally attained a level of comprehension of heaven and earth sufficient to condense mana and also realize the secret of the unity of essence, energy, and spirit. Unsurprisingly, this person was a spiritual talent. Inside the top-tier cultivation chamber of the Federal Research Institute, the spiritual talent was seen, with his eyes slightly closed, mysterious energy fluctuations swirling around him. He then activated the fusion method recorded in the Xianhuang Qi refining method. With the help of this method, the three treasures of essence, energy, and spirit within his body, like three surging rivers of stars, were guided by his powerful will and began to slowly blend. As the preliminary fusion of essence, energy, and spirit took place, the entire cultivation chamber burst into golden light. The blending gave birth to a strand of dazzling golden energy. This was mana. Though this strand of mana was as fine as a gossamer thread, it contained a world-destroying might, its energy level surpassing ordinary spiritual energy by tenfold. At the instant this strand of mana was born, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 li radius went into a violent frenzy. Countless streams of spiritual energy transformed into a visible multicolored torrent surging into his body, like rivers returning to the sea. Nourished by the spiritual energy, the mana multiplied at an astonishing speed within him, eventually turning into a golden ocean that swept through his entire body. Under the refinement of mana, his physical body underwent a radical transformation. Every inch of his skin shone with a glass-like luster, and his bones emitted clear chimes like jade colliding. This was the dermic body, a higher order than the spirit body. At this moment, the talent officially stepped into the second realm of the transcendent system you created, the mana realm. This realm achieved the unity of flesh and spirit, providing a degree of immunity to ordinary spiritual damage. Moreover, possessing a dermic body granted immense resistance to physical damage and energy attacks below the level of mana. Furthermore, a transcendent of the mana realm with the support of mana could forcibly manipulate the power of heaven and earth around them. Their lifespan was also greatly extended, reaching 3,000 years. It could be said that in all aspects it was not inferior to the primordial spirit realm of the previous simulated world, and in terms of lifespan it far exceeded it. Afterward, this mana realm transcendent obtained from a jade slip 2 cultivation techniques that could only be practiced at the mana realm, the Xianhuang Heart-Severing Sword and the Myriad Things Heart Sutra, along with the cultivation direction for the mana realm. The Xianhuang Heart-Severing Sword could help the practitioner sever distracting thoughts, purifying the mind, and enabling better comprehension of heaven and earth. At its peak, it could even sever the perception of others. The Myriad Things Heart Sutra was used to enhance the practitioner's enlightenment, allowing them to easily achieve the state of unity between heaven and humanity. At its peak, it could reach the pseudo-Dao integration state that you had achieved in the simulated world. As for the method of advancement in the mana realm, it remained the same as the Qi refining realm. Comprehend heaven and earth, refine mana, and after reaching a certain level, one would undergo the path-questioning 3 tribulations. In fact, it was essentially the 3 trials of the path-questioning thunder from the previous simulated world, which you had transplanted here. Of course, the difficulty was far less than that of the path-questioning thunder. The success rate was as high as 50%. After passing the path-questioning 3 tribulations, one could reach the next realm. In June of the 13th year of the Dawn Era, your mastery of space advanced further, and you condensed the space law. The condensation of the space law allowed your detached divine consciousness to explore faster, reaching 100,000 times the speed of light. Shuguang 113, August. The Federation had already mass-produced the spirit beasts from the previous reality simulation and continued to enact the spirit beast protection law. Soon a craze for raising spirit beasts swept through the Shuguang Federation. Everyone competed to see whose spirit beast was more handsome or beautiful. Thanks to the protection law and the universal goodwill, these spirit beasts lived far more comfortably than in the wild. In Shuguang 114, there were already over 100 transcendents at the mana realm. Although advancing through the mana realm was far more difficult than the Qi refining realm for those who had awakened their talents, their cultivation speed did not diminish much. Because upon reaching the mana realm, they could comprehend their own innate talents. The talents awakened by these gifted individuals in your eyes were all law-level powers, fragments of laws as it were bestowed by the heavenly Tao of the Blue Star universe. Comprehending these law fragments could greatly accelerate their cultivation speed. However, at this stage the advantage shifted from mental-type talent users to elemental-type talent users, because natural elements were far easier to comprehend than mental or abstract concepts. In Shuguang 121, the spatial passage arrived as scheduled. In March of Shuguang 122, the spatial passage opened punctually. The instant it opened, 10 million spirit pattern super robots and 10 mana realm transcendents prepared by the Federation charged into the other side. Within less than a month, the Federation had already subdued the Sea Clan's Deep Sea Star. At this time, you were comprehending the profound spatial knowledge contained within the spatial passage because you discovered that your space law could not affect the spatial passage in the slightest. During your comprehension, you also sent a strand of your divine consciousness to the Deep Sea Star beyond the spatial passage. As soon as you entered, you felt a suppressive force, but it had no significant effect on you. You realized that this suppressive force was actually the world's instinctive rejection of outsiders, and therefore, it was not very strong. In fact, if one stayed in the world for a while, this suppressive force would naturally dissipate, though a while was measured in years. Of course, it might also be because the world of Deep Sea Star was too weak. Because a sweep of your divine sense revealed that the world where the Sea Clan resided was quite small. Only the deep sea star existed, and the sun in the sky could not be considered a manifestation of law. At best, it was just a projection. Moreover, you felt that the heavenly Tao of the deep sea star world was somewhat off. You always sensed that it was lacking something compared to the heavenly Tao in the simulated world. Whether it was the fleeting glimpse of the blue star universe's heavenly Tao or that of the deep sea star world, neither in your view possessed the sense of completeness of the simulated world's heavenly Tao, nor the feeling of being above all things. Could it be that the world from the last simulation fell from some powerful world? Simulator, do you know why? Linyu was also curious about this. The simulator does not answer matters unrelated to the simulation. Hearing the simulator's reply, Linyu was speechless, but he didn't ask further. He had confirmed that the simulator's AI system was definitely an artificial idiot. Unable to figure it out, you still attributed it to the difference between worlds. Afterwards, you began to comprehend the laws contained within the deep sea star world. However, after comprehension, you were somewhat disappointed because you discovered that the laws of the deep sea star world were all present in the blue star universe, and even more profound. You also tried to comprehend the other two worlds connected to deep sea star, but found nothing different. The laws they contained offered no help to you. In Shuguang 126, based on the introductory spatial knowledge you provided, the Federation successfully created a spaceship equipped with a warp engine. According to tests, the spaceship's speed reached 10 times the speed of light, marking Blue Star's true entry into the interstellar age. In Shuguang 127, Blue Star surveyed all star systems near the solar system, including the Trisolarans' home system of Centaurus, but there were no Trisolarans there. In April of Shuguang 130, the spatial passage connecting the Shadow Clan opened. The instant the spatial passage opened, you made your move. Within 3 seconds, you used Soul Search to obtain the weapon that had killed you in the previous reality simulation, and also deleted the Shadow Clan's memories of this weapon. So this is what killed me last time, you said, looking at the bow and arrow wrapped in eerie runes in your hand. You felt no law-level power from it. In your perception, this bow and arrow contained the abilities of death, causality, and space. Combined, they caused the arrow's shot to eternally pursue the locked target until death. Unfortunately, the intensity of these 3 abilities was not high, none reaching the law level. For you now, even at full power, this bow and arrow could not harm you in the slightest. In your eyes, the greatest value of this bow and arrow was the knowledge of artifact crafting it contained. Knowledge is priceless, especially knowledge from another world. In your view, comprehending a mature knowledge system is a shortcut to understanding the universe. While you were exploring the technology contained in this bow and arrow, Blue Star had already engaged in battle with the Shadow Clan. For the Federation, the Shadow Clan's strongest was only equivalent to a beginner in the mana realm, and their numbers were far inferior to the Federation's, so there was nothing to say. They simply crushed them. In this battle of vastly unequal strength, the Shadow Clan retreated step by step. Their previously infallible possession ability was completely useless against the Blue Star humans who had condensed spiritual bodies. As for their invisibility and spying abilities, they were completely exposed under the Federation's spirit pattern satellites. In Shuguang 131, the Federation officially conquered the Shadow Star and the 5 other planets it connected to. By then, including Blue Star, humanity had acquired 10 planets rich in spiritual energy. In Shuguang 135, under your promotion, the Federation used a special method to refine the Shadow Clan into a type of puppet named Shadow Puppet. The Shadow Puppets usually hid in people's shadows. After inserting a specially crafted spirit pattern chip, they could serve as excellent domestic servants, far more convenient than intelligent robots. In Shuguang 140, you extracted a profound artifact crafting method from that bow and arrow. You integrated this crafting method into your own Xianhuang artifact crafting, and then gathered various rare metals from the universe to re-refine the Xianhuang Dao Palace. After re-refinement, the Xianhuang Dao Palace became even more magnificent, with every inch engraved with mysterious patterns. Under the influence of your laws, the Dao Palace was spring-like all year round, full of vitality. Ordinary people living inside could easily live to 300 years old, but unfortunately Blue Star no longer had ordinary people. In the year 150 of the Dawn Era, after years of development, the Federation's faster-than-light spacecraft had advanced from 10 times the speed of light to 50 times. In the year 160 of the Dawn Era, the 3rd spatial passage appeared. This time, the species on the other side of the passage was no longer a sentient race, but rather a creature similar to the colossal beasts on Blue Star, a being of unimaginable size. Unlike the beasts on Blue Star, however, the creatures across the passage were extremely ferocious and highly aggressive. Based on their characteristics, the Federation referred to them as the Xiongshou tribe. Although these Xiongshou possessed limited intelligence, and their numbers were scarce due to the harsh law of the jungle, their combat power was truly formidable. Top-tier Xiongshou required a dozen or more cultivators at the magic power realm to defeat them through combined effort. As for how this data was obtained, their lack of sophisticated intelligence meant these Xiongshou would not storm Blue Star without reason, giving the Federation ample time to prepare. Through various methods, they were able to collect data on these massive creatures. While the Xiongshou's combat prowess was formidable, their intellectual limitations proved to be a critical weakness, effectively granting the Federation a free planet. In the year 161 of the Dawn Era, the Federation discovered that these colossal beasts possessed bones of extraordinary density, making them ideal for crafting major equipment. Their flesh and blood also contained immense energy, making them suitable as fertilizer, so the Federation decided to domesticate these xiongxiu. In the year 173 of the Dawn Era, one of your spiritual manifestations suddenly altered course under the influence of a spatial force. Gazing at the spatial barrier before you, you realized you had approached the boundary of the actual universe. You attempted to penetrate it using spatial laws, but found yourself unable to cross. However, you discovered there was no space beyond this barrier akin to the outer heaven found in simulated worlds. It appeared that beyond this spatial barrier lay the boundary of the world itself. By the year 178 of the Dawn Era, many of your spiritual manifestations had encountered similar barriers, confirming that the Blue Star universe was indeed finite. The entire Blue Star universe spanned a radius of roughly 7 million light-years, with the solar system, where Blue Star resided, positioned near the center. While Blue Star truly had become the center of the universe, you now found it difficult to determine what level the Blue Star universe occupied. From the perspective of laws, it matched the great worlds of the latter stages of the previous simulated world, yet its scale seemed excessively large. Did the disparity in scale between great worlds run so profound? Beyond that, there was another matter that concerned you. In the entire Blue Star universe, you had not detected any life forms beyond humanity, nor had any other planets experienced phenomena like those on Blue Star. Your best guess was that humanity on Blue Star represented the first sentient beings in this universe, with all other life yet to emerge. If spiritual energy and spatial passages had never manifested and humanity had continued advancing technology, without perishing along the way, they might have become the supreme civilization of the universe, able to boastfully label newly born life forms as uncouth provincials from remote corners of the cosmos. Yet the emergence of spiritual energy seemed to disrupt this trajectory. More crucially, the spatial passages played the decisive role. Without them, humanity wielding spiritual energy might have conquered the cosmos even faster. In the year 180 of the Dawn Era, through frequent observation of Blue Star and witnessing countless butterfly effects, your comprehension of causality reached the level of fundamental law, and you comprehended the law of causality. In the year 192 of the Dawn Era, Du Jianchuan once again foresaw the future, that within a decade Blue Star would experience another spiritual tide, expanding its area 1,000-fold. Good heavens, by then the sun might truly orbit Blue Star. You calculated that after the next spiritual tide, Blue Star's volume could reach over 30 times that of the sun, making such an arrangement entirely plausible. You also sensed the entire solar system would undergo transformation, so you resolved to relocate the Xianhuang Dao Palace away from the sun beforehand, lest it be destroyed in the process. Upon learning of this, the Federation convened another emergency meeting. To prepare for the new spiritual tide, the Federation first bolstered their satellite systems, then alerted the entire population to make necessary preparations. Following this, they launched another comprehensive purge across Blue Star, aimed at preventing life from undergoing another massive evolutionary leap during the next spiritual surge, which could produce entities posing threats to humanity. In the year 202 of the Dawn Era, the second spiritual tide arrived precisely as foretold. As the heavenly Tao's power descended upon the Blue Star universe, vast energy surged into Blue Star, causing it to expand like an inflating balloon. Meanwhile, you once again began burning incense power, sensing that this transformation would take considerably longer than the first. As anticipated, it took a full 3 months for the changes to finally conclude. By then, the entire solar system had been utterly transformed by the spiritual tide. Upon awakening from your meditative state, you felt that your mastery of the laws had been significantly strengthened. You then began observing the now expanded Blue Star. Within your divine sense, Blue Star had transformed so that 70% of its surface had become land, with the former oceans reduced to inland seas encircled by new continents. However, Blue Star's underground water veins proved remarkably abundant. The flow of these veins nourished the planet, enhancing its vitality even further. Surprisingly, the expansion of Blue Star had not affected the spatial passages above. They remained suspended at their designated positions. The current arrangement of the solar system matched your predictions. The sun now orbited Blue Star, though that phrasing might not be entirely appropriate. For in your perception, the changes undergone by the sun and the moon, one a star, the other a satellite, were the most dramatic throughout the entire star system. The moon had grown to match the sun's size, and both celestial bodies had transformed into manifestations akin to fundamental laws. The flames on the sun were no longer products of nuclear fusion, but had become a certain transcendent energy, fittingly called the true fire of the sun. Moonlight was no longer merely a reflection of sunlight, but had also transformed into transcendent energy, together with solar light forming what could be called the essence of sun and moon. Perhaps they could no longer be called the sun and moon. They should instead be referred to as Taiyang star and Taiyang star. These two celestial bodies typically concealed themselves within spatial folds, emerging alternately in accordance with the cycle of day and night. There was no longer any time zone difference on Blue Star. When the Taiyang star appeared, it was day. When the Taiyang star emerged, it was night, though the day still followed the same 24-hour cycle. Beyond that, the spatial density within the solar system had also experienced significant enhancement. You conducted a test and found that within 1 light year of the solar system's reach, the energy required for spatial traversal was 10 times greater than outside it. After testing the spatial strength, you place the previously stored Xianhuang Dao Palace into the space interlayer where the Taiyin star and Taiyang star reside. This space interlayer contains abundant Taiyin laws and Taiyang laws, which can greatly assist you in advancing the yin-yang laws. Then you glanced at launching, found no place urgently needing your presence, so you continued to organize the gains from this venture within the Xianhuang Dao Palace. Meanwhile, on launching, the Federation detected that the planet's gravity, like the previous spiritual energy tide, had not increased proportionally, with its size reaching only 20 times its original value. Of course, 20-fold gravity is still significant, but fortunately all launching humans are now spiritual bodies, so the gravitational impact is minimal. Moreover, this spiritual energy tide, like the last one, has raised the lower limit of launching humans. After testing, the limit of physical strength for spiritual bodies before refining spiritual power increased from 5,000 kilograms to 8,000 kilograms. Furthermore, the number of gifted individuals has reached 1/10 of the total population. Subsequently, satellites revealed changes in launching's topography. Land now occupies 70% of the planet. This is excellent news for the Federation, as the expansion of land means more abundant mineral resources that can be easily mined. However, due to this spiritual energy tide, cities in the Federation have become farther apart. Moreover, the current population of the Federation's people is too small for launching, leaving the Federation in a dilemma of having too much territory to manage. Although after decades of development, the Federation's population has increased from 20 billion to the current 130 billion, launching's land area is now approximately 42 trillion square kilometers. Even considering uninhabitable areas, the per capita land area is nearly 200 square kilometers. Therefore, the most important task for the Federation now is to vigorously increase the population. Otherwise, they cannot let each person occupy a mountain peak. After all, humans are social creatures. The Federation decreed that from now on, each family will receive substantial cultivation resources for every child born up to 3 children. Afterwards, the Federation launched another massive infrastructure project aiming to leave humanity's mark on every corner of launching, claiming territory regardless of whether it is inhabited. Dawn 203, during this period you have been experiencing the process of launching's expansion. Now you have gained a deeper understanding of strengthening and transforming a world. You decide to enhance the world within the Xianhuang Divine Talisman. In fact, the talisman world had already been transformed by you once after you separated the Xianhuang laws. You transformed the yin-yang laws into the Taiyin star and Taiyang star suspended in the sky, integrated the 5 elements laws into the world to consolidate heaven and earth, used the 4 symbols laws to drive the cycle of seasons, and employed the laws of life and death to invigorate the world. After the transformation, the world became significantly stronger overall. This time your goal is to increase the world's volume. Thus you begin to continuously capture stars within the launching universe and integrate them into the Xianhuang Divine Talisman as material energy for the world's elevation. Perhaps this amount of matter is insignificant to the launching universe, or perhaps your talisman world is itself within the launching universe. In any case, the launching universe showed no reaction to your actions. Afterwards, you also remodeled the world's underground water system, referencing launching's underground water veins. Through your efforts, the world within the Xianhuang Divine Talisman expanded several hundredfold, reaching a radius of 5 million li. Unfortunately, this is the limit your laws can support, otherwise it could be even larger. This act of reshaping heaven and earth and transforming the world brings you great enjoyment. In the future, with your help, this world can continue to improve indefinitely. Thinking of this, you realize the world still lacks a proper name. So you decide to officially name it Xianhuang Heaven. Dawn 204, with the contribution of numerous talented individuals possessing scientific research aptitude, the Federation developed nanodetection robots. This will greatly aid the Federation in exploring the worlds on the other side of spatial passages. Dawn 206, with the assistance of the Xianhuang Heart-Severing Sword and the Myriad Things Heart Sutra, some supernatural beings at the Dharma Power stage successfully met the criteria for the 3 tribulations of the Path Inquiry. With ample preparation, he successfully passed the Path Inquiry tribulation and reached the 3rd stage of the supernatural system you created, the Domain stage. Cultivation in the Domain stage involves constructing one's own domain through the cultivation method you provided. This domain is of the same type that you constructed when you reached the Primordial Spirit stage in the last simulated world. This domain is powerful indeed, but because it requires harmonizing with the heaven and earth within the domain, if the supernatural being's will is not firm, they may dissolve into the Tao. This is precisely why you set the 3 tribulations of the Path Inquiry. As for why this type of domain must be constructed, it is naturally because supernatural beings in this state can more easily perceive the essence of heaven and earth. Dawn 213, over the past 7 years, many Dharma Power stage cultivators have met the criteria for the 3 tribulations of the Path Inquiry. As you predicted, only half of them successfully passed the 3 tribulations while the other half failed. Of course, failure does not mean death for these individuals. Their souls were taken by you into Xianhuang Heaven, where under the effect of the laws of life and death their souls can persist until their lifespan is exhausted. You passed on to them a cultivation method called the Myriad Spirits Casting Spirit Scripture, which is the fruit of your research on the power of incense and faith over the years. Cultivating this method can provide you with a vast amount of incense and faith power. In fact, not only those who failed the tribulation, but also souls of those who died from various other causes were collected by you into Xianhuang heaven, providing you with incense and faith power. Dawn 217a. At this time the Federation has over 100 domain stage supernatural beings. Dawn 220a. The fourth spatial passage appears. After the spatial passage opened, the Federation detected no activity on the other side, leading them to speculate whether this world, like the beast world, lacked intelligent civilization. After deliberation, the Federation decided to send nanorobots to probe the situation on the other side, treating it as a test for the nanorobots. Upon investigation, the Federation discovered that the other side is an alien world completely covered by an emerald ocean, not a true ocean, but a green wave composed of countless giant plants. Based on measurements of the planet's curvature, the Federation estimates that the planet's size may be half of launching after the first spiritual energy tide, which is far larger than the combined sizes of Shanghai Star, Inying Star, and even the planet where the beasts reside. As the nanorobots delved deeper, what appeared before the Federation were vines hundreds of meters tall, giant flowers with diameters exceeding that of a football field, and massive fungal plants capable of ejecting corrosive spores. The most astonishing sight, however, was a towering tree located at the center of the planet, reaching thousands of li into the sky. Its canopy blotted out the sun and sky, covering an area of thousands of li in radius. Based on the exploration of nanobots, the Federation discovered that the ecosystem of the entire planet across the space channel exhibited astonishing uniformity. All life forms were variations of plants. The Federation had intended to use the nanobots for a close-up observation of the towering giant tree, but as soon as they approached within a 1,000-mile radius of its canopy, the nanobots were destroyed by an unknown energy. After this incident, the Federation temporarily abandoned the exploration of the giant tree and continued to explore this wondrous planet. At the moment the spatial channel opened, your avatar also entered the Tree King Star. Through divine sense probing, you discovered that not a single plant on Tree King Star had truly awakened intelligence. Indeed, not a single one. Not even the Tree King. In your view, it would take at least 10,000 years for the Tree King to develop intelligence. Having confirmed that the world of Tree King Star held no other extraordinary features, your avatar departed. Within a month, with the help of nanobots, the Federation had gained a basic understanding of this plant planet. Like the planet inhabited by the ferocious beasts, it had no other spatial channels. After discussion, the Federation decided to name the giant tree in the center of the planet the Tree King, and naturally the planet was called Tree King Star. All plants on Tree King Star, nourished by spiritual energy, had two distinct paths of growth. One part of the plants absorbed spiritual energy to strengthen themselves, evolving toward the direction of mythical spirits and monsters from Blue Star's legends. The other part developed towards spiritual herbs, where the longer they grew, the stronger their medicinal effects. However, there was one exception: the Tree King. It developed in both directions simultaneously, much like the mythical spiritual root. Not only that, the Federation also discovered that although some plants on Tree King Star possessed mobility, they moved extremely slowly. Moreover, perhaps due to their plant nature, their intelligence was inferior even to that of ferocious beasts. Some plants had only instinct. After multiple tests, having confirmed that Tree King Star posed no other threats besides the Tree King, the Federation dispatched a large number of spirit-patterned robots to collect those spiritual herbs. In Dawn 221, after unremitting efforts, the Federation finally collected all species of spiritual herbs on Tree King Star, except for the Tree King, and transplanted them to Blue Star. In the Federation's view, it was a waste for these spiritual herbs to grow on Tree King Star. Blue Star was far superior. Its spiritual energy concentration was at least 100 times that of Tree King Star. If conditions permitted, the Federation would have liked to transplant the Tree King as well. Such a huge spiritual herb would surely have astonishing medicinal effects. In Dawn 224, the Federation had thoroughly studied the medicinal properties of all these spiritual herbs. Based on the alchemy methods you provided, they created and refined a considerable number of pills. Examples include the Spirit Nurturing Pill, which increases the chance of pregnancy, the Twin Pill, which grants a probability of having twins, and the Foundation Cultivating Pill, which enhances a child's innate talent at birth. These pills, produced on assembly lines, entered every household. In Dawn 254, the Federation's population reached 240 billion. In Dawn 280, the Federation's population reached 330 billion, and its spaceship technology achieved another breakthrough. Outside the solar system, spaceships could now reach 1,000 times the speed of light. However, by this time the Federation had slowed down its exploration of the stars, as they had yet to fully explore Blue Star itself. In Dawn 320, you sensed that the racial destiny unique to Blue Star's human race had condensed. However, you held the majority of control over this destiny. But for you now, this destiny offered no help. You dispersed it among the top-tier transcendent beings on Blue Star. In Dawn 340, the most powerful domain realm transcendent on Blue Star had expanded his domain to over 4,000 li in radius, already comparable to the martial saints in the previous simulation world. In Dawn 360, the fifth spatial channel appeared. This channel was far larger than the previous ones, measuring a full 10,000 meters in size. It took 3 days to slowly unfold. This time your divine sense did not smoothly enter the other side, as an invisible force prevented your entry. Of course, you felt that by unleashing your full power you could force your way in, but once inside you might face even stronger suppression, and you might end up capsizing in a ditch. You speculated that this might be because the world on the other side had a high level of existence and thus strong rejection of outsiders. It seemed that there might be powerful beings in that world who could threaten you. You decided to stay hidden for now and let the Federation test the waters. The Federation was extremely cautious about such a huge spatial channel. Not only did they alert all domain realm transcendent beings to stand by, but they also aimed all large-scale weapons at the channel, including some experimental destructive weapons. Immediately afterwards, the Federation dispatched a large number of nanobots into the other side of the spatial channel. Over the years, the Federation had upgraded the nanobots, enabling them to effectively shield against psychic detection. Through the images transmitted by these nanobots, the Federation discovered that the beings in the other world were humanoid, or rather human. At that moment on the nanobot display, the other side of the spatial channel was a vast ocean. Floating on the ocean were some colossal warships, and on the warships were humans brimming with immense energy. Some people resembled those from the Eastern continent before the advent of spiritual energy, while others resembled those from the Western continent. However, what puzzled the Federation people was why were there some pitch-black things mixed in? Could they be black gorillas that had become spirits? Black gorillas becoming spirits? Are they talking about black people? Lin Yu thought that must be the case. Strangely enough, in Lin Yu's view, Blue Star, which had its counterpart, was most likely a parallel world of Earth, yet it had no black people. The Federation thought that since the other side was also human, communication should be possible. However, they did not immediately initiate contact. Instead, they sent the nanobots to disperse and investigate the specific conditions of the other world. Seeing no movement from the Federation, the people on the other side simply gathered around the spatial channel, showing no intention of entering Blue Star. Meanwhile, the Federation, through images from the nanobots, discovered that the other world might be a parallel world of Blue Star, because the culture there was too similar to that of Blue Star before the advent of spiritual energy. Moreover, the political situation of the nations on that planet was very similar to that before the formation of the Dawn Alliance. According to the information transmitted by the nanobots, the planet on the other side is called Dixing by its inhabitants. Its volume is roughly 10 times that of launching after the first spiritual tide, far inferior to launching as it is now. However, the average concentration of spiritual energy on Dixing is not low, only slightly lower than that of launching after the second tide. The three most powerful forces on Dixing are the Tianlong Ancient Kingdom, the Violet Empire, and the Starry Radiance Confederacy. The rest are either small nations or vassal states of these three powers. Among them, the culture of the Tianlong Ancient Kingdom closely resembles that of the Eastern continent, while the cultures of the Violet Empire and the Starry Radiance Confederacy are similar to that of the former Western continent. The emergence of spiritual energy on Dixing occurred 500 years ago, and the inhabitants call that year the year zero of spiritual awakening. The reason for the term spiritual awakening is that Dixing, unlike launching, has experienced multiple epochs of spiritual energy. Moreover, after the spiritual awakening, the humans of Dixing inherited the legacy of the transcendent civilizations that once existed on their planet. Dixing even possesses numerous relic spaces akin to those described in fantasy novels, as well as spirit stones, objects imbued with vast concentrations of spiritual energy. Launching, on the other hand, has no such spirit stones because the spiritual energy there emerged too recently, leaving insufficient time for the precipitation needed to form such crystalline objects. In addition, Dixing is home to demon beasts said to be the descendants of certain powerful divine beasts from previous spiritual eras, their bodies bearing transcendent bloodlines. Thus, after the spiritual awakening, the strength of these demon beasts grew even faster than that of humans on Dixing, leading to a stalemate between the two, and one in which humanity finds itself at a disadvantage. From the images captured by the nanobots, the Federation discovered that these demon beasts possess intelligence no less than that of humans, a stark contrast to the situation on launching. From this, it appears that Dixing is unlike any world previously connected by spatial passages. It not only has a unique cultivation system, but also harbors many secrets. The cultivation system on Dixing is called the Starry Sky Martial Arts System. According to information unearthed from relics by the major powers, Starry Sky Martial Arts comprises 10 major realms. From low to high, they are body tempering meridian, unlocking primordial palace spirit, refining golden body, domain, void breaker, mystery, penetration, law derivation, and realm lord. The body tempering realm involves condensing blood and chi to refine the body. However, the blood and chi here is different from that produced by the blood chi martial arts in your previous simulation, as it does not involve spiritual energy. Moreover, your blood chi martial arts directly tempers the entire body in one go, whereas this system proceeds step by step. Indeed, though it is only the first realm, it comprises many substages. The body tempering realm from low to high is divided into flesh training, skin training, sinew training, bone quenching, organ refining, and blood exchange. Among these, skin training is subdivided into bronze skin and golden skin, sinew training into willow sinew and dragon sinew, and bone quenching into bronze bone, silver bone, golden bone, jade bone, and dragon bone, among others. Seeing the intricate divisions of the body tempering realm, the Federation was bewildered. Should an early cultivation simply involve sensing the world, absorbing spiritual energy, and strengthening spirit chi and essence? What baffled the Federation even more was that failing to reach a certain level in body tempering would hinder breakthroughs in later realms. To this, the Federation could only attribute it to the limitations of that cultivation system. The meridian unlocking realm involves opening one's spiritual meridians to transform blood chi into true chi. There are 36 main meridians in total, and unlocking all of them reaches the peak of this realm. On Dixing, anyone with a modicum of status knows that besides these main meridians, the human body also has 108 hidden meridians. The more hidden meridians one unlocks, the greater the benefits for future realm advancement. To this, the Shuguang Federation remarked, "What are spiritual meridians? In your view, spiritual meridians are simply transcendent organs similar to the energy points in the previous simulation world. Launching humans indeed lack them, and they are unique to the Dixing world. The Primordial Palace realm transforms true chi into true essence, condensing it into the Dantian Primordial Palace. True essence can be released externally to form a 1,000-meter chi field capable of destroying a tall building with a single strike. As for the Dantian, launching humans still do not possess it. Although launching has the concept of Dantian, it is merely an abstract idea, not a miniature space capable of storing energy. The spirit refining realm involves comprehending concepts and cultivating spiritual techniques. The spirit initially materializes, allowing one to fly through the air with a lifespan of 300 years, earning the title of Grandmaster. The golden body realm relies on the foundation laid in the body tempering stage. By combining true essence with spirit to refine the body, one achieves internal and external harmony, forging a flawless golden body with a lifespan of 500 years, earning the title of Grandmaster. The domain realm uses the spirit to control the surrounding world's power, forming a domain. With a lifespan of 1,500 years, one can be granted the title of king on Dixing, known as a martial king. In your view, the domain here is roughly equivalent to the level of the primordial spirit realm in the previous simulation, where the primordial spirit manipulates the power of heaven and earth, perhaps slightly stronger, but not as valuable as the domain realm on launching. The Void Breaker realm condenses the spirit into divine thoughts, breaking free from the planet's constraints, enabling spatial teleportation and travel through the stars. With a lifespan of 5,000 years, one can be granted the title of Emperor on Dixing, known as a Martial Emperor. Currently, the strongest on Dixing are the Void Breaker realm Martial Emperors. The cultivation methods for the subsequent realms, Mystery Penetration, Law Derivation, and Realm Lord, are all held by these Martial Emperors. The common folk only know that the Mystery Penetration realm requires comprehending profound mysteries. The Law Derivation realm involves deriving laws, and the Realm Lord realm means creating a world within one's own body. Wow, this is it. This is the real high martial world. I must have transmigrated to the wrong world. Lin Yu felt that Dixing actually embodied the true urban high martial worldview. A clear cultivation system, unlike launching, where one had to cobble together a system from scratch. In the Federation's view, the strength of a Void Breaker realm martial artist is at most comparable to a domain realm transcendent on launching. However, Dixing only has a dozen or so Void Breaker martial artists, while launching has hundreds of domain realm transcendents. Seeing this, the strength of Dixing seemed somewhat unworthy of the 10,000-meter wide spatial passage. Could it be that there are Mystery Penetration or even Realm Lord realm martial artists hidden in the shadows? But considering that a Realm Lord realm martial artist could not possibly fail to detect the nanobots, the Federation speculated that those high-level martial artists might have left Dixing for the stars long ago. After all, it has been several hundred years since Dixing's spiritual awakening, and no one from the previous spiritual era has emerged from the relic spaces. Feeling that the current power of Dixing poses no threat to launching, the Federation decided to initiate a communication signal first. Since the spatial passage cannot be closed, whether Dixing has those high-level martial artists or not, they will eventually have to face each other. The Federation manipulated the nanobots to converge in front of the Dixing people on the other side of the spatial passage, aggregating into a massive projector. From the Earth-Star side, seeing a massive machine suddenly appear before the space channel, they did not rashly attack, but instead gazed cautiously at the projector. Some martial kings, and even martial emperors lurking in the shadows, had begun to gather their strength, ready to defend at any moment, for no one knew whether that machine was a weapon of mass destruction. Then the projector began to operate, and the images of the Federation's high-ranking officials appeared before the Earth-Star people. As the Federation officials explained with the projector's translation, the Earth-Star side came to understand the situation. At this moment, the hearts of the Earth-Star people were turbulent with waves of shock. They had never imagined that before even encountering aliens, they would skip directly to contacting beings from a parallel outer universe. Subsequently, as the Federation revealed one by one the information they had gathered about Earth-Star, the people there grew increasingly uneasy. After all, without their knowledge, the other side had already grasped a considerable amount of their information. The technological gap was rather vast. And after learning of their specific strength, the fact that they still directly communicated with them signified that the other side had no fear of them, nor did they hold them in any regard. They could only sincerely hope that the Federation truly intended to establish diplomatic relations with them rather than invade, for otherwise they had no idea if they could defend Earth-Star. Then the Federation displayed their various weapons and the strength of domain realm experts. The Earth-Star's martial kings and martial emperors, relying on their perception, judged that what was shown in the images was genuine. Finally, under the Federation's amicable attitude, Earth-Star and Blue-Star perfectly achieved their first diplomatic relations. After obtaining Earth-Star's consent, the Shuguang Federation established a small outpost near the space channel on Earth-Star's side. Through testing, the Federation discovered that domain realm transcendents coming to this side would face a powerful suppression, having their strength halved. But it didn't matter, Blue Star had plenty of domain realm experts. Even with half their strength suppressed, 10 against 1 could beat a void-breaking Martial Emperor to a pulp. Moreover, at this time Blue Star's resources were exceedingly abundant. Cultivating under the massive spiritual energy gathered by the Spirit Gathering Array made Blue Star people's essence, energy, and spirit extremely powerful. Even in one-on-one combat, the outcome was uncertain. Under your instruction, the Federation exchanged the subjective thoughts of the Xianhuang Lord with Earth Star for the cultivation methods of the Starry Martial Arts. After obtaining the Starry Martial Arts cultivation method, you directly skipped the earlier realms and began studying from the void-breaking realm. As you had guessed, the ability to tear space in the void-breaking realm was granted by the world, a natural ability gained upon breaking through to that realm. As for the mystic comprehension realm, after the void-breaking realm, it indeed required comprehending profound mysteries, as was passed down on Earth Star. In many previous eras of spiritual energy on Earth Star, the mystic comprehension realm was called Martial Venerable. Through deliberation, you felt that these profound mysteries were forces derived from the laws of Earth Star's world, and that Earth Star's laws had clear distinctions in strength during the early stages. For it was rumored that a mystic comprehension realm cultivator who comprehended mysteries like space and time could even rival some law-derivative realm cultivators who had grasped laws. You believed the rumors were not without foundation. If the Earth Star universe possessed something like a child of destiny, it might even be possible for a mystic comprehension realm cultivator to cross a major realm and defeat a law-derivative realm cultivator in an uprising. According to the records of the Starry Martial Arts, the law-derivative realm was titled Saint, called Martial Saint, while the Realm Lord realm was called Martial Emperor. The law-derivative realm involved fusing the various laws and profound mysteries one had comprehended, deriving one's own laws. The Realm Lord realm, on the other hand, required comprehending laws to a certain degree, after which, with the help of the world, one could evolve one's own Danteon primal mansion into a world unique to oneself. Based on the description of the Realm Lord realm's performance in the book, you discovered that a Realm Lord was no match for you in a single encounter. Seeing this, you realized that the Starry Martial Arts mastered by Earthstar offered little help in your exploration of higher realms. Of course, in your view, the Starry Martial Arts system was still more complete than the cultivation system you had improvised. Perhaps the crude cultivation system you created allowed for very rapid improvement in strength during the early stages. But it only allowed one to reach the step of comprehending laws after that there were no further realms. To improve further, one could only grind through time as you did. The Starry Martial Arts, however, were different. Not only did it have detailed cultivation methods for each realm in the early stages, but more importantly, it had subsequent realms. The Realm Lord realm was not the highest realm of the Starry Martial Arts. Based on the information obtained by the Federation, you deduced that there were at least 2 or 3 more realms after the Realm Lord realm. But that made sense. Earthstar's world seemed like an urban high martial world. Such worlds would inevitably have cosmic-level combat power in the later stages. It was impossible for the realms to stop at the Realm Lord. Of course, it couldn't be said that the Starry Martial Arts were entirely useless to you. 1 month after Blue Star and Earthstar established diplomatic relations at the Federation's invitation, a void-breaking Martial Emperor from Earthstar crossed the space channel and entered Blue Star. Upon entering Blue Star, this Martial Emperor was immediately awestruck by the vastness of Blue Star. No wonder Blue Star could have so many powerhouses. With such abundant resources, how could there be few experts? Is this the divine sense condensed by a void-breaking Martial Emperor? Gazing at a strand of intangible spiritual power in your hand, you began to analyze the principles behind this strand of divine sense. In your view, the most useful part of the Starry Martial Arts that Earthstar possessed was the divine sense condensed by void-breaking Martial Emperors. For the divine sense of a void-breaking Martial Emperor could actually detect an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, which was severely disproportionate to their spiritual power. You speculated that their divine sense was specialized in detection. After all, in a universe-type world, without powerful perception, you wouldn't even know where to fly. In less than 3 days, you obtained what you wanted from that strand of divine sense. By modifying the structure of the divine sense, your perception range now reached 0.3 light-years in radius. Although this was merely pure perception and could not exert power for you as long as you could sense the direction, you could teleport there. Your mobility had been greatly enhanced. In Shuguang year 361, Earthstar launched an offensive against the demon beasts. With the help of the Federation, the demon beasts on Earthstar retreated step by step, and Earthstar's humans regained their position as the planet's rulers. The Federation, on the other hand, obtained the cultivation methods of the demon beasts. The demon beasts were ranked from 1 to 10 tiers according to their strength from low to high. Currently, the strongest demon beast on Earthstar was a 7th tier corresponding to a void-breaking Martial Emperor. The Federation wanted to see if the demon beast cultivation methods could be applied to spirit beasts. After testing, they found that it was indeed effective. Spirit beasts that cultivated the techniques improved their strength at a much faster rate. Moreover, it was said that demon beasts reaching the 8th tier could transform into human form. Now, many people on Blue Star were eagerly looking forward to seeing what their spirit beast would look like after transforming. In Shuguang 362, you employed a newly developed concealment technique to completely hide the energy fluctuations of the laws within your avatar and then attached it to a void-break realm martial emperor who was entering launching. When they traversed the space passage back to Dixing, your avatar also passed through it, successfully smuggling yourself into Dixing. After entering Dixing, you felt that aside from being able to fully utilize your perception, this avatar could not use any power beyond the void-break realm in other aspects, especially low-level power. Even a sliver of it would be suppressed. However, you came to Dixing merely out of curiosity about its hidden secrets and did not intend to use any significant power. In your eyes, Dixing was shrouded in immense fortune. Perhaps because the superhuman heritage of Dixing had never been interrupted, the racial fortune of the human race on Dixing was extraordinarily vast. Among them, the three nations, Tianlong, Ancient Kingdom, Violet Empire, and Star Glory Union, occupied 70% of the racial fortune of Dixing's humans. This fortune caused the number of martial artists born in their countries to far exceed that of other nations. As long as these three nations firmly held on to this fortune, other countries could never hope to surpass them. To compete for fortune, a worldwide martial artist tournament was held on Dixing every 10 years, in which all countries on Dixing sent their genius martial artists under the age of 30 to participate. As for why the age limit was imposed, it was because the destructive power of high-level martial artists in battle was too great. Moreover, in the eyes of all nations, the young generation of genius martial artists represented the future of each country, and their cultivation levels were generally low, making it less likely for casualties to occur during the competition under the regulation of powerful martial artists. The entire competition was broadcast live. Under the observation of all Dixing's humans, whichever country achieved ultimate victory would gain higher prestige, and racial fortune would naturally favor them. Dixing had numerous martial arts universities, with the top 10 being the most prestigious. Among them, the Tianlong Ancient Kingdom had 4, while the Violet Empire and the Star Glory Union each had 3. Outstanding graduates from these martial arts universities would be cultivated as seeds for the martial artist tournament. However, because the Tianlong Ancient Kingdom was more powerful in every martial artist tournament, the Violet Empire and the Star Glory Union would join forces against it. In recent decades, for some unknown reason, the Tianlong Ancient Kingdom seemed to have a gap in talent, having missed the championship 3 times in a row and even once ranked 3rd. You carefully sensed Dixing and found no hidden top-tier martial artists, so you flew toward the starry sky beyond Dixing. According to the Voidbreak Realm Martial Emperor on Dixing, there was a massive barrier 1 light-year away from Dixing, which firmly trapped the space within a radius of 1 light-year, including Dixing. Once all the martial emperors on Dixing united to attack the barrier, but found it had no effect at all. In their view, one would need to reach at least the Dharma Manifestation Realm, or even the Realm Lord Realm, to break the barrier. It took you nearly an hour to reach the barrier. If you could use the power of laws on Dixing, you could have arrived in a few minutes. You carefully examined the barrier before you and discovered that the energy composing it was of an absurdly high essence, at least a level higher than your law power. This was not just a matter of the Realm Lord Realm. Even those above the Realm Lord Realm might not be able to break the barrier. Dixing indeed harbored great secrets. In your view, this barrier was likely left by the great beings of Dixing's previous spiritual energy era after they left Dixing. As for its purpose, based on your experience from reading countless novels in your past life, it was most likely to protect Dixing. At this moment, you felt that Dixing was essentially a trap. No one knew whether the enemies that those great beings guarded against would find Dixing's location and break the barrier. You didn't believe that those people would spare launching after dealing with Dixing. By then, you might even be dragged into it, as you admitted that you were no match for someone who could break the barrier. Of course, these were just your speculations, but you still remained cautious. You decided to leave this avatar on Dixing. Keep a constant watch on Dixing. If your guess turned out to be true, you would immediately abandon this avatar and flee at the first opportunity. In Shuguang 363, the first baby born from the union of a Dixing human and a launching human was born. After testing, the baby possessed the advantages of both Dixing and launching humans. The Federation discussed, and after obtaining the consent of the baby's parents, decided that the baby would later cultivate the Star Martial Arts system. Because the Federation already knew that the superhuman system within the Jade Slip could only reach at most the Dharma Manifestation realm of the Star Martial Arts, it was a good choice for such newborns to switch to the Star Martial Arts system for better development. In Shuguang 373, after over a decade of development, Dixing and launching coexisted more harmoniously, resulting in the birth of more newborns combining the advantages of both worlds. At this time, the earliest batch of newborns from both worlds had already begun cultivation. Possibly due to possessing spiritual bodies, these people easily cultivated the body tempering realm to its theoretical limit, achieving golden skin, dragon sinew, and dragon bone in the body tempering realm. Even in the meridian opening realm, they easily opened all hidden meridians, which meant that these people could at least reach the golden body realm and had a high probability of breaking through to the void break realm. In Shuguang 378, a domain realm superhuman on launching expanded the range of his domain to a radius of 5,000 li, breaking through to the 4th realm of the superhuman system you created, the immortal realm. This was the standard you set. As long as a domain realm superhuman's domain reached a radius of 5,000 li, you would step in to elevate his body and soul. After elevation, the superhuman's body and soul would become like those of the martial saint from your last simulated world, possessing an immortal body and an indestructible soul. Moreover, with your improvements, the immortal realm could withstand 2 strikes even against law-level attacks. In Shuguang 380, launching had over a dozen Immortal Realm superhumans. In Shuguang 384, you discovered a person on Dixing who seemed to be a protagonist. His name was Yi Tian, a name that sounded like a protagonist's name. Yi Tian was an orphan raised in an orphanage. After coming of age, he left the orphanage and took in a younger sister who was also an orphan. A classic trope. Yi Tian's martial arts talent was abysmal, while his sister's talent was extraordinarily high, displaying supernatural cultivation ability from childhood. She had even been taken as a disciple by the vice principal of the Vermilion Bird Academy. Upon reaching adulthood, she could enter directly, essentially guaranteed admission to one of the 4 great academies of the Tianlong ancient kingdom, akin to a fast track to the highest institution of learning. Not only that Yi Tian had been childhood sweethearts with the school belle. However, in their second year of middle school, her family found and took her away, and they were separated. But coincidentally, they ended up attending the same martial arts high school. Perhaps because his childhood sweetheart harbored feelings for Yi Tian, and their relationship was close, he was targeted by many young masters and martial heirs, mocked as good-for-nothing trash. For reasons unknown, 3 months before the martial college entrance exam, Yi Tian seemed to suddenly awaken, his martial cultivation advancing at an astonishing pace. He not only slapped the faces of those who targeted him, but also gained admission to the Tianlong Ancient Kingdom's premier academy, the Azure Dragon Academy, as the top scorer of the martial college entrance exam. The reason you took notice of Yi Tian was precisely because he took first place in the martial college entrance exam. After all, how could you possibly overlook such a classic storyline from urban martial arts novels? Especially as the top scorer, you had to pay close attention. Upon doing so, you discovered a terrifying power hidden within Yi Tian's mind, an artifact of immense potency you sensed. Moreover, Yi Tian was shrouded in boundless fortune. On an individual level, such luck made him unquestionably the chosen one of Earth. After reviewing Yi Tian's life journey, the more you observed, the more convinced you became that this guy was simply the protagonist. However, Tianlong Ancient Kingdom's records contain no information about Yi Tian's parents. From your experience reading novels, when a protagonist is an orphan, their parents are either both deceased or both kings. You collected a drop of Yi Tian's blood and used the bloodline connection to search for any living relatives, but found none. You then resorted to burning this divine sense fragment, forcefully employing the law of karma to calculate those with the deepest karmic ties to Yi Tian. Before this divine sense fragment dissipated, you calculated that on Earth those with the deepest karmic connections to Yi Tian were his sister, his childhood sweetheart, his teacher, and several other confidants. Looks like both are kings. Because even if Yi Tian's parents were dead, as long as there were traces of their lives on Earth, you could still locate their burial ground through karmic causality. And the only explanation for this was that Yi Tian's parents had never set foot on Earth nor within the barrier's interior. Based on the treasured artifact in Yi Tian's mind, it was easy to deduce his parents were likely dual kings. You then dispatched 2 new divine sense fragments, one stationed beside the barrier, the other watching over Yi Tian. Observing Yi Tian made you feel as though you were watching a live-action urban martial arts novel unfold. Yi Tian's entire university experience was a relentless cycle of being mocked during enrollment tests, and fighting back, mocked over dormitory assignments, and fighting back, mocked over classroom disputes, and fighting back and mocked for his overwhelming romantic luck, and fighting back yet again. Yi Tian seemed to carry an innate mocking aura. Wherever he went, someone would inevitably ridicule him regardless of his strength, and he'd find himself in conflicts over various reasons. Nevertheless, Yi Tian's rapport with women was undeniably extraordinary. Within just a few years of university, he had accumulated no fewer than 10 confidants of the opposite sex. Moreover, Yi Tian reveled in playing the fool to ambush the unsuspecting, never revealing his true strength. Through years of observation, you found he truly embodied the traditional protagonist, decisive in action, yet driven by justice, always eager to right wrongs, some would say meddling where he shouldn't. It was precisely this nature that led to several of his female confidants. At this point, you had also roughly grasped part of the treasured artifact's functions that Yi Tian possessed. This treasured artifact could assist Yi Tian in comprehending martial arts techniques. Furthermore, it enabled him to perfectly absorb the energy contained within spiritual herbs, which was precisely why his martial cultivation advanced so rapidly. In the year 387 of the Dawn Era, 21-year-old Yi Tian reached the Golden Body realm. However, due to the concealment of the treasured artifact in his mind, no one on Earth could perceive his true cultivation. In the year 389 of the Dawn Era, after graduation, Yi Tian was enrolled in the Tianlong Ancient Kingdom's Heaven's Chosen Martial Artist training program in preparation for the upcoming Martial Arena Championship. At the Prodigy training base, Yi Tian continued his established pattern, playing the fool to draw out mockery, then unveiling his true strength to refute everyone with humiliating results. In the year 391 of the Dawn Era, 25-year-old Yi Tian entered the Martial Arena Championship. He displayed the power of the Golden Body realm on the competition stage, sending shockwaves across the globe, and claimed the championship with overwhelming dominance. However, even after winning the championship, Yi Tian's mocking aura did not fade. It was as if nobody cared about his strength, and people continued to ridicule him from every angle. In the year 392 of the Dawn Era, at the invitation of a female confidant, Yi Tian attended a banquet hosted by the young masters of several prestigious families in the Tianlong Ancient Kingdom. At this banquet, all members of the prestigious families seemed united by a single purpose, targeting Yi Tian. They spat out insults such as, "Yi Tian is nothing but a country bumpkin. Don't think that winning a championship makes him better than us. He'll end up serving as their dog anyway." This scene left some Earthlings who had come to the Tianlong ancient kingdom for tourism and received invitations to attend the banquet completely dumbfounded. Is this really what Earth people are like? These privileged young masters actually dared to mock someone who brought honor to his nation. Earth was far too dark. To be honest, this scene left quite a psychological scar on the Earthlings who had grown up living on Blue Star with pure hearts. They simply could not believe people could be this wicked. Witnessing this, you reflected, was this the power of the mocking aura combined with the intelligence-suppressing aura? Simply terrifying. In the end, the banquet concluded with Yi Tian humiliating all the aristocrats. However, the controversy sparked by this incident did not end there. The families of those humiliated pressured the Tianlong ancient kingdom's authorities to deal with Yi Tian and give them an explanation. It was only after the Azure Dragon Academy and the families of Yi Tian's several female confidants stepped forward to support him and the Tianlong authorities ultimately sided with Yi Tian that this farce finally came to a close. In the year 397 of the Dawn Era, Yi Tian's cultivation reached the domain realm of Martial King. Over these years, the families Yi Tian had offended superficially abandoned their pursuit of retribution, but secretly launched multiple assassination attempts against him. Regrettably, Yi Tian's strength was formidable. He killed many experts from these families. Thus, the relationship between the two sides had reached an irreconcilable point. In the year 410 of the Dawn Era, Yi Tian's cultivation reached the peak of the domain realm of Martial King, and his true strength could rival the void-breaking realm of Martial Emperor. Yi Tian began taking action against the families that had offended him. Unaware of his true strength, many of these families were secretly exterminated by him. In the year 412 of the Dawn Era, while Yi Tian was dealing with these families, he clashed with a void-shattering Martial Emperor from his own country. During this battle, Yi Tian displayed prowess rivaling that of a Martial Emperor despite being at the peak of the Martial King realm, sending shockwaves through the cultivation world of Earthstar. By 414 of the Dawn Era, the void-shattering Martial Emperor, who had fought Yi Tian, conspired with the Violet Empire and the Starlight Alliance to eliminate him. Both nations then each sent a void-shattering Martial Emperor, and together the three formed an ambush to annihilate Yi Tian before he could grow strong enough to threaten them. As Yi Tian traveled along his usual route, a spatial force suddenly dragged him into an unknown dimension. This pocket dimension was created by a treasure of the Violet Empire. As long as the space remained intact, any activity within would not affect the outside world, and even a Martial Emperor would require considerable time to break through from the exterior. The three void-shattering Martial Emperors' coordinated net of entrapment forced Yi Tian into a desperate situation with slim chances of survival. Yet at this critical moment, Yi Tian achieved sudden enlightenment mid-combat, successfully condensing his divine sense and breaking through to the void-shattering realm right there. Having broken through to the void-shattering realm, Yi Tian's power surged dramatically. He effortlessly repelled the assault from three cultivators of equal rank, then unleashed a secret explosive technique that immediately killed the void-shattering cultivator from the ancient dragon Heavenly Kingdom on the spot. The remaining two void-shattering Martial Emperors witnessed this and realized Yi Tian had grown formidable beyond recognition. His power surge after breaking through was simply too overwhelming. Despite numbering 2 against 1, Yi Tian had already slain one of them. Recognizing that further resistance would only lead to their deaths, they immediately retreated with their spatial treasures and employed a life-burning secret technique to escape quickly. Yi Tian made no attempt to pursue them. What mattered most now was consolidating his breakthrough, but he would never forget this incident. Vowing silently to himself, he promised that when the time was right, these cowards would pay dearly, and that day would come sooner than they feared. Because of the spatial treasure's isolation, the outside world remained entirely ignorant of the details surrounding this earth-shattering confrontation. Though the specifics remained hidden, the outcome could not be concealed. The two surviving Martial Emperors revealed what had transpired, and soon everyone on Earthstar knew that Yi Tian had shattered through to the void-shattering realm and slain a Martial Emperor through sheer strength. The nations of Earthstar were left reeling in disbelief, their wariness toward Yi Tian intensifying. A cultivator advancing to the void-shattering realm with such speed was unprecedented. Now established as a void-shattering Martial Emperor, Yi Tian's approach grew increasingly aggressive, with faction after faction that had once targeted him meeting their destruction. 2 of the 5 remaining Martial Emperors from the ancient dragon Heavenly Kingdom reproached him for slaying one of their own and systematically eliminating domestic forces that weakened the nation's strength. But beneath Yi Tian's overwhelming power, those 2 Martial Emperors swiftly paid the price for their interference, and from then on they kept silent. By 418 of the Dawn Era, after years of confiscating households, Yi Tian had amassed numerous rare spiritual herbs. Furthermore, bolstered by his realm advancement and the aid of a profound treasure, his comprehension had deepened significantly. This accelerated his cultivation progress rather than hindering it. By 423 of the Dawn Era, Yi Tian successfully advanced to the Tongxian realm, becoming the first martial venerable of that realm since spiritual energy revived on Earthstar. Moreover, the profound mystery Yi Tian comprehended at the Tongxian realm was the spatial profundity, a particularly elusive path to mastery. The smoothness of this process was almost unbelievable. Logically, other nations should have seized this critical moment to launch a coordinated attack on the ancient dragon Heavenly Kingdom. They might have even allied with demonic beasts, waiting until the ancient dragon Heavenly Kingdom stood on the brink of annihilation before Yi Tian emerged victorious from his breakthrough. The appearance of Blue Star likely caused many classic narrative events to vanish entirely. With Blue Star looming overhead, relations between nations on Earth Star had softened considerably, and the demonic beasts here now dared not surface. By 424 of the Dawn era, Yi Tian, now at the Tongxian realm, swept across Earth Star, eliminating all master-level opponents, and slaying the two void-shattering martial emperors who had ambushed him, ultimately unifying the planet as its crowned sovereign. As Yi Tian consolidated his control, the Federation evacuated all Blue Star inhabitants from Earth Star back to their home planet. True to expectation, his ambitions then turned toward Blue Star itself. Yi Tian understood Blue Star's strength well enough to believe that his power at the Tongxian realm could easily swallow the entire planet. His assessment proved accurate. Even with his combat effectiveness significantly diminished within the Blue Star cosmos, cultivators at the domain stage remained no match for him. Only those who had reached the immortal stage with their immortality could hold their ground against him. As the stalemate continued, Yi Tian suddenly tapped into the power of a sacred treasure within his mind to amplify his spatial profundity, trapping the immortal stage cultivators of Blue Star in an inescapable confinement. Just as Yi Tian believed victory over Blue Star was within reach, a devastating energy strike sent him hurtling back to Earth Star. This attack was launched under your influence. The Federation channeled your Xianhuang Dao Palace through jade slips, wielding the law of fire within it. Your mastery of the fire law far surpassed what any derivative law stage practitioner in the Starry Sky martial arts tradition could achieve, leaving Yi Tian gravely wounded, a recovery that would take at least a year. Excluding yourself, no one on either Earth Star or Blue Star could rival Yi Tian anymore. At this point, he had officially entered the stage where he stood invincible across this entire realm. Yet Yi Tian remained far from possessing the strength needed to shatter the barrier, and the resources available on Blue Star and Earth Star held little value for his current advancement. Even utilizing these resources, reaching the derivative law stage would take Yi Tian at least a century or more, and there was no way he would remain in this realm for such an extended period. The question remained how Yi Tian would ascend to higher realms. Would enemies descend from the heavens next? By 428 of the Dawn era, after fully recovering, Yi Tian chose not to return to Blue Star immediately. Instead, he redoubled his cultivation efforts until he felt confident he could withstand another strike of that caliber. However, Yi Tian's peaceful period of advancement had come to an end. As if on cue, your consciousness stationed near the Earth core barrier sensed an ominous force striking against it. As the assault intensified, you recognized the barrier would hold for no more than a minute. Your main body in the Blue Star cosmos swiftly gathered all living beings from the planet into your Xianhuang heaven, then withdrew the Xianhuang Dao Palace and entered within as well. Then you waited quietly for the barrier to shatter, observing how events would unfold to determine whether flight was necessary. With a crisp sound like the shattering of glass, the crystalline barrier's surface abruptly displayed spiderweb-like cracks. These cracks spread rapidly like living creatures in an instant, covering the entire barrier, accompanied by a roar that shook heaven and earth. The majestic barrier collapsed with a thunderous crash, transforming into countless silver specks of light, falling like a magnificent starry rain. At the moment the barrier dissolved, an invisible wave of energy swept out. The avatar you had placed near the barrier had no time to react before it was annihilated by this destructive force. The shattering of the barrier seemed to trigger a chain reaction. At this moment, your avatar on Dixing discovered that in the instant the barrier broke, a profound and vast spatial energy suddenly surged from Dixing, and under its influence the people on Dixing were continuously teleported to unknown lands. Stop! A voice imbued with supreme authority resounded throughout the universe, as if coming from the nine heavens, carrying the power of laws that could not be defied. Before the words faded, the surrounding space was instantly frozen, and the spatial energy surging from Dixing suddenly came to a halt, as if petrified. The teleportation on Dixing was immediately halted. At that moment, only 1% of the lives on Dixing had been transferred, and fate seemed to have preordained it. Among those transferred was Yi Tian, the protagonist. What happened afterward you did not know, because the moment your avatar was frozen, you made it self-destruct. Immediately, without hesitation, you invoked the power of law and instantly destroyed the Xianhuang divine talisman that carried the Xianhuang heaven. The moment the talisman was destroyed, the Xianhuang heaven seemed to lose its anchor to the launching universe. In an instant, it severed its connection with the launching universe, becoming a world existing alone in the chaos. I never expected it to actually succeed. It seems my conjecture was correct. At this moment, you within the Xianhuang heaven sensed that the Xianhuang heaven had completely severed its connection with the launching universe. This was an inspiration from the starry martial arts Realm Lord realm, because the inner world cultivated by the Realm Lord realm. Its surroundings were not chaos. These inner worlds existed depending on the Dixing universe. Therefore, after the death of a Realm Lord, although their inner world would shatter, the fragments would manifest in the Dixing universe, which could be considered as dropping gold coins. This made you see the difference of the Xianhuang divine talisman, because the Xianhuang heaven within the talisman truly existed in the chaos. You thought this should be due to the transformation by the simulator. Based on the difference between the two, you felt at the time that if you destroyed the shell of the Xianhuang divine talisman, the Xianhuang heaven would most likely become a world drifting with the flow and the chaos. Now it indeed proved to be so, because at this moment the Xianhuang heaven was floating somewhere unknown in the chaos. Even if the one who broke the barrier could traverse the chaos, it would be difficult to find any trace of the Xianhuang heaven. In the year 429 of Dawn, the launching people within the Xianhuang heaven established new cities. Afterward, you fabricated a memory for all lives within the Xianhuang heaven, making them believe that the world they had always lived in was the Xianhuang heaven. You gazed at the boundless chaos outside the Xianhuang heaven, unsure whether it was moving or still. In the year 1000 of Dawn, several hundred years had passed, and the population of launching people had reached over 2 trillion. You excavated a dark space deep beneath the earth of the Xianhuang heaven to contain the souls of launching people who died unjustly. In the year 1300 of Dawn, many gifted individuals thoroughly comprehended their own talents, realizing something akin to the mysteries of laws. You now understood that the talents were indeed equivalent to fragments of laws and had already been integrated into the bodies of the gifted, because after the launching people left the launching universe, these talents remained effective. Unfortunately, after leaving the launching universe, newborns could no longer become gifted. In the year 1800 of Dawn, more and more people thoroughly understood their own talents, comprehending similar mysteries of laws, which greatly advanced your own laws. At this time within the Xianhuang heaven, there were already spirit beasts that had cultivated the Dixing beast cultivation method to the 8th rank, successfully transforming into human form. Seeing that what the beast cultivation method said was actually true, many launching people began to urge their own spirit beasts to train diligently. In the year 2000 of Dawn, after so many years, your comprehension of laws had improved considerably. At this time, the size of the Xianhuang heaven had reached 10 million li in circumference. As for the earliest batch who comprehended the mysteries with deepening understanding, they successfully perceived the laws. These people had reached the end of the supernatural system you created, which was the 5th realm, the law realm. In the year 2700 of Dawn, the population of launching people in the Xianhuang heaven reached 13 trillion. At this time, there were already over a dozen law realm transcendents in the Xianhuang heaven. The birth of these transcendents advanced you a great step on the path of laws. In the year 3600 of Dawn, you felt that your degree of comprehension of the 4 laws, yin yang, 5 elements, 4 symbols, and life and death, had reached your own limit. Even using the incense illuminating divine art to burn incense, the insights it brought had only a negligible effect on improving these 4 laws. You knew this should be the limit reachable by the combination of the blue trait, exhausting reason and nature, and the green trait, heavenly prodigy. If laws were compared to mathematics, in the words of your past life, your IQ was insufficient, and you could only study them to this extent. Fortunately, reaching the limit with these 4 laws did not mean you could not continue to improve. You could still enhance other laws or comprehend more laws. You began to focus on improving the space law and causality law and attempted to comprehend other laws. During this process, you would also research some things that interested you. Now few launching people died, but newborns continued to be born endlessly. You did not know whether the souls of these newborns were reincarnated from other worlds or naturally born. If they were naturally born, after thoroughly studying it, you might be able to create intelligent life. In the year 4000 of Dawn, you observed the birth of life, and combined with the mysteries comprehended by some gifted individuals with creation talents, you realized the law of creation. In the year 4200 of Dawn, combining the law of creation and your understanding of the 8th rank transformation part of the Dixing beast cultivation method, you created the transformation art. Cultivating the transformation art could modify one's body, making it easier to transform into human form. Through experiments, spirit beasts that cultivated the transformation art could transform into human form as long as their strength reached the 5th rank, which was the golden body realm of starry martial arts. After the transformation art emerged, more and more spirit beasts began to take human form. Unfortunately, perhaps, because your understanding of the law of creation was not profound enough, there was actually reproductive isolation between these human-shaped spirit beasts and the launching people. Year 5600 of the Dawn era, due to frequently comprehending the karmic connections of all living beings, your understanding of the law of cause and effect advanced rapidly. Year 6200 of the Dawn era, you studied the origin of life, researching how microorganisms reproduced, grew stronger, and evolved to adapt to their environment. This deepened your comprehension of the law of creation and made your application increasingly refined. Year 6300 of the Dawn era, you improved the transformation technique. The enhanced version's effects were no inferior to the natural changes that occurred when demonic beasts cultivated to the 8th stage. Like those who have reached the 8th stage of cultivation and transformed into human form, they could now interbreed with humans without reproductive barriers. In this way, you had finally lowered the threshold for transformation. Moreover, this applied not just to beasts. Any creature capable of cultivation that reached the appropriate stage through the transformation technique would take human form and face no reproductive isolation from humans. The law of creation truly was wondrous. Year 6400 of the Dawn era, you wielded the law of creation to successfully awaken consciousness in a lifeless boulder. Possessing such spiritual awareness meant it could gradually absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy like flora, and over the long passage of time develop wisdom to become a sentient being. You named this ability the awakening art, and its emergence gave you a deeper understanding of the law of creation. In the years that followed, you devoted yourself to studying this technique. Year 6800 of the Dawn Era, your comprehension of the law of creation had deepened further, and the awakening art became more refined. Now you could transform ordinary animals directly into human form. Year 6900 of the Dawn Era, you used the awakening art to transform numerous plants and trees into human form, calling them the Spirit Clan. Sadly, the Spirit Clan could not reproduce on their own. They could only be awakened by you. Otherwise, you would have truly created an intelligent race. You cited how difficult it was to create a race capable of passing down through generations, sensing you would need to comprehend the law of creation to an exceedingly high level. With the talent you possessed, you might never reach that level of understanding within a single lifetime. Year 7400 of the Dawn Era, your comprehension of the law of space entered a bottleneck period much like the other four laws. Yet the law of space was undeniably powerful. You could make distant horizons feel immediate and compress vast distances into mere inches. When threatened, the space around you stretched infinitely, expanding the distance between you and your attackers beyond the span of a galaxy. Unless an attack could shatter space itself, they would never so much as touch your garments. Year 7900 of the Dawn Era, your law of cause and effect hit the same bottleneck. Away from the Blue Star universe, the law of cause and effect had nowhere to apply itself. In Xianhuang heaven, nothing could escape your notice. Year 12,000 of the Dawn Era, your understanding of the law of creation reached its limit. By then you felt unable to grasp additional laws. There was no path forward. The cosmic essence you'd cultivated could only grow gradually, and your divine sense had already maxed out its capacity to command multiple laws. Year 15,000 of the Dawn Era, you spent these millennia pondering how to elevate your divine sense. Year 18,000 of the Dawn Era, having ruled over the Blue Star universe from Xianhuang heaven for so long, absolute power had bred absolute arrogance. Your confidence swelled to unprecedented heights. Year 19,000 of the Dawn Era, while experimenting with the law's divine refinement method, a single misstep sent the laws into chaos. The violent force obliterated both your form and spirit. You perished. Host has died in simulation. Simulation ended. Host, would you like to receive memories from the simulation? The information from this simulation is overwhelming. Simulator, accept the memories. Lin Yu felt quite satisfied with the simulation. It brought valuable insights, and ultimately, he died heroically in the pursuit of cultivation's path for humanity's future. As Lin Yu accepted, a torrent of massive information flooded into his mind with the simulator's aid. 1 minute later, memory transfer concluded. Lin Yu reviewed the information in his mind and found this simulation far more fruitful than the last. Because this time the memories contained not only the trajectory of the future and the various cultivation techniques created during the simulation, but most precious of all were his insights into the laws. Of course, this didn't mean Lin Yu's current laws could match those of his simulated self. After all, his present divine sense hadn't undergone the nearly 20,000 years of cultivation that his simulation counterpart experienced, so it couldn't sustain such immense law power. Here one must praise the simulator. For all its apparent artificial shortcomings, its service was remarkably thorough. The laws Lin Yu now possessed had been enhanced to exactly the limit his divine sense could bear, while the remaining insights were sealed away by the simulator within his mind. At this moment, Lin Yu's Xianhuang laws had similarly divided into the 4 aspects of yin-yang, life and death, 4 symbols, and 5 elements, and he had newly acquired the 3 laws of space creation and cause and effect at their foundational thresholds. After receiving the memories, Lin Yu vanished and reappeared atop the sun, establishing the Xianhuang Dao Palace there. Following that, Lin Yu dedicated 2 days to upgrading the world within the Xianhuang Divine Talisman, using the primordial qi of Xuanhuang, eventually naming it the Xianhuang Heaven. Having completed this, Lin Yu resolved to spread his teachings to Blue Star as he had in the simulation. On the 4th day after the reality simulation concluded, everyone across Blue Star simultaneously drifted into slumber. Their consciousness seemed drawn into a single dimension where Lin Yu manifested in his majestic form as Lord of Xuanhuang, surrounded by brilliant stars and the ethereal aura of Xianhuang. Lin Yu then revealed the coming of spiritual energy and Blue Star's future, imparting to them the meditative practice of the Xianhuang Lord. He shared only this visualization technique because he did not wish for people on Blue Star to practice the cultivation system he had designed in the simulation. After all, he intended to simulate many more worlds and obtain diverse cultivation systems. If Blue Star's inhabitants adopted the rudimentary framework from this simulation and couldn't transition to others, there would be no subjects left for his experiments. The revelation of receiving this visualization technique in their dreams quickly set Blue Star ablaze. Without Lin Yu's psychological suggestion, the entire planet would have descended into chaos. After observing Blue Star, Lin Yu carefully selected 4 flowers that showed the most dramatic changes during the spiritual awakening and moved on. The 4 flowers, magnificent peony, elegant orchid, pristine lotus, and ravishing crabapple, were brought back to the Xianhuang Dao Palace where Lin Yu performed the awakening art upon them. Though Lin Yu's law of creation wasn't as profound as in the simulation, his thoroughly perfected awakening art proved more than sufficient to transform these 4 flowers. Lin Yu dipped his fingertip into golden powder and cinnabar, then touched it to the fully bloomed way purple peony. As the law of creation took effect, the peony buds swelled rapidly, within spiritual light petals unfolding layer upon layer, as golden radiance erupted from its center. When the brilliance faded, a woman in a purple gold gown stood gracefully before him. She appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and poised with a figure that was both full and elegant, her skin as smooth as congealed cream, glowing with a pearl-like luster in the sunlight. Most striking was her thick raven hair arranged in an elaborate high coiffure adorned with a golden peony hairpin. Her features were painterly, with eyes that lifted slightly at the corners, carrying a natural authority. When she looked toward Lin Yu, her almond-shaped gaze held both reverence and an innate pride. "The peony bows to greet its master," she said in a rich, melodious voice. As she curtsied, her skirt unfurled like petals, revealing embroidered shoes adorned with peony patterns. Since Lin Yu could transmit certain knowledge during the awakening process, the awakened beings were not entirely ignorant. "You shall wait here while I awaken your companions," Lin Yu said, dipping his fingertip in a drop of morning dew and letting it fall onto the white-hearted orchid. When the spiritual light of the law of creation dissipated, the orchid transformed into an ethereal maiden. She stood half a head shorter than the peony, her slender figure like willow branches draped in moon-white robes with wide sleeves and a pale jade sash at her waist. Her skin was nearly translucent, revealing the faint blue veins beneath. What set her apart was her hair, not pure black, but possessing an ink-green luster, loosely gathered at the nape of her neck and secured with a simple wooden pin. Her delicate features seemed almost fragile, especially her gently downward-sloping eyes that held the moist clarity of morning dew. "Orchid, this humble one greets her master," she whispered, her voice barely audible. As she bowed, her sleeve slipped to reveal naturally occurring orchid patterns adorning her slender wrist. "Do not be nervous. Stand beside your peony sister." Lin Yu then dipped his fingertips into the clear dew from the lotus pond and rose-colored cosmetics, touching each to the white lotus and weeping crabapple blossoms he had positioned nearby. The white lotus in the pond began swaying, without wind, droplets of dew rising from its leaves to form a shimmering curtain of water. Through this aqueous veil, a graceful figure gradually materialized. When the water curtain fell, a young woman in white gauze stood barefoot upon the surface. She appeared to be only 18 or 19, with a perfectly proportioned figure and snow-pale skin tinged with a soft pink glow like newly opened lotus petals. Her hair was an uncommon silver white, loosely braided into a long plait that fell over her chest, droplets still clinging to the ends. Most captivating were her large round eyes with pale brown irises, clear as mountain spring water, utterly free of any impurity. When she smiled, 2 small dimples appeared on her cheeks. "The lotus pays respects to its master," she proclaimed, her voice crystalline like pearls striking jade. As she curtsied, her garments fluttered around her, and her toes barely kissed the water surface without leaving a single droplet behind. As the lotus spoke, the weeping crabapple trembled violently, petals falling like crimson rain. Within this rosy vortex, a figure of breathtaking beauty spun into view. When the crabapple touched ground, her skirt flared outward like a blooming flower, revealing upturned shoes encrusted with pearls. She appeared merely 17 or 18, yet possessed a sultriness beyond her years, small in stature, but curvaceous, dressed in a crimson tube top and skirt layered beneath a gold-threaded peony-patterned jacket, with a pomegranate wrap skirt adorned throughout with intricate crabapple vine embroidery. What struck most was her complexion, radiantly white with a peach-like blush beneath. Her hair was a rare, deep rose hue, intricately coiled with golden threads and crimson cord embellished with a golden filigree crabapple hairpin that chimed delicately with her movements. Her brows arched like crescent moons outlined in gold, her eyes like peach blossoms kissed with lacquer, her lips stained the color of cinnabar, and a small red mole at the corner of her right eye added a hint of allure with each blink. "Master," her voice dripped with sweetness as she curtsied deliberately, letting her wide sleeve slip to reveal a porcelain wrist adorned with 3 pairs of gold-rimmed ruby bracelets that chimed melodiously against one another. Gazing at the 4 flower spirits before him, each radiating distinct temperaments, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at the miraculous nature of the law of creation and the refinement of the awakening art. Then Lin Yu bestowed upon them names of fragrance, the peony, named Xiongju, drawn from the ancient verse about reciprocating kindness with precious gifts. The orchid received the name Peiheng, echoing the classical image of wearing autumn orchids as tokens. The lotus became Qiuzhan, evoking the clarity of autumn waters, and the crabapple was called Jiangxue, capturing both her crimson hue and lending elegance to her beauty. Xiongju and her 3 companions were not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed formidable strength. Having been shaped by the law of creation itself, they stood above ordinary mortals, their power capable of overwhelming the entirety of Blue Star. For the following days, the 4 served Lin Yu in all matters, and in his leisure hours, he taught them the profound mysteries of the wood law. This is the way of true freedom and ease. This is the meaning of cultivation. For Lin Yu, each day passed in leisurely contentment, amusing his attendants in moments of quiet free from worry or sorrow. Such a life was truly splendid. Of course, Lin Yu understood that his comfortable existence rested upon his formidable strength. Though mighty now, he knew he was not yet strong enough, so he resolved never to cease his pursuit of greater power. Simulator begins simulation. Begin searching the simulated world. Implant the host's true spirit. Start drawing traits. Please choose one from the following 3 traits. Heart Soul Clarity, a pure mind that swiftly dispels negative emotions, resists inner demon erosion, and greatly enhances concentration during cultivation. 5 elements, Immortal Root, a top-tier innate spiritual root constitution with meridians naturally attuned to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, possessing the potential for immortality. Heart's Desire, the mind overcomes matter, transcending the mundane to attain sainthood, where wishes come true, effortlessly achieving one's goals and qualifying for the cultivation of the Heart Tao. It seems the simulator's rewards have kicked in. This time, there are actually 2 purple traits. And the 5 elements, Immortal Root. Could this simulated world be a cultivation world? However, even knowing it was a cultivation world, Lin Yu did not choose the 5 elements Immortal Root trait, but instead selected the Heart's Desire trait. Because the purple of Heart's Desire was deeper than that of the 5 elements Immortal Root, meaning that among purple traits, Heart's Desire was stronger. Moreover, Lin Yu felt that a constitution trait, like the 5 elements Immortal Root, might have appeared in many cultivation worlds. He didn't believe that with only his earth memories, he could clear the game relying solely on a spiritual root. But Heart's Desire was different. It had a hint of, I think therefore I can power. Compared to a spiritual root, this trait was more like a cheat. Selection complete. Simulation begins. At 16, you wake up from a strange bed, looking around at the antique wooden furniture, the bagua mirror hanging on the wall, and the talisman papers placed on the table. These unfamiliar furnishings instantly sober you up. As memories flood in like a tide, you realize you have transmigrated. According to the memories surfacing in your mind, you discover that this world is actually a cultivation world, and you are the descendant of a cultivator. You are now in a vast city called Qingyun Immortal City, which was established by the cultivation sect Qingyun sect. This immortal city is equivalent to the marketplaces in cultivation novels, but much larger, and fighting is prohibited within the city. Your parents were rogue cultivators living in Qingyun Immortal City, but they died 3 years ago while exploring a relic. Since then, you have been living alone in a small courtyard in the west of the city, relying on the meager savings they left behind. You have been waiting for a chance to enter Qingyun sect, and this year happens to be the sect's once-in-a-decade disciple recruitment. The cultivation realms in this world are quite classic in your eyes, from low to high: Qi, refining Tao foundation, purple mansion, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, refining void Tao integration, and tribulation transcendence. According to rumors, in Qingyun Immortal City, the ancestor of Qingyun sect is a golden core realm cultivator. Soon the day of Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment arrives. As the first rays of dawn appear, the entire immortal city is already in a frenzy. You flow with the crowd toward the central square of Qingyun Immortal City. At this moment, the square holds over 100,000 people. Above the vast white marble square, several figures hover in the air, their robes fluttering, surrounded by spiritual light. They are the immortal masters of Qingyun sect, who have come to preside over the ceremony. Then comes the classic process of lining up to test the spiritual root. You gently place your hand on the crystal clear spiritual root testing crystal. In an instant, a 5-colored radiance bursts forth from the crystal. Middle grade 5 elements, spiritual root eligible for the outer sect. With this declaration, you are led into the queue of outer sect disciples. Seeing that you actually have a 5-element spiritual root, you sigh, wondering if this is the standard package for a transmigrator. In this world, talent is judged by the purity of the spiritual root. All spiritual roots are strictly divided into 6 grades based on purity: lower, middle, upper, supreme, celestial, and immortal. Between each grade lies an insurmountable gap. The higher the grade of the spiritual root, the fewer impurities it contains. During cultivation, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth is faster, and the converted spiritual power is purer. This pure spiritual power not only makes it easier for cultivators to break through bottlenecks, but also doubles the power of the spells they cast. Moreover, in this world, when the spiritual root grade is the same, a single-element spiritual root is inferior to a multi-element one. For example, comparing a middle-grade single-element spiritual root with a 5-element spiritual root, their cultivation speeds are roughly the same. However, the energy cultivated by the 5 elements spiritual root can be freely converted among the 5 elemental attributes. Furthermore, it can fuse multiple attributes to unleash a more powerful attack. With all these advantages, how can a single spiritual root compete with a multi-element one? Medium-grade earthwood spiritual root eligible for the outer sect. High-grade wind thunder spiritual root eligible for the inner sect. Low-grade 5 elements spiritual root eligible for the outer sect. Low-grade wood spiritual root eligible for the outer sect. From daylight till night, the spiritual root test finally ended. You discovered that very few people possessed spiritual roots, only 20-odd among over 100,000. And among all those with spiritual roots, you were ranked in the upper echelon. Because you were the only one in the outer sect with a medium-grade 5 elements spiritual root, you ranked first in cultivation talent among all newly recruited outer sect disciples. Above you in the rankings were only 2 with high-grade spiritual roots who were directly admitted to the inner sect. However, you noticed that Qingyun sect seemed to have no menial disciples. Anyone with a spiritual root became an outer sect disciple, perhaps because spiritual roots were too rare. With the test concluded, you all boarded a colossal flying vessel over 100 meters long under the guidance of the Qingyun sect's welcoming disciples. The entire vessel was crafted from a certain azure spiritual, with its hull engraved with intricate array patterns that glowed faintly in the twilight. Stepping onto the flying vessel, you found the interior far more spacious than it appeared from outside. Carved beams and painted rafters were adorned with night pearls, and even the floors were paved with jade. Once everyone was aboard, the vessel slowly ascended. Suddenly the hull shuddered, and the surrounding scenery blurred into a stream of light as the vessel accelerated to dozens of times the speed of sound. At this speed, if not for the vessel's protective arrays, you new disciples would likely have been crushed to death on the spot. A minute later, the vessel came to a stop in the square of an immortal city. This city was also named Qingyun Immortal City. In fact, any immortal city established by Qingyun sect regardless of size was called Qingyun Immortal City. This immortal city was nearly 3 times larger than the one you had been in, so the spiritual root test took 3 days to complete. Though the final number of those with spiritual roots was several times greater than your group, there were still only 3 with high-grade spiritual roots. Even among spiritual roots of the same grade, differences existed. For high-grade single spiritual roots, the higher the purity, the brighter the test crystal glowed. You observed that the disparity was even greater than that between medium-grade and high-grade spiritual roots. Over more than 20 days, the flying vessel visited 10 immortal cities, recruiting over 500 people with spiritual roots. The journey itself didn't take much time, most was spent on the spiritual root tests. After visiting the last immortal city, the flying vessel took less than 10 minutes to reach Qingyun Mountain, where the Qingyun sect's mountain gate was located. The moment you stepped off the vessel, a vast reception platform greeted your eyes. At its center stood a colossal white stone tablet covered in golden runes over 100 zhang wide and towering into the clouds. Even more awe-inspiring was the sky above the platform, densely packed with flying vessels, no fewer than 1,000. Beneath each vessel gathered newly recruited disciples ranging from 12 to 100, all newcomers to Qingyun sect. Under the arrangement of the welcoming disciples, everyone waited quietly on the platform. As time passed, the vessels in the sky multiplied like stars, and the new disciples on the platform gradually converged into a sea of people. When the last batch of vessels arrived, the entire square had gathered tens of thousands of new disciples, bustling yet orderly. Suddenly, a melodious bell rang from the sky. Everyone fell silent instinctively, and looked up to see 9 figures descending upon clouds, their robes fluttering like immortals descending to the mortal world. The leader, clad in a purple-gold Taoist robe that fluttered gently in the wind, had a face of a child with white hair, exuding an immortal air. His eyes were bright and penetrating, as if they could see through one's heart, yet a gentle smile always lingered on his lips. He spoke. I am Yunxingzi, the sect master of Qingyun sect. Today I am overjoyed to meet all you talented individuals. Since our sect's founding, finally I wish all disciples boundless fortune in your path of immortality. You stood on the reception platform listening to Yunxingzi for a full half-hour, most of which was nonsense. Still you managed to extract the key information. Yunxingzi's general meaning was that Qingyun sect was a righteous school with a heritage of over 100,000 years, profound in foundation. Joining Qingyun sect was a blessing for you. The purpose of gathering you all on the reception platform was to bestow upon each of you a cultivation technique suited to your spiritual root, as well as common knowledge of the cultivation world all at once. As Yunxingzi finished speaking, he waved his sleeve. The massive stone tablet on the reception platform suddenly lit up, and countless golden runes flowed like water across its surface. Then the tablet erupted with golden light, instantly enveloping all the new disciples on the platform. Blinded by the glare, you closed your eyes, and a stream of information slowly merged into your mind. Immediately your mind was filled with a great deal of common knowledge about cultivation, an overview of cultivation practice, and a cultivation technique. The small 5 elements, qi refining method. After receiving the technique, you were all sent to your respective destinations. Escorted by the welcoming disciples, you soon arrived at the outer sect located midway up Qingyun Mountain. Along the way you saw many massive peaks floating in the air. According to the information transmitted by the stone tablet, these peaks were inhabited by Qingyun sect's elders and their disciples. In Qingyun sect, anyone who reached the Zifu realm could have their own peak. Entering the outer sect disciples' residence, you found Qingyun sect to be truly generous. The luxury of each outer sect disciple's cave dwelling in your view was no less than that of a villa in your past life, and it was filled with an ancient charm, truly possessing the essence of cultivation. Before leaving, the welcoming disciple gave you an outer sect disciple token. Based on the knowledge in your mind, you knew that the Qingyun sect's disciple token was no ordinary item. In the words of your past life, it was full of black technology. It was not only the controller of the cave dwellings array, but also the means by which the monthly cultivation resources were distributed to outer sect disciples. Indeed, a small outer sect disciple token could transmit items across space. Additionally, it allowed you to communicate and exchange messages with other outer sect disciples. It also served as a mission platform, allowing you to accept tasks, earn contribution points, exchange for items, and so on. However, missions were not relevant to you now. Newly joined outer sect disciples were exempt from tasks for the first 10 years. During this period, the sect would distribute fixed cultivation resources monthly. Of course, if you felt the resources provided by the sect were insufficient, you could actively take on tasks to earn contribution points. In Qingyun sect, contribution points were hard currency exchangeable for everything needed for cultivation. After entering the cave dwelling, you did not immediately practice the small 5 elements chi refining method. Instead, you carefully studied the cultivation overview and some common cultivation knowledge you were unfamiliar with. By reviewing the information transmitted by the stone tablet, you discovered that Qingyun sect did have menial disciples. These menial disciples were all mortal innate martial artists. Innate martial artists represented the pinnacle of mortal martial arts, though, as in the cultivation novels of your past life, their strength was still inferior to a newly initiated chi refining novice. However, innate martial artists could reach the chi refining realm through special methods and continue cultivating, though they could never reach the mid-chi refining stage. As for why these mortal innate martial artists did not rule the mortal world, but chose to become menial disciples at Qingyun sect, it was because Qingyun sect would help them reach the chi refining realm, and the only requirement was that they serve as menial disciples for 30 years, a huge gain for them. In this world, once one reached the chi refining realm, their lifespan increased to 300 years. Chi refining had 9 levels, and each level added 30 years of life. The maximum lifespan of an innate martial artist was only 120 years. Thus, reaching the chi refining realm added 180 years of life. If they could break through further, it would be equivalent to living 4 extra cycles of 60 years. For this reason, people competed to become menial disciples of Qingyun sect. After understanding the key points of cultivation, you began to study the small 5 elements chi refining method bit by bit. Although the small 5 elements chi refining method was already deeply imprinted in your mind due to the stone tablet, you still needed to familiarize yourself with it before starting cultivation, as cultivation was no trivial matter. As you read, your comprehension seemed to rise step by step. After going through it once, you had perfectly mastered the small 5 elements chi refining method. This feeling, could it be that my cheat is incredible comprehension? But soon you realized that your cheat was not incredible comprehension, because after perfectly understanding the small 5 elements chi refining method, your comprehension returned to its original level. Based on your experience from reading thousands of novels, you judged that your cheat should be a kind of universal enhancement ability. You decided to test it again. You suddenly jumped on the spot, reaching 5 meters high. Then you ran back and forth inside the cave dwelling, your speed increasing. Confirmed it's an enhancement ability. To be precise, it's similar to the I think it works power. Moreover, you felt that this was not the limit of the ability, your own strength restrained its full potential. With such a powerful ability, you were filled with anticipation for your future path of cultivation. In this world of immortal cultivation, you might even become an immortal ancestor. After testing your cheat ability, you officially began your cultivation journey. You retrieved the cultivation resources provided to new disciples from your outer sect disciple token. The cultivation resources given by Qingyun sect to new disciples were simple 100 low-grade spirit stones, 2 bottles of chi-gathering pills to increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy, and the most precious item, the azure firmament carefree chi. In this world, cultivators who stepped into the chi refining realm could absorb special celestial energies. These energies granted unique enhancements such as faster cultivation speed, higher attack power, and so on. These celestial energies would grow stronger as the cultivator progressed, and their bonus effects would not diminish even in the later stages. The azure firmament carefree chi was an extremely powerful celestial energy. Once refined by a cultivator in the early stages, it provided formidable enhancements. According to Qingyun sect's annotations, the effects of the azure firmament carefree chi in gaming terms were 100 increase in cultivation speed, 100 increase in attack speed, 100 increase in movement speed, 100 increase in energy effect, 100 increase in mental resistance, and 30 increase in evasion chance. Of course, such a powerful celestial energy was not free. After 10 years of entry, you would have to repay an equivalent amount of contribution points within 3 years. Even so, you still felt that Qingyun sect was incredibly generous. Or perhaps they had some ulterior motive for you. But even if there were ulterior motives, you would not give up absorbing this azure firmament carefree chi. Not to mention, where else could you find such a fine celestial energy? But if Qingyun sect was truly a demonic sect, what would happen if you encountered a powerful Qingyun sect elder while traveling without absorbing it? At that time, the elder might say, "Kid, why don't you have the aura of azure firmament carefree chi? Do you have a problem with Qingyun sect? Are you a spy sent by another sect?" And then grab you directly and refine you on the spot. What would you do then? You sat cross-legged on the bed in the cave dwelling, circulating the small 5 elements chi refinement method, then opened the jade bottle containing the azure sky unbound chi. As the cork was removed, a wisp of pale cyan airflow, like a spirit butterfly freed from its bonds, carrying the crisp clarity of the high heavens, drifted out gracefully. Finally, you used the chi refinement method to draw this wisp of cyan airflow into your dantian. As the airflow entered, the surrounding spiritual energy also surged into your dantian in a torrent. Within the dantian, the spiritual energy and the azure sky unbound chi rapidly merged into one, and under the influence of the chi refinement method, it was transformed by the spiritual root into the unique spiritual power of the chi refinement stage. The moment you stepped into the chi refinement stage, your body seemed to unlock some kind of restriction, like a bottomless pit, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual power infused with the azure sky unbound chi flowed like a clear spring through your limbs and bones. It guided the spiritual energy to wash away the accumulated turbidity and impurities from your mortal body while expanding and strengthening your meridians, accelerating the efficiency of spiritual energy circulation. The sense of unbounded freedom carried by the azure sky, unbound chi, instantly cleared your mind, as if you had cast off the entanglements of the mundane world and glimpsed the true heavens and earth. Soon an hour passed, and the movement within your body gradually subsided. You had officially become a chi refinement stage cultivator. Only after truly taking this step did you understand why a martial artist at the peak of mortal limits was no match for a cultivator who had just entered the chi refinement stage. The gap was too vast. Even if one was merely an ordinary person before, as long as they took that step and became a true cultivator, their strength would undergo earth-shattering changes. In terms of physical body, you felt that with this body tempered by spiritual energy alone, you could easily defeat 10,000 enemies, for ordinary mortal weapons could no longer harm you. As for the spirit, after an ordinary person entered the chi refinement stage, their spirit would be sublimated into the unique spiritual sense of a cultivator. At the first layer of chi refinement, spiritual sense could encompass a radius of 100 meters around the body. Within the range of spiritual sense, a cultivator could clearly perceive even the subtlest movements, such as an ant crawling. Moreover, the sublimation of the spirit granted cultivators reflexes far beyond those of ordinary people. And you did not disgrace the title of a transmigrator. Upon entering the chi refinement stage, your spiritual sense could cover a radius of 150 meters. Finally, there was the most powerful aspect of the chi refinement stage, spiritual power. Spiritual power was a high-level energy condensed from spiritual energy through the transformation of the spiritual root. It was a dimensional suppression of the true chi of this world's martial artists. A cultivator at the first layer of chi refinement could already cover their entire body with spiritual power. Under the protection of spiritual power, a martial artist could not even break through the cultivator's defense. Even if the cultivator had not yet mastered any spells, simply using spiritual power to enhance the physical body could kill a martial artist in one strike. Such was the difference between immortality and mortality. After reaching the chi refinement stage, aside from absorbing spiritual energy to improve cultivation, the most important thing was to study spells. Profound spells were the key to breaking through to the Dao Foundation stage. In the Qingyun sect, once one advanced to the chi refinement stage, they could claim 3 low-grade spells for free from the disciple token. After each subsequent layer, they could choose 2 more low-grade spells. You extended your spiritual sense into the token, and after some picking and choosing, selected 3 low-grade spells: Earth Movement Technique, Golden Light Technique, and Fire Arrow Technique. Among these 3 spells, the Golden Light Technique used metal attribute spiritual power to condense a golden light covering the body, providing powerful protection. The Earth Movement Technique focused on using earth attribute spiritual power to gather the energy of the earth's veins to envelop oneself, allowing one to use the power of the earth to increase running speed on the ground. The Fire Arrow Technique used fire attribute spiritual power to condense scorching flame arrows. The arrows could be shot over 100 meters, and upon hitting the target, they would produce a violent explosion, making it a potent offensive spell. With the aid of your cheat ability, it took only 2 days for you to master these 3 spells to perfection. During these 2 days, apart from studying spells, you did not stop cultivating. Even in just 2 days, the spiritual power within your body had increased considerably. Cultivation in the early chi refinement stage was simple: absorb spiritual energy, then refine it into spiritual power through the spiritual root. Once the spiritual power filled the current dantian, one could use the methods recorded in the cultivation technique to compress the spiritual power, expand the dantian, and break through to the next layer. You felt that with your cultivation speed, it would take only 2 months to break through to the second layer of chi refinement. Normally, a mid-grade spiritual root would require 2 to 4 years to reach the second layer of chi refinement and 8 to 10 years to reach the third layer. And if one wanted to reach the 4th layer of chi refinement, a mid-grade spiritual root would even take 20 to 30 years. From the time required, it was evident that the bottleneck between the early and middle stages of chi refinement was significant. Therefore, in the Qingyun sect, an outer disciple who reached the middle stage of chi refinement could directly enter the inner sect. Calculating this way, your cultivation speed was incredibly fast, far surpassing that of a normal mid-grade spiritual root or even a high-grade one. Truly a perk of being a transmigrator. In the following days, aside from daily cultivation, you also used the disciple token to chat and exchange words with other outer disciples. The disciple token contained many communication channels, and you frequented the new disciple channel and the outer sect channel. The outer disciple seniors who had joined before you shared many cultivation insights on the outer sect channel. Some discussed interesting anecdotes about the sect, and there were even those who gossiped about the elders. Through these exchanges, you learned about many strange and interesting tales from other immortal cities, as well as the general situation of the Qingyun sect. From the heated discussions of these disciples, it seemed that the Qingyun sect was a sect with a very good atmosphere. Apart from these 2 channels, there were also encrypted channels available after adding friends: the inner sect, main channel, the steward channel, the elder channel, and so on. In the Qingyun sect, outer disciples could only contact stewards at most. Trying to contact elders or the sect master would show a permission error. 2 months later, as you expected, you successfully broke through to the second layer of chi refinement. After reaching the second layer of chi refinement, your dantian expanded threefold the quality of your spiritual power increased by 30%, and your meridians were also expanded. After the breakthrough, you learned 2 more spells: Woodvine Technique and Water Healing Technique. One could control others, and the other could heal one's own injuries. However, there was a problem. Now the cultivation resources the sect gave you each month were simply insufficient for your needs. In fact, the cultivation resources distributed by the sect were not few. In the early stages, they were even sufficient for a high-grade spiritual root. But who would have thought that within a few days of joining you had already comprehended the cultivation technique to perfection and had a special ability to boost cultivation speed? With insufficient resources, you started thinking about how to obtain resources from other channels. Thinking this, you took out an ancient book from the storage ring left by your parents. On the cover was written, "From Novice to Underworld, a Talisman Master's Guide." That's right, you believe that in the world of cultivation the way to earn money was naturally through the 100 arts of cultivation. This book was a beginner's guide to becoming a talisman master. It detailed the process of becoming a talisman master and some simple talismans. Drawing talismans, though not as profitable as alchemy or artifact refining, was still one of the top professions among the 100 arts of cultivation. Of course, not everyone could learn to draw talismans, but you had confidence in yourself. You used the spirit stones just issued by the sect to exchange for some contribution points, then used the contribution points to rent some tools for drawing talismans, and also exchange for some materials like cinnabar and talisman paper. In the Qingyun sect, 12 low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 1 contribution point, but to exchange contribution points for spirit stones, 1 contribution point could only be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones. Somehow you actually felt that the Qingyun sect wasn't too unfair in this regard. With your powerful talent, it took only 10 days to fully comprehend the book on drawing talismans, and you successfully drew the perfect talisman described in the book. After succeeding, you officially began your plan to earn money. That talisman scripture recorded 5 types of 9th grade talismans: the Spirit Calming Talisman, Golden Light Talisman, Spiritual Healing Talisman, Fireball Talisman, and Windwalking Talisman. In this world, talismans and elixirs are ranked from the lowest 9th grade to the highest 1st grade. The 9th, 8th, and 7th grades correspond to the early, middle, and late stages of qi refining, while each subsequent grade corresponds to a major cultivation realm. Starting from the 6th grade, talismans of each grade are further divided into low rank, mid rank, and high rank, corresponding to the early, middle, and late stages of each realm. Those who can draw a certain grade of talisman or refine a certain grade of elixir are called a talisman master or alchemist of that grade. From this perspective, your book is indeed an introductory text on the Tao of talismans. Your next plan was to draw spirit calming talismans and sell them to other outer disciples. In truth, you had originally intended to sell them to the sect, but unfortunately the sect did not accept them. The spirit calming talisman's effect is to make the user's mind more focused for 3 hours, specifically accelerating the absorption and refinement of spiritual energy, and it can be used in conjunction with the qi gathering pill. Many outer disciples use spirit calming talismans during cultivation, and a single talisman can suffice for a full day's practice. This is because even those with a superior spiritual root cannot cultivate for more than 3 hours a day, otherwise prolonged cultivation would damage the spiritual root. Afterward, you devoted yourself to studying this single talisman. After spending nearly 50 spirit stones, you finally managed to draw perfect quality spirit calming talismans with a 100% success rate. In this world, talismans of the same grade are classified into 3 qualities: inferior, ordinary, and perfect. Inferior talismans have only 70% of the effect of ordinary ones. Ordinary ones have the standard effect, and perfect talismans are 50% more powerful than ordinary ones. The pricing follows the same ratio. You then used all your remaining spirit stones to exchange for materials for spirit calming talismans, and spent 3 days drawing 120 perfect quality spirit calming talismans. You were not worried about being unable to sell them. The market price for an ordinary spirit calming talisman was 1 spirit stone each, but your pricing was very cheap. For 10 spirit stones, one could obtain 8 perfect quality talismans. In contrast, purchasing from the sect cost 1 contribution point for 7 talismans, so your price was significantly cheaper than the sect's. As for buying from other outer disciples instead of the sect, you believe that no one among the outer disciples could sell them cheaper than you. Not to mention that outer disciples were all busy cultivating, eager to reach qi refining layer 4 and advance to the inner sect. But even considering the cost of drawing talismans, the materials for spirit calming talismans cost 3 low-grade spirit stones per set, and 1 set could produce 10 talismans. A novice talisman master would be considered lucky to have a 20% success rate, and even then the talismans produced would be of inferior quality. To draw a perfect quality 9th grade talisman, even an 8th grade talisman master would only have a 30% success rate, unless they focused on a single type of talisman like you did. Moreover, becoming a talisman master required talent. Without it, one could spend hundreds of spirit stones and still fail to even get started, and even if they did, they could not compete with the sect in the early stages. This was because the low-grade talismans purchased from the sect were all of perfect quality. Next, you listed these spirit calming talismans on the trading section of the disciple token, setting the price at 10 spirit stones for 8 talismans with a note, transaction fee, to be borne by the buyer. Since the disciple token could transmit items, it naturally had a trading function as well, but this function required a transaction fee, which was 1/10 of the transaction value. However, although the items sold there were cheaper than those exchanged from the sect, they had to be bought one by one, and the transaction fee made it not cost effective for you. Otherwise, you would have purchased the materials for drawing talismans there earlier. Your 120 spirit calming talismans sold out within 10 minutes of being listed. You were not surprised by this. Qingyun sect recruited disciples once every 10 years, and the number of outer disciples was at least nearly 10,000. Moreover, outer disciples were only expelled from the sect if they failed to reach the middle stage of qi refining within 100 years, which resulted in an exceptionally large number of outer disciples in Qingyun sect. With such a vast number of disciples and such a huge market, even if you listed over 100,000 talismans at once, as long as the price was right, you would have no worries about selling them. Afterward, you had a considerable amount of spirit stones flowing in each day, and you felt that at least during the early and middle stages of qi refining you would no longer have to worry about resources. With ample resources, your cultivation speed was completely unleashed, and you broke through to qi refining layer 3 in just 4 months. After breaking through to qi refining layer 3, your dantian expanded fourfold, the quality of your spiritual energy increased by 40%, and your meridians became much more resilient. After reaching qi refining layer 3, you chose 2 low-grade spells, Wind Walking Technique and Lightning Strike Technique. Your next goal was to reach the middle stage of qi refining and advance to the inner sect. To reach the middle stage of qi refining, one not only needed to fill the dantian with spiritual energy, but also had to attain the subtlety level in the application of spiritual energy. Once the application reached subtlety, one could unleash greater power with less spiritual energy. The step of attaining spiritual energy subtlety was the most difficult part for other cultivators to break through to the middle stage of qi refining, as it required a certain level of comprehension. However, for you it was the easiest. Using the techniques recorded in the cultivation method, you reached the subtlety level in the application of spiritual energy in just 10 days. After that, the only thing standing between you and breaking through to the middle stage and entering the inner sect was the accumulation of spiritual energy. At 17, although the improvement in cultivation had enhanced your abilities, the dantian at qi refining layer 3 was much larger than that at layer 2, requiring more time to fill. In the 7th month after breaking through to qi refining layer 3, your cultivation finally broke through the bottleneck and reached qi refining layer 4. At this point, your dantian had expanded tenfold compared to layer 3, and the quality of your spiritual energy had more than doubled. Not only that, after reaching qi refining layer 4, every inch of a cultivator's flesh would be covered with spiritual energy threads, forming a dense spiritual net that could serve as a conduit. Thereafter, any attack force inflicted on the cultivator's body would be dispersed throughout the entire body. Unless the spiritual net within the cultivator's body was severed, even a cultivator of the same level could not break through the defense of a qi refining layer 4 cultivator by concentrating force on a single point. At this stage, a cultivator's resilience, or rather their survival ability, had improved by leaps and bounds. Having reached the middle stage of qi refining, you could now directly enter the inner sect. In Qingyun sect, the promotion of disciples was highly automated. Just like when collecting spells, one simply had to channel spiritual energy into the token. After passing the detection, the outer disciple token would transform into an inner disciple token, and the permissions would naturally be upgraded to those of an inner disciple. You drew out the outer disciple token and infused it with your spiritual energy. After a quarter of an hour, a faint luminescence rippled across its surface, and the once rough material peeled away layer by layer like molting skin, revealing a base as deep and dark as obsidian. Intricate cloud patterns danced autonomously across the token, ultimately coalescing into 4 gilded characters: Qingyun Naiman, marking your identity as an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect. Indeed, you chose to become an inner disciple directly. You harbored no desire to conceal your talents as protagonists in past life cultivation novels often did, hiding out of fear of others' scrutiny simply because your cultivation progressed too rapidly. There was no need to force yourself along with your contemporaries. One can never know whether tomorrow or an accident will arrive first. Without the ability to foresee the future, no one can say with certainty which path leads to greater safety. Perhaps revealing yourself would invite suspicion and lead to death by treachery. Or perhaps pressing forward boldly would carry you straight to the pinnacle. But choosing to lie low and bide your time might still result in a mysterious demise someday, leaving your fate shrouded in uncertainty. Still, you weren't recklessly charging ahead. The truth was that Qingyun sect wasn't as cutthroat as the factions surrounding protagonists in cultivation novels, not some criminal syndicate disguised as a cultivation sect. Moreover, Qingyun sect had so many disciples, and with a heritage spanning over 100,000 years, they had encountered every manner of cultivator imaginable. According to what the stone tablet recorded tens of thousands of years ago, there were even disciples who struck it lucky enough to find a divine herb. The moment they consumed it, their cultivation leapt straight to the mid-stage of qi refining. Compared to those people, your situation wasn't so extraordinary after all. There was no real need for you to hide anything at this point. Once your outer disciple token transformed into an inner disciple token, your benefits for entering the inner sect came through. Beyond receiving 3 times the monthly cultivation resources compared to the outer sect, new inner disciples were granted 2 top-grade magical artifacts from the sect, 1 protective robe and 1 offensive weapon. In this world, magical artifacts used by cultivators are ranked from lowest to highest as magical artifact, spiritual artifact, treasure, divine treasure, and heaven-reaching treasure, and each tier is subdivided into inferior, intermediate, and superior grades. Magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, and treasures correspond to the first 3 cultivation realms. Divine treasures align with the middle 3, and heaven-reaching treasures match the final 3. The protective robe issued by Qingyun sect was a standard artifact that repelled both fire and water, deflected blades and spears, and offered formidable defense. It cleaned itself, maintained warmth in winter and coolness in summer, and could shift into over 100 different garments. Offensive artifacts were distributed according to one's cultivation technique. You received a 5 elements law wheel, an artifact that amplified the power of your 5 element spells. You couldn't help but be struck by Qingyun sect's generosity once more, a superior grade artifact that would serve you well through the 9th layer of Qi refining. Such abundance suggested the sect must maintain entire production lines for talismans, pills, and other artifacts capable of mass manufacturing these essentials. Without such systematic production, supplying so many disciples would be impossible through manual refinement alone. After receiving the protective robe, you quickly donned it and discovered a hidden property. It enhanced the wearer's aura and bearing. Checking your reflection, you couldn't help but think truly handsome. As expected of me, I'm quite possibly the most striking figure in all of Qingyun sect. Your flowing long hair, a gift from your transmigration, complemented by the finely crafted robes of Qingyun sect, and now an air of unrestrained ease emanating from within. All of it combined to create an unforgettable impression. Most importantly, that same handsome face you'd carried since transmigrating seemed even more striking under the influence of spiritual energy. Together, these elements made anyone who saw you remark, what a celestial being fallen to earth. After satisfying yourself with the reflection, you turned your attention back to the token and selected 3 spells. This remained one of the sect's benefits. Just as when you first became a cultivator, upon breaking through from the 3rd to 4th layer of Qi refining and later from 6th to 7th, you could choose 3 mid-tier and 3 high-tier spells respectively. For your 3 mid-tier choices, you selected the Fire Arrow Technique's Advanced Form, the Fire Snake spell, the Earth Walking Technique's Advanced Form Earth Escape, and the Wind Walking Technique's Advanced Form Wind Riding. The Fire Snake spell projected serpentine flames from your spiritual energy, capable of developing sentience at peak mastery. Earth Escape allowed you to move swiftly beneath the ground, as its name suggested. Wind Riding, however, was essential once you reached the mid-stage of Qi refining. It was a flight technique requiring spiritual energy refined to the subtlest degree. Flight spells proved indispensable because inner disciple quarters lay far from the outer sect, accessible only by air despite what the token indicated. Unlike your initial entry when a guide disciple escorted newcomers, this transition offered no such assistance. Inner disciple promotions required mastering flight techniques independently. Mid-tier techniques possessed a refinement far surpassing their lower-grade counterparts, and the flight spell proved especially intricate, taking over 20 days of dedicated cultivation to reach perfection. With your 4th layer Qi refining cultivation, the perfected wind riding technique propelled you beyond the speed of sound, while maintaining exquisite control over the wind, ensuring your passage went virtually unnoticed. Yet further gains in flight speed would remain out of reach for now, even at 5th or 6th layer of Qi refining, without mastering a more advanced aerial technique. Having mastered wind riding, you gathered your belongings, revoked your access to the outer sect dwelling, and set course for the inner sanctum. Behind you, the formation arrays within the dwelling activated automatically, restoring the space to its pristine condition for whoever would claim it next. Only now, soaring through the skies, did you fully grasp the sheer scale of Qingyun sect. It took half an hour of perfect wind riding to traverse the outer district, then another hour plus before reaching the inner sector. Along the way, you encountered numerous inner disciples flitting about, and conversation revealed they'd completed their decade of protection and now threw themselves into missions to earn contribution points, working to settle their debts from the Qingming Xiaoyaoqi they'd received. Since you hadn't disclosed your background, they saw only your protective robes and masterful command of wind riding, addressing you as senior brother without hesitation. Perhaps Qingyun sect relied on some form of remote commerce, for you spotted no markets along the journey, though the inner district featured numerous sparring platforms where disciples practiced their techniques against one another. Rather than rushing to your new inner sector dwelling, you settled in to watch the inner disciples' combat displays. You needed to remember, the outer sect forbade combat entirely, and after over a year in this cultivation world, you still hadn't witnessed cultivators clash in battle. Today finally opened your eyes to something extraordinary. The visceral impact of opposing cultivation techniques crashing against each other was nothing like any special effects from your previous life. You had watched the tournament for a full 2 hours, savoring every moment before heading toward your residence within the inner sect. The quarters of inner sect disciples differed from the cave dwellings of outer sect members. Yours was a sprawling courtyard. The courtyard surpassed the cave dwelling in both luxury and spaciousness, and within its vast expanse lay a dedicated spiritual garden and a sacred pool. The spiritual plot was adorned with ornamental herbs and flora, while the sacred pool shimmered with crystal-clear waters where several spirit fish glided gracefully, adding an elegant touch to your cultivation routine. Even more considerately, the sect provided each inner sect disciple with 2 exquisite intelligent puppets. These puppets not only mastered household tasks, but also maintained the courtyard flawlessly according to their master's daily rhythm, freeing you to focus entirely on your cultivation without distraction. Stepping into the cultivation chamber within the courtyard, you found it remarkably austere. Nothing but a single meditation cushion. This cushion functioned as a magical artifact. Sitting upon it during cultivation helped gather and focus the mind, enabling faster entry into deep meditation, an effect superior to that of concentration talismans. This meant your concentration talismans held no value for inner sect disciples, as their effects could not be combined with the cushion's power. Fortunately, even after entering the inner sect, you could still conduct business with outer sect disciples, and your talisman trade remained thriving. Of course, the tier of these concentration talismans remained too low. They served adequately for now, but once your cultivation advanced further, the profits from such talismans would likely offer diminishing returns. You therefore resolved to refine your art as a talisman master during your free time, while also exploring alchemy, artifact refinement, and array formation. At Xinyan sect, foundational knowledge of these cultivation arts came at a modest price. You exchanged 150 contribution points for 3 volumes Basic Alchemy Introductory, Array Formation, and Fundamentals of Artifact Refining. You then spent another 60 contribution points to acquire the techniques for crafting 3 types of 8th grade talismans. Within a mere month, you successfully produced 8th grade talismans. Moreover, you thoroughly comprehended all 3 texts, coming within reach of true mastery in artifact refining, alchemy, and array formation. Only practical experience separated you now. With your resources secured, you invested additional contribution points in materials and successfully forged a low-grade magical artifact, refined a batch of chi-gathering pills, and established a 9th grade array. In this world, arrays were classified from 9th to 1st grade, ascending in power. Unlike pills and talismans, however, legend spoke of world arrays at the pinnacle, formations capable of reshaping heaven and earth itself. You now commanded 4 supplementary professions: talisman master, alchemist, artifact refiner, and array master. In the months that followed, you devoted yourself to cultivation, while monthly testing your abilities against opponents on the intersect arena. Armed with the perfection grade small 5 elements, chi refining method, and numerous fully mastered spells, you remained undefeated among your peers. At 18, you invested substantial contribution points into raw materials, and through artifact refinement techniques constructed an automated talisman drawing production line. Under your control, this entire system could produce 2,000 concentration talismans daily. With this machinery in place, your pace of wealth accumulation increased dramatically. 3 months after completing the machine's construction, you broke through to the 5th layer of chi refining. Upon reaching the 5th layer of chi refining, your dantian expanded once more, and your command over spiritual energy reached extraordinary refinement, allowing you to condense spiritual energy into lifelike forms indistinguishable from reality. The moment you achieved the 5th layer of chi refining, you eagerly sought out sparring partners. Through these encounters, you discovered that despite your limited mana reserves, as a recent breakthrough, your mastery of spells enabled you to compete effectively against seasoned 5th layer cultivators. Even those blessed with superior spiritual roots and purer spiritual energy fell before you. At 20, your cultivation advanced to the 6th layer of chi refining. As expected, your dantian expanded again, and at this stage your spiritual energy gained sentience. It could take human form and move freely in all directions. By 22, you had reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of chi refining, the ultimate limit of the small 5 elements chi refining method. At Xinyan sect, once a cultivator attained the 6th layer of chi refining, they became eligible to compete in the decennial intersect grand competition. Those finishing in the top 100 would earn the title of true disciple. After becoming a true disciple, Xinyan sect would impart the cultivation methods for the final 3 layers of chi refining, as well as the techniques for forging the Tao foundation at no cost. Of course, even those who failed to become true disciples could purchase these cultivation methods using contribution points. However, these texts came at exorbitant prices, and the methods available for purchase paled in comparison to those bestowed upon true disciples by the sect. With 2 years remaining before the intersect grand competition, you resolved to strengthen yourself as much as possible during this period. You acquired several high-tier spells. Though you mastered them successfully, these powerful techniques demanded immense spiritual energy, leaving you with merely a single strike before your dantian was utterly depleted. Having brought these high-tier spells to perfection, you began experimenting with modifications, hoping to preserve their original potency while reducing their energy consumption. At 23, through diligent research, you successfully developed several spells positioned between mid-tier and high-tier. Their energy consumption amounted to merely 1/10 of high-tier spells, yet their destructive power reached 1/2. At 24, the Xinyan sect intersect grand competition, countless in its iteration, officially commenced, and you registered immediately through your disciple token. The competition consisted of 3 rounds, with the first, known as the Grand Melee, held upon a massive arena situated at the heart of the intersect. Known as the dedicated competition platform for the intersect grand competition, the circular arena stood 10 meters tall, with a radius spanning over 100 li. What struck awe was that the entire platform formed a single seamless structure rather than being assembled from individual stone segments. Legend held that this arena was actually a formidable magical artifact, its boundless power rendering it extraordinarily durable. So much so that cultivators at the 6th layer of chi refining could not hope to leave even the slightest mark upon it. Even before the intersect grand competition officially began, the arena was already surrounded by crowds of intersect disciples at the 4th and 5th layers of chi refining. Beyond those present at the venue, other members of Xinyan sect could also watch the competition through their disciple tokens. In modern terms, the Intersect Grand Competition was broadcast live in its entirety. As when you first joined 9 figures, comprising the Sect Master and Elders, hovered above the competition platform systematically announcing the rules of the contest. This year's Intersect Grand Competition is open to all disciples at the 6th layer of Chi refining who have not yet cultivated the post 3 layers techniques. During the competition, external artifacts are prohibited. The top 100 competitors will be admitted as true disciples of Qingyun Sect. The speaker was none other than Yun Qingzi, the Sect Master of Qingyun Sect. As Sect Master Yun Qingzi's dignified voice echoed across the square, the disciples who had registered for the Intersect Grand Tournament were guided by their tokens, transforming into streams of light that soared toward the arena. In an instant, the vast arena was filled with figures as thousands upon thousands of disciples took their positions, the air thick with tension. Once all participants arrived, a pale golden protective barrier suddenly shimmered into existence around the arena. Runes rotated along its perimeter, simultaneously blocking spiritual energy impacts and transmitting every detail within to the spectators outside. Beyond that, the competition platform could detect the disciples' conditions to prevent casualties. I declare the first round of the Intersect Grand Tournament officially commenced. At these words, the entire arena erupted in chaos as countless spell effects flashed across the sky. Fireballs, ice spears, and wind blades weaving together to paint the heavens in brilliant hues. Those disciples attempting to seize aerial superiority bore the brunt of this assault, struck simultaneously by countless spells that left them completely caught off guard. A disciple clad in blue robes barely had time to ascend on his sword before dozens of spells struck him down. He screamed as he plummeted from the sky, carried away by guiding beams that transported him off the arena. A female cultivator's defensive spells had scarcely formed when she was engulfed by a dense barrage of magical attacks. She suffered mortal wounds instantly and was swept away by guiding beams from the competition platform. Meanwhile, you remained huddled in a corner of the arena, activating your improved concealment technique and chanting softly, "Can't see me, can't see me." The breathing concealment technique was one of your refinements. It not only masked your spiritual presence, but also bent light around you, causing observers' gazes to slide away involuntarily. Normally, this technique drains spiritual energy continuously, but your modifications reduced the consumption dramatically, less than your natural recovery rate, allowing you to maintain concealment indefinitely. Under the combined effect of the spell and its properties, your presence seemed to vanish before others' eyes. Even those walking past you could sense nothing. Among all watching from Qingyun Sect, only a few Purple Palace Realm cultivators and a handful of Dao Foundation practitioners could detect your presence. No one else noticed. Such powerful concealment ability. Could it be a special talent? On the spectator platform, Yun Qingzi's gaze drifted thoughtfully toward your location. The number of competitors on the arena decreased rapidly as injured disciples were repeatedly whisked away by guiding beams, yet you remained unscathed in your position, effortlessly dodging the stray spells that occasionally arc your way. You even pulled sunflower seeds from your storage ring, casually snacking, while observing what would have been considered a monumental war between righteous and demonic cultivators in previous lifetimes. As the field thinned, the arena grew increasingly sparse. Once only 1,000+ contestants remained, the free-for-all devolved into a relentless pursuit. Without coordinated focus fire and bolstered by the formidable defense inherent to mid-stage chi condensation, eliminating any single opponent proved extraordinarily difficult. The melee raged for a full day and night. By midday on the second day, including yourself, only exactly 1,000 contestants remained, marking the official conclusion of the first round. Fortunately, the arena itself was indeed a treasure, as rumors claimed, otherwise no one would have detected your presence, which would have made for quite an amusing situation. Following the first round's conclusion, those who advanced were granted 3 days of rest before the second phase, the Secret Realm Trial, commenced. 3 days passed swiftly. Guided by your disciple tokens, you arrived at an enormous plaza. Unlike the earlier brawl, all 1,000 of you now wore sect-issued protective garments and wielded designated artifacts. The Secret Realm Trial permitted the use of these sect-provided tools alongside healing pills and elixirs capable of restoring spiritual energy and mending injuries. Once everyone had assembled, Sect Master Yun Qingzi waved his sleeve, and you were instantaneously transported to an unfamiliar forest. The moment your feet touched ground, you activated the breathing concealment technique. Sweeping your divine sense revealed you were entirely alone, and you realized your landing positions must have been scattered across the realm. So this is Qingyun Sect's secret realm. To your knowledge, the sect maintained numerous such realms, and this was merely one among them. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sky within this realm, their canopy filtering sunlight, while the air carried the clean fragrance of vegetation. Somewhere in the distance, the roars of unknown demonic beasts echoed through the wilderness. However, you noticed the spiritual energy here paled in comparison to the outside world, meaning recovery would prove arduous. Fortunately, you had prepared an ample supply of pills designed to restore spiritual energy. During this trial, each disciple's token granted an initial 100 points. These points could be plundered. Defeating another contestant allowed you to seize half their total, while slaying demonic beasts within the realm yielded additional points scaled to the beast's cultivation level. Chi condensation first layer yielded 1 point, second layer 3, third layer 9, with the pattern continuing exponentially. The most formidable beasts within this realm reached Chi Condensation 7th layer. After 10 days, rankings would be determined by accumulated points on each token, with the top 100 qualifiers earning status as true disciples of Qingyun sect. Over the following 3 days, you leveraged your extraordinary invisibility technique to ambush Chi Condensation 6th layer beasts from close range, dispatching each with a single strike and watching your point total surge rapidly. Perhaps because eliminating demonic beasts proved simpler than overcoming fellow disciples, all contestants throughout these days focused their efforts exclusively on hunting beasts. Not all beasts proved easy prey, however. Over 100 intersect disciples had already been eliminated by demonic creatures during those 3 days. Every action you undertook within the secret realm was broadcast to the outside world. Each person received their own dedicated viewing angle, allowing outside disciples to selectively watch according to their preferences. Yet your broadcast feed proved thoroughly perplexing to viewers. Your formidable concealment ability rendered you invisible even to the recording devices. Observers could only track your movements through your disciple token signal. To them, the footage showed nothing but empty landscapes shifting between angles until suddenly a beast would flash with lightning and collapse dead. They recognized you must be employing some concealment technique, yet nothing so potent existed. Even high-tier spells couldn't achieve such complete invisibility. Consequently, despite being unable to see you, your broadcast feed remained the most watched among all disciples, each desperate to understand how you achieved such mastery. Time swiftly passed to the 9th day, and the atmosphere within the trial's secret realm had grown taut as a drawn bow. The once lush forest was now scarred with the traces of battle-broken ancient trees and scorched earth visible everywhere. By then, only over 700 disciples remained in the trial's secret realm. Having endured 8 days of relentless slaughter, they had all grown exceedingly cautious. The air was thick with tension, and even the faintest fluctuation of spiritual energy could make one feel as though facing a formidable enemy. At this juncture, some disciples who were confident in their point totals chose not to roam hunting spirit beasts. Instead, they lay hidden. The spirit beasts within the secret realm had been nearly exterminated, but more importantly, they feared that showing off too much would invite attacks from others. The secret realm at this point resembled the dark forest theory from his past life. Everyone was both hunter and prey. All the disciples desired to plunder others, yet feared being plundered themselves. However, this had nothing to do with you. You simply needed to bide your time until the contest ended. Finally, the 10 days had passed, and all participants were transported out of the secret realm. After final calculations, your score ranked highest. You placed first in this competition, yet unfortunately achieving first place in this trial held no real significance. Nevertheless, this competition had made most people within Qingyun sect remember you. They all believed that you were someone not to be trifled with casually. After all, to cultivate such a profound concealment technique, they were certain you must possess extraordinary talent. In reality, you were undoubtedly someone akin to those cunning schemers they despised. From this day forward, you shall be recognized as true disciples of Qingyun sect. I hope you will cultivate diligently and not bring disgrace upon our sect's illustrious reputation. As he finished speaking, Yin Qingzi swept his sleeve, and your disciple tokens soared into the air enveloped by a brilliant white light. Once the radiance dissipated, the original intersect disciple tokens had transformed into true disciple tokens interlaced with cyan and gold hues, emanating an awe-inspiring presence of majesty. Of course, the intersect tournament was far from concluded here. Even with the true disciple tokens, you would still need to continue competing in the third phase of the grand competition. The third phase followed an elimination format. Among your 100 participants, each would face opponents in one-on-one duels. The top 10 would receive 100,000 contribution points and a lower-grade spiritual artifact, while the top 3 would be rewarded with an upper-grade spiritual artifact. The venue for the third phase remained the duel platform. With a sweep of Yin Qingzi's sleeve surging with immense power, the colossal platform instantly disintegrated and reformed into 10 slightly smaller, yet still spacious arenas. For this contest, you continued employing your concealment tactics. During the competition, you directly activated the breath concealment technique to mask your presence, leaving your opponents helplessly staring at nothing. At the Chi refining 6th layer, it was impossible to use area of effect spells to cover the entire arena. Thus concealed, you appeared behind your opponent and delivered a swift palm strike to the back of their head. After receiving this blow, they immediately fell unconscious, collapsing straight onto the ground. This was one of the spells you had refined, named the slumber technique. Drawing upon the principles of soul confusion and shock-based spells, it caused anyone struck to fall into a deep sleep. The competition results were equally unsurprising. No one could withstand a single palm strike from you. With overwhelming dominance, you once again claimed first place in the tournament. The intersect tournament officially concluded, and it was time for you true disciples to choose your paths forward. Within Qingyun sect, after becoming a true disciple, you could choose to become a disciple under those elders at the Purple Mansion realm. If you performed exceptionally, you might receive the elders' mentorship, making the path after the Dao Foundation realm easier to navigate. However, doing so would bind you to that elder. Shared prosperity or shared decline, your fates would be intertwined. You did not choose to take a master, as the cultivation philosophies of those elders did not align with your own. Moreover, you preferred freedom of exploration, and becoming attached to an elder's floating peak would significantly limit your independence. You left the inner sect disciple courtyard where you had resided for several years and headed toward the area where true disciples dwelled. Qingyun Mountain was vast beyond measure, filled with numerous peaks, and each true disciple could claim their own small mountain. In truth, from your perspective, Qingyun Mountain seemed like an enlarged version of mountains from his past life. Proportionally calculated, the peaks possessed by true disciples were essentially mere pebbles compared to the main peak of Qingyun Mountain. The spiritual lands and pools possessed by true disciples were larger than those of inner sect disciples. Some true disciples who specialized in alchemy would plant their spiritual lands full of medicinal herbs and enlisted outer sect disciples to tend to them. This was also the primary source of tasks for outer sect disciples. You used formation techniques to cleanse the entire mountain, then entered your bedchamber. Taking out the true disciple token, you selected cultivation methods for the late Qi refining stage. The late Qi refining stage was no longer merely about increasing spiritual power and expanding the Dantian. Because one must strengthen essence, Qi, and spirit to forge the Tao foundation, the late Qi refining stage is essentially the process of strengthening these three elements: golden muscles and jade bones, the celestial cycle, and the external manifestation of divine sense. These three were the foundations for forging a complete Tao foundation. Golden muscles and jade bones meant one's flesh and blood would take on a pale golden hue. Wound healing would far exceed that of ordinary people, and bones would show a jade-like luster, allowing one to break mid-grade spiritual artifacts with bare hands without injury. The celestial cycle involved spiritual power transforming into liquid and condensing into spiritual vortices, significantly accelerating both the circulation of spiritual power and the absorption of spiritual energy. The external manifestation of divine sense meant spiritual awareness would transform into divine sense, dramatically enhancing perception to perceive minute details and enabling multitasking. Achieving any one of these three states corresponded to the 7th layer of Qi refining, while achieving all three equated to the 9th layer. Soon you selected 3 cultivation methods from the true disciple token, each respectively refining essence, Qi, and spirit. These 3 methods were titled the 9 turns body refinement art, the 9 turns Qi condensation art, and the 9 turns spirit refinement art. These 3 cultivation methods were reportedly chosen by the most people within Qingyun sect. As long as one refined these techniques to the 6th turn, they would meet the standard for forging a Tao foundation. According to the cultivation manuals, refining these 3 methods to the 9th turn would provide the foundation for forging a flawless Tao foundation. In this world, Tao foundations were divided into 4 tiers: cracked, complete, spiritual nourishment, and flawless. A cracked Tao foundation referred to those who forcefully broke through despite inadequate foundations, their cultivation forever stagnating at the early stage of Tao foundation. A complete Tao foundation represented those who followed the normal process and broke through, naturally capable of cultivating to the peak of Tao foundation under normal circumstances. However, without great fortune, attaining the Purple Mansion realm would be impossible in this lifetime. A spiritual nourishment Tao foundation possessed robust foundations with the potential to achieve the Purple Mansion realm. A flawless Tao foundation featured perfect foundations, increasing the probability of breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm by 70%. However, from the 6th turn onward, the difficulty of cultivating these 3 methods skyrocketed, each turn proving more challenging than the last. To reach the 9th turn required extraordinary genius. Nevertheless, you had great confidence in yourself. If you could not break through to the 9th turn, no one in this world could. With this thought, you eagerly began to comprehend these 3 cultivation methods. At 25, you successfully cultivated 3 techniques to the 6th turn, achieving golden flesh and jade bones, full circulation of the meridians, and external manifestation of divine sense, advancing your cultivation to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. For months later, you simultaneously cultivated all 3 techniques to the 7th turn. At 26, you reached the 8th turn. At this moment, your golden flesh and jade bones transformed into a glazed jade body, refracting a rainbow of 7-colored radiance under sunlight. 7 whirlpools of spiritual energy formed within your Dantian, increasing your total spiritual energy and recovery rate by 6-fold. Your divine sense condensed into threads, enabling you to simultaneously control 28 magical artifacts to form a sword array. At 27, you cleared the debt for the Azure Cloud Soaring art. Perhaps it was insignificant to the Qingyun sect, as it only amounted to 10,000 contribution points. 4 months after repaying the debt, you successfully trained the 3 techniques to the 9th turn, expending a vast amount of resources in the process. Fortunately, these 3 techniques did not require any rare celestial treasures that even the sect lacked. Cultivating these 3 techniques to the 9th turn did not demand particularly rare resources, only a greater quantity of ordinary ones. This was precisely why you chose them. After completing the 9 revolutions body tempering art to the 9th turn, your body seemed to become an indestructible golden form possessing unmatched divine strength and peerless defense. Upon testing, even top-grade magical artifacts could not breach your defense, and you could snap them with your bare hands. Upon reaching the 9th turn of the 9 revolutions Qi condensation art, the number of spiritual energy whirlpools in your Dantian increased to 9, and the quantity of spiritual energy became as vast as rivers and seas. After accomplishing the 9th turn of the 9 revolutions spirit refining art, your divine sense became even more condensed, almost tangible. With nothing but divine, since you could manipulate spiritual energy to overwhelm a normal cultivator at the 9th layer of chi refinement, and your divine sense now covered a radius of 10 li. At this point you possessed the foundation to forge a flawless Tao foundation. Next you began to consider what kind of Tao foundation to forge. You started browsing through all the Tao foundation forging methods of the Qingyun sect. As a true disciple you could choose any one of these methods. The Blazing Sky Furnace Tao Foundation method comprehend 18 high-level fire techniques, including the Blaze method, solar eruption, and nirvana art. Cultivate them to perfection, perfectly integrate them, and comprehend the path of blazing fire. Then temper your body with earthly core fire for 81 days, devour a spiritual flame, and you can forge the flawless Tao Foundation, Blazing Sky Furnace. The Wooden Azure Emperor Tao Foundation method comprehend 21 high-level wood techniques, including the Spring Breeze and Rain art, and the Withered Tree Revival art. Cultivate them to perfection, perfectly integrate them, and comprehend the path of Wooden Azure. Then absorb the spiritual essence of a 10,000-year ancient tree, consume 1 azure wood spirit fruit, and you can forge the flawless Tao Foundation, Wooden Azure Emperor. The Magnetic Divine Sword Tao Foundation method comprehend 10 high-level metal techniques, including the metal element art and magnetic art, along with 5 high-level earth techniques. Comprehend them to perfection, perfectly integrate them, and comprehend the path of magnetic sword. Then insert 100 silver needles into your acupoints to form a human sword array, and subsequently attract heavenly lightning to strike the array without dying, thereby forging the flawless Tao Foundation, Magnetic Divine Sword. The Illusory Moon Mirror Heart Tao Foundation method comprehend 17 high-level techniques, including illusion techniques such as the Dream Maze art and mirror image art, and ice techniques such as the Cold Moon art and Frost Sky art. Cultivate them to perfection, perfectly integrate them, and comprehend the path of Illusory Heart. Then refine the reverse scale of a Mirage Dragon, and you can forge the flawless Tao Foundation, Illusory Moon Mirror Heart. The Qingyun sect possessed an extraordinary number of Tao Foundation methods, leaving you dazzled. You felt that the sect's heritage was immensely profound to have so many methods for forging flawless Tao foundations. After careful selection, you ultimately chose the method most beneficial to you, the Primordial Unity Qi Tao Foundation method. The method requires comprehending 25 high-level 5-element techniques, including the metal element art, raging wave art, annihilation art, mountain suppression art, and forest art. Cultivate them to perfection, perfectly integrate them, and comprehend the path of primordial unity. Then use one 5-element spiritual object of each element to condense 5-element seeds within your dantian, allowing them to mutually generate and overcome each other, forming an endless cycle. Only then can you forge the flawless Tao Foundation, Primordial Unity Qi. You did not choose it because you intended to forge the Primordial Unity Qi Tao Foundation. Rather, the method's inclusiveness and malleability were strong, and some of the Qingyun sect's Tao Foundation methods evolved from it. That's right, you wanted to create your own Tao Foundation method because none of the Qingyun sect's methods suited you. You knew that your greatest advantage in cultivating immortality was the golden finger you obtained when you crossed over. Having used it for so long, you understood that your golden finger belonged to the power of the mind, so you wished to forge a Tao Foundation related to the mind. Although the Qingyun sect had some Tao Foundation methods related to the mind, none of them were truly pure. For instance, the Illusory Moon Mirror Heart Tao Foundation method required refining the reverse scale of a Mirage Dragon to comprehend the true heart between illusion and reality. However, it ultimately focused on illusion techniques with mental power, serving only as an auxiliary. You wanted to create a Tao Foundation method with the mind as its core. After obtaining the Primordial Unity Qi Tao Foundation method, you spent 2 months thoroughly comprehending it. You understood what forging a Tao Foundation entailed and the key to its condensation. A Tao Foundation is something between the tangible and intangible, formed by combining a cultivator's own path with their spiritual root. The reason for requiring sufficient essence, energy, and spirit is that the energy level of a Tao Foundation is extremely high. If these aspects are not strong enough, forcibly condensing a Tao Foundation would cause the body to burst from the pressure and result in death. The reason for comprehending related high-level techniques is that techniques are elucidations of the heavenly Tao, and high-level techniques contain more of the heavenly Tao. The process of cultivating techniques is the process of understanding the heavens and the earth. Moreover, the Tao Foundation method recorded that as long as a cultivator possessed sufficient talent and comprehension, forging a Tao Foundation required no celestial treasures, only a vast amount of spiritual energy. At 28, you were not in a hurry to create the mental Tao Foundation method. Instead, you decided to accumulate more knowledge since you were still young. You resolved to first read through all the knowledge that could be bought with contribution points in the Qingyun sect. At 29, you reached the 7th rank in the 3 professions of Talisman Master, Alchemist, and Formation Master. If not for insufficient cultivation, you could have even reached the 6th rank. Your artifact refinement skill also reached the level of forging top-grade magical artifacts, earning you the title of a low-rank consummate artifact refiner. In this world, those who can refine magical artifacts are called low-rank artifact refiners. Those who can refine spiritual artifacts are called mid-rank artifact refiners, and beyond are high-rank artifact refiners, artifact grandmasters, and artifact patriarchs who can refine dharma treasures, spiritual treasures, and even supreme spiritual treasures. At 30 years of age with profound expertise in alchemy and extraordinary talent, you successfully refined several Qi cultivation stage pill formulas. You submitted these improved formulas to the Qin Yun sect, which conducted thorough experiments and confirmed their exceptional quality. However, the sect's leadership was genuinely astonished by your alchemical refinements. They had not anticipated that your concealed talents extended so remarkably into pill refining. One elder in the Purple Mansion realm, specializing in alchemy, even considered taking you as a direct disciple, for no one on his floating peak could match your natural aptitude in this field. Yet he ultimately refrained from mentioning it. If you sought discipleship, you would have already accepted after becoming a true disciple. Oh, better not to propose and risk rejection than to remain silent. After deliberation, the Qin Yun sect decided to incorporate these formulas into their archives, granting you a 10% share of the profits from any pills produced using them per sect regulations. Through the royalty income from these formulas, you achieved financial independence. At 33, you had redeemed all the knowledge available for exchange at the Qi cultivation level within Qin Yun sect. From then on, you immersed yourself daily in vast seas of knowledge, your cultivation breakthroughs, accelerating your comprehension of advanced techniques until you could master one to perfection within 3 days. At 36, you rented a cultivation chamber specifically designed for Dao Foundation breakthroughs at Qin Yun sect. For having successfully devised the Mind Dao Foundation method, the time had finally arrived to make the breakthrough. The sect's Dao Foundation breakthrough chambers are constructed entirely from spiritual jade and inscribed with profound formations, defensive arrays, spirit-gathering formations, and calming rituals, ensuring practitioners can advance smoothly and safely. Pushing open the heavy spirit jade door, a refreshing fragrance immediately envelopes you. The chamber's interior is sparsely furnished with a 3-foot square meditation mat positioned at the center, while 9 eternal lamps line the walls, their wicks burning rare calming sandalwood. Looking upward, you notice 7 star-shaped gems embedded in the ceiling, radiating a gentle spiritual glow. Once inside, you settle into meditation at the chamber's center, gradually stilling your mind. As your eyes close, the formations throughout the room begin activating on their own. The spirit-gathering formation hums softly, drawing spiritual energy from 1,000 li around, while defensive barriers shimmer into existence. The calming formation ripples outward, guiding you into deep meditation. As meditation deepens, your breath grows faint and all external sounds fade away. When your final stray thought dissolves, you feel yourself falling into an endless dark abyss. In this absolute silence, time loses all meaning. Though your consciousness seems to be fading, you remain completely unruffled. After an unknowable span of time, a brilliant light suddenly pierces through the darkness, pure as the morning sun. This is what you have been seeking. The moment your consciousness touches it, your entire sea of awareness quakes. Instantly, the surrounding darkness dissipates, and your consciousness returns to your sea of awareness. That radiant light now hovers within your sea of awareness. A manifestation you call the light of mind, conjured from the very concept of consciousness itself through your power. The instant the light of mind appears before you, you activate the Dao Foundation forging technique you created. With a single thought, I hold the Dao, my heart becomes heaven. Let the heavenly heart Dao Foundation manifest. The Dao intent you have gleaned from mastering advanced techniques begins tracing esoteric patterns akin to cosmic laws, each strand of understanding orbiting like stars in a luminous galaxy across the void of your awareness. As these threads of Dao intent converge into a torrent, your entire sea of awareness trembles in resonance, and a brilliant white gold light erupts, crystallizing the intent into a translucent jade pedestal at its center. The pedestal stands majestic and awe-inspiring, its surface alive with countless intricate patterns, each one appearing to channel the fundamental truths of heaven and earth, while its core seems to contain boundless Dao resonance. Then all the knowledge you have comprehended over the years transforms into golden runes that rain down, like rivers returning to the sea, flowing into the light of mind. The once gentle light suddenly erupts with divine brilliance that pierces the heavens, and within the endless radiance, a towering figure slowly materializes, seated upon the jade pedestal as the axis of all creation. The phantom's presence completes the pedestal. When they merge, the jade structure erupts in 9 colored rays, each threaded with cryptic Dao sigils. The Heavenly Heart Dao Foundation forms. You have successfully advanced to the first tier of Dao Foundation cultivation. The Heavenly Heart Dao Foundation forms. You have successfully advanced to the first tier of Dao Foundation cultivation. In this world, the second realm of cultivation, Dao Foundation, is divided into 9 profound tiers. Here, tier does not denote mere numerical progression, but rather the number of jade pedestals condensed within the cultivator's body. Each jade pedestal in the Dao Foundation stage serves as a step on the path to immortality, bearing the cultivator's comprehension of the great Dao and accumulated power. In this world, regardless of which Dao Foundation is forged, there will always be a jade pedestal with a phantom above it. For instance, when condensing the heaven-burning furnace Dao Foundation, a colossal furnace phantom appears above the pedestal, with the Yin Wood Azure Emperor Dao Foundation and Azure Emperor Phantom manifests. As cultivation advances, the cultivator must continuously temper the 3 treasures of essence, vitality, and spirit, while comprehending the true meaning of the heavenly Dao. When sufficient Dao resonance is comprehended, another pedestal will condense within. Upon forming the second jade pedestal, the cultivator enters the second tier of Tao foundation. Both pedestals radiate in harmony, and the phantom above grows noticeably clearer. Once all 9 pedestals gather, and the 9 phantoms resonate with each other, the cultivator has reached the peak of the Tao foundation realm and may attempt to break through to the next stage. Yet there is one crucial difference. Others' pedestals and phantoms are merely formed from Tao resonance, lacking the profound foundation you possess. The moment the Tao foundation takes shape, your body becomes the vortex center of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, drawing all the chi from the chamber, like rivers converging to the sea. As the Tao foundation forms, your essence, vitality, and spirit undergo a revolutionary transformation under the influence of spiritual energy. A month passes quietly in cultivation. On this morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierce through the clouds, you suddenly open your eyes within the chamber. The instant your eyes open, 2 beams of solid gold light erupt from your gaze, striking the stone wall and producing the sound of metal colliding. A suffocating pressure suddenly erupted from your body, carrying not only a formidable spiritual momentum, but also a suppressive force originating from the very essence of life. The air within the cultivation room seemed to solidify, even the floating dust particles suspending motionless in midair. A cultivator in the late chi refining stage would be utterly powerless against such pressure. It could be said that only upon entering the Tao foundation realm does a cultivator truly take the first genuine step toward immortality. Upon just entering the Tao foundation realm, a cultivator may already expect a lifespan of 1,000 years, and one with a perfected Tao foundation can live for 3,000 years. This aura came swiftly and vanished just as quickly, seamlessly absorbed back into your body in an instant. Your skin now gleamed like polished jade, a subtle radiance flowing through your hair, and you exuded an otherworldly, transcendent presence. After a gentle stretch, you left the cultivation room, for this was hardly the place for testing one's strength. Senior brother, your current seclusion has lasted 39 days and 7 watches. The disciple guarding the door respectfully presented a jade slip. Per sect regulations, any partial day counts as a full day. Your total comes to 4 million contribution points. You nodded slightly, picking up the jade slip and touching it with your disciple token. As a flash of spiritual light appeared, you watched the numbers on the token drop sharply. Even though you had mentally prepared for this, you could not help but silently whistle at the sudden decrease. It must be admitted that Qingyun sect's cultivation rooms for breaking through to the Tao foundation were effective though costly. At 100,000 contribution points per day, your roughly 40-day stay had consumed 4 million points. Fortunately, you had already achieved financial freedom through your alchemy recipes. In the past, such an expenditure would have caused you considerable pain. You channeled your magical power to envelop your body, instantly transforming into a streak of radiance that shot toward the true disciple peak at tens of times the speed of sound. Upon advancing to the Tao foundation realm, a cultivator's spiritual energy undergoes a qualitative transformation through the refinement of the Tao foundation, evolving into more concentrated and potent magical power. If spiritual energy is like unrefined timber, then magical power is like steel forged through countless hammerings. The gap between the two is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. The overwhelming force contained within a single wisp of magical power is enough to effortlessly crush the spiritual energy of tens of thousands of chi refining stage 9 cultivators. A leap in power that made you acutely feel the chasm separating the stages on the path to cultivation. After feeling the might of your magical power, you rushed back to your dwelling and eagerly began examining the changes beyond just the enhanced energy. In terms of spirit, upon breaking through to the Tao foundation realm, your soul power surged significantly. Your divine sense transformed into spiritual thought, gaining the ability to interfere with reality and expanding your detection range to an astonishing 300 li. As for your physical body, you felt a substantial boost in both its strength and vitality, now allowing you to effortlessly regenerate severed limbs. Your meridian channels underwent subtle reconstruction internally, increasing energy circulation efficiency by more than tenfold, while your internal organs shimmered with a faint luminous glow. Especially your heart, which emitted a faint thunderous rumble with each beat, pumping blood infused with magical power throughout your entire body. These were merely byproducts of the breakthrough, not yet the true power of the Tao foundation realm itself. After experiencing the changes in your mind and body, you closed your eyes and turned your attention inward to sense the Tao foundation within your consciousness, attempting to harness the power of the heavenly heart Tao foundation. Beholding the massive jade pedestal in your sea of consciousness and the figure hovering above it, you felt deeply satisfied with the Tao foundation you had condensed. Your heavenly heart Tao foundation operated on the principle of wielding the Tao through will, commanding all things and allowing human intent to replace the will of heaven. Of course, with your cultivation still in its early stages, you were far from achieving the supreme state of human will supplanting heavenly will. At present, the greatest function of your heavenly heart Tao foundation lay in merging with your unique inherent ability to generate a profoundly mysterious mental force. You named this power heart force, extraordinarily profound and akin to invisible tendrils capable of directly interfering with the fundamental laws governing reality itself. With your eyes gently closed, you simultaneously channeled your divine sense and heart force, and in an instant an invisible wave radiated outward from your center. Within 100 meters around you, the solid earth began rippling strangely. The yellow ground gradually turned translucent, transforming before your eyes into a shimmering pool that refracted rainbow light under the sun, creating an ethereal fairyland-like scene. Bending down, you cupped a handful of clear water. Its coolness strikingly real, your fingertips tracing the smooth flow, even catching the faint scent of moisture. Your face reflected on the surface, each ripple distinctly visible, confirming this was no illusion, but a genuine alteration of reality. Indeed, your heart force, combined with the subtle interplay of divine sense, could temporarily warp reality, altering the fundamental properties of matter itself. However, after manifesting the pool, you could clearly sense your divine sense draining continuously. Based on your calculations, transforming this land into a pool 100 meters wide and 10 meters deep would sustain for roughly half an hour, given your current cultivation level. This kind of expenditure felt like opposing the world itself, every second demanding tremendous divine sense and heart force. Within half an hour, the world's corrective forces would gradually dismantle the pool until it reverted to the original land. Beyond this approach, you could also warp reality across broader areas, though such distortions would persist even shorter, barely a fraction of a second. The primary limitation stemmed from your weak cultivation. The higher your strength, the longer your transformations would endure, and once you reached a certain threshold, you would even be able to reverse the rules themselves to make your changes permanent. Moreover, this heart force offered additional benefits. You could directly enhance your control over both body and magical power through its application. In this state, your physical prowess could shatter its limits, unleashing power several times your normal capacity, while your manipulation of energy underwent a qualitative shift, causing magical power to escalate exponentially. After testing the heart force, you withdrew the energy sustaining the pool, and it instantly reverted to solid ground. There remained one final element to test, the heaven-bestowed Tao technique granted upon your ascension to the Tao Foundation realm. In this world, no matter what Tao Foundation one condenses, heaven and earth bestow a corresponding heaven-bestowed Tao technique unique to that foundation. Tao techniques occupied a tier above advanced spells in this world. They required a condensed Tao foundation and accumulated magical power to wield, hence their designation as techniques of the Tao. Tao techniques are the spells cultivated by practitioners at the Tao Foundation and Purple Mansion realms. The power of a Tao technique primarily depends on its classification, the cultivation base of its creator, and the cultivation level of the one who wields it. Among Tao techniques of the same category, the higher the creator's cultivation base, the more profound the Tao they embody, and thus the greater their power. Similarly, the higher one's own cultivation, the more formidable the same Tao technique becomes in execution. Each cultivator's heaven-bestowed Tao technique differs in quality and strength. Even those who form the same type of Tao foundation will possess different bestowed techniques, which continue to grow stronger as the cultivator's realm advances. When a cultivator reaches the golden core realm, their heaven-bestowed Tao technique can advance into a divine ability. Relative to Tao techniques, it should more accurately be called a divine ability seed. A divine ability is an innate transcendent power that arises naturally when a cultivator reaches a certain realm and resonates with the laws of heaven and earth. Since it originates from each cultivator's personal comprehension of the Tao, every divine ability is uniquely characteristic. Regardless of type, all divine abilities carry immense power and distinct applications. The higher the cultivator's realm, the more divine abilities they awaken. Tracing back through the history of the cultivation world during the ancient era when the path of immortality first emerged, cultivators devoted themselves wholeheartedly to pursuing the great Tao of eternal life, engaging in little conflict. At that time, there was not yet any concept of cultivation realms. People gauged strength solely by divine abilities, and those without any were regarded as insignificant as commoners by the roadside, let alone possessing spells or Tao techniques. All the various spells and Tao techniques circulating today were gradually explored and created by later cultivators throughout their lengthy cultivation journeys. Some of the most powerful Tao techniques in this world were mostly derived by those supreme beings who stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, evolving them by reverse engineering from their own divine abilities. To these towering figures, the quantity and strength of their divine abilities represent true power, while Tao techniques are merely derivatives born from divine abilities, minor arts indeed. However, to lower realm cultivators, the perspective is entirely different. The exquisite Tao techniques crafted by high realm experts wield power that matches divine abilities without any deficiency. These Tao techniques crystallize the wisdom of their creators and embody profound understanding of the great Tao. It is precisely the emergence of these spells and Tao techniques that has given rise to the flourishing golden age of cultivation today. After all, those prodigies who can ascend to the pinnacle are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The vast majority of cultivators struggle their entire lives to even reach the Purple Mansion realm, let alone form a golden core with divine abilities. With the broad highway of Tao techniques available, even those of mediocre aptitude can draw upon the wisdom of their predecessors to forge ahead and travel further along the cultivation path. Your heaven-bestowed Tao technique, in terms of its function, is essentially an enhanced version of the breath concealment art. Did I not condense a heavenly heart Tao foundation? Why would I be given this? Doesn't this condemn me to the path of a coward forever? Why give me this? Doesn't this seal my fate as one who hides in shadows? Your heaven-bestowed Tao technique can obscure heavenly secrets, reduce your presence, blur others' impressions of you, and with continued advancement, may even cause heaven and earth itself to overlook your existence. At your current cultivation level, wielding your heaven-bestowed Tao technique means the vast majority of Purple Mansion cultivators cannot detect your presence at close range, and even Golden Core experts would find it exceedingly difficult to trace your movements. You named this heaven-bestowed Tao technique Upright Shadowless, hoping that in the future, it could, like the Upright Shadowless from the Heavenly Dipper 36 arts of your past life, achieve the ability to leave no trace in all 10 directions and erase your presence across the 6 realms. After experimenting with your heaven-bestowed Tao technique, you reported your breakthrough to the Tao Foundation realm to the sect. Hardly 2 seconds had passed after your report when you saw a streak of luminous light soaring toward you. A moment ago, it was still hundreds of li away, and the next it materialized right before your eyes. This was not spatial teleportation. It was sheer speed so rapid that even your perception barely registered it. Witnessing this scene instantly deflated the arrogance that had inflated within you after your Tao Foundation breakthrough. Indeed, there is an insurmountable chasm between Qi refining and the Tao Foundation realm, let alone between the Tao Foundation and Purple Mansion realms. Even though your foundation before the breakthrough was formidable and you possessed profound mental power capable of evading Purple Mansion perception, this does not mean you could stand against a Purple Mansion cultivator. You might not even be able to break through their defenses at your current state. Have you truly broken through to the Tao Foundation realm? And moreover, with a flawless Hunyuan Ichi Tao Foundation. The arrival was none other than Yun Qingzi, patriarch of Qingyun sect. The reason for his inquiry was that you had not revealed your Heavenly Heart Tao Foundation, instead claiming your form Tao Foundation was Hunyuan Ichi. After your breakthrough to the Tao Foundation realm, relying on your mental power combined with the extraordinary abilities of your heaven-bestowed Tao technique, you firmly believed that even a Golden Core cultivator could not penetrate your concealment. Therefore, you chose to keep something in reserve. Rather than responding to Yun Qingzi's question, you directly demonstrated the method of condensing Hunyuan Ichi through the power of the 5 elements. Excellent, splendid. Yun Qingzi clapped his hands and laughed heartily, sharp light flashing in his eyes. Achieving a flawless Tao Foundation before 50. Such talent certainly possesses the potential of a Golden Core. I wonder if you would be willing to become a secret disciple of our Qingyun sect. Hearing Yun Qingzi's words, your eyelid twitched sharply. Something about this sounded rather awkward. This was hardly good news. But what exactly was a secret disciple? Did Qingyun sect even have such a position? After Yun Qingzi's detailed explanation, you finally understood. The secret disciples of Qingyun sect receive the sect's full support in their cultivation. Spirit pills, miraculous medicines, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. All available for unrestricted use as long as nothing is wasted. All Tao techniques and cultivation methods within the scripture pavilion can be freely consulted. Their status is equivalent to that of a Purple Mansion elder. Of course, possessing such extraordinary privileges and lofty status comes with equally demanding conditions. To become a secret disciple, one must forge a flawless Tao Foundation before the age of 50. Consider this: reaching completion of the 6th layer of Qi refining before 40 is already considered outstanding among those with high-grade spiritual roots. Even for those with high spiritual roots whose comprehension would not be lacking, it remains exceedingly difficult to cultivate through the late stages of Qi refining within a decade and refine essence Qi and spirit to a level capable of supporting a flawless Tao Foundation. Not to mention that one must also master nearly 20 advanced spells to perfection and comprehend the corresponding Tao intent through integration and realization. Each of these conditions alone would stump the vast majority of geniuses, let alone fulfilling them all simultaneously. Therefore, apart from those blessed with extraordinary fortune, anyone who becomes a secret disciple of Qingyun sect must possess a supreme grade spiritual root. Yet Qingyun sect has not seen a supreme grade spiritual root in several millennia. As for cultivators blessed with great fortune, their numbers are even rarer than supreme grade spiritual roots. In other words, the position of secret disciple in Qingyun sect has remained vacant for thousands of years. As for becoming a secret disciple, you are naturally pleased. After all, under the full cultivation support of a sect possessing a Golden Core elder, even if reaching Golden Core itself were impossible, ascending to Purple Mansion should not be difficult. Seeing you agree to become a secret disciple, Yun Qingzi nodded with satisfaction. His broad sleeves stirred without wind, and a cyan escape light suddenly enveloped you. Your vision blurred momentarily as wind howled in your ears, and the scenery around you receded like flowing light. Yun Qingzi's escape technique was exquisitely refined, and in but a fleeting moment, you had already passed through layer upon layer of cloud sea to arrive at a secluded valley on the rear mountain of Qingyun Mountain, rarely visited by mortals. At the valley entrance stood an ancient cyan stone stele upon which the 4 characters, Qingyun Dantian, faintly shimmered with golden light. Yun Qingzi's expression grew solemn. He formed hand seals with both palms, brilliant spiritual light bursting from his fingertips. As he chanted incantations under his breath, the space before you began to ripple like water, and a spinning silver vortex materialized from nothingness, emanating a deeply unsettling spatial disturbance. Stay close to me. Before his words had fully left his lips, Yun Qingzi had already led you into the vortex. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to whirl and reverse, and you entered the sacred grounds of the Qingyun sect, Qingyun Dantian. The moment you stepped inside, you were stunned by the breathtaking vista before you. The spiritual energy within Qingyun Dantian was so dense it was nearly condensed into mist, and each breath brought a refreshing clarity to your spirit. In the distance, mountain ranges lay like traces of dark ink, their peaks wreathed in swirling clouds, and mist with waterfalls and spring waters faintly visible. Closer at hand, spirit fields stretched in orderly rows, and various spirit herbs emitted a soft, jade-like glow. Crimson fruits, as red as fire Ganoderma, wreathed in purple aura, and spirit bamboo, translucent as green jade throughout. A few cranes paced gracefully beside the spirit spring. Seeing your arrival, they did not startle into flight. Instead, they tilted their heads curiously to observe you. Even more astonishing was the sky overhead, which carried a faint lavender hue occasionally streaked with trails of light, like an immortal realm. "Oh, it's little Qingzi." A kind voice suddenly rang out, and before you could react, an elderly man with white hair and beard had appeared before you. He wore a cyan Taoist robe and held a whisk. His face glowed ruddy as a newborn's, yet his eyes were as deep as the starry firmament containing boundless wisdom. "Didn't you come just recently to collect a batch of cultivation resources? Why return again today?" Hearing this, Yun Qingzi wore a helpless expression. "Elder Xian, I've told you countless times. Please don't call me little Qingzi." That's how eunuchs were addressed in the mortal imperial palace. "You may call me Yun Qing or A Qing as you prefer. I have come because Qingyun sect has once again produced a secret disciple, and I am bringing him to pay respects to the patriarch. Lin Yu, this is Elder Xian. Qingyun Dantian is the Dantian magic treasure of our sect's patriarch, and Elder Xian is the artifact spirit residing within it. Since the founding of Qingyun sect, he has always been by the patriarch's side. Greetings, Elder Xian." You offered a respectful salute to Elder Xian. You already knew something of the patriarch of Qingyun sect. The sect had existed for over 100,000 years, and throughout all that time, there had only ever been one golden core patriarch, the Qingyun patriarch himself. In other words, the Qingyun patriarch had lived for at least 100,000 years, and the artifact spirit of his treasure must have been born over 100,000 years ago as well. No wonder it called Yun Qingzi little Qingzi, a secret disciple. Elder Xian's gaze struck like lightning. You immediately felt an ocean-spanning divine sense sweep over your entire body, far more powerful than Yun Qingzi's. Fortunately, it could not pierce through your true strength. After a moment, a hint of astonishment flashed in Elder Xian's eyes. Middle-grade spiritual roots. Yet you managed to forge a primordial unity Dao foundation before the age of 50. He stroked his beard and chuckled softly. Interesting. It seems this young one carries great fortune. Yun Qingzi smiled and replied, Elder Xian sees with piercing clarity. I brought him here precisely to present him to the patriarch. Elder Xian nodded, and with a flick of his whisk, a celestial staircase formed from condensed clouds appeared out of thin air, stretching straight toward the heavens. Go ahead. The patriarch is in quiet cultivation at Yunxiao Pavilion. At the far end of the staircase, a magnificent pavilion came into view. Built entirely from 10,000-year-old jade, the pavilion stood among the clouds. Along its sweeping eaves and upturned corners hung 72 strings of golden bells, producing clear melodious Taoist tones in the gentle breeze. Above the main entrance hung a purple-gold plaque inscribed with 3 ancient characters, Yunxiao Pavilion. Between the sweeping brushstrokes, the rhythm of the great Tao could faintly be discerned. The entire structure was bathed in golden morning sunlight, surrounded by 9-colored auspicious clouds, presenting a scene so transcendent, it seemed to draw the soul toward it like a fairyland. Yun Qingzi adjusted his robes and walked slowly toward the entrance of Yunxiao Pavilion. Taking a deep breath, he bowed respectfully and announced, I am Yun Qingzi, the 46th generation sect master of Qingyun sect, requesting an audience with the patriarch. The moment his words faded, a long, resonant voice drifted from within the pavilion, as though it had traversed 10,000 years of time, carrying the weight of endless history. Xuanwu has already reported your arrival to me. For thousands of years, our Qingyun sect has not produced a secret disciple. Now bring the disciple inside. As the voice subsided, the cold jade doors of Yunxiao Pavilion opened silently, and a wave of revitalizing spiritual energy washed over you. Inside the pavilion, the space was remarkably vast and empty. Only Qingyun patriarch sat cross-legged upon a cushion in the center, while mysterious runes were carved into every wall around you. Qingyun patriarch was an amiable little old man with white hair and beard, his complexion ruddy as a child's. Though he had lived for countless ages beyond counting, there was not a trace of decay upon him. Instead, he radiated vibrant vitality. Like Elder Xian, Qingyun patriarch carefully examined your body. Finally, he nodded with satisfaction and withdrew from his sleeve a token of dark jade engraved with 2 gilded characters, Secret Disciple. This is the token of a secret disciple crafted from 10,000-year black jade. With it, you may freely enter and exit Qingyun Dantian and visit anywhere within Qingyun sect, except for a few restricted areas. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may also come to find me while bearing this token. You were the 78th secret disciple since Qingyun patriarch founded the sect, and the first among them to possess middle-grade spiritual roots. Qingyun patriarch believed you were a person of extraordinary destiny, one very likely to surpass your predecessors and achieve the golden core realm rather than remaining forever confined to the purple mansion stage. After receiving the token, you and Yun Qingzi bowed together to Qingyun patriarch and departed from Yunxiao Pavilion. Once you had wandered far enough away, a long sigh echoed again from within the pavilion. Achieving the golden core is difficult. Achieving the nascent soul is far harder. For over 100,000 years I wonder if I will ever have the chance to shatter the core and form the nascent soul. That sigh carried far too many complex emotions. After leaving Yinxiao Palace, Yin Qingzi parted ways with you, asking you to explore Qingyun Dantian on your own. After Yin Qingzi left, you investigated Qingyun Dantian and discovered it spanned several thousand li in area. Inside it was not only Qingyun Patriarch and Elder Xian who resided there. There were also over 20 cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm. These Purple Mansion cultivators were disciples of Qingyun sect, who still possessed the potential to advance. They concerned themselves with no external affairs, devoting themselves solely to improving their cultivation. You also discovered that Qingyun sect operates a pill production line, with a spiritual-grade alchemy furnace responsible for producing hundreds of thousands of pills in a single refining cycle. This reminded you of Dao artifacts from another world, where every Dao artifact, regardless of its type, possessed the ability to refine pills. You never expected cultivators of this realm to pursue similar practices. No wonder Qingyun sect is so wealthy. Of course, apart from this, Qingyun sect's prosperity is also closely tied to its powerful backing, which is exceptionally formidable. After becoming a secret disciple, you gained access to Qingyun sect's hidden records. The world you now inhabit is known as the Xiantian realm, an expanse so vast it defies imagination. The Xiantian realm not only contains countless stars, but also myriad planets teeming with life, all orbiting through the void. Each life-bearing planet may give rise to unique civilizations and even alternative cultivation systems, though the dominant path remains the cultivation of immortal arts. Consequently, the living beings within the Xiantian realm are innumerable, with countless races collectively referred to as the myriad clans of Xiantian. Among these, the most powerful are known as the peak races. To attain the status of a peak race in the Xiantian realm, a clan must possess at least 10 tribulation celestials. Within the Xiantian realm, those who have established their purple mansion are called true person. Golden core cultivators are addressed as true Lord. Nascent soul practitioners are revered as heavenly Lord. Soul transformation experts bear the title divine Lord. Void refinement elders are honored as Dao Lord. Harmony with Dao masters are known as Dao Venerable, and tribulation transcenders are titled Heavenly Sovereign. Given that the human race boasts the highest number of tribulation celestials, it ranks first among all myriad clans, having held dominion over this world for countless ages. At the heart of the Xiantian realm lies an immense world where heaven is round and earth is square, known as the Zhongtian world. The Zhongtian world is vast beyond measure, containing the boundless Woliang Sea above, which stretch 3 immense continents. These 3 continents are Minghuang continent, Xuanji continent, and Lingming continent. Xuanji continent stands as the largest, spanning twice the combined area of Minghuang and Lingming continents. It holds the richest resources across both the Zhongtian world and the entire Xiantian realm, serving as the core territory of the human race. Minghuang continent and Lingming continent belong to other peak races. The myriad races that have not reached peak race status must either dwell upon the massive islands scattered across the Woliang Sea or retreat into the depths of the starry void. However, compared to the Zhongtian world, the cosmic resources in the starry expanse are rather meager. Xuanji continent encompasses 5 great domains: east, west, south, north, and central, with each domain subdivided into over 100 provinces. Qingyun sect is situated on a small island within Xuanxing province, located at the eastern border. Xuanxing province lies adjacent to the Woliang Sea and is a region dotted with countless islands. It earned its name, Star Cluster Province, from the stars in the sky, for the number of islands matches the stars overhead. Qingyun sect's backing is Qingming sect, which rules over Xuanxing province. The patriarch of Qingyun sect was a direct disciple of Qingming sect. Qingming sect has a soul transformation divine lord, as its anchoring presence for such a cultivator is essential to suppress an entire province. Furthermore, behind Qingming sect stands Qingxian sacred land, one of the 10 sacred lands of the human race. Thus, Qingyun sect is considered a subordinate power of Qingxian sacred land. As a top-tier sacred land governing half of the eastern region, Qingxian sacred land is renowned throughout the Zhongtian world and even the entire Xiantian realm. Its profound heritage and immense power far exceed what ordinary beings can fathom. Qingxian sacred land is not only generous and magnanimous, but also famous for fiercely protecting its own. This protectiveness goes beyond mere favoritism. It stems from an absolute trust and commitment to safeguard those who walk under its banner. In the eyes of Qingxian sacred land, once they accept you as a disciple, they will take full responsibility for you until the end. Even their subordinate forces cannot be bullied by just anyone. This reputation is well known across the entire cultivation world. Should you encounter trouble while traveling, simply presenting your identity token and mentioning the name of Qingxian sacred land would likely cause your adversaries to withdraw promptly. For everyone knows that offending someone connected to Qingxian sacred land is like stirring a hornet's nest. Even if you are in the right, Qingxian sacred land will shield its own first and handle matters internally once things settle. Such an approach of helping kin over justice leaves other forces both envious and fearful. Judging solely by Qingxian sacred land's conduct, they would undoubtedly be portrayed as ultimate antagonists in many cultivation novels. If a child of destiny truly existed in this world, and Qing Yun's sect inadvertently offended him, and the child of destiny destroyed Qing Yun's sect in a fit of rage, Qing Ming's sect would swiftly seek retaliation. Should the child of destiny then destroy Qing Ming's sect, as well Qing Xian's sacred land would erupt in thunderous fury and dispatch peerless experts to hunt them down. Even if the child of destiny were to power through every obstacle and ascend to the rank of tribulation celestial, it would still fall far short of eliminating Qing Xian's sacred land entirely, for that sacred land commands at least 2 tribulation celestials. Even if the child of destiny possessed the strength to annihilate Qing Xian's sacred land, they would still face the collective pressure of the entire human race. After all, as one of the 10 sacred lands of humanity, Qing Xian's sacred land's fate is inextricably intertwined with the destiny of the human race. In other words, if Qing Xian's sacred land were truly a villain only when the child of destiny grows powerful enough to dominate the entire human race would there be a chance to erase them. Yet from the atmosphere within Qing Yun's sect, it is clear that Qing Xian's sacred land is unquestionably a righteous force, as pure as righteousness itself. As one of the 10 sacred lands of humanity, Qing Xian's sacred land has stood unyielding throughout the countless ages of the Xiantian realm, not merely through overwhelming power, but through unwavering adherence to righteousness and virtuous principles. Otherwise it could never have become the pillar of the human race. Though their protectiveness over their own may invite criticism from outsiders to you, is favoritism truly a flaw? Absolutely not. Such talk is merely jealousy from others. Even without direct contact with the sacred land, Qing Yun sect as a core branch of Qing Ming sect already enjoys a vast gulf between the Qi condensation and Dao foundation stages, let alone the disparity between golden core and soul transformation. The tiniest fraction of resources held by a soul transformation sect would be more than enough to enrich a golden core sect, like Qing Yun's sect, to excess. Given Qing Xian's sacred land's generous nature, its subordinate forces are never stingy, which explains Qing Yun's sect's remarkable wealth. From the secret disciple token, you also caught a glimpse of Qing Xian's sacred land's profound heritage. Within the sacred land rests a top-grade heaven-piercing spiritual treasure known as the Chronicle of Destiny's Thread. The Chronicle of Destiny's Thread is an exceedingly rare Destiny-class heaven-piercing treasure capable of anchoring the fortune of a sect. While you cannot discern its full capabilities, Qing Yun's sect possesses a projection of this legendary artifact. This projection not only safeguards Qing Yun's sect's fortune, but also influences the fate trajectories within a radius of tens of millions of li around the sect, ensuring that individuals with spiritual roots, or those who may conceive offspring possessing such roots, are drawn by fate and circumstance into the immortal city of Qing Yun's sect, thus completing the grand design that has sustained Qing Yun's sect's prosperity for generations. The island where Qing Yun's sect resides is called Qingxin Island, a modest territory spanning no more than 20 million square li governed entirely under the authority of Qing Yun's sect. Beyond Qing Yun's sect as the dominant power, dozens of cultivation families of varying sizes are scattered across Qingxin Island. These families are primarily divided into 2 categories: Purple Mansion families founded by cultivators who have reached the Purple Mansion realm, and Dao Foundation families established by those who have attained the Dao Foundation realm. Most of these family founders spent decades cultivating within Qing Yun's sect before realizing that further breakthroughs were impossible, and so they chose to depart and establish their own lineages. Descendants of these cultivation families also joined Qing Yun's sect, though most cultivate only until the mid-Qi refining stage before entering the sect as inner disciples. The establishment of cultivation families is never a spur-of-the-moment decision, but the result of careful, deliberate planning. Those who establish families are acutely aware that while they themselves may have hit a ceiling, nurturing exceptional descendants could not only perpetuate their bloodline, but also bring unforeseen opportunities. Perhaps by some stroke of fortune, a golden core cultivator will emerge among their descendants, or someone may stumble upon a heavenly treasure offering hope for their own breakthrough. In the Xiantian realm, the emergence of spiritual roots does carry an element of randomness, yet offspring born to cultivators have a probability of possessing spiritual roots more than 30% higher than ordinary mortals. This is because during cultivation the body is tempered by spiritual energy, and their bloodlines carry an innate potency. Moreover, below the golden core realm, the gap in life hierarchy between cultivators is negligible, and with dual cultivation techniques and heavenly materials, conceiving offspring is hardly a difficulty. The High Council of the human race is exceedingly encouraging of such lineage expansion and has established generous reward systems to support it. Should a child of high-grade spiritual root be born, the family receives substantial rewards from the Human Race Council, which could very well help them shatter their realm bottlenecks. This policy is one of the reasons for the human race's prosperity. In the Xiantian realm, no race matches humanity in average endowment among those capable of prolific reproduction, nor matches their reproductive prowess among those with superior innate talent. Relying on their vast population, humanity has produced countless peerless prodigies whose gifts rival the true dragons and true phoenixes, beings born already wielding the laws of the cosmos. Furthermore, upon reaching the golden core realm, one's life hierarchy undergoes a profound transformation. While conceiving offspring becomes considerably more difficult, children of golden core cultivators inherit a spiritual root from one parent, never worse than a lower grade root, and occasionally surpassing both parents in quality. Alas, the cruel truth remains that possessing a spiritual root is an absolute prerequisite for embarking on the path of cultivation in humanity, a divine limitation imposed upon them. Without a spiritual root, one can at most reach the early stages of chi refining. That said, without a spiritual root, humanity would be hard-pressed to compete with beings blessed by heaven and earth. Among all the races of the Xiantian realm, including humanity itself, the spiritual root serves as humanity's racial innate talent. No other race possesses such a concept. The spiritual root is essentially the tangible manifestation of every individual's innate endowment. According to research by the Human Race High Council, once an individual reaches a certain level of innate talent at birth, a spiritual root will manifest at the appropriate age. Whether one possesses a spiritual root or not is predetermined from the moment of their birth. After countless ages of development, humanity still has found no way to generate spiritual roots within those who lack them. However, they have discovered methods to elevate the grade of spiritual roots already possessed. Backed by the Qingxian sacred land, Qingyun sect naturally possesses a technique capable of enhancing the grade of one's spiritual root. This technique is known as the Qingxian spirit elevating art. At its highest level, it can elevate a spiritual root to the pinnacle of the top grade tier, the absolute ceiling achievable through conventional means. For the chasm between a top grade spiritual root and a heaven grade root is far greater than that between an upper grade and a top grade. Just consider the disparity even among top grade roots themselves. Some may plateau at the purple mansion realm, while others may yet reach the nascent soul stage. A heaven-grade spiritual root is said to guarantee ascension to the soul transformation realm, so long as the bearer does not fall midway, and the supreme pinnacle of heaven-grade roots can forge an unimpeded path all the way to Tao integration. Heaven-grade roots bear the mandate of destiny, inherently radiating affinity for the cosmic laws and resonating with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Those blessed with such roots often receive the protection of the cosmos, having their cultivation struggles. Those born with a heaven-grade spiritual root are hailed as children of destiny. Beyond the rare gift of innate heaven-grade roots, ascending a spiritual root to that caliber requires possessing the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven is in truth the materialization of cosmic fortune under certain conditions. There are three paths to obtain it. The first is to make monumental contributions to the world itself, whereupon the mandate naturally descends upon you. The second is to render great service to the human race, earning the favor of human collective fortune and the mandate of humanity. The third method is crude and direct, seizing the fortune of other races to condense a mandate of your own. Several void refinement Tao lords and Tao integration venerables among humanity trace their rise to this very path. Yet this final method must not be practiced openly or excessively. History bears witness to a time when humanity, having plundered other races' fortune beyond measure, was besieged by a coalition of all peoples. Though humanity's strength proved more than adequate to repel the assault, the sheer excess of their actions had irked the other races. Even sustaining terrible losses, they refused to cease, knowing that if this chance were lost, humanity would only grow bolder. The war raged for over 1,000,000 years, engulfing the entire Xiantian realm, reducing countless stars to dust, until several apex races intervened and brokered a truce between the warring parties. The terms of agreement stipulated that humanity must not recklessly employ the fortune-stealing arts. At the time, humanity acknowledged their transgressions had gone too far. Choosing not to test the consequences of a single race against all others, they publicly banned the cultivation of fortune-stealing methods. Naturally, underground practice continued unchecked, provided one avoided giving other races any leverage. However, employing fortune-stealing arts against the human race's own collective fortune is strictly forbidden. Any caught doing so would be executed by soul illumination. Returning to your quarters, you began to meditate upon the Qingxian spirit elevating art. Having advanced to the Tao Foundation realm, your comprehension, bolstered by your Qi ability, was now worlds apart from your Qi refining days. Within half a day, you had fully deciphered the art. The principle behind this method is quite simple. Using one's own comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth as a guide, allowing the Tao patterns compatible with one's spiritual root to cleanse it, gradually elevating it. Your current understanding of the 5 elements essence has already reached a level where your spiritual root can be elevated to the upper grade. After meditating and regulating your breath in the seclusion chamber for 3 days and 3 nights, you finally brought your state to its peak. As the Tao patterns of the 5 elements circulated through your meridians, threads of pure Tao intent seeped deep into your spiritual root like a gentle stream. Nourished by this stream of Tao patterns, your spiritual root began to undergo a wondrous transformation. What was once slightly murky gradually became crystal clear, its surface adorned with mysterious Tao sigils. Though the process unfolded slowly, it proceeded without complication. Your middle-grade spiritual root ultimately underwent a successful metamorphosis into an upper-grade one, radiating a lustrous glow. With your spiritual root elevated to the upper grade, your ability accelerated both your absorption and refinement of spiritual energy. However, upon reaching this level, your cultivation base proved insufficient to push your spiritual root to the supreme grade. The road ahead demanded patience and persistence. You resolved to dedicate an extra 2-hour session each day to refining your spiritual root through Tao patterns. After elevating your spiritual root, you sat cross-legged in the meditation chamber deep within Jinchuan Peak, enveloped by a faint aura of spiritual energy. Cultivating the flow of mana through your body, you commenced the refinement of the 3 mid-grade magical treasures bestowed by Grandmaster Qing Yun upon your ascension to Secret Disciple. These artifacts comprised 1 defensive treasure, 1 offensive treasure, and 1 aerial artifact. The defensive treasure, known as Hundun armor, gleamed with a bronze radiance across its entire surface. Intricate protective formations were carved into the armor, casting rippling spiritual light under the candle's glow. The offensive treasure, called Zhongshan Seal, was a palm-sized jade seal crafted from black jade. 9 golden dragon patterns coiled around its surface, and a gentle grasp revealed the immeasurable power contained within. The third treasure was a miniature flying vessel named Luyun Flying Boat. Its hull shone brilliant white, with flowing lines reminiscent of clouds drifting across water, while 36 Tianqing stones embedded along both sides emitted a star-like radiance, even in darkness. All magical treasures possess the ability to alter their size at will, yet among these 3 the Luyun Flying Boat stands as the most precious, its value surpassing even some upper-grade treasures. You soon completed the refinement of all 3 treasures. However, mid-grade artifacts can only be freely wielded by cultivators at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and with your current cultivation, you could barely harness their power. That said, the Hundun armor contained spiritual energy transmitted by Grandmaster Qing Yun, enabling it to protect its master autonomously, while the Luyun Flying Boat could be propelled through spirit stones. Only after completing the refinement did you realize you had still underestimated the true value of the Luyun Flying Boat. Once filled with spirit stones, the Luyun Flying Boat's maximum flight speed could rival that of a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator capable of covering 100 li in an instant. Moreover, powerful defensive formations were inscribed upon the vessel, requiring a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator considerable time to break through when activated. You directed the Luyun Flying Boat to revert to its original form. The vessel rapidly expanded amid flashing spiritual light, transforming before your eyes into a floating palace hovering in the sky. The fully restored Luyun Flying Boat proved to be an enormous structure measuring approximately 300 zhang in length and 80 zhang in width, with a deck spacious enough to accommodate tens of thousands without any sense of crowding. This vessel was dozens of times larger than the flying boats previously used by guide disciples to transport new recruits. The hull was crafted entirely from 10,000-year-old Xian iron wood, with a vividly carved green phoenix at the bow, its wings spread as if ready to take flight. Within the cabin lay another world entirely equipped with cultivation chambers, alchemy rooms, and spiritual herb gardens, an unmistakable mobile paradise. Of course, with such formidable power, operating the Luyun Flying Boat required a substantial investment of spirit stones. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones merely sustained full operation for 2 hours. In this world, spirit stones are classified into 4 tiers: lower grade, mid-grade, upper grade, and supreme grade, based on the quantity and quality of spiritual energy they contain. Mid-grade spirit stones are primarily utilized by cultivators at the Dao Foundation and Purple Mansion stages, while upper-grade stones serve the needs of those at the Golden Core and Nascent Soul levels. Supreme-grade spirit stones contain exceptionally pure spiritual energy predominantly employed by Divine Lord stage cultivators who have achieved divine transformation. The standard exchange ratio runs approximately 1 supreme-grade spirit stone to 10,000 upper-grade stones, 1 upper-grade to 1,000 mid-grade, and 1 mid-grade to 1,000 lower-grade. These exchange rates fluctuate considerably. In remote regions where upper-grade stones are scarce, a single upper-grade stone may fetch a substantially higher quantity of mid-grade stones, while at major auction events the scarcity of rare treasures can drive the exchange rate for supreme-grade stones to astonishing levels. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones equate to 10 million lower-grade ones, worth nearly 1 million Qingyun sect contribution points. Without sufficient wealth, even operating a flying boat becomes unattainable. Yet you likely wouldn't be using the Luyun Flying Boat anytime soon, for you had no intention of leaving Qingyun sect before reaching the Purple Mansion stage. At 37 years of age, this marked your 20th year within Qingyun sect, a sect that continues its annual recruitment with no change from when you first joined. By 38, the Jade Terrace within your sea of consciousness had grown by another layer, marking your advancement to the second level of the Dao Foundation stage. Amidst your cultivation, you never neglected the pursuit of secondary professions. After all, skills such as alchemy and artifact refining greatly aided your Dao Foundation cultivation, for your Heavenly Heart Dao base accepted all knowledge without discrimination, with every morsel of learning strengthening your foundation. Beyond this, you chose to pursue yet another secondary profession, one that requires reaching the Dao Foundation stage to practice the Celestial Mechanic Master. Celestial Mechanic Masters specialize in divine insight into heavenly mechanisms, exploration of destiny, and avoidance of karmic entanglement, a profession heavily dependent on natural talent. Their ranks progress from low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and peak tier, culminating in the esteemed position of Celestial Mechanic Venerable. A low-grade Celestial Mechanic Master must possess the ability to divine fortune and misfortune and influence the karmic connections of Qi condensation and Dao Foundation cultivators, with the minimum cultivation requirement being the Dao Foundation stage. Mid-grade practitioners can peer into destiny patterns to foresee near-term events affecting themselves and catch glimpses of others' futures, though this grants them qualification to suffer heavenly Tao backlash, the minimum requirement being the Golden Core True Lord stage. High-grade celestial mechanic masters can rewrite fate at great personal cost, employing techniques like grafting destinies onto others, with the prerequisite being the Divine Transformation Divine Lord stage. Upon reaching the high-grade Tier 1 gains eligibility to practice the Fate Seizure technique capable of usurping the destiny of major clans and bloodlines. The capabilities of peak tier and celestial mechanic venerable masters remain unexplained within Qingyun's sect. Such knowledge may only be uncovered at the Qingxian Sacred Land. In this world, every cultivator above the Golden Core stage holds at minimum the status of a low-grade celestial mechanic master. After all, even if one doesn't intend to become a scheming mastermind, one must still possess the means to guard against such individuals. Without knowledge of divination arts, one might perish without ever understanding the manner of their demise.